Today, this young man and his friend, Du Shizhen, went to the National Esports Center to attend the welcome event for Park Han-wang, the strongest combat player from country. He was an arrogant guy who thought he was invincible and held extreme contempt for the players from Lu Chen's country R, even publicly calling them a bunch of trash. To teach Park Han-wang a lesson, Du Shizhen bribed Lu Chen with 2 hot pot meals to go up and challenge him. At that time, Lu Chen had only started using a mouse 2 months ago and had just mastered the rules of this game the night before. And yet, just for 2 hot pot meals, he boldly stepped onto the stage to challenge Park Han-wang. But what no one expected was that Lu Chen completely demolished Park Han-wang and secured a landslide victory. When a reporter interviewed him after the match, Lu Chen didn't hide the fact that it was his first time playing this game, a true newbie. This truth made Park Han-wang even more humiliated. Who would have thought that a player considered the strongest in Country H would lose to a college freshman playing the game for the first time? That day, Lu Chen shattered Park Han-wang's pride and restored honor for Country R. Amidst the cheers of the audience, he ascended the throne in a single step to become the new king of this game called Battle Armor. After that match, Lu Chen became a new rising star in the esports industry. With a series of records and top rankings, he successfully entered the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, heaven is often jealous of the talented. Just as Lu Chen stood proudly at the peak of his glory, he got into a traffic accident. He was lucky to survive, but his cranial nerves were severely damaged with little chance of recovery. When concentrating intensely, Lu Chen's reflexes would be delayed by 3 seconds. This normally didn't affect his daily life, but for Lu Chen, a professional gamer, it had a huge impact. From then on, his rankings continuously plummeted. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen fell from the top spot to below rank 100. Those who once feared him now openly mocked him whenever they met him in the game. Today, his headache struck again, and Lu Chen planned to just sleep it off, but as he stood up, he accidentally saw something under his desk. It was a virtual reality helmet for the game, Skyward, specially made for Hall of Fame members and sent by the Yuhen Corporation not long ago. Lu Chen had been hounded for so long that he had completely forgotten he was a member of the Hall of Fame. Out of curiosity, he decided to check out this new game. The moment the gaming helmet started up, Lu Chen felt like he was swimming in a sea of data. The Yuhen Corporation's virtual reality technology was truly advanced. Before long, Lu Chen set foot in the Novice Welcome Temple. He felt as if he had truly stepped into a luxurious palace. Even the stone pillars in the temple had a realistic texture. "Welcome, Lu Chen, to the Welcome Temple." A clear voice rang out, "Hello, I am the system's spirit." A tiny female spirit appeared in front of Lu Chen, representing the Skyward system. Through verification, the system recognized him as Luo Chen, a Hall of Fame member from the Country R region. Players who are members of the Hall of Fame have the special privilege of receiving a dedicated ID, and Lu Chen could continue to use his old ID, Luo Chen. But to be honest, the name Luo, that Chen had become the biggest joke in the Hall of Fame, so Lu Chen didn't want to see it ever again. He changed to a different name called Broken Halberd in Sunken Sand to start his life over. Broken Halberd in Sunken Sand means unforged iron, and that must be honed to become better. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the meaning of this name. After confirming the ID, the system let him choose a race and class. There were 10 basic classes opened up before his eyes. This time, Lu Chen considered for a long time. He didn't know which class was right for him, the highly mobile knight or the warrior who was balanced in both offense and defense. While Lu Chen was still hesitating, the system suddenly displayed another notification, stating that the VR gaming helmet would automatically take his blood sample to check his physical condition through a very small needle on the left side of the helmet. After that accident, Lu Chen was terrified of having his blood drawn, so his whole body trembled uncontrollably. After the blood sample was taken, the system quickly returned the results of the health check. And the strange thing was that all of Lu Chen's stats were in the red. For example, his heart rate was 30% lower than a normal person's partas. His temperature was also 70% lower than the standard, and his brainwave response exceeded the normal standard by 120%. And most importantly, Lu Chen's life signs were only at 50%. This situation left him completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his VIP-level gaming helmet was just an empty shell? That night, a blinding red light and the scream of a young man erupted from Lu Chen's apartment room. "Damn it, don't mess with me like this." However, Lu Chen's alarming physical condition actually helped him unlock a hidden class, the Necro Swordsman. This was truly a blessing in disguise. The Necro Swordsman is the strongest warrior in Purgatory, a descendant of the Asura god clan, wielding the power of the 4 spirits, and the ruler of all spirits. Lu Chen never thought he would have such an unexpected stroke of luck. He had no reason to refuse the Necro Swordsman class. Therefore, after confirming his class, Lu Chen immediately logged into the game. He woke up in the restless Corpse Ridge Novice Village with the mindset of an abandoned loser burning with the will for revenge. Lu Chen appeared in the form of a skeleton, and a skeleton that had just crawled up from the ground, no less. Lu Chen was utterly disgusted. Why did he look so pathetic at the start of the game? Did this appearance look anything like a badass Necro Swordsman? The system seemed to read Lu Chen's thoughts and explained that this skeleton form was the training state of a Necro Swordsman. Lu Chen couldn't complain anymore. For better or worse, it was a special hidden class, so a skull it was. The person who welcomed him was the chief of the novice village, the necromancer Na Yiwan. After a startling welcome, his inventory received a new piece of equipment gifted by the village chief, which was a blade. Lu Chen carried the new weapon to the turnip garden to fight the level 2 rabbit monsters there. With the health bars of these small monsters, he only needed to land one swing to finish them off. But Liu Chen's biggest problem was the 3-second delay in his information processing. Therefore, he decided to use his strategy of predicting his opponent's moves and swinging his blade 3 seconds in advance. The plan sounded perfect, but when Liu Chen put it into practice, it went completely wrong. He missed his swing and got a painful kick from the rabbit monsters. If he swung early, 3 seconds isn't working, so I'll try slowing down. Liu Chen tried swinging his sword 2 seconds earlier and still missed. He reduced it to 1 second and missed again, but when he timed it precisely at 0.9 seconds, the attack landed. As expected, it wasn't because the rabbits were fast, but because Liu Chen's delayed reflexes were improving. Although in the end, Liu Chen was still defeated by these low-level rabbit spirits and sent back to the respawn point, he still felt incredibly happy. Guildmaster of the 13 Bamboo Shadow Chaos, the greatest swordsman, I'm back. Liu Chen carried his sword to the cabbage patch once more. On the way, he kept wondering why his reflex delay had decreased to 0.9 seconds instead of the 3 seconds the doctor mentioned. Liu Chen's mind was reeling, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Many fragmented images started appearing in his head, from a sports car with a smashed front end to a bloody baseball bat and even an image of Guan Yu. All of these things seemed completely unrelated. Liu Chen found it confusing why they were just randomly appearing in his mind. He also remembered the doctor saying his nervous system might be able to recover on its own. Back then, Liu Chen had thought it was just words of comfort to keep him from giving up hope, but based on the current situation, it seemed what the doctor said was starting to come true. It looked like he'd have to go to the hospital for a checkup. But as for the matter at hand, first he had to beat those rabbit spirits to a pulp. The system even kindly reminded him to attack the rabbits' necks, as that was their greatest weakness. Liu Chen obediently followed the advice. Combined with having figured out the delay time was 0.9 seconds, he quickly turned the tables. The reduced delay time made Liu Chen feel very invigorated. The more he fought, the more fired up he became, hoping that this delay would eventually disappear completely, and he would once again reach the pinnacle of glory. After Liu Chen had slaughtered the entire cabbage patch, he suddenly caught a strange creature. When he got a closer look, it turned out to be another player with the in-game name, Tonight is a Bit Cold. Seeing him beaten up so badly, Liu Chen quickly guessed what would appear next. It had to be the big boss of the cabbage patch, and sure enough, not long after, a massive level 10 rabbit spirit appeared, holding another player upside down by the leg. The player was named Tonight is a Little Lonely. The big-eared rabbit king was a very hot-tempered, muscular beast that ruled the entire cabbage patch, and looking at its muscles compared to the walking skeleton that was Liu Chen, it was a world of difference. That guy, Tonight is a Little Lonely, was then thrown by the beast, flying like a rocket. Just then, Tonight is a Bit Cold was also used as a shield by Liu Chen. These two brothers crashed right into each other and were immediately sent back to the respawn point together. You two can rest in peace, let me avenge you both, Liu Chen said nonchalantly. After dealing with the two irrelevant people, he focused on the main issue. This was the first time Liu Chen had faced a boss since his reflex delay was reduced, so he couldn't contain his excitement. He gripped the blade in his hand tightly, ready to face the enemy. Unexpectedly, that rabbit king actually had a weapon. Seeing Liu Chen draw his blade, it also quickly equipped a set of sharp bear claws. With its gangster-like appearance, Liu Chen began to feel the pressure, but he forced himself to calm down. The opponent would probably use high-speed melee attacks, and the best way to deal with such an opponent is to use stillness to counter movement. I have to dodge its attacks and find an opening. Just as Liu Chen had this thought, the Rabbit King had already launched its attack. As expected, its speed was incredible, and Liu Chen couldn't dodge in time. But what he didn't anticipate was that with just this first move, the rabbit took away 25% of his health. While he was still in shock, the system's simulation window popped up with a notification. Immortality of the undead. Before their health is depleted, an undead swordsman can quickly recover damaged bones, maintaining the skeleton's complete state. However, the amount of health cannot be restored. Liu Chen read it twice but still couldn't understand what nonsense the system was spouting. If he couldn't recover health, then why call it immortality? But that wasn't as important as dealing with this gangster rabbit in front of him. If one of its blows cost him 25% of his health, then how much damage could one of his own full power strikes inflict? On the opponent, Liu Chen unleashed a strike with all his might, but unfortunately, it only dealt a mere 8 points of damage. He quickly backed away. It seemed this guy was going to be a tough opponent, possessing not only insane speed and powerful attacks, but also an incredibly solid defense. Liu Chen retreated to what he considered a safe distance. The moment his feet touched the ground, the Rabbit King charged aggressively once more. This was all part of Liu Chen's plan. As it charged forward, he used the momentum to slash directly at its fatal weak point, the neck. But what he didn't expect was that hidden beneath the rabbit's fur was a layer of iron armor. It's just a low-level mob boss. Does it really need to be this ridiculously overpowered? The Rabbit King was enraged by Liu Chen's counterattack. A single punch from it snapped an ancient tree, nearby in half. Liu Chen gulped nervously. If he took a direct punch like that, he feared his bones would shatter into dust. In this situation, it was incredibly difficult to find a breakthrough. The most obvious weak point of the big-eared rabbit was already protected by its iron armor. Based on the health loss on both sides, the Rabbit King could withstand dozens more of his attacks, but if Liu Chen took just one more hit, it would be all over. He hadn't even figured out a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, his opponent seemed to be going berserk. It used its bare hands to uproot a willow tree from the roadside and then mercilessly swung it towards Lu Chen. Fighting a terrifying opponent like that rabbit was difficult, but Lu Chen wasn't so pathetic that he'd be crushed by a tree. He immediately used his combo attack skill to deal with the willow tree. But unfortunately, while Lu Chen was busy shattering the tree, the Rabbit King seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lu Chen never thought this hulking beast would be so cunning. However, as it lunged forward, it was accidentally struck in the eye by a wood splinter. This immediately inflicted 20 points of damage. Lu Chen had found his breakthrough. It seemed its eyes were the opponent's real weak point. Preoccupied with this realization, Lu Chen was distracted and took a punch. Fortunately, he managed to roll with the punch by lowering his chin. The fist didn't land squarely, so he only lost 15 health points. But before Lu Chen could even feel relieved, his opponent swiftly landed another punch. This one landed squarely on his ribs. The sharp crack of bone cost him another 40 health points. Lu Chen was sent flying by the Rabbit King, his entire body slamming straight into a nearby tree trunk. He now had a mere 5 health points remaining. The impact had pierced, creating a large hole in the tree trunk. Lu Chen's upper body was stuck inside, with only his 2 legs dangling outside the tree. The Rabbit King didn't rest for a second. Seeing its opponent trapped in the tree hollow, it charged forward again like an arrow, intending to deliver a final fatal blow. But just as the Rabbit King's fist flew out, Lu Chen vanished from the hollow. Its arm was caught by the vines inside the tree hollow, while Lu Chen had already escaped with ease. It seems this walking skeleton form is quite convenient at times. Because his body was so slim, maneuvering through tight spaces was very easy. "Little bunny, I'm over here," Lu Chen said smugly, perched on a tree branch. "Do you like the gift I prepared for you? This dead tree is full of tangled vines inside. Once you're entangled, it's very difficult to get out." The Rabbit King struggled relentlessly, but Lu Chen knew the more it did, the tighter the vines would wrap around it. Its only way out was to destroy the entire tree. But how could Lu Chen give it that chance? He gripped his blade tightly and leaped down from the branch, stabbing straight into the boss's eye with each strike, dealing 100 points of damage. The eyes were indeed its fatal weakness. The Rabbit King had just over half its health bar left, but the headache was that Lu Chen's attack had sent it into a berserk state. The Rabbit King's speed and defense were both reduced by 50%, but its attack power increased by 50%. Even so, Lu Chen wasn't too scared. Facing a blinded enemy with reduced speed and defense, what good was increased attack power? Although he had a reflex delay of 0.9 seconds, he could still control the situation. In the end, Lu Chen successfully defeated the big-eared Rabbit King. He directly leveled up to level 4 and also received the loot dropped by the boss. It was a chest plate, which increased his health by 20 points and defense by 9 points. Along with that was a large magic stone. This item could be traded with merchants for a certain amount of gold coins. Lu Chen quickly equipped the armor, covering up some of his all-bone body. The boss loot only consisted of 2 items, but the level-up reward included 10 free attribute points. Lu Chen could use them to increase his 4 stats: vitality, mana, strength, and speed. Lu Chen's vitality had just been boosted by 20 points from the armor, so he didn't need to add more right now. For the 10 points, he was momentarily unsure how to allocate them. While Lu Chen was racking his brain, he suddenly heard a loud cry. Looking down from the tall tree, he saw 2 players running frantically as if they were being chased by a ghost. And these 2 guys looked a bit familiar. They seemed to be the 2 young men. Tonight is a bit cold, and Tonight is a little lonely, whom he had just met. But why were they here? Lu Chen jumped down from the tall tree, and as soon as he appeared, the Tonight duo cried out in despair. "Damn it! A necromancer in front of us and mad dragon behind us. The heavens want us dead." It seemed they were being pursued by someone. Fortunately, Lu Chen had no intention of being hostile towards these 2, and even helped them by blocking an arrow from their enemy. "You 2, go quickly. Leave this to me." Lu Chen shooed the 2 young men away as if chasing off spirits, but in reality, it wasn't that he was worried about their lives. Lu Chen was just quite interested in their pursuer, an archer. Judging from the arrow just now, he could tell that person's firing speed was very fast, but the trajectory was a bit one note. With Lu Chen's current reaction speed, those arrows basically couldn't touch him. The opponent was a level 7 archer from the Mad Dragon Guild with the in-game name Xiao Hua Rong. This guy looked quite imposing, but why did he walk so effeminately? The bow in Xiao Hua Rong's hands was constantly drawn. It seemed he was very furious that Lu Chen could dodge all of his attacks. A trashy level 5 skeleton trying to play the hero? Seriously? Xiao Hua Rong cursed as he unleashed his ultimate move, the returning Windburst Flame Arrow. Although this was his strongest skill, it didn't pose a problem for Lu Chen. After all, he was a gaming genius, and now he had even mastered his own 0.9-second delay, so he handled the situation with incredible smoothness. As for the returning Wind Burst Flame Arrow, Lu Chen didn't even bother dodging, instead facing it head-on and neutralizing it. Xiao Hua Rong gritted his teeth, reaching for another arrow and preparing to attack again, but he had no idea how Lu Chen had managed to appear behind him in the blink of an eye. With his opponent right behind him, what happened next was easy to guess. Lu Chen was even kind enough to say farewell, then swung his sword and sent Xiao Hua Rong back to the respawn point. After all, archers are a ranged attack class. always known for being glass cannons. They're fragile and can rarely withstand a single hit in close combat. After taking out Xiao Huarong, the ground beneath Lu Chen's feet suddenly trembled violently. Birds in the forest scattered in a panic. What was this? A commotion. This big couldn't be just new players fighting, could it? The tremors grew more and more intense. Lu Chen guessed that the Mad Dragon Guild was clearing the area to surround a boss. That's why Xiao Huarong had been chasing those two brothers earlier. Unfortunately for him, he failed and even let a fish slip through the net, which was Lu Chen. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chen ventured deeper into the Divine Light Forest. Just as he expected, there was a fight. On one side was the level 15 Green Cockroach King, who had already lost half its health. On the other side were new players led by a man named Long Hang Tiansha, a level 9 knight. Though he was the leader, Long Hang Tiansha wasn't actually fighting himself. Instead, he was using his money to crush the monster. He promised that anyone there who could inflict even a single point of damage on the boss would be rewarded with 50 coins. This level of extravagance from Long Hang Tiansha left Lu Chen dumbfounded. 50 coins for a single point of damage. The Green Cockroach King's remaining 1,200 health points were equivalent to 60,000 coins, spending that much money just to take down a low-tier boss. Was this rich guy out of his mind? Every newbie here was a slave to money. They charged forward, shouting slogans for young Master Long and the Mad Dragon Guild, but in reality, their high morale was purely for the money. However, even though the Green Cockroach King was just a low-tier boss, it was by no means an easy opponent for the newbies. The casualty rate was steadily climbing, and compared to the big-eared rabbit King Lu Chen had just defeated, this monster seemed much more terrifying. He felt that the few stragglers left from the Mad Dragon Guild would have a hard time holding out until the end. But Long Hang Tiansha didn't seem to realize that. Even as the casualties mounted, he still ordered his guild members not to stop attacking. Remember to coordinate, get into position, and bait the boss's attacks first. When it's focusing on launching an attack, strike back. Take advantage of the boss's time-freezing skill to land a hit and then retreat. Don't stop. The more Lu Chen listened, the more ridiculous it sounded. What Long Hang Tiansha just said was too obvious. Even a newbie who just started playing could think of that. So what kind of crappy strategy was this? The important thing was that this kind of brainless attack would only cause severe damage to their own side. A simple fact like that, could it be that rich kid didn't realize it? Lu Chen found it a bit absurd. He leaned towards the idea that Long Hang Tiansha wanted to use other people's lives to slowly chip away at the boss's health. In Lu Chen's mind, a series of numbers began to pop up. Each death was compensated with 300 coins. If they were leveled down, they would be compensated with another 500 coins. The Raging Dragon Guild had 50 people here. If all of them were sent back to the respawn point and leveled down, the total would be 40,000 coins. After adding the bonus for reducing the boss's HP, Long Hang Tiansha would have to spend a total of up to 100,000 coins. Was 100,000 coins for an F-rank boss really worth it? With the mindset of a gossiper, Lu Chen continued to hide in a corner, meticulously observing the battle. With Long Hang Tiansha's human wave tactic, the Green Cockroach King's health was indeed decreasing. Although it was quite slow, a team of archers he had positioned on the outer ring began to attack in unison. This wave of attacks took away a good chunk of the boss's health. Long Hang Tianxia was visibly overjoyed. Archer squad, great shooting. Stop attacking when the boss has just a sliver of health left. Let me deliver the finishing blow. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. No wonder this kid was already about to reach level 10 in the early stages of the game. It seemed he had always used this tactic of using money to buy the opportunity to finish off bosses. However, the phase when the boss's health is lowest is also always the most difficult phase. As expected, the Green Cockroach King entered a berserk state. It grew 6 arms, and its attack power and speed both increased by 100%, while its defense also increased by 50%. The situation seemed unfavorable for the Raging Dragon Guild, but those suicide squads, bought by money, still rushed forward relentlessly. They all wanted to chip away a little more of the boss's health, and in return, receive a little more money themselves. Long Hang Tianxia timed it perfectly, waiting until the Green Cockroach King's health bar was down to a single sliver. Then he made his move. But this rich guy never would have dreamed that he would be kill-stolen by a complete stranger. Just as his weapon was about to hit the Green Cockroach King, it was knocked away by Lu Chen. He hadn't been standing there all this time just to watch the show. With his vast experience and talent far superior to Long Hang Tianxia's, he successfully stopped him from taking this boss's life. Young Master Long's face turned pale, then green. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead kept twitching. "Who are you?" Long Hang Tianxia hissed through gritted teeth. "Me? I'm just an ordinary passerby." Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, his tone incredibly punchable. "It just so happened that when I passed by earlier, I saw many players being driven away by members of the Raging Dragon Guild, so I wanted to get justice for them." "Justice, my foot. You only show up now. Isn't your goal just to steal my chance to kill the boss anyway?" Long Hang Tianxia said contemptuously. "I was just trying to clean up the game environment." Lu Chen didn't show the slightest bit of shame, but a few back and forths like this were enough. How could Long Hang Tianxia possibly let it go? For the one who touched his things, especially something he had spent a lot of money to collect. Young Master Long launched an attack from one side, while on the other, the Blue Cockroach King was struggling with its last bit of strength. Lu Chen was caught in a pincer attack from both sides but remained incredibly calm. To him, whether it was Long Xingtianxia or the two bosses, they were all just about to kick the bucket, and this so-called struggle would only make them die sooner. It only took Lu Chen 1 second to pierce Long Xingtianxia's chest with his sword, sending him back to the respawn point. Go home and practice your skills, young master. You won't get far just by relying on money. Before Long Xingtianxia completely vanished, Lu Chen kindly offered him a piece of advice as a veteran player. Lu Chen knew that with the personality of a young master like him, he would definitely bring a whole crew to deal with him after respawning, so he had to speed up and take down the boss. Just then, the Blue Cockroach King's rage mode ended. Its speed was reduced by 150%, its defense dropped by 100%, and its attack power decreased by 200%. Lu Chen was able to finish off his opponent with a single normal attack. Although his eye sockets were empty, Lu Chen's eyes seemed to be glowing right now. He was eager to see the loot drop by the boss, but what awaited him was a bright red warning from the system. Lu Chen's life stats were too low, forcing him to log out of the game. Fortunately, the system still had some humanity and would automatically save the experience and equipment Lu Chen had obtained after defeating the boss. And so, Lu Chen logged out of Tianzong with a very reluctant heart. As soon as he took off his gaming helmet, he heard frantic knocking at the door. Lu Chen thought it was a robber or something, so he grabbed a baseball bat before opening the door. But unexpectedly, the visitor was Du Shi-san, and he looked extremely panicked. "What are you doing here at this hour?" Lu Chen asked, confused. He still had the nerve to ask. Of course, he was worried about him. Du Shizhen was out of breath, looking like he had just sprinted all the way here. "I just sent you a text and you didn't reply. I called and you didn't pick up. What on earth?" Before Du Shizhen could finish his sentence, he looked up and was terrified by Lu Chen's current appearance. He let out a scream and fell backward. "Oh my god, a zombie." Seeing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, Du Shi-san took out his phone to let him see his own current appearance. And even Lu Chen himself was utterly stunned, because his face, since who knows when, had developed many mottled spots as if it were corroding. Moreover, those marks were even moving. Only corpses have these cloud-like livor mortis spots. Furthermore, the spots were changing rapidly and spreading down from under his eyes. Du Shizhen said gravely, "Hey, it's only 2 in the morning. Don't joke around like that. It must be some kind of skin allergy, right?" Du Shizhen really wasn't joking. The phenomenon happening to Lu Chen right now was identical to the forensic records he had studied. Lu Chen, suffering from a headache, exhaustion, and confusion over the spots on his body, quickly passed out. Du Shizhen carried him to the emergency room of People's Hospital B. The department head, Du Zhongjing, was his father. After an examination, Dr. Du confirmed that the marks on Lu Chen's body were indeed livor mortis. In all his years of practicing medicine, he had never seen a living patient with this condition. Du Zhongjing immediately ordered. The nurse took a blood sample from Lu Chen and also had him undergo many other tests. After analyzing his blood sample, he got an even bigger headache. This was because his blood contained a large-sized virus that surpassed current scientific knowledge. But the strange thing was, not only did they not attack the healthy cells in Lu Chen's body, but they were also actively trying to repair the damaged ones. However, there were too many damaged cells in Lu Chen's body. This, in turn, led to his blood circulation slowing down. The areas of his body with severe lack of blood flow were the root cause for the corpse spots appearing all over him. But those spots weren't the most serious problem. If Lu Chen's blood circulation continued to slow, it might stop altogether. And everyone could probably guess what the result of that would be. He would have to go meet his ancestors. Seeing Lu Chen's dejected mood, Du Zhongjing quickly comforted him. "Don't lose heart. Modern medicine is very advanced. I'm sure we'll find a way. The PET scan is ready. First, let's just check to see if this virus has any other effects on your body." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Du. There's no need to be so formal with me, but Xiao Lu, have you encountered anything strange in the last few days?" Lu Chen fell silent for a few seconds at Du Zhongjing's question. He had indeed encountered some strange things, but they were all very vague, so in the end, Lu Chen decided not to mention them. He entered the PET-CT room and the scan began. Outside, Du Shizhen was burning with anxiety. "Dad, when you asked that just now, did you suspect old Lu was hiding something?" Du Zhongjing shook his head, explaining that he just wanted to confirm something, because it was highly likely Lu Chen himself didn't remember what had happened to him, which is a defense mechanism of the brain. In other words, Lu Chen was suffering from a stress and trauma disorder and had subconsciously forced himself to forget certain past events. But looking at Lu Chen's current circulation rate, Du Zhongjing was certain that he had previously suffered a severe trauma, even having a near-death experience. Lu Chen's current situation was not optimistic at all. Du Zhongjing urged his son to quickly notify Lu Chen's family. Witnessing his best friend in such a life-or-death situation, Du Shizhen felt absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, in another development, the corpse spots on Lu Chen's face were slowly disappearing, and in his hazy state, he suddenly felt a warm energy enveloping his body. When the PET scan was complete, Du Zhongjing told his son to quickly move Lu Chen to another scanning room while he went to get the results. But as soon as he stepped inside, Du Shizhen couldn't help but cry out, because all the corpse spots on Lu Chen's body had completely vanished. Du Zhongjing was astonished. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed such an unscientific phenomenon. "Xiao Lu, how are you feeling now?" Lu Chen honestly recounted that during the scan, he had suddenly felt a warm current in his body, and after that, He no longer had a headache. Now, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. The more Du Zhongjing heard, the more he couldn't believe it, grabbing Lu Chen's face and turning it from side to side to inspect it. This is just too surreal. Your face is back to normal, your hands are normal, and your pupils are normal. Could it have all happened during that one session? The scan made all the corpse spots really disappear. In Du Jingzong's eyes, Lu Chen was now like a rare beast that had escaped its cage. Even though it was late at night, he was so excited that he insisted on dragging the boy to the laboratory. And so, Lu Chen had to stay in Du Jingzong's laboratory for a full 3 more hours. When he came out, his face was deathly pale. He had no strength left and needed Du Shizhen to help him walk. A moment ago, Du Jingzong had been one step away from dissecting his body for research purposes. Lu Chen was so weak because the man had drawn a full 800 cc of his blood for experiments. After 3 hours of struggle, Du Jingzong confirmed that X-rays had a suppressive effect on the virus. That was why Lu Chen's corpse spots had disappeared after the scan. The mood of the Du father and son duo had brightened, as now they only needed to find the right wavelength of X-rays for treatment, and Lu Chen could surely recover. The clock struck 6 in the morning, and Du Shizhen helped Lu Chen to the sofa to rest, while he himself went to buy breakfast. Lu Chen was so tired he couldn't even be bothered to reply. Looking at his soft, smooth hand, as if it had never been injured, he felt extremely curious. Du Jingzong said he had suffered a severe injury, but why did he have no recollection of it at all? Before long, Du Shizhen returned with a bag of breakfast in his hands. He also brought back a piece of gossip he had just picked up. "Old Lu, there's a beauty in a sports car arguing with the security guard right at the building entrance. The beauty even has a sports bandage wrapped around her head, looking all aggressive as if she's here to confront the other woman. Why don't we go down and watch the show for a bit?" Hearing the words, beautiful woman, bandage, and sports car, Lu Chen's head began to throb as if it were being split open. "Shizhen, did you get a picture?" Du Shizhen loved gossiping, so he had indeed taken a photo. After seeing the picture, Lu Chen's head spun once again, because it was the guildmaster, Zai Shui Yifang. The chaotic and fragmented memories in his mind gradually became clearer, then started to connect. Lu Chen had finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date with Zai Shui Yifang, he had died. The gorgeous woman Du Shizhen photographed was Zai Shui Yifang, whose real name is Hang Yi. The moment Lu Chen remembered everything was the same moment Hang Yi arrived and began pounding on the door. Du Shizhen was so startled that he dropped the phone in his hand. Even though he didn't understand a thing, he could tell from Hang Yi's tone that she didn't come with good intentions. "Well then, since you two know each other, I'll go get the door. You two should just talk things out face to face." As he spoke, Du Shizhen stood up and headed for the door, causing Lu Chen to panic instantly. "Shizhen, wait, don't open the door," Lu Chen said as he reached for Du Shizhen, only to fall flat on the floor. His whole body was still trembling from the ordeal of having 800 cc of his blood drawn by Du Jingzong. "I have something to tell you." Lu Chen's voice was so soft and weak that Du Shizhen couldn't even hear him. Outside, Hang Yi was still frantically banging on the door, shouting and screaming, which made Du Shizhen incredibly anxious. The moment he turned the doorknob, Hang Yi aggressively barged inside. "Lu Chen! Lu Chen!" Hang Yi's eyes darted everywhere, searching for Lu Chen. Du Shizhen decided to play dumb, telling her she had the wrong room and that he didn't know anyone named Lu Chen. But Hang Yi wasn't so easily fooled, especially since she had just heard Lu Chen's voice from inside a moment ago. Ignoring Du Shizhen, who was trying to stop her, she still rushed around everywhere searching for the man she loved. Finally, Hang Yi burst straight into the bedroom. Lu Chen was hiding behind the wardrobe in this room. "I'm screwed," Lu Chen thought to himself. "Shizhen, oh Shizhen, didn't I tell you to find a way to make her leave on her own? Why did you let her get into the bedroom?" Hang Yi was getting closer and closer to the wardrobe door, constantly muttering about why Lu Chen was avoiding her. Lu Chen didn't even dare to breathe loudly. But just as Hang Yi's hand reached for the wardrobe handle, Du Shizhen quickly came up with an idea and yelled, "Lu Chen is dead." Hang Yi's hand froze, then began to tremble. "Impossible. No way. Lu Chen couldn't have died like that. You must be lying to me. I'm 100% sure. If you don't believe me, you can go to People's Hospital number 4 and check the autopsy report," Du Shizhen said with absolute certainty. As expected, this method worked. Hang Yi trembled for a long moment, then burst into tears. Cursing Lu Chen for being a lying bastard, she ran outside. Only when she was out of sight did Du Shizhen dare to open the wardrobe door. Lu Chen was huddled inside, looking so distraught he seemed completely dazed. Back at the hospital, I naively thought that just by using X-ray treatments, my body would recover and become like a normal person's. But after the memory lock was broken, I'm not even sure if I'm truly alive right now. Lu Chen's whispered voice was incredibly sorrowful, and his words only confused Du Shizhen more. "Hearing you say that, I'm even more confused. What on earth happened to you last night? You didn't explain clearly earlier." Lu Chen took a deep breath and then recounted the events of the previous day. It might sound a bit unbelievable, but he had been buried alive. Hearing this, Du Shizhen was horrified. It turned out that yesterday afternoon, Lu Chen had accepted an invitation to meet with Hang Yi. At first, he thought it was just a casual meetup with an online friend, but he never expected her to be the vice president of GGS for the Asia region. Hang Yi had used Lu Chen's equipment from their old game to get 200,000 yuan, and then invited him to join the new work team she had just formed. At the same time, Hang Yi also confessed her long-held feelings for Lu Chen, but he rejected her every time. Du Shizhen felt a pang of regret hearing this, because rejecting someone as talented, beautiful, and rich as Hang Yi was something few people could do. But Lu Chen had his reasons for refusing. With his sickly condition and still delayed reflexes, being with her would only make him a burden to Hang Yi. He didn't want someone like her to waste her time on a good-for-nothing like him. However, on the way back as Hang Yi was driving Lu Chen home, something happened. Hang Yi's rival for the position of GGS Asia president, seeing no chance of winning, had set up a trap on the road to settle things with her once and for all. The opposing side had overwhelming numbers, and every single one of them was armed. Lu Chen and Hang Yi's situation was extremely dire. In that desperate moment, to save himself, he ignited the car's gas tank, creating a massive explosion. But this explosion didn't delay them for long. Moreover, Hang Yi had fainted from the shock of the blast. Coincidentally, a garbage truck was passing by at that moment, and although it stank, Lu Chen had to throw the artisan up there to escape. That group's hunt had been a complete failure, so they vented all their frustration on Lu Chen. He was already exhausted and outnumbered, so he couldn't escape. The tragic fate of being choked with a neck chain until he stopped breathing. After letting off steam, those thugs all thought Lu Chen was dead, so they dragged him to a mass grave north of the city. Just like that, Lu Chen, who was only holding on to one last faint breath, was buried alive by them. When Du Shizhen heard the words mass grave, his face turned pale. It seemed this wasn't the first time that group had committed such a crime. Getting back to the main point, that day, fate hadn't given up on Lu Chen, because right after those bastards left, a heavy rain poured down and the layer of mud burying. Lu Chen softened due to the downpour. He had lost consciousness by then but crawled out from the ground like a zombie. Lu Chen also didn't know how he was able to move. He just felt the pain in his body gradually disappearing. When he regained consciousness, he was already standing vaguely in front of his own house. The key point was that other than his tattered clothes, there wasn't a single wound on his body, just a dull ache in his head from time to time. Du Shizhen felt that the large virus his father had detected in Lu Chen earlier was probably contracted when he was buried. After all, it did have the effect of healing his body. But this was truly too hard to believe, yet what Du Jingzhong said was indeed accurate. Lu Chen had gone through immense trauma, a true near-death experience, so his brain automatically forgot certain things to protect himself. After remembering, Lu Chen's mood was incredibly complex. Shizhen, do you think I can still be considered a living person now? Du Shizhen couldn't give Lu Chen an answer just yet. He only knew that all the mysteries were buried in that mass grave north of the city, and this urged Du Shizhen to go there and check it out. Lu Chen originally wanted to go with him, but in his current condition, even standing up was difficult. Importantly, Du Shizhen wasn't going to the grave right away. He had to make a trip to the Fourth People's Hospital first. Earlier, Du Jingzong had told him to bring Lu Chen's gaming helmet for research. After finishing breakfast, Du Shizhen carried the gaming helmet to his father's expert study. The moment he walked in, he froze for a few seconds, because in the room was not only Du Jingzong, but also several old men with white hair and beards, all of them big shots in the field. While Du Shizhen was out, Lu Chen quietly sat down and calculated the things he needed to do before he kicked the bucket, including finding a companion for his father and leaving him retirement money, helping the artisan rebuild the ancient sword, Dream Soul, and then leaving a proper farewell letter. Not long after, Du Shizhen returned. As soon as he heard his friend's voice, Lu Chen quickly hid his plan. Du Shizhen was carrying big and small bags, looking as if he had run away from home, and it turned out he really had. Without waiting for Lu Chen's approval, he announced that from now on he would move in with him. But my house only has one bed. Lu Chen was completely baffled. Du Shizhen coolly said, "It's fine. Your sofa is big enough for me to sleep on." Lu Chen felt a bit of a headache. Based on Du Shizhen's expression, he was 90% sure that his health condition had reached a point where he needed someone by his side to take care of him. "What nonsense are you thinking? It's just because I'm bored at home alone, and as for you, you won't die that easily." As he spoke, Du Shizhen pulled out Lu Chen's health analysis report, in which it was written that his physical condition was excellent. Du Shizhen said that he didn't believe it at first either, but this report was the result of many experiments by the senior professors, so he reluctantly believed it a little. Actually, Du Jingzhong didn't want to reveal Lu Chen's condition, but the viral gene sequence in his body was too extensive. He could only seek help from others. Those were the gray-haired doctors Du Shizhen saw in the meeting room. Afterward, more and more people arrived, older, and with higher and higher ranks. Eventually, they formed a group of academic titans. This clearly wasn't a normal meeting, but a medical showdown. And these senior professors were all very influential people. They just needed to make one phone call, and that mass grave north of the city was immediately turned into a military-restricted zone. Du Shizhen didn't even need to waste his effort going there anymore. After half a day, all the secrets of that mass grave had been dug up. Beneath the body-dumping site was originally a mass grave from the late Han Dynasty. According to Du Shizhen, the place might even be related to Guan Yu. It might sound unrelated, but it's true that among Lu Chen's fragmented memories, there were images of this legendary figure. But what's more mysterious is that a fluid was leaking from the outside of the tomb, and within it, they discovered a type of virus prototype. It shared the same genetic code as the virus running through Lu Chen's body. This was truly a groundbreaking discovery. Lu Chen was infected with a virus from 1,000 years ago. Since he was the first person infected with this virus, the doctors decided to name it after him. While Du Shizhen started packing his things, Lu Chen was still sitting and studying the report carefully. He noticed that the section on the virus's characteristics only had a brief introduction and no specific details. This was understandable, as the report was written in just half a day. Even if the meeting room was full of top experts with decades of experience in the field, it would still be difficult to figure out the virus's characteristics right away. However, they could confirm one of its traits was its extremely high regenerative ability. The proof was that it had repaired Lu Chen's damaged cells and even strengthened his body to a surprising degree. But what concerned Lu Chen the most was that none of the top experts seemed interested in his body. My dad told me that there was actually a debate at the time. Most of them wanted to put you in a lab for 24-hour observation, but a few of the leaders argued that they had to respect your wishes, Du Shisan explained. And later, those leading doctors also discovered that the virus prototype had more research value. So, Lu Chen's importance was diminished. Now, you're only considered a reference subject for the virus prototype. When Du Shisan said this, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He was most afraid of becoming a lab rat. Du Jingzong alone had already drawn 800 cc's of his blood and tormented him for hours. Now, with over a dozen more professors, if they all did the same, Lu Chen wouldn't survive. I can't believe this virus has helped me a whole 3 times. Lu Chen muttered. 3 times? Wasn't it only 2? Du Shisan asked, puzzled. The cell regeneration that brought me back from the dead is 1. The virus prototype helping me avoid becoming the professor's lab rat is 2. Finally, the reflex delay was reduced to just 0.9 seconds. The final piece of news was something Du Shisan was hearing for the first time since Lu Chen's accident. He was so excited that he immediately grabbed Lu Chen's gaming helmet, urging him to get in the game quickly and try it out. It was also a perfect opportunity to test whether the X-ray system installed by Du Jingzhong was effective. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed something different about his gaming helmet. Du Shisan proudly explained that it was his father's important invention. He had installed a device system that emits X-rays to suppress the virus's growth. This way, Lu Chen would no longer need to go to the hospital for daily X-ray treatments. Besides the modified helmet, Du Shisan also brought back a bracelet called the Life Monitoring Bracelet. It could track Lu Chen's physical data and transmit it directly to the hospital at all times for research purposes. It's just that every week, he still needed to go to the hospital for a full-body checkup to provide detailed reference data. Before Du Shisan could even finish his sentence, he was hastily cut off by Lu Chen. That was because the bracelet he had just put on his wrist was emitting a blinding red light. At the same time, Lu Chen was being electrocuted, his entire body shaking violently. Seeing this, Du Shisan was scared out of his wits. Oh my god, what is happening? And so, the ambulance had to show up downstairs at Lu Chen's place once again. Du Jingzong also came in person. After some adjustments, the red bars and the electric shocks disappeared. The reason this had happened was that Du Shisan had hastily put the bracelet on, forgetting the basic rule of adjusting the settings beforehand. So now he was blaming himself immensely. Uncle Shisan had a long day today. It's understandable that he forgot a few things. Lu Chen spoke up for him. However, Du Jingzong didn't seem to trust his own precious son very much. Since he was here anyway, he decided to personally explain about the bracelet to Lu Chen. It could constantly monitor Lu Chen's physical condition. When the bracelet is black with no bars, it's in a normal state. But when red bars appear on the bracelet, it indicates that Lu Chen's cardiovascular system is having a problem, and it will automatically emit an electric current, just like before, to restore his cardiovascular system. If the bracelet turns blue, it means Lu Chen is having a lung problem, and it can also automatically rectify the situation by injecting a substance into the glands on his shoulder. Finally, if green bars appear, it means there's an issue with blood circulation. Lu Chen's physical condition was different from a normal person's due to the virus. A moment ago, Du Shisan didn't adjust the parameters and directly put it on his wrist, which was why the red bars appeared immediately. And Lu Chen got electrocuted. Du Jingzhong also advised him not to worry too much, because after the bracelet sends a signal, as long as he is within the city, he could rush over within half an hour. Therefore, if you want to leave the city, you must inform us in advance. This is also for your own safety. I hope you can understand. Du Jingzong instructed him, but Lu Chen knew this wasn't a normal instruction but a demand. He was now a special research subject, so having his movements was restricted to the city area was understandable. After they reached an understanding, Du Jingzhong returned to the hospital. Only then did Lu Chen begin to examine the gaming helmet. Hey old Lu, is your game ID still the same? Let me get online and add you. I've changed it. What about you? Lu Chen revealed his new in-game name to Du Shisan. But the other guy had also changed to a new name that sounded even more epic, Peerless Master. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. That's a great name. This attitude of his pissed Du Shisan off. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me I'm not worthy of that name. Of course you are. Hurry up and get in the game. Wait for you to get online so you can carry me. Peerless Master, huh? Everyone knows Du Shisan sucks at games. On the surface, Lu Chen was just teasing him, but inwardly he promised to recover quickly and help him become a peerless master worthy of the name. From last night until now, a lot of time had been wasted. For someone grinding in the early stages of the game, a dozen or so hours like that was very precious. Lu Chen quickly logged into the game. When the headset activated, the X-ray system also started up. That feeling of warmth and comfort enveloped Lu Chen's entire body once again. This sensation was truly refreshing and pleasant. When he logged into Tianzong, the system automatically returned him to his coordinates before disconnecting, which was the Blue Cockroach King's lair in the Divine Light Forest. Only now did Lu Chen have time to check the equipment he had received. It was a sword named Green Forest Blade. Lu Chen was eager to test the power of this new weapon. He swung the sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it split a large tree in two. It's so sharp. I wonder what kind of effect it would have if I used it on a monster's body. Just as he thought that, the monsters delivered themselves right to him. Wasn't Lu Chen in the Blue Cockroach lair? Although he had already defeated the Blue Cockroach King, many of the monsters it ruled still remained, and they were all level 7 or 8 blue cockroaches. These opponents were perfect for Lu Chen. With a new weapon in hand, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. Wherever Lu Chen slashed, a blue cockroach fell. The feeling of dominating the battle was truly satisfying. I'm in a hurry, so just come at me all at once. Seeing that the blue cockroaches weren't very strong, Lu Chen got cocky and said, but he didn't expect these monsters to actually understand human language, as they all charged at him at once. However, even so, the difficulty only increased slightly, and it couldn't change the fact that he was the one in control of the situation. The more Lu Chen fought, the more fired up he got, and soon he ended the battle, wiping out the entire cockroach nest. Although he was still a bit weaker than before, the young man still thought he looked incredibly cool and handsome just now. Jie Chen Sha, a booming voice echoed. Lu Chen thought Du Shixin had come to find him, or perhaps at worst, Longxing Tianxia was here to settle the score. But when he turned around, he saw a complete stranger. The system notified him that this was the undead judge, one of the most powerful spirits from the underworld. Through a contract, he had come to the human world, and his current strength was unknown. For some reason, Lu Chen felt a little tense. This guy probably wasn't here to cause trouble for him, was he? After confirming the identity of the player Jie Chen Sha, the undead judge began to issue its judgment. Lu Chen didn't know what it intended to do, but then the undead judge just tossed a scroll into his hands. On it was a wanted order for Jie Chen Sha, worth 250 gold coins. This thing was called an undead bounty, which was basically a way to put a bounty on other players in the game, and this wanted order was precisely issued by Dragon Across the Heavens. Any player who successfully hunts down Lu Chen and makes him lose a level will receive a reward from him. 250 gold coins was no small price, as 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 yuan. A successful hunt would net you 25,000. It was clear that Bastard wanted to use money to kick him out of the game. Although Lu Chen had started the trouble with him first, this still made him extremely furious. Lu Chen tore the scroll in his hands. Dragon Across the Heavens, you just wait. Let's see who gets kicked out of the game first. Putting that aside, after clearing out the Blue Cockroach Cave and defeating the boss earlier, Lu Chen had completed the main Blue Cockroach quest. He leveled up to level 10, qualifying for a class change, and now all he needed to do was return to Corpse Ridge Novice Village to receive the class change recommendation letter, then head to the Icy Plains to complete it. Lu Chen was so happy he jumped for joy, he could finally change his class. Right after that, Du Shixin with the in-game name Peerless Master also sent a friend request. As soon as Lu Chen accepted, he saw an anxious message from him. The message, of course, was asking who Lu Chen had pissed off to get a 250 gold coin bounty placed on his head. Old Lu, you haven't changed your class yet? Not yet. I'm about to. Du Shixin let out a long sigh. No wonder a bunch of players who had already completed their class changes were looking at Lu Chen like a piece of meat, getting ready to team up and gank him. Lu Chen knew that many people would target him after that bounty notice, but he didn't think it would be this fast that people were already gathering parties to ambush him. Quick, look at the public chat channel, Du Shixin yelled. Lu Chen had never paid attention to that stuff before, but since Du Shixin said so, he decided to take a look. Sure enough, the chat channel was exploding. Everyone was treating him as the target, and many parties were being formed just to hunt him down. Du Shixin seemed very worried, but Lu Chen, the one in trouble, appeared quite calm in this situation. It was natural for him to be calm because, as sad as it sounds, who in this world understood the feeling of being hunted better than Lu Chen? For a whole year, during his last year in Lingdong, he had managed to survive being hunted by the entire gaming community. Yeah. Hey, I've never asked you. How on earth did you manage to survive that last year online? Du Shixin wondered. Mentioning this, Lu Chen felt bitter. During that year, he had spread false information, faked his death, disguised himself as a wild beast, and even pretended to be a rock on the side of the road, used a fake name to infiltrate the enemy's camp, and finally stayed in a boss's lair for a full half-month. Basically, he had pulled every trick in the book just to survive. Back then, his buddies even gave him a nickname, the Master of Escape. Unexpectedly, after playing Thien Tung for just one day, that Master of Escape had to make a comeback. To deal with the crowd hunting him, Lu Chen had already thought of a plan. First, he took a screenshot of himself and sent it to Du Shixin. Next, he needed him to spread the picture around and say that Lu Chen was farming monsters in the Divine Light Forest. He wanted to lure those players to the forest, while he himself would use this opportunity to complete his class change. Brilliant, old Lu. Du Shixin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You flatter me, it's just a basic trick of the trade for the Master of Escape. After finalizing their plan, Lu Chen made use of his time, using grass covered his entire body with leaves to camouflage himself, and then slipped away. Not long after, Du Shixin did exactly as he instructed, taking that picture and subtly spreading it on the world channel. As expected, the foolish players all fell for the bait. rushing to the forest of divine light, answering the call of money, completely unaware that the person they were looking for was the roadside rock they had just run past. By then, Lu Chen had already returned to the beginner village to get his class change recommendation letter. Chief Sun had instructed him to go to the icy tundra to find the undead swordsman, Su Lun, and give him the recommendation letter written by the chief himself so that Lu Chen could become the disciple of Su Lun. So, he ran at full speed. Once he reached the icy tundra and changed his class, he would be safe because it was the territory of the Night Spirit faction. Normal players from the Righteous faction who entered this territory would automatically be marked as enemies by the NPCs. In truth, Lu Chen still had a bad feeling, because the icy tundra was the only class change location for the Night Spirit faction, so his intuition told him that the Longhang Tianxia Guild had definitely sent forces there to set up an ambush. However, Lu Chen couldn't hide forever, especially when the class change was something he had to do. Even if his enemies were right in front of him, he still had to charge forward. Lu Chen sprinted across a vast canyon, knowing that the icy tundra was just on the other side. He found the highest vantage point to observe how many enemies were waiting outside the icy tundra. If there were only a few, he could take them on directly, but if there were many, he would have to use the strategy of feinting east to attack west and then use the ensuing chaos to sneak inside for his class change. Just as Lu Chen predicted, there were several people waiting in ambush. The lookout was a level 12 female archer, accompanied by a level 15 knight, a warrior level 13, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all felt that Longhang Tianxia was being overly cautious by sending a full 4 people to deal with a kid who hadn't even completed his class change. "Everyone, get ready," the female archer suddenly said. After waiting so long, he's finally here. Following her gesture, at the end of the path, Lu Chen slowly appeared. Seeing that there were only 4 of them, he let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing there weren't more, otherwise it would have been much harder to handle. "Whoa, we've just met and you're already talking about fighting. Can't we sit down and talk this over first?" Lu Chen said, but he was actually just stalling for time to find a suitable distance to attack. The 4 of them, as expected, paid no attention to his words. It made sense, since they were all from the Mad Dragon Guild, and Lu Chen had previously stolen their boss and humiliated their guild leader, so there was no way they were going to sit down and talk things over now. In fact, they thought Lu Chen was scared, which was why he was trying to sue for peace, and this made them despise him even more. "Hee hee. Your Mad Dragon Guild is so rich, yet you act so cheap. I'm just a little skeleton, so there's no shame in me being scared," Lu Chen replied teasingly. "But could you big brothers please go easy on me and just pretend I'm thin air and let me pass?" As he spoke, he took a few more steps forward. The distance between Lu Chen and his opponents was now 10 meters. He just needed to advance another 2 meters to enter their attack range. The level 12 archer was still holding her bow at the ready. The others were also prepared to attack. "Humph, let you enter the icy tundra and just let you complete your class change? We're not that stupid. Young Master Long gave the order, kill on sight with no mercy. I would just kill you. But since your attitude isn't too bad, I might consider just sending you back to the respawn point this one time. Big bro, leveling up isn't easy for any of us. Why must you make things so difficult?" Lu Chen continued his stalling tactic, speaking as he moved forward. At this point, he was only about 10 feet away from them, so he stopped and stood still. Lu Chen put on an awkward expression, constantly blaming himself for offending people. He shouldn't have. He was just trying to get them to lower their guard, not expecting them to actually believe it. And then, they excitedly started praising their guild to the high heavens, even daring to compare their tiny little Raging Dragon Guild to Zhu Yingluan's former guild. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't hold back his laughter anymore, and he burst out into a hearty laugh. "Haha, a bunch like you wants to be on par with Zhu Yingluan. What a group of ignorant fools. Damn it, you dare mock the Raging Dragon Guild? You must have a death wish." Lu Chen had no desire to continue this pointless conversation. After all, he had already closed into his desired distance. Against these inexperienced kids, Lu Chen really didn't feel like wasting his breath. The opponents only saw a tiny level 10 necromancer like him, spouting arrogant and fearless words, thinking they had to beat him down to level 0 to vent their anger. The level 12 archer initiated the attack, but even if an archer's level was higher than Lu Chen's, they were still just a glass cannon. She couldn't even withstand a single one of his moves. Lu Chen took her down in just 1 second, and now who knows? Who the real joke is, putting an archer on the front line. Your pathetic sense of teamwork is making it hard for me not to laugh. Just because of a few words from your enemy. You all just stared blankly as I walked, right up to your faces. Are you guys brain dead? Lu Chen's words were filled with undisguised mockery. The opponents started to panic, but they had to pull themselves together, reassuring each other that there were still 3 of them, more than enough to deal with Lu Chen. The knight quickly ordered them to spread out and pincer attack from 3 directions. However, Lu Chen was very calm. Without the archer's harassment, in close combat alone, he was invincible. The level 13 female warrior tried to launch a sneak attack, but her blade hadn't even swung down before she was discovered by Lu Chen. All 3 of them charged forward at once, trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but Lu Chen wasn't afraid. It was just that during that moment, he suddenly missed a strike. This time was different from the last. Lu Chen was more experienced and quickly realized that his delay had been reduced again. For now, to safely figure out how much the delay had decreased by, he first had to increase the distance. Lu Chen was overjoyed. based on the recovery speed of his nervous system now. It was possible that in 2 more days, he would be strong enough to have a real fight with Zhu Yingluan. After testing it, Lu Chen confirmed that his delay had been reduced to just 0.7 seconds. If that was the case, then this would be even easier to handle. The shield. Warrior was furious after missing his attack, so he unleashed his ultimate skill, Wrath of the Earth. Fortunately, this skill posed no threat to Lu Chen at all. In his eyes, even a level 14 shield warrior was nothing but a meat shield. Just like the archer, he was quickly sent back to the respawn point by Lu Chen. The only one left was the loudmouth level 15 knight. He was finally scared now and hurriedly started begging. Wait, can we sit down and talk about this? Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's sword was already plunged straight into his forehead. After finishing him off, Lu Chen leisurely wiped his blade. Only when it was shining brightly again did he step into the frozen domain. The people from the Raging Dragon Guild are coming soon. I have to get out of here. After he turned to leave, the wound on the knight's forehead automatically healed. It was unclear what method he used, but he truly didn't die just now. Seeing that Lu Chen was far away, the guy stood up and let out a sigh of relief. But before he could celebrate, Lu Chen reappeared behind him like a phantom. Hey, that one word from him scared the knight out of his wits. Lu Chen closed in on him from behind, like a true Asura from hell. How could you revive on the spot? Is this some kind of hidden resurrection potion? No, sir. The knight replied, trembling. Players from level 15 and above can revive on the spot. I just happened to reach level 15, so. Lu Chen let out an "oh." This on-the-spot revival mechanic didn't seem very beneficial for him. If the enemy collected his corpse on the spot, it would be big trouble. It seemed that after reaching level 15, he would have to be even more careful. Sir, you see, I've explained everything clearly. Can I go now? The knight carefully pushed Lu Chen's blade away from his neck. His bowing and scraping appearance made Lu Chen feel utterly disgusted. Taking this opportunity, he also wanted to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, so he continuously tapped his head with the sword, making him lose only 1 HP each time, but it was both painful and humiliating. Before Lu Chen was done having his fun, Longhang Thian Ha suddenly called the knight. He was in a very awkward position, wanting to hang up while Lu Chen wasn't paying attention, but nothing could escape his hawk-like eyes. Lu Chen grabbed the knight's hand, forcing him to answer the call. Hello, young Master Long? From the other end of the line, Hai Long heard the eager voice of Longhang Thian Ha. I've received the location you sent. Try to hold him there. I'm on my way. This time, we have to kill him until he logs out of the game for good. The knight was extremely tense because Lu Chen had discovered that he had secretly sent his location to Longhang Thian Ha, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen didn't even care about him and directly yelled into the call. Longhang Thian Ha, you guys really are a bunch of losers who talk tough even on your last legs. On the other end of the line, Longhang Thian Ha was so startled by Lu Chen's voice that he subconsciously took a step back. After all, he had been beaten by him back to the respawn point once before, so he was still a little afraid of this skeleton. Lu Chen, your Deathstrike Serpent? That's right, it's me. Your boy Hai Long has already been dealt with. Your Deathstrike Serpent? That's right, it's me. Your boy Hai Long has already been dealt with by me. I'll be waiting for you in the frozen domain. You want to take me down? You're not worthy. After that, Lu Chen quickly slit the knight's throat to make an example of him. Longhang Thian Ha was still yelling for Lu Chen not to touch his friend, but before he could finish his sentence, the call was disconnected because he had already lost his life. Longhang Thian Ha was so furious he gritted his teeth. He then divided all the people following him into 2 groups. One half would go with him to the frozen domain, and the other half would go to the respawn point to stand guard. The plan was to spawn Camp Lu Chen the moment he was sent back to the respawn point. Not long after, Longxing Tianxia had led his men to the outskirts of the frozen tundra. As soon as he saw the familiar tattered blue coat, he immediately launched an attack. A group of players followed his lead and charged, with various classes attacking together, creating an unprecedented, massive barrage of attacks. Longxing Tianxia laughed heartily, certain that even if Lu Chen was incredibly strong, his level 10 health bar wouldn't be able to withstand such immense damage. But he hadn't been laughing for long when a crimson-red virtual window popped up in front of him. This meant the system had sent out a red alert. Longxing Tianxia, Daba Long, Tu Shenwang, and many other players had actively attacked Park, the captain of the Night Spirit Patrol in the frozen tundra. All players belonging to the human faction in the frozen tundra area will be considered enemies of the Night Spirit Patrol team. This announcement terrified all the players there. They had just started the game and hadn't even grinded many levels yet, but they had already made an enemy of a dark faction NPC. Even Longxing Tianxia had not anticipated this move. While a million questions were racing through his mind, the person in the blue cloak was pulled down by the figure. Humans, your audacity grows by the day, daring to attack the Great Lord Park. When the cloak was pulled down, Longxing Tianxia finally realized that it wasn't Lu Chen he wanted to attack, but the captain of the Night Spirit Patrol. This was clearly a trap set by Lu Chen, and unfortunately, that rich but brainless bastard had fallen right into it. As a high combat power NPC from the Night Spirit faction, being marked by him as an enemy was certainly not a good thing. Longxing Tianxia ordered his underlings to calm down and hold their formation, but in a situation like this, who could possibly remain calm? As for Park, he wasn't about to let the ones who had attacked him without reason get away. Trying to run? In your dreams, you'll just die and respawn. At Park's command, the ground suddenly cracked open, and skeletons emerged from below, grabbing tightly onto the player's legs. Even Long Xing Tianxia's was no exception. Faced with such a skeleton army, it was incredibly difficult for them to manage, especially when the army was controlled by a high-ranking figure of the Night Spirit faction like Park. Long Xing Tianxia was utterly terrified, and he screamed out, "Quick, call for reinforcements." Park felt as if he had just heard a joke, and his weapon smashed directly into Long Xing Tianxia's head. "Reinforcements? That's fine by me, because just taking down scrubs like you could never be enough to quell my rage." Long Xing Tianxia was beaten senseless, and the men who followed him were also being massacred by the Night Spirit army, with not a single one able to escape. This entire scene was witnessed by Lu Chen, who was hiding off to the side. He was overjoyed to see his plan to kill with a borrowed sword had succeeded. It was well worth the 10 coins he had spent earlier to buy 10 tattered outfits just like his in the novice village. And recalling what happened earlier when he met Park, Lu Chen had used every flattering word in his vocabulary to praise him to the high heavens, saying that he was a true fan of his, and that his admiration for him was as vast as a torrential river. Then he used this opportunity to gift him an outfit that was identical to the one he had just bought from the village chief. When Park put it on, Lu Chen showered him with praise to make him happy so that he wouldn't take it off. That's why that dim-witted Long Xing Tianxia had mistaken him in the end. After this incident, he hoped the guild Kuang Long might have laid low for a while, but unexpectedly, the wanted poster was updated again soon after. Before, anyone who made Lu Chen lose a level would only get 250 gold coins. Now, just killing him once, without even causing him to lose a level, would earn a reward of 500 gold coins. Moreover, anyone with intelligence on him would also be rewarded with 10 gold coins. The bounty skyrocketed. Just like the fury of the Long Hang Tianxia guild, Lu Chen wasn't worried at all. The more money his opponent wasted, the more opportunities he would have to fight against many experts. Besides, these experts would all become stepping stones for him to return to the pinnacle of glory one step at a time. After the members of Long Hang Tianxia were swiftly dealt with, Lu Chen could finally venture deeper into the frozen ice ridge. At last, Lu Chen found the undead swordsman the village chief had mentioned. He was so excited that he even skipped his way over. "Master, I've come to find you for my class change. How dare a mere ant like you step into my domain? Prepare to die." As expected, characters from the Night Spirit faction are all so hot-headed. In the end, Lu Chen still had to pull out the letter of recommendation from the village chief to make Su Lun's blades. Village chief Na Yiwan was an old friend of Su Lun's, so since he had personally made the recommendation, there was no reason for Su Lun to refuse him. "I will heed my old friend's wishes and take you as my disciple. But kid, you must remember this well. As an undead swordsman, we must have utterly corrupted bodies and souls." Whatever Su Lun said, Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. "I will remember it well, master." Su Lun seemed very pleased, even generously patting Lu Chen on the head, a stark contrast to the fearsome and hostile stance he had just moments ago. He said that before the class change, he needed to stimulate his talent a bit. The hand on Lu Chen's head seemed to apply a bit more force. Then Su Lun began to speak in a resonant voice. "O slumbering lord of the undead, let your necrotic power shine everywhere and overthrow all the laws of this world. Descendant of the undead, awaken your talent." So this is how grand a talent awakening in Tianzong is. After a moment, the system announced that Lu Chen had awakened a talent called Undead Power. Undead Power Level 1 awakened. The slumbering undead power enhances damage against all enemies by 5%. Each time it levels up, the talent's effect increases by another 5%. This talent can reach a maximum of level 10, at which point Lu Chen could increase his damage by 50%. This was truly an ability that everyone coveted. Su Lun also seemed very proud to see his new student awaken a talent of the highest quality. Then he began another ritual to officially grant Lu Chen the status of an undead swordsman. After the ritual was complete, he checked his status window again. All of his stats had increased, and Lu Chen himself felt that his body was now brimming with power. There was only one thing that made him a bit unhappy, and that was after officially becoming an undead swordsman, his appearance was still just a skull, not handsome at all. Su Lun patted Lu Chen's shoulder to comfort him. "The path of Asura is long and difficult. A skull is our true nature. Kid, your bone structure looks quite strange. Here are 3 skill books that can help you develop quickly." Lu Chen's eyes lit up, but before he could even say thank you, Su Lun took back the skill books. It turned out that even between a master and disciple, these things were still very valuable. So, he still had to charge Lu Chen, with each book costing 5 silver coins. Lu Chen's heart ached as if it were being torn apart, his eyes filled with tears. He had just completed quests and killed a boss, going through all sorts of trouble just to save up 24 coins. And yet, this new master of his had taken 15 of his coins with just a few words. "Master, we're master and disciple. Can't you sell them a little cheaper?" "What? 5 coins per book is already the cheapest price." Su Lun showed no mercy and directly took Lu Chen's coin pouch, then tossed him the 3 skill books, all while repeatedly saying that he was already selling at a loss. Lu Chen eagerly opened all the skill books. He received 3 new skills, which were basic swordsmanship, which increased sword damage for the warrior class by 5%. Next was corpse plunder, allowing Lu Chen to search corpses to obtain more items. Finally, there was cleave, which increased damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Lu Chen calculated it in his head. Basic swordsmanship and cleave alone stacked up to a 15% damage increase. Adding the talent he gained after his class change, wouldn't that be a full 20% increase? Previously, when playing an agility build, the skills Lu Chen had as a swordsman could only increase his damage by a fixed amount. But now, the skills of a necro swordsman could increase his overall damage by a percentage. This way, based on that fundamental boost, his future damage would only keep increasing more and more. This class was truly overpowered, and the best way to test out his new skills was through combat. Thinking this, Lu Chen approached Su Lun and asked, "Master, do you have any good quests?" Su Lun at this moment was still basking in the glow of earning 15 gold coins, so he just indifferently tossed Lu Chen a scroll. It was a high-grade quest called Skull Finger. The objective was for him to go to the Great Tomb and eliminate 50 lowly skull soldiers, and at the same time, collect 10 skull fingers to bring back to Su Lun. With the quest in hand, Lu Chen suddenly felt much more excited. He rushed to the Great Tomb. The skull soldiers here were level 12. Before, Lu Chen could still defeat them, but after changing his class, his attack power was much stronger. Lu Chen only needed one strike to quickly take down a skull soldier, but after it fell, a dazzling purple flame emerged from its body. This thing shot straight towards Lu Chen. Although he didn't know what it was, he instinctively raised his sword to meet it. However, Lu Chen's sword swing just cut through the air. The thing was actually intangible, and it was too late to dodge. Lu Chen was struck squarely by the flame. The flame burrowed right into his body. The strange thing was, Lu Chen felt no pain at all. In fact, he felt quite comfortable. The system notified him that he had just absorbed his soul flame, but his experience didn't increase, and his stats remained unchanged. Lu Chen found it strange. Could this thing have no effect other than that momentary feeling of refreshment? He planned to log out later and search the forums for information. But for now, let's see if any good items drop from that skull soldier. It's just that Lu Chen's expectations were too high. His disappointment was even greater. The skull soldier only dropped a piece of torn cloth, of poor quality, with no value whatsoever, or any use. My gosh, this poor thing, I waited for nothing. Lu Chen screamed, I have to keep hunting. There's no way all the skull soldiers are this poor. Not long after, Lu Chen had cut down 50 skull soldiers and collected all 10 skull fingers. The mission was complete, and he also leveled up, now at level 11. Now, all he had to do was return to Hanbing Gang to receive his reward from Su Lun. The last skull soldier dropped a small magic stone, which, while a bit useless, was still better than the 49 pieces of tattered cloth from before. Lu Chen sighed deeply, preparing to return to Hanbing Gang when he suddenly realized he had gone too far. He had entered the Blue Bone Zone within the Great Cemetery. Towering tombstones were all around him. For some reason, Lu Chen had a feeling that something was about to appear. Sure enough, a massive skeleton approached soon after. A level 15 blue bone skull. But this guy wasn't just big in an ordinary way. Lu Chen standing before it was like an ant facing an elephant. Seeing the size difference, he himself started to tremble a little. You little skull brat, where did you come from? How dare you cause trouble in our territory? The blue bone skull spoke, its booming voice echoing throughout the area. Lu Chen had no interest in talking to a monster NPC like it, so he took the initiative and attacked first. Because he thought the opponent was formidable, he put all his strength into it, unleashing a series of skills in this one attack. Unexpectedly, the majestic and massive blue bone skull was defeated by Lu Chen with great ease. It was so easy that he had to scratch his head in confusion, wondering why a mini-boss like it was even easier to deal with than the skull soldiers. Understanding Lu Chen's confusion, the system quickly explained, the blue bone skulls are the main race in the Blue Bone Cemetery, and although they are large, their combat power is low. However, they are very good at team battles and prefer to act in groups. Lu Chen only focused on the words prefer to act in groups. He had just finished reading the notification when a flaming arrow shot straight at him. As Lu Chen jumped to dodge, he clicked his tongue, pitying himself for having stirred up a hornet's nest. The blue bone skull he had just defeated was likely just a scout. The truly difficult opponents were the team fighting blue bone skulls behind it. They attacked together from multiple directions, supporting each other in a well-coordinated manner, and their strength was indeed great. However, these monsters still weren't strong enough to take Lu Chen's life. Seeing his considerable strength, more and more blue bone skulls began to arrive, and Lu Chen started to feel weary. Even though their abilities were inferior to his, if the fight dragged on like this, he would eventually run out of stamina. So, Lu Chen thought of a plan. Wasn't this area surrounded by those towering tombstones? He then used his sharp sword blade to score a line on the tallest tombstone, then circled behind it and delivered a powerful kick. From the position of that cut, the tombstone immediately came crashing down. The blue bone skulls that couldn't escape in time were quickly crushed by it. Lu Chen had wanted to use this chaotic opportunity to slip away, but before he could even leave, he felt an immense pressure. With such a powerful aura, it seemed the real boss had finally arrived. Sure enough, those massive blue bone skulls all knelt down, showing extreme reverence. The creature that had just appeared was able to lift that tombstone with just a flick of its wrist. Rise, who are you? How dare you harm my subjects? Lu Chen swallowed hard because the tension was high. Under the command of that big skeleton boss, he was completely surrounded by the green bone skeletons. The being before Lu Chen was no ordinary skeleton. It was the undead lord, Qingyu, whose level was unknown. The system also issued a warning. It stated that Lu Chen could not defeat this enemy at his current state and needed to retreat immediately. The fact that he couldn't see its level proved that the opponent was at least 20 levels higher than him. Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to try and bite off more than he could chew, but the problem was that he was now surrounded by several layers of green bone skeletons, making escape far from easy. The undead lord Qing Yu began to slowly advance. Along the way, he unconsciously stepped on one of the skeletons. It was a fallen green bone skeleton, and its skull instantly cracked. This made Lu Chen even more tense. He couldn't even manage to scratch that skull with his blade, yet this guy had shattered it with a single step. "Accept your fate, you pipsqueak," Qing Yu said, his voice ice cold and utterly devoid of any jest. With his every step, the ground began to crack and break apart. Lu Chen's mind went blank. What kind of terrifying power was this? How on earth was he supposed to deal with such a monstrous opponent? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lu Chen's mind. He glanced around in all directions, and after a moment, he confirmed the way back to Hanbing Gang. At that moment, Qing Yu had arrived right in front of, then defiantly raised his middle finger and sneered. "Even if you're an undead lord, using a broken tombstone to scare someone, and what's with all that our royal bones talk? You think you're some kind of emperor? Huh. If you've got the guts, try crushing me with that tombstone." Lu Chen's attitude made Qing Yu freeze for a few seconds. His anger reached its peak. The undead lord raised his right hand to the sky, and from his fingertips emanated a menacing red stream of light. "You bastard, you will pay the price for your arrogance." When he lowered his hand, the tombstone shot towards Lu Chen. The direction it flew was also the way back to Frostwind Ridge. Seeing his opponent fall for his trap, Lu Chen celebrated inwardly. He timed it perfectly, jumping onto the tombstone as it rushed towards him. "Goodbye, Mr. Skull." Seeing Lu Chen zip past them, the green bone skulls could only stare at each other foolishly. While Qing Yu was so angry, he completely lost his usual arrogant demeanor. "What are you spacing out for? Get him, for my sake," he roared. The green bone skulls finally snapped out of it, but chasing after him was already too late. When they reached the border of the great cemetery, they found the large tombstone had been left behind. Lu Chen even took some of his escape time to carve a few words on it. "Thank you to the undead lord for the gift of this." A large tombstone, he even carved a big heart next to it. The green bone skulls stared blankly, only thinking his handwriting was quite nice, and that the heart was very cute. Qing Yu was so enraged by his subordinate's cluelessness he could have coughed up blood. His entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent, making everyone tremble in fear. The green bone skulls could only bow their heads, begging their lord to calm down. He then issued a wanted order for Lu Chen. If they found him, they were to kill him on sight, with no mercy. But how could they possibly catch Lu Chen when he had already returned to Frostwind Ridge to turn in the quest, right? After Su Lun received the 10 fingers, the quest was officially completed. Lu Chen leveled up again, gaining 1,200 experience points. He also received 5 reputation points and a piece of equipment, the glowing wrist guards. This item increased his physical resistance by 8 points, magic resistance by 4 points, and strength by 2 points. Lu Chen quickly equipped it. These gauntlets seemed to match the chest plate pretty well. "Finally, I've got some new gear," taking one more step forward, to a full set of equipment. Lu Chen mumbled to himself, "My stats have increased quite a bit, although right now I still can't face the undead lord directly. I can probably fight some green bone skeletons to level up." Hearing this, Su Lun couldn't hide his shock. "You've already encountered the green bone skeletons and the undead lord, Qing Yu?" "That's right." Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. "If it weren't for my quick thinking, I almost wouldn't have made it back." Su Lun's expression suddenly turned serious, and then he slapped Lu Chen on the shoulder, hard. He said that because Lu Chen had gotten involved with the undead lord, he had to accept another quest. Recently, that Qing Yu has been preparing to summon a large number of skeletons to attack Icewind Ridge. Given the situation, Su Lun believed they had to strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as Su Lun finished speaking, a new quest chain was sent to Lu Chen. These were all superior E-rank quests, a whole tier higher than the previous skeleton quest. The first quest was to hunt down 200 green bone skeletons and collect 20 of their fingers for Su Lun. Upon completion, he would receive a piece of Blackstone-grade equipment, 2,200 experience points, and 21 reputation points. The second quest was to hunt down 200 thornbush skeletons and collect 40 of their fingers for Su Lun. The reward was another piece of equipment, 3,000 experience points, and 45 reputation points. The final and most difficult quest was to directly confront the skeleton guards of the undead lord Qing Yu, buying time so that the undead swordsman Su Lun could hunt down the undead lord. Completing the quest would grant a piece of bronze-grade equipment, 4,500 experience points, and 100 reputation points. After reading the quest list, Lu Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although the rewards were very generous, completing them would be no easy feat. Fortune is found in danger. As long as you're not absorbed by the undead lord's soul fire worm, you'll be fine, Su Lun said reassuringly. Seeing him bring it up, Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask his question. "Master, this soul fire worm, what exactly is it?" Su Lun explained that the soul fire worm is the source of life for the night spirit race. The night spirits have a total of 4 great noble clans, who together rule over all night spirits, the most numerous of which is the Great Undead Clan. Next is the Corpse Demon Clan, which has the strongest physical bodies, followed by the Dark Elf Clan, which wields the most advanced magic. And finally, the Phantom Ghost Clan, with their elusive nature, completely immune to any physical damage. The most numerous, Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "Why do I feel like our undead clan is a bit inferior? Among the 4 great noble clans of the Night Spirits, only our undead clan can absorb the soul fireworm and achieve endless evolution. We are the true strongest Night Spirits." Lu Chen still didn't understand exactly where the danger was, but seeing Su Lun's solemn expression, he probably wasn't lying. "Master, then what happens if a fireworm's soul is absorbed? You will fall into the deepest, darkest hell, and your name will be struck from the list of this world." Lu Chen swallowed nervously. Doesn't that mean being completely erased from existence? It seems the nature of the undead race is quite brutal, relying solely on absorbing the souls of their own kind to continuously evolve. At first, they are just a simple undead, then they level up to become an undead general, and then an undead lord, and then an undead king. Finally, after absorbing enough fire worm souls, they can even become the most powerful existence in the Night Spirit world, the absolute ruler, the Night Spirit king, or by another name. In short, an Asura. The master looked at Lu Chen, pondered for a moment, and continued, "Asura is the path of endless evolution, the glorious responsibility of the undead race. I no longer have the chance, but you, Lu Chen, have awakened a one-of-a-kind necromantic power. You will surely succeed in the future. I have high hopes for you." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then said he wanted to go hunt the green skeletons. His master advised him to be careful. "You are the hope of the undead race." Lu Chen's figure quickly disappeared, so he didn't hear his master's next words, that he was also his master's hope. Outside the green skeleton graveyard, a group of level 15 green skeletons were guarding the area. Just then, a level 3 messenger crow also flew over and cawed a few times. The green skeletons looked at it in surprise, a bit suspicious as it kept cawing loudly towards the sky. "Is there something up there?" Another one shook its head in denial. "Don't be ridiculous. The tombstones are so high, nothing could possibly climb up there." This wasn't wrong. These tombstones were indeed very tall. They thought it was just some other birds perched up there. But there really was someone up there. It was Lu Chen. He was hiding on a tombstone. After the green skeletons disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief. "That was a close call. I need to go scout another area." Lu Chen avoided the green skeletons and went to scout. After half an hour, he had a clear grasp of the situation. Outside the green skeleton graveyard, there were 8 patrol teams, each with 5 members and a messenger crow for communication. He had to take out the crow first, so they couldn't call for help. The most troublesome part was that every 10 minutes, 2 teams would meet up. 10 minutes was all he had to eliminate 2 teams while avoiding detection. Then, he would have to do the same to 2 more teams every 10 minutes. This was truly a great challenge for Lu Chen. He pondered for a moment, then decided to make his move. He waited until the green skeleton patrol came this way, and he started a timer. Then, without hesitation, he attacked the first group of green skeletons. Caught in his surprise attack, the green skeletons cried out in alarm. But unfortunately, before they could even see anything, the sword in Lu Chen's hand had already sliced through the messenger crow's body. The first step was a success. His speed was too fast, and the green skeletons couldn't track him at all. Every slash of his sword brought down a green skeleton. Disgusting slime splattered everywhere through the air. He began to use his skill. In the blink of an eye, rays of pale purple light appeared. The green skeletons feared they would be doomed once he finished using his skill. One of them charged forward aggressively, swinging its dagger at him. But Lu Chen had already completed the skill activation, and the glints from his sword were as fast as lightning. Unleashed a flash attack on the green skeletons. The speed of the sword light was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, and the green skeletons also couldn't keep up, thus taking the full brunt of Lu Chen's skills. Yet Lu Chen still felt he was too slow. He had to be even faster. He didn't have much time. Before long, the entire group of green skeletons had fallen, leaving only a single green finger bone floating in mid-air. Lu Chen was a bit dissatisfied with this sight. Only one. The drop rate was too low. The timer was already close to 2 minutes, and Lu Chen knew he no longer had time to use the Death Crow's grasp skill. At this rate, he would encounter the second team in another 7 minutes, which meant he had to finish each battle within 1 minute. This was going to be a bit tough. Time flew by, and a moment later, strange bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. This made the patrolling green skeletons wonder what was happening. But when they saw the corpses of the other green skeletons and patrol crows on the ground, they became even more terrified. 8 teams had been completely wiped out. The green skeletons on this new patrol shift were a higher level, and one of them hesitated, wondering if it should report to their master. But another one stopped it. They had already let that person escape once today, which had infuriated their master. If this was added to the list, their master would be completely disappointed in them. As soon as this was said, the other green skeletons nodded in agreement. The leader then continued to issue commands to double the number of patrol teams, double the personnel, equip each team with 4 messenger crows, and expand the search area. They absolutely had to catch the culprit. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was hiding in the life zone, secretly checking the number of remaining green skeletons. So far, he had only defeated 40 of them and collected just 4 finger bones. It would still take a long time to complete the quest. He had to venture deeper into the tomb area to continue hunting. However, Lu Chen still had made some progress. Defeating 40 of them had leveled him up to 13, and completing the quest would get him to level 15. He wondered what his rank was now. With that thought, he couldn't resist taking a look at the leaderboard, and seeing the top-ranked player, he couldn't help but feel impressed. This Guzi was already at level 18, way too far ahead, definitely another power leveler, while he was only at level 13, so what would his rank be? He scrolled continuously through the leaderboard searching for his name, but he just couldn't find it. Not until he passed the top 100 and stopped at rank 125 did he finally see his name. Seeing this position, he couldn't help but feel disgruntled. In Lingdong, he had always been in the top 100, but now he had fallen to 125. This was unacceptable. He had to get into the top 100. With that thought, he immediately gripped his sword, ready to set out. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was the Death Knight, Guzi. Lu Chen stared in shock at the person in front of him. It was really Guzi. Through Guzi, Lu Chen learned that there was a bounty on his head. He was taken aback. Why was he suddenly a wanted man? Guzi had come for the 500 gold bounty. He had been searching for Lu Chen and didn't expect to run into him here. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the person before him, snorting coldly, "My bounty won't be so easy to claim." Guzi chuckled softly. "That's even better. It would be no fun if you were too weak." As soon as the words left his mouth, the azure spear in his hand lunged towards Lu Chen. The speed of his thrust wasn't particularly fast, and Lu Chen easily dodged the blow. Guzi was shocked, was surprised by this scene. He had actually managed to dodge and even deal damage to him. He immediately counterattacked. The spear thrust out once again, this time grazing Lu Chen's arm and causing him to lose some health. Lu Chen took the opportunity as his opponent retracted his weapon to leap away, staring at him thoughtfully. His opponent's reaction speed was a bit slower than his, but his defense was incredibly high. This was likely the advantage of the Necromancer Knight class. Guzi was now filled with fighting spirit. His opponent was quite skilled, and he was eager to continue the fight, so he charged forward again. Lu Chen also didn't back down, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to respond. He waited until the spearhead was just about to reach him. He saw his opening. Immediately after, he used the tip of his sword to deflect the powerful strike. Guzi stared at him in disbelief. His timing was perfect, instantly knocking his spear aside. In the 1 second that he was stunned, Lu Chen rushed in with his sword, taunting him relentlessly. "Don't just stand there dazed. You're supposed to be number 1, after all." As he spoke, purple energy flared up around him. He had activated his skill, and sharp beams of sword energy slashed towards Guzi, inflicting massive damage. By the time he reacted, he was trembling as he gripped his spear to defend himself. Despite taking damage, it seemed as if he was perfectly fine. After regaining his footing, he bit his lip fiercely. "If you're done with your skills, now it's my turn." The moment the words left his mouth, he charged towards him. In an instant, his spear was enveloped by a pale blue spirit flame, and he immediately unleashed a piercing strike towards Lu Chen. However, his weakness was his speed. His reactions were too slow, and Lu Chen managed to dodge the piercing attack. But a few seconds later, his head was suddenly struck by a sharp pain. Lu Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. The pain was so intense that he could only plant his sword into the ground for support. At that moment, Lu Chen failed to react in time and was stabbed by the spear, losing a huge chunk of his health. Kneeling on the ground, he was lost in thought. What in the world just happened to him? It felt like his head was about to explode on the spot. Realizing Lu Chen was not okay, Guzi charged aggressively, shouting curses and telling him to just die already. At this point, Lu Chen could no longer move to dodge. He could only raise his sword to block his opponent's spearhead. He bit his lip hard, struggling to hold his ground, but the spearhead pushed further and further down. Guzi clearly had the upper hand. With a slight flick of his wrist, he sent Lu Chen's sword flying far away. Lu Chen watched helplessly as his weapon flew out of his grasp, thinking it was all over. He wanted to run to get his weapon back, but Guzi wouldn't give him that chance. He snorted coldly, blocking his path. "Want your weapon back?" In your dreams, the spear stabbed Lu Chen once more, causing him to lose another chunk of health. Lu Chen was horrified. His weapon was gone, his health was below half, and his opponent, it was fully equipped and still had plenty of health. At this rate, he was sure to lose. While he was contemplating this, Guzi didn't stand idle and thrust his spear forward. Seeing the spearhead about to pierce his chest, Lu Chen cursed to himself that it was too late. As expected, he took a direct hit from Guzi that sent him flying, his body slamming hard into the front tombstones behind him. Seeing this, Guzi couldn't help but look smug as he pulled back his spear. The fight should have ended easily, but Lu Chen was fine. He could still stand up. He was a little doubtful that he really just blocked that one blow. Guzi looked at the person struggling to get up in front of him, who was somehow still alive, but that was fine. He immediately took out his camera, and a skull appeared in mid-air. He wanted to record the scene of him taking down Lu Chen to get the reward. He had forgotten earlier, so now he would fight a proper match. However, when he saw Lu Chen's actions, he was a bit surprised. He only saw Lu Chen at this moment staring intently at the tree leaves in front of him as purple rays of sword light suddenly appeared from his hand. This strange action of his left, Guzi completely baffled. Was he trying to cut falling leaves? Under his horrified gaze, the leaves falling aimlessly in the air were suddenly sliced into tiny pieces. At this moment, Lu Chen laughed triumphantly. It was just as he thought. The intense headache was because his latency had suddenly dropped by 0.5 seconds. This feeling was all too familiar. a latency of 0.2 seconds. Squinting at Gui Guzi in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but grin with excitement. Now I have a great test subject right here. He raised an eyebrow, provoking the man before him. Number 1, let's start round 2. Gui Guzi was infuriated by his arrogant act, snorting disdainfully. A man with no weapon dares to be so aggressive? Lu Chen pouted slightly, saying arrogantly, I only need 2 fingers to deal with him. You dare look down on me? He gripped the spear in his hand and thrust it forward aggressively. At this point, he had truly developed killing intent, wanting to finish Lu Chen with this single blow. He could clearly feel the powerful aura, but he was very calm, casually raising a finger to block the spear tip. A second later, Gui Guzi's spear tip was pushed in another direction. His speed was just too slow. This scene left Gui Guzi unable to hold back his shock, using only 1 finger to easily deflect his attack. This was impossible. He refused to accept it and continued his assault. This time he used a continuous piercing attack, the spear tip seemingly splitting into multiple fragments, coming at him with wind-tearing speed, but the result was the same. It was still casually deflected by Lu Chen's finger. Lu Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the man before him mockingly. Oh, Gui Guzi, your attacks are completely useless. Of course, Gui Guzi wouldn't accept defeat like that. He snorted coldly. Don't get cocky. Those were just normal attacks. Let's see how you block this one. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand transformed into a sharp long spear and thrust forward. However, Lu Chen still stood there calmly. He gave a faint smile, his tone filled with contempt. An attack like this? Why would I need to block it? He didn't move at all. He didn't even dodge. The long spear passed directly through his body. But what made Gui Guzi astonished was that the spear had passed through but caused no damage to him. For a moment, he was stunned. Lu Chen had already approached him, reminding him that this was no time to be dazed. Then he directly gave him a fist to the face. Gui Guzi couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of his punch. He couldn't figure out when he had gotten to his position what on earth had just happened. Of course, no one could answer his question. And at the same time, Lu Chen had grabbed his long spear. He kicked him fiercely in the stomach, causing him to lose a large amount of health. Without giving him a chance to react, Lu Chen forcefully ripped the long spear out of his hands. Gui Guzi, thinking he'd been careless, slipped and fell to the ground, and his weapon was thrown far away by Lu Chen. Looking at the man on the ground, he immediately taunted him, saying he no longer had a weapon. Meanwhile, he had already pulled his own sword from where it was stuck in the tombstone. The tables have turned. After saying that, he dashed forward. Once again, he used the skill Blade Rush to launch a counterattack against Gui Guzi. He wanted to end it in this one move, but Gui Guzi was no pushover. He activated the demonic armor hegemony to protect his body. Gui Guzi smugly told him that this demonic armor couldn't be broken so easily. Lu Chen frowned at the invisible protective armor in front of him, unable to help but exclaim that it was really tough. But what was more surprising was yet to come. Gui Guzi suddenly made a move. Could it be that he had a spare weapon? Just as he predicted, Gui Guzi pulled another long halberd from his inventory, fiercely throwing it towards Lu Chen, a light green energy enveloping the entire weapon. Before long, the area in front of him was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames. At this moment, Gui Guzi's demonic armor hegemony also ended. He entered a weakened state for 15 seconds, and his defense would be reduced by 80%. Seeing the blazing fire in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with Lu Chen, but his long halberd was only stuck in the tombstone behind him. When the flames gradually subsided, Lu Chen's figure was still standing there calmly, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow to provoke him. Did you really think you could take me out? Not in a million years. Gui Guzi looked at the person standing before him in complete disbelief. He took a direct hit from my piercing rocket skill, so how is he completely unscathed? Lu Chen chuckled teasingly. You asked too many questions. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Gui Guzi. A single sword strike dealt massive damage to him. Gui Guzi bit his lip fiercely. His current defense was too low. A normal attack had already dealt 106 damage. After his skill ended, his defense stat had already dropped. Lu Chen realized this. This was the perfect opportunity to finish him off. So, Lu Chen continued to attack Gui Guzi. The sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. His attack speed was so fast that Gui Guzi couldn't keep up at all. He didn't even need to use a skill to defeat him. Lu Chen looked at the fallen man and smiled victoriously. The number 1 player isn't half bad. It's just a shame he ran into me. But then he noticed that Gui Guzi had logged out. He couldn't help but frown. He logged out instantly. Ah, it seems he got scared. At Gui Guzi's house, after logging out, he still couldn't tear himself away from the screen. He was still rewatching the battle footage, unable to believe that even after slowing it down to 0.5 speed, he still couldn't clearly see what had happened. Gong Sun-gu couldn't grasp the principle behind his move at all. It seemed he would have to watch it frame by frame to figure it out. Just like that, he continuously manipulated the machine, adjusting the speed to rewatch it. The slow-motion image of Lu Chen's move gradually became clear. Gong Sun-gu paused it to watch bit by bit. As a professional, he finally realized the problem. Lu Chen had only shifted a little to dodge the attack, then immediately returned to his original position, creating the illusion that the long spear had passed through him. This speed, this maneuver was truly unbelievable. Only top players in the Hall of Fame like Zhu Yingluan and Luo Chen could do that. Thinking of this, he became excited to bring back the gaming equipment. A big shot like this, he couldn't afford to miss out. At that same moment, Lu Chen, who was in the game, suddenly sneezed 2 times, wondering who was cursing him. At the life graveyard, the place was still shrouded in a terrifying and gloomy night. Guiguzi quickly returned, but he couldn't see any sign of Lu Chen, not knowing if he had logged out or gone off to do a quest. But it didn't matter. As long as he was still in the frozen tundra or the Great Cemetery, he would definitely find him. Lu Chen, who was hiding on a tombstone, suddenly let out a sneeze. Again, he began to suspect he was catching a cold, or maybe someone was constantly talking about him. Otherwise, why would he keep sneezing like this? While he was lost in thought, a grumpy voice suddenly rang out. It was the patrol of green skeletons. They didn't know who had ambushed them, making them work overtime on patrol during their day off, even ruining their date. After that, they continuously cursed, saying that person only knew how to launch cowardly sneak attacks from behind and was too scared to show their face because of their numbers, even calling him a single dog who didn't know how to enjoy a day off. Hearing every single word made him tremble with anger. How dare they call him a coward? So he decided not to wait any longer, letting out a loud shout as he jumped down to attack, which made the green skeletons look up in startled horror. The messenger crow hurriedly let out a caw, and the green skeletons stared at him blankly, unable to react before he was struck. He didn't hide it anymore, directly admitting he was the one who had attacked them. The messenger crow and the green skeleton that it was perched on were sliced in two by his blade, falling dead in the blink of an eye. Looking at the corpse at his feet, his eyes filled with hatred. This damn skeleton dared to call me a single dog. I just don't want to make my guild leader sad. The other green skeletons were stunned by this display, and it took them a moment to realize what was happening, before shouting, "You're the one Xiao wants to capture and the one who attacked the patrol team." In the blink of an eye, the crows, messenger crows, filled the sky, and their leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the crows, messenger in the sky, sounded the alarm. Northeast of the graveyard, the 6th squad is under enemy attack. Seeing this, the green skeleton immediately grew smug, telling Lu Chen to surrender. However, Lu Chen was not afraid in the slightest, and even praised them for being smart enough to spread out the signal so it couldn't be jammed. At that moment, the green skeleton charged at Lu Chen, telling him to watch its move. Lu Chen looked at it calmly, his eyes filled with contempt. Seeing this arrogant attitude, the leader immediately ordered the entire group to charge and take him down. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted in one part of the graveyard. But the green skeletons were no match for Lu Chen, no matter how they attacked. They couldn't land a single hit. They then asked in astonishment, "How are you able to dodge our attacks so easily?" However, Lu Chen didn't answer them, as another one tried to calm them down. "Don't panic. Reinforcements are coming soon." Lu Chen gave a excited smile. "That's even better. I hope they get here a little faster." Because after he finished off this group, sitting around and waiting would be very boring. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck, and streaks of light purple energy danced through the air. The speed of the attacks was too fast for the naked eye to follow, and it was followed by terrified screams. After that, the area. In the green boneyard, the calls of the messenger crow echoed continuously. Patrol teams were constantly being ambushed, but Lu Chen kept changing his direction, making him impossible to predict. The captain of the Blue Bone squad, upon hearing that the 8th team had been ambushed, ordered his men to rush eastward to prevent Lu Chen from escaping. However, just as they were rushing over, Lu Chen was also heading straight for them. The captain sensed the movement and stopped, realizing something was approaching, but before he could react, a flash of sword light appeared out of nowhere and slashed at him. His neck was sliced halfway through just like that, a scene that left him stunned. What on earth had just happened? He hurriedly asked the blue bones behind him if they were all right, but when he looked back, he was instantly horrified. His soldiers had been completely wiped out, and floating in the air were 2 fingers. The captain looked at the corpses of his soldiers scattered on the ground and furiously shouted, "Who did this?" He quickly scanned the area and, sure enough, saw a faint figure standing there. He recognized it as the skeleton Chow was looking for. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, standing ahead, paid him no mind. He was filled with regret, as he still hadn't regained his former speed and precision, allowing one lucky enemy to survive. After some time hunting, he had collected 215 blue bones and 19 fingers, but it still wasn't enough. The ignored captain angrily continued to question him. "Weren't you supposed to be in the eastern graveyard?" Lu Chen finally raised an eyebrow at him, mockingly joking that their reinforcements were too slow, so he had to come find them himself. As he spoke, the sword in his hand pulsed with energy as if ready to strike again, and he said, "But that's enough talk. It's time to finish off the last one." The captain, enraged by his contempt, cursed him for his arrogance. He aggressively swung the mace in his hand, intending to smash it down. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Lu Chen easily dodged by stepping aside, his mace slammed into the ground. He couldn't believe he had missed. But something even more incredible was about to happen. Lu Chen's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing and disappearing. His sword, enveloped in purple energy, began to land critical strikes on the captain's body. In just a few seconds, the captain was cut down, dropping an item. The final finger was finally collected. Quest complete. The system promptly displayed a notification, congratulating him on completing the quest. Go to Icewind Ridge to claim your reward. After finishing the quest, dealing with the blue skeletons was a piece of cake. Icewind Ridge, a place perpetually shrouded in freezing cold. Lu Chen had now arrived, following the system's instructions to claim his reward. He wondered what the black stone item he would receive this time would be. He was hoping for a pair of gauntlets. After claiming his reward, he also needed to find a place to repair his damaged weapon. His sword had become badly chipped after the battle. But just then, Lu Chen's footsteps suddenly halted because he heard the sound of crying echoing from somewhere nearby. A few seconds later, a group of people suddenly appeared, carrying a coffin. The scene was rather somber. Lu Chen stared blankly as the group headed his way. The one in the lead was crying incessantly, lamenting how someone so young had passed away. He lamented that nothing was left, while throwing white, circular paper money into the air. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A member of the patrol team had died, and now they were gone. This had to be a hidden quest. He couldn't just ignore it. With that in mind, he immediately went to greet them. "What's going on?" "That man is Captain Faker of the patrol team." Hearing the noise, Faker quickly looked up. Upon seeing him, he excitedly grabbed his hand, saying agitatedly, "Something terrible has happened to the patrol team. We only found the body, but the head was missing." Hearing this, Lu Chen pretended to be indignant and played along. "That's outrageous. The patrol team is responsible for protecting Icewind's stronghold, so they can't go seek revenge." Lu Chen listened with a look of fury on his face, cursing that Ironback bear for its sneak attack. As soon as he said this, Faker looked at him with trust, praising him for being so understanding, and said his future would surely be bright. Lu Chen nodded without hesitation, telling him not to worry, and so he received the high-grade E-rank quest Ironback Skull to take down the Ironback bear for 20 reputation points and 2,000 experience points. After reading the quest notification, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. This quest was timed, so it looked like he had to leave right away. Hearing this, Faker told him there was an undead forge 500 meters to the east. He immediately thanked him, then quickly headed east. The undead forge wasn't far. It was an old-fashioned building with a skull out front. It didn't take long for Lu Chen to arrive. He looked up at the building before him and fell into deep thought. This was the undead forge. But there was something wrong with the blacksmith. The respectable village chief was wearing a blacksmith's sign around his neck. Lu Chen asked suspiciously, "You have a side job?" The chief admitted it casually, proudly stating that he was multi-talented with many hidden skills. He stood up from his chair, walked over to Lu Chen, and said it had been a while. Did he want to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment? He honestly said he was there for repairs. But this kind of work requires strength. Could the village chief handle it? The village chief smiled at him, then took off his black outer cloak, revealing his sturdy, bare torso. He said confidently, "A few small pieces of equipment? That's not even enough for a warm-up." He raised an eyebrow at Lu Chen, telling him to hand over the equipment to him. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen handed over his sword. The village chief took it and tossed it into the forge, letting the equipment absorb enough heat before the hammering began. The village chief held a blacksmith's hammer and looked proudly at Lu Chen, telling him, "Watch closely." Right after, he began to hammer the red-hot sword on the anvil. Lu Chen watched from the side, his skilled movements, and couldn't help but praise. "He's amazing." Before long, the village chief reached the final step, which was tempering. Streaks of milky white light continuously enveloped Lu Chen's sword. Very quickly, the village chief let out a sigh of relief. The sword in his hand was now perfect, without a single crack. Lu Chen took the sparkling sword, his eyes shining brightly. "This is amazing. It looks brand new." "Sweet." These words made the village chief very smug. He put his cloak back on and nonchalantly shook his leg, saying, "Well, don't you know who I am? The #1 blacksmith in the Night Spirit realm." Lu Chen offered no comment and asked how much it would cost. "Since we're acquaintances, I'll only charge you 1 silver coin." Lu Chen quickly paid and turned to leave. Next up was the quest, Ironback Skull. He had 45 minutes left, which was still enough time. The Icewind Trail was the path leading from Icewind's stronghold to the floating ice city. This was a contested area between the factions of light and darkness. To the right was a green pine forest, creating two contrasting landscapes. As expected of a disputed territory, the boundary was very clear. Lu Chen figured the bear would probably be in the green pine forest, so he faced that direction and called out to it. He kept shouting loudly, but no one answered. However, at that moment, his expression turned to shock, because a giant level 20 Ironback bear was sleeping soundly up ahead. It was so massive that it astonished Lu Chen, revealing its terrifying, blood-red eyes. The giant Ironback bear's body quickly stood up, almost completely blocking Lu Chen's view. This meant it was awake and wanted to fight him. But after a long moment, it just stood there silently, staring at him, then it lay right back down and went to sleep. It was as if he wasn't a threat to it, so it wasn't worried. Seeing this, Lu Chen became furious, this stupid bear. Sleeping with an enemy right in front of it proved it didn't take him seriously at all. If that's the case, then he would act immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, he fiercely leaped into the air, then swung his sword down, aiming to take its head. However, it seemed to sense the danger. Its eyes snapped open again, and it sat up. Lu Chen's sword could only slash its forehead, but it didn't cause any significant damage. Lu Chen looked on in horror. Its armor was too tough. All the damage was completely blocked. At this point, the Ironback bear realized he was trying to attack it and without hesitation, swung its giant claws towards him. Lu Chen let out a curse and dodged aside. Once he landed safely, he frowned in deep thought. He had underestimated his enemy this time. How could a creature that managed to ambush Xia Zhensha be stupid? Furthermore, Its defense was on par with Gui Guzi's. This was going to be difficult. With that thought, he turned towards the ironback bear and motioned for it to continue. The great bear, seemingly provoked by him, let out a roar and then charged fiercely at Lu Chen. Seeing the bear closing in, Lu Chen gave a triumphant smirk. This stupid bear might have tough armor, but that doesn't mean its other parts are just as hard. With that, he immediately thrust his sword towards its abdomen. This time, the damage inflicted was significantly greater than before. The bear collapsed to the ground, temporarily unable to fight back. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at it and gave a faint smile. Just as he thought, its belly was much softer than its iron-armored back. However, his celebration was cut short as the bear stood up again. At this moment, its eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Lu Chen, roaring ferociously in his face. However, he wasn't afraid. He had already figured out its weak spot. It was time for it to die. But just as he said that, a protective layer of iron armor began to grow over its belly. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be horrified. How could it have a move like this? Before Lu Chen's horrified eyes, the ironback bear suddenly curled into a ball and rolled towards him like a tempest. Startled, he leaped into the air to evade it. The ironback bear's body smashed into the spot behind him, and Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. That was far too dangerous, but the ironback bear didn't stop. It continued to roll towards him. Lu Chen bit his lip fiercely, gritting his teeth as he told it to stop. He tightened his grip on his sword, waiting for the moment its body reached his position. A sharp glint of his sword began to dance in the air. Lu Chen struggled to hold back the ironback bear's enormous body, but its momentum was so powerful that he found it difficult. However, Lu Chen didn't give up. He poured all his strength into his hands and with a loud roar, told it to get lost. Then, he flung the ironback bear's massive body away. The ironback bear's body was sent flying backward by Lu Chen's attack, rolling far into the distance. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The ironback bear was spinning. Not only increases its power, but also its defense. Continuing like this is too passive. I can't let it roll into a ball again. At this moment, the ironback bear stood up from the ground, its eyes filled with hatred as it glared at Lu Chen. Right after that, it let out a roar and charged towards Lu Chen. At this point, he noticed it was turning its back. This was a good opportunity to finish it off. The giant bear ferociously lunged at him. Lu Chen dodged to the side. The ironback bear just stumbled into empty air. Lu Chen coldly said, "It's had its turn, now it's mine." Immediately after, he fiercely slashed at it. The sharp gleam of his sword inflicted a serious wound. The ironback bear, feeling the pain, became enraged and glared at him. Before he could react, it counterattacked again, forcing him to jump back in surprise. Immediately after, it stomped its foot and leaped forward. Very quickly, it closed the distance to Lu Chen. Seeing this action, he realized its intention to roll up again. But at this moment, Lu Chen had figured out a way to stop its attack. He just needed to stab it in the spine. He immediately took the sword in his hand and aimed for the ironback bear's spine, thrusting down. This way, it would never be able to roll up again. The ironback bear's body was pierced by Lu Chen, but the giant beast at his feet began to struggle back up. Looking at its body, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at its resilience. It was so tough, able to stand even with a severely injured spine. Lu Chen knew it intended to counterattack, so he shouted, "In your dreams," then swung his sword and rushed to stop it. Lu Chen's speed was too fast for the ironback bear to react, allowing him to stab it right in the eye. This one strike dealt massive damage, and just like that, it was defeated by him. Lu Chen's mission was also complete, and not only that, he successfully reached level 15. Before long, from the ironback bear's body dropped many items, making Lu Chen ecstatic. His level had increased, and he also got a great magic stone, guardian leggings, and a mask. The rewards from the ironback bear were truly awesome. First, he would go and change into the guardian leggings. Very quickly, Lu Chen had equipped the new pants. Although animal hide armor wasn't as good as metal armor, it increased agility, which all in all wasn't bad. Lu Chen was very satisfied with it. Due to the equipment change, Lu Chen's strength and agility had increased significantly. Lu Chen glanced at the other dropped item and couldn't help but think, this mask is quite useful. It can be used for disguise. Wearing this, he could finally leave Icy Ridge. After completing the mission, Lu Chen immediately returned to Icy Ridge. As soon as he arrived, he shouted to Faker, announcing that he had completed the mission. It was only then that he noticed someone else was with Faker. He said in surprise, "You two are together? But that's good, I can turn in the quests all at once." Faker explained that he and the swordsman Sulin had known each other for over 500 years, and they often played chess to practice their skills. Lu Chen didn't pay it much mind, then he handed the blue bone finger to Sulin. Sulin took it and praised him for doing a great job. With that, the two of them didn't hesitate to give him his rewards. Completing the 2 quests, he gained over 4,000 experience points, more than 40 reputation points, and also received a black stone, then leveled up to 16. Lu Chen looked at the rewards he had obtained, his eyes shining brightly. He had received blue leather gloves and a fan. Qingguang. He was only missing the boots and gauntlets to complete the equipment set. Having just leveled up and gotten new gear, his stats had also increased significantly. But there was still something bothering him. How was he supposed to use this Qingguang fan? With that thought, he looked over at the swordsman's soul and asked if this item, being a strategist weapon that he couldn't use, could be exchanged. But Sol shook his head and said, "You can't. But at Fubing Bridge, there's a human market. You can try your luck there." Lu Chen frowned slightly. Since the Yiling weren't welcome, he had a disguise mask and decided to try using it. At the Fubing Bridge Market, Lu Chen entered the area wearing his disguise mask. From start to finish, no one recognized him, and he even managed to trade the Qingguang fan for a pair of boots and 11 silver coins, which wasn't too bad. Just then, something suddenly appeared ahead trying to block his path, forcing him to a halt. Just as expected, a sharp sword slashed towards him without any warning. The attacker was the assassin Kuanglong Aogu. Kuanglong Aogu narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Chen's sword blocking his attack, and he couldn't help but be stunned. His reflexes were just as fast as those Xiaobai Long guys said, to think he actually blocked his attack. Lu Chen looked at the person before him and frowned, saying, "I don't know the Zheji Chen Sha you're talking about," and told him he had the wrong person. Despite saying that, he couldn't help but panic inwardly. How did the people from the Kuanglong Guild find out I was exposed? Kuanglong Aogu pointed to the sword in his hand, saying that even with the mask, it was still too easy to recognize. In all of Fubing City, he was the only one who had it. Only then did Lu Chen realize he had forgotten about his Qingsong Sen Lusei sword. While he was still lost in thought, Kuanglong Aogu did something completely unexpected. He suddenly turned and shouted at the top of his lungs, 50,000 bounty, Zheji Chen Sha is right in front of you, and even righteously used the honor of the Kuanglong Guild as his oath. Lu Chen never expected him to pull a stunt like this, and angrily cursed him for playing such a dirty trick. He replied nonchalantly, "As long as it works, who cares how I do it?" With a 50,000 bounty, and also the black stone on the line, the crowd in front of them began to surround Lu Chen. Kuanglong Aogu raised an eyebrow, smugly telling Lu Chen to hand over his life. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the crowd before him, a flash of contempt in his gaze, thinking they could take down him. That was a real joke. He immediately raised his sword, his posture clearly indicating an intent to attack. Kuanglong Aogu cautiously watched him, thinking he was about to strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and fled. A few seconds later, he finally reacted and gave chase. That bastard dared to pull a fast one. While pursuing Lu Chen, he also contacted his men, informing them that Lu Chen was heading towards Hanbing Gang, and to quickly summon teams 1 and 2 to the canyon outside for an ambush. However, the person on the other end said they couldn't dispatch anyone. Hearing this, Aogu was instantly shocked. The person quickly explained that Fengsha Huanshang had just torn through their main headquarters. Their guildmaster had already led the entire guild to hunt her down. Aogu couldn't help but bite his lip and curse. They hadn't even dealt with Zheji Chen Sha, and now they had to deal with Feng Se Huanshang. With no other choice, he had to tell them to go deal with Feng Se Huanshang, while he would handle Zheji Chen Sha alone. On the other side, Lu Chen had already reached the pine forest next to the Hanbing Trail. Once he got through this green pine forest, he would reach the safe zone of Hanbing Gang. But things never go as planned. Lu Chen already sensed danger approaching. It was Zhao Kat who had caught up, and he didn't hesitate to attack Lu Chen with his dual blades. The boy hurriedly raised his sword to block. Lu Chen pushed him away with all his might, while constantly cursing at him, asking if he was made of glue, for sticking to him and not letting go. Zhao Kat snorted coldly, glaring at Lu Chen and scolding, "Your continued existence will tarnish the reputation of the Mad Dragon Guild, so you must disappear." Lu Chen glanced around but didn't sense anyone else, looking at him and asking if he was alone. Hearing this, Zhao Kat became wary. It seemed like he was about to use a skill. Sure enough, as soon as the words were spoken, Lu Chen activated Crimson Blade, and streaks of sword energy began to dance in the air. A sense of danger arose, and Zhao Kat hastily dodged. Lu Chen's sword energy struck nothing but empty air. This scene astonished Lu Chen. He had actually managed to dodge it. But even more surprising was that another person suddenly appeared behind Zhao Kat. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why was that person here? As soon as he said this, Zhao Kat couldn't help but be startled. "Who are you talking about?" He also turned his head to look behind him, only to see Gi Guzi. And Gi Guzi was also observing Lu Chen because he was wearing a mask. He didn't recognize him right away, only feeling a sense of familiarity. He observed Lu Chen's equipment and also the green sword. A moment later, he realized who it was. The very next second he recognized him, he threw the wolf in his hand towards Lu Chen. Zhao Kat quickly jumped aside to dodge. Lu Chen, on the other hand, calmly used his sword to slice the wolf into 2 pieces, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet another nuisance had arrived. His first strike having failed, Gi Guzi grabbed his spear and charged forward. It had been a long time since their battle that day. Lu Chen snorted coldly, telling him to stay away, as he had no desire to see him at all. Lu Chen spoke while dodging his attacks. His spear slashed into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. On the other side, Zhao Kat watched this scene in astonishment. Did they have a feud? Thinking this, he took the opportunity to propose that Gi Guzi team up with him. However, Gi Guzi didn't even spare him a glance, cutting him down on the spot with a single strike of his spear. And Zhao Kat never expected Gi Guzi to attack. Weren't they enemies? Why attack him? But no one answered him, as he quickly lost his life. Gi Guzi looked at the person before him, his tone filled with disdain. "The battles of the strong have no need for someone like you." Zhao Kat gritted his teeth unwillingly, warning that the Mad Dragon Guild would not let Gi Guzi off. As soon as he finished speaking, he logged out of the game. Gi Guzi paid no mind to Zhao Kat's threat. Who the hell was the Mad Dragon to dare threaten him? At this moment, He glanced back at Lu Chen and said nonchalantly, "The bothersome bug is gone. Let's continue." Lu Chen found him very annoying. Who would want to fight him? But Gui Guzi had noticed that he had leveled up, so he would surely be stronger. He then attacked Lu Chen once more. Looking at the energy-filled spear slashing towards him, he couldn't help but angrily curse, "Don't you understand human language?" Saying that, he still dodged. But Gui Guzi's speed was different from last time, much faster, and he managed to graze Lu Chen's arm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. His speed has increased. I have to finish this quick. With that thought, he immediately counterattacked. This sudden action caught Gui Guzi completely off guard, and in just a moment, he was struck by a sword blow, losing a significant amount of health. But Lu Chen didn't stop there. His sword continued to slash down. His attack speed was like a flash of lightning. He danced through the air, an afterimage that Gui Guzi couldn't keep up with, so he could only take the blows from his sword. Gui Guzi fiercely bit his lip. It was too fast. He never expected him to be even faster than before. Just then, Lu Chen's too fast. He never expected him to be even faster than before. Just then, Lu Chen sent him flying with a kick. His body slammed into a pine tree behind him. Gui Guzi couldn't accept it. Why was it that even after putting all his bonus points into agility, it still wasn't enough? While he was lost in thought, Lu Chen charged at him again. By the time he realized he had already closed the distance, he frantically summoned his demon armor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Chen's absorption skill had been activated. A light purple energy enveloped his sword as it slashed down, and the damage Gui Guzi took was even greater. This single move killed him on the spot. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, finally dealt with him cleanly. Time to retreat. But before he could take more than a few steps, Gui Guzi had revived. Lu Chen was a bit stunned. He revived so quickly. Should I fight him again? Gui Guzi stared intently at Lu Chen, then spoke in a low voice, saying, "That's the second time you've defeated me instantly." After saying this, he hesitated for a moment, then shouted his accusation. "Are you a member of the Hall of Fame playing on a Smurf account?" Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but be startled. "Am I exposed?" But he didn't admit it, casually saying, "Does everyone who wins a PK match come from the Hall of Fame?" Gui Guzi was very confident in his guess, being able to make him hallucinate, instantly dodge an attack, and then return to his original position. Only Zhu Yingluan from the Hall of Fame could pull off such a move. Lu Chen was slightly startled. So he didn't figure me out? He quickly waved his hands, saying he wasn't him, and that he wasn't a member of the Hall of Fame anymore. However, Gui Guzi didn't believe him, stubbornly insisting he was Zhu Yingluan. He would never lose consecutively to some nobody. It had to be someone from the Hall of Fame. Hearing these words, Lu Chen frowned. Impossible? He was reminded of a memory from that day. Backstage at the Wushuang tournament, while he was preparing his weapon, he overheard chatter about who would win the finals. They were all certain that Zhu Yingluan would win, and they looked down on Lu Chen as just some kid who transferred from another game and won by a fluke. At that time, he had also angrily said, "Is it really impossible?" But the truth proved them wrong. He had won, defeating Zhu Yingluan, so he believed that nothing was impossible, it was only a matter of will. But hearing his words, Gui Guzi was a bit surprised. Lu Chen ignored his reaction and continued to ask, "Can you really decide everything based on just gear and level?" Gui Guzi couldn't help but frown, wanting to retort but finding himself at a loss for words. Lu Chen continued, "Tianzong isn't a simple game where you just grind levels and kill mobs to reach max level and become the champion. The real opponents are other players. If he doesn't have the determination to constantly fight against other players, then he should just give up early." Hearing his last sentence, Gui Guzi angrily retorted, "On what grounds?" and says he has no fighting spirit. Lu Chen nonchalantly shrugged. Then who was it that just lost to someone with a lower level and worse gear? He even used the excuse that his opponent was a member of the Hall of Fame to justify it. And on top of that, he threw a fit and wouldn't admit defeat. Gui Guzi was so angry he was speechless. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him, and after speaking, he turned to leave. The man hurriedly stopped him. "Don't you go." He believed he only lost to Lu Chen because he wasn't in good condition. That's all. He wouldn't give up. He would definitely win. Even if you were Zhu Yingluan, it would be no exception. Lu Chen heard this and sighed. This guy was really stubborn. He didn't turn back, just waved his hand and said he was looking forward to that day, but he should really go back and rewatch the recording. His condition during the fight was indeed terrible, and his playing was pretty bad too. The last sentence, and from him, dealt a massive amount of damage, leaving Gui Guzi stunned as he watched his retreating back. At the Gongsun Gu residence, he opened the recording to watch, but his old, tattered VR helmet had a very slow data transfer speed. A moment later, he finally got into the game. He wanted to see if he was really that bad or if his condition was genuinely poor. He carefully watched the footage inside, and after a moment, his expression darkened. On the video was the footage of him after he finished farming, but his health bar had dropped significantly. He slapped his forehead hard and sighed. "I must be an idiot to finish farming with only 1/3 of my health left, while also being in the weakening phase of the demon armor overlord body, and I still charged straight in, allocating bonus points to agility, but the increase rate was so low, I couldn't even catch up to my opponent. What a waste. A knight should still stick to putting points into durability, vitality, and defense." Just like that, he sat in front of his computer watching the recording, but the more he watched, the more he felt that Lu Chen wasn't human. He got up from his chair, walked over to the board hanging on the wall, and then started writing something on it. After a long while, he only stopped when he felt he hadn't missed anything. On it was all the information about Lu Chen and himself, as well as information on his 2 losses. He frowned at the information board and then mumbled to himself, a full offense build has the highest damage output, but it has too many openings. If a monster saw it, it couldn't take him down, but an expert like Zheji Chensha would definitely one-shot him. Conversely, if he took a defensive stance, he would have the advantage. So when facing Zheji Chensha, I can only rely on durability, vitality, and defense to play a counter-attacking turtle style, waiting for the opponent to reveal an opening. He felt this method would definitely be effective. His eyes now showed his fighting spirit. He would definitely take down Zheji Chensha. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Frozen Steel Ridge, this was the resting place for the Night Spirit race, where lying in a coffin could help Night Spirit warriors reduce their fatigue. Lu Chen had returned to this place. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. He was so sleepy. He had pulled an all-nighter again. He prepared to climb into a coffin to log out and go to sleep, but someone deliberately wouldn't give him that chance. Giguzi had chased him to this place and even sneak attacked him from behind. Lu Chen leaped into the air to dodge, and his spear struck the coffin behind him. Lu Chen angrily cursed, "Are you crazy? Destroying a coffin will get you struck by lightning, you know." Giguzi squinted at him, confidently saying he had studied the recording and found a way to defeat him. This time, he wouldn't lose again. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at him like he was an idiot. Did he really think that just by studying? Thinks he can figure you out just by recording our fights. If that's what he thinks, then let's see him try. Immediately after, the 2 of them quickly charged at each other. The 2 energies collided, creating a massive explosion. Before long, Giguzi was defeated. Lu Chen leisurely sat on a tombstone, drinking a stamina potion. He'd really figured out a defensive counterattack style, but it was still missing something. A moment later, Giguzi revived again, looking at Lu Chen with a triumphant laugh, saying he lasted 18 minutes that time. He still wanted to continue challenging Lu Chen, but the result was the same. He was defeated by Lu Chen again. After that, he revived, fought, and was defeated again, a vicious cycle, and even after losing levels, he didn't stop. His persistence was really starting to annoy Lu Chen. This time, he didn't defeat him, but instead broke the tip of his spear, gritting his teeth and yelling at him to stop. Guiguzi had already been de-leveled 15 times by Lu Chen, but he still didn't seem to get it. Lu Chen gave him a fierce kick, telling him to calm down. He wasn't a free training dummy for him to fight. If he wanted to continue, that was fine. But how much was he willing to pay? Hearing this, Guiguzi gritted his teeth and remained silent. In the Great Graveyard's Thorn Tomb area, thorny vines densely covered everything. Lu Chen had come here for a quest. While fighting a thorn skeleton, he contacted Shisan, seeing he was only at level 10 and criticized him. "Why are you leveling so slowly?" "I'm about to hit 20, Shisan said in annoyance. "You think everyone's a monster like you?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and offered to send him some money for equipment and health potions, telling him to hurry and level up. Hearing this, Shisan was overjoyed and called him a good guy, saying he would help by updating him with intel from Ice Axe City. Lu Chen praised him briefly, then hung up. Meanwhile, he was currently fighting a Thorn Frost warrior. His slash dealt massive damage, but he only took a tiny amount of damage in return, just 5% reflected damage. Realizing this, his eyes glinted triumphantly, telling it to struggle before it died. Then he struck. This move was even more ferocious. The thorn skeleton died instantly from his single attack, and he had obtained 242 thorn bones. He had also collected enough fingers, completing the quest, and he leveled up to 20, which made him very happy. He opened the ranking board to take a look, and it had changed a lot. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. This Ice Axe City is too competitive. He reached level 20 and still couldn't break into the top 10. Feng Sei, Wan Xiang, Guiguzi, and even Duba. In the top 10, there were 6 of them, and in the top 20, there were 9. Compared to a few individuals, this Duba guild is the biggest rival for Guji and Meng Hun in the future. He had to tell Shisan to focus on investigating them. Just then, his stomach suddenly rumbled, and he was a bit confused about what was happening. The system immediately issued a warning that his hunger meter had dropped, entering a weakened state, and that he should eat and drink quickly. Lu Chen trembled and fell to the ground. He had completely forgotten about this. After logging in, it seemed he hadn't eaten anything at all. The system continued to issue notifications. Lu Chen bit his lip hard. Perhaps I'll become the first player to die of starvation. In his desperate hunger, he suddenly saw a patch of grass in front of him. With no other choice, he had to pull up a handful of grass, shove it in his mouth, and swallow. His body was only able to sustain itself for a little while, but he felt this stuff was disgusting. But he was at a dead end. He could only eat it. At that moment, suddenly, a voice from behind asked what he was doing. Lu Chen was startled. It was the voice of a little girl. He quickly put on his mask before turning around to look. A little girl had appeared behind him at some point. She wore a cute pink dress, had shoulder-length hair, and was carrying a basket. The girl's name was Siren, a human NPC. Lu Chen was a bit startled and stammered awkwardly. However, the little girl was very smart and knew he was hungry. Without hesitation, she took out a piece of oatmeal bread from her basket and gave it to him. She said her mother made it and that it was delicious. Lu Chen nodded in thanks, then took the bread and devoured it. This bread fully restored him. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Just one piece of bread had completely filled his stats. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the large tree in front of him, snapping it in half. Seeing this, Siren looked at him with admiration and praised how strong he was. Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "It's all thanks to your bread." He then took out a silver coin to pay Siran, but she refused. One piece of bread doesn't cost that much. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If she won't take money, this must be a quest. Thinking this, he asked the little girl, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The girl shook her head slightly and said, "My mother is sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms can cure her." Lu Chen was a bit suspicious. Did she want to handle it herself? Was there no official quest? He hesitated before telling the girl that there were many fearsome wild spirits nearby and asked if she would be all right on her own. Hearing this, the girl wasn't scared at all. Her eyes filled with determination as she said, "For my mother, I'm not afraid. As long as I get 2 white mushrooms a month, my mother will get better." Lu Chen frowned again. A whole month? Could this be a massive quest with rich rewards? If so, I have to see this through. Thinking this, he dropped a silver coin into her basket and said, "For the next month, bring me 1 piece of bread every day. Consider this money as payment for the flour." Siren nodded slightly, then said goodbye to Lu Chen and left. He squinted as he watched her leave. This NPC was quite interesting. Meanwhile, Guzi was looking at his to-do list, and after some thought, he decided to buy some supplies and then go fight a boss. But before he could leave, arrows suddenly shot towards him from behind, tearing through the air. He was startled and dodged them. The arrows that missed him struck the ancient trees, causing them to explode. Guzi scowled fiercely. He shouted, "Who's there?" Immediately after, a loud laugh erupted. Guzi looked over and saw Kuang Long Aogu leading his men towards him. He glared at Guzi and said maliciously, "I warned you that the Kuang Long Guild would not let you off the hook, Guzi." Hearing this, Guzi snorted coldly and launched an attack, but his spear hadn't even reached Aogu before it struck a shield. He frowned slightly and told the person to move, but the man still stood his ground. Guzi was so focused on the person in front of him that he forgot about his back and was sneak attacked. His health bar dropped continuously as Aogu stabbed him from behind. Guzi glanced back, his face filled with hatred. On the other side, at the frozen steel cross, Lu Chen had completed a quest, receiving 3,000 experience points and 45 reputation points, the spiked shoulder ring, and the HC gauntlets. Lu Chen was happy when he saw the rewards he had just received. This time, he considered his equipment complete. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Lu Chen's sweep quest is complete. Now I will take you to eliminate Chao." With that said, he immediately pointed his sword to the sky to summon his forces. Instantly, a legion of skeleton soldiers appeared. Lu Chen couldn't help but be astonished at this sight. A necro swordsman could also summon such a large number. It was so cool. Sulin nodded slightly and asked, "Do you want to learn? I'll teach you." Lu Chen immediately agreed, but defeating Chao had to be completed first. They quickly went to the large steel-bone tomb cemetery and began to eliminate Chao's soldiers first. Lu Chen used the vermilion edge to take down waves of Chao's soldiers, then aggressively shouted for Rabbit Emperor Chao to come out. As soon as these words were spoken, the armored skeletons in front were stunned in surprise. A moment later, Chao appeared, leading his legion of armored skeletons, while opposite them were Sulin, Lu Chen, and the skeletons. As soon as Chao arrived, he ordered his soldiers to take down Sulin's group. The two sides quickly charged into battle, and soldiers from both sides fell in increasing numbers. Chao watched as Sulin's soldiers seemed endless, and he grew furious. His armored skeletons were no match for them at all. These summoned necrospirits were completely useless. To kill the snake, you must first cut off its head. With that thought, Chao narrowed his eyes at Sulin, who was surrounded by armored skeletons, and then charged towards him, wanting to eliminate him. He slashed viciously at Sulin, and Sulin quickly raised his sword to block. Chao looked at him angrily, questioning why he was still alive. The two quickly engaged in close combat with each other. The sound of clashing metal rang out continuously. Sulin glared at Chao. Not only was he still alive, but he was also just one step away from becoming a Sura. As soon as these words were spoken, Chao was instantly terrified. Sulin didn't explain, simply knocking him backwards. However, at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly concealed himself in the ground, startling Chao. Right after that, he burst out from the ground, attacking Chao with the vermilion edge and inflicting massive damage. Reeling from the pain, Chao became furious and cursed him as a bastard, aggressively charging towards him with his sword. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow tauntingly, then also summoned a necro spirit. In an instant, a necro spirit appeared in front of Chao, blocking a blow for him. Chao's strike was very powerful, and one slash dealt massive damage to the newly summoned necro spirit. Chao glared at Lu Chen, questioning if he was also a necro spirit. He bit his lip aggressively. A lone necro swordsman could not evolve into a Sura unless they absorbed the soul flames of their own kind. But necro spirits were too rare, and he finally realized how Sulin could do it. That man was truly cunning. At this point, Lu Chen pointed straight at Chao's face and retorted, "So what if I'm a necro swordsman? Is it any of your business?" Chao just snorted coldly twice without saying anything, then suddenly laughed out loud and asked, "You still don't know? Your good master. He wants to expose Sulin, But before he could finish speaking, a beam of energy pierced his throat and fresh blood gushed out fiercely. Sulin appeared from behind and said, "What are you waiting for? Make your move." Lu Chen nodded slightly, then charged forward, his sword energy beginning to dance in the air. Just like that, Chao was defeated. He received 4,500 experience points, directly leveling up to level 23, and he obtained numerous items as well. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 2 bronze items could be used in 2 more levels. However, at this moment, light purple soul flames suddenly entered Lu Chen's body, shocking him. He frowned and looked at Sulin, asking him what was going on. He calmly said that he was old and didn't need them anymore, telling him to quickly absorb them. Absorb it? It would be a waste to let the soul fire seed dissipate. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood and nodded, then began to absorb it. The fire spirit. A moment later, the fire spirit was finally completely absorbed by him, but he was still just a skeleton, unable to evolve yet, into a necro general. Hearing this, Soul said calmly, "This is the suffering of the necromancers." Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why is it suffering? Soul slowly explained, "The necro swordsman is a special type of spirit. The necromancer ancestors stole a portion of the power of Asura, summoned the undead, and were cursed. The evolutionary path of a necro swordsman has no breakthrough points, only a starting point as a necro swordsman and an endpoint as an Asura." Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "Only an endpoint, is that it? What about the evolutionary path that Master told you about?" Soul nodded slightly. He was afraid the boy would lose faith. "This path is too difficult. Its length is unknown. It has no direction, only a vague endpoint. He had already given up, but he hoped the boy could do it." Lu Chen wasn't discouraged upon hearing this, saying excitedly that this made it more interesting. Soul nodded in satisfaction, looking at him. He knew he hadn't chosen the wrong person. Lu Chen looked at him blankly, somewhat speechless. On the other side, on the battlefield of Gui Guzi and the Mad Dragon Guild, although Gui Guzi had taken down many people, there was still a lot left. He was all alone, and his health bar was barely holding on. A man glared at him fiercely, telling him not to push himself too hard, and that he'd see him off. Gui Guzi snorted coldly, "Just him. If it weren't for those annoying archers, just now, that guy would already be dead." Hearing this, the man didn't back down and charged forward with his long spear. Gui Guzi immediately used his demonic armor overlord body to defend. However, the man's long spear actually managed to pierce through the demonic armor. In the great monster forest, Lu Chen arrived at the appointed time to wait for Gui Guzi. While idle, he opened the ranking board to take a look. He had finally entered the top 10. Even a hardcore grinder like Gui Guzi had been surpassed by him, but it was already past 12 o'clock. So why hadn't he arrived yet? He recalled that day when he asked him how much he could give up. He had answered that he could give up everything, that even giving it all to him would be worth it. He had made such a firm decision yesterday, and today was the first official day of training. He wouldn't be late, and he wasn't even answering private messages. He saw that he was online, and had been for quite a while, yet he hadn't gained a single level, which was quite unreasonable. Lu Chen, feeling suspicious, checked the world channel to see what was up in the demon forest near the frozen plateau. Gui Guzi finally couldn't hold on any longer. He was sitting and leaning against a tree trunk, surrounded by Kuang Long Aogu's men. Aogu frowned at him, unable to help but sigh. As expected of a top 10 expert, his armor was shattered, but he was still holding on. He then tried hard to invite Gui Guzi to join the Mad Dragon Guild, saying he would spare Gui Guzi. However, Gui Guzi was very arrogant, snorting in disdain. Seeing his expression, Aogu angrily cursed him for courting death, then ordered the remaining men behind him to charge. Those men immediately obeyed and rushed towards Gui Guzi, but before they could do anything, they were blocked by powerful streams of sword energy. The speed of the slashing sword light was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all, and many of them were taken down. Aogu retreated backward, warily asking who it was. When the dust and smoke cleared, the figure of the newcomer became clear before them. It was Lu Chen. He stood protectively in front of Gui Guzi, glaring at the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, "You dare touch my man. How dare they mess with us?" Just as both sides were about to clash, a shout rang out. "Jian Qian Chen Sha." Kuang Long Aogu saw him and immediately roared, "Jian Qian Chen Sha, you've come at the perfect time, saving me the trouble of finding you. Now I'll send you all on your way together." With that, he turned and swiftly retreated. He moved out to join a few people, including mages and archers. The mages were preparing to cast spells, while the archers drew their bows, getting ready, their formation to face the enemy. Jian Qian Chen Sha had a smug look, clasping his hands behind his back in a show of contempt, but in reality, he was just putting on an exaggerated act. "Ha ha ha, for me to dare come alone, I must naturally have an ace up my sleeve. Let me show you the special ability of a necro swordsman." Then he used a skill to take 2 health potions from Gui Guzi's inventory. Gui Guzi was a bit surprised. "What was that? You can do that?" Jian Chen Chen Sha raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Great summon Azure Skybone Dragon." Kuang Long Aogu looked up at the sky in shock, utterly confused. What? But when he saw nothing happening, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned back to see only a log. Jian Qian Sha and Gui Guzi had already fled. Then Kuang Long Aogu's men looked at each other in astonishment. "Damn, we were tricked?" Kuang Long Aogu immediately yelled, "After them." At the same time, the mages and archers behind them began to unleash their skills in a barrage covering all directions towards the two fleeing figures. The continuous explosions lit up the entire sky. Guzi, who was running for his life, shouted, "Zhang Qian, at this rate, we'll be worn down. We're gonna die anyway, let's turn back and fight." Zhang Qian turned back and shook his head. "Trust me, follow me." A bomb flew towards them, forcing the two to leap away, or they would have been goners. Behind them, the mages and archers continued to attack. Kuang Long Aogu yelled, "Don't stop, blast them to death." The full firepower rained down on the two of them. Do these guys have no limits? They're spamming skills like they're free. The firepower and arrows continuously rained down on the two, causing Guzi to scream in fear. "Oh my god, run faster." The two ran forward hand in hand, with bombs still exploding behind them. They ran towards the camp of the undead patrol. The place had already been blown to bits, with debris from the tents flying everywhere. Kuang Long Aogu, leading a group of his members, closed in and appeared right behind the two. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Qian, you have nowhere left to run, prepare to die." Zhang Qian turned his head to look back. "Nowhere left to run. It's not me who has nowhere to run, it's you." He waved his hand and laughed loudly, leaving Kuang Long Aogu utterly confused. Zhang Qian called out, "Undead patrol, come on out." Instantly, a troop of undead emerged and surrounded Aogu's group, causing them to be both shocked and afraid. Kuang Long Aogu now realized he'd been lured into a trap. "Oh no, we've fallen for it." The captain of the undead patrol spoke up. "Fortunately, little brother Zhang Qian sent someone to inform us to hide underground. You humans actually dared to raid our camp." After hearing this, Guzi was completely astonished. "Oh my god, was this all Zhang Qian's plan?" Kuang Long Aogu roared in fury. "Zhang Qian, you despicable villain, I'll show you." Zhang Qian cut him off. "Don't listen to his rambling, he's stalling to heal. Brothers, get him." Kuang Long Aogu was so furious he clenched his fists. "Guzi, I'm leaving the How Long to you. Captain Fa Ke, the shield warriors and range classes are handled by the undead patrol." Zhang Qian gave the order. Guzi acknowledged the command. Then Zhang Qian raised his sword and charged forward first, rushing towards Kuang Long Aogu, his sword transforming into a scythe. Kuang Long Aogu had now switched to a defensive stance, and seeing him charge, he used both hands to block. Damn it! On Captain Fei Qi's side, he brandished his long staff to suppress the opponent. "Kill all these humans." The undead soldiers were fiercely attacking the mages and archers. "Kill them all." The ones being attacked screamed in pain and terror. "Don't come over here, help." Meanwhile, Guzi was facing off against Xiaolong Wang with great smugness. "Haha, without the support of archers and mages. Are you this weak?" The Dragon King could only fume. "Damn it." Guzi attacked without holding back. "I told you, I can solo you in minutes." Behind Guzi, an assassin appeared, intending to take the opportunity to strike. "Watch out!" Zhang Qian yelled. Then, Kuang Long Aogu was thrown directly at the assassin, causing him to falter. Zhang Qian's entire body was like an arrow, suddenly shooting out as fast as lightning, dashing towards the assassin. He tossed a health potion to Guzi. "Catch, remember, to heal up." Guzi immediately thanked Zhang Qian. He thought to himself, so this is the advantage of fighting as a team, Zhang Qian. Chen slashed his sword across the waist of Kuang Long and the assassin, leaving them no time to defend. Just as Zhang Qian was about to kill Kuang Long Aogu, a warrior appeared behind Zhang Qian. "This is a great opportunity. I can finally kill him." "Die, tyrant slash." Zhang Qian managed to react, using his sword to block the dangerous blow. Just relying on some fool who doesn't know his place, Captain Fa Ke, having just killed a mage, laughed loudly. "Haha, brothers, kill all these human invaders." At that very moment, a strike flew past Captain Fa Ke, causing his head to fly off his neck. The person held Fa Ke's skull. It was the Bright Ranger Feng Shui Huan Shang, holding the skull in one hand, and a sword over her shoulder, her mask and fluttering cloak making her look very imposing. Zhang Qian was surprised. Killed Fa Ke that quickly? The Mad Dragon Guild has an expert of this caliber? Xiaolong Wang, who was fighting with Guzi, also shouted, "Feng Shui Huan Shang, you finally agreed to join the Mad Dragon Guild. Guzi, you guys are dead for sure." Guzi stepped forward quickly, viciously striking at Xiaolong Wang with his spear. "Even if she helps you, you're still dead." The Dragon King hurriedly called for help. "Feng Shui Huan Shang, come save me." Guzi taunted, "Can't you fight without someone to help you?" He just smirked because he saw Feng Shui Huan Shang flying very quickly towards Guzi. He thought Feng Shui Huan Shang would help him, but unexpectedly, she dashed towards Xiaolong Wang and decapitated him with a single slash. Guzi watched in confusion. How strange, aren't they on the same side? Then Feng Shui Huan Shang turned and slashed at Guzi. Both Xiaolong Wang and Guzi fell. Zhang Qian was extremely worried. Guzi. Zhang Qian lunged towards Feng Shui Huan Shang, raising his sword to strike her. "What on earth are you trying to do?" Feng Shui Huan Shang turned to dodge the swift slash, taking advantage of the momentum. she spun around domineeringly with a powerful attack, slashing right at Zhang Qianquan's neck. She was truly terrifying, with just one sword strike, caused everyone to die in an instant. The ground was littered with corpses, and she was turning her camera to claim the reward. A message appeared from Gi Guzi. Oh my god, this woman is too strong. She cleared everyone out by herself in just a moment. Zhang Qianquan also messaged. I'm back. Yeah. She just got lucky. Everyone's health was low anyway. She's not leaving now. Probably forgot to turn on her camera for the reward, wanting to camp our bodies. He looked over at Gui Guzi and sent a message. We're near the Yiling camp. We can respawn pretty quickly. I'll count to 3 and we'll revive together to kill her. Then we'll retreat. Gui Guzi replied. Okay, we can't let her get the bounty that easily. The countdown began. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Qianxia gave the signal to revive. Feng Se Huanshang was currently standing and panning her camera to survey the scene. Gi Guzi and Zhang Qianxia had just respawned, and the two of them almost simultaneously rushed forward to unleash their skills. The Vermilion Ring Fire Strike launched towards Feng Se Huanshang. This move created a huge explosion, with black smoke billowing everywhere. The first wave of the attack didn't deal much damage, and Feng Se Huanshang quickly dodged it and grabbed Gui Guzi's spear. Zhang Qianxia immediately fell back, signaling to Gui Guzi, who understood the command. Come on. She immediately aimed a flowing light slash at Gui Guzi, who then activated his triple body demon armor skill to block it. Feng Se Huanshang lost health, her HP dropping by 124. Gi Guzi praised, nice one. Feng Se Huanshang gritted her teeth and shouted, you're asking for it. Feng Se Huanshang furiously swung her sword in a counterattack. Zhang Qianxia managed to dodge back in time, but still lost 89 HP. Zhang Qianxia dodged it, but he broke out in a cold sweat. That was close. Gui Guzi wasn't scared at all. He recklessly thrust his spear forward. Ha, take this. A hit. Feng Se Huanshang lost 221 HP. Feng Se Huanshang quickly stabbed back at Gui Guzi. How dare a piece of trash like you act so brazenly. This move made Gi Guzi lose 246 HP. Zhang Qianxia, seeing the opportunity, launched another ambush. He unleashed his speed and attack power with immense force, striking Feng Se Huanshang's health bar. Her HP dropped by 125. She then gradually lost her balance and began to fall. As she lay flat on the ground, Gui Guzi walked up and resentfully kicked Feng Se Huanshang. Damn it, aren't you number 1? You still got killed, just like anyone else. I'll camp your body for a night and see how tough you are then. Zhang Qianxia grabbed Gui Guzi's hand with a serious face. Camp my foot. Let's get out of here. There's no undead patrol team. It'll be a problem if the Kuanglong people revive soon. A notification appeared. Time countdown. Undead patrol team respawning in 23, 58, 13 seconds. Zhang Qianxia and Gi Guzi immediately turned and ran away. No more talking. Let's go level up. That's right. On the outskirts of Hanbing Port, Zhang Qianxia had been killing some small mobs to level up. He was eating the bread that Shinran had brought him. He looked down to see what was wrong with Shinran, who looked very sad. Shinran, you seemed unhappy just now. What happened? The little girl nodded, pointing into the distance as she replied, Big brother, over there, there's an old man who seems to be hurt. Can you help him? An injured old man. Zhang Qianxia's eyes lit up. Of course, I'll help him for you. Don't be sad anymore. Shinran couldn't help but stand up happily and smile. Big brother, Shinran knew you were a good person. Zhang Qianxia laughed out loud, but thought to himself, there's no quest notification, but it's worth checking out, better than nothing. In the wild forest, Zhang Qianxia went deeper inside. Inside, he found an old man leaning against the base of a tree, lamenting. Ah, I'm going to die. These wild bears will be the death of me. Found him, with a voice that loud, he can't be dead yet. It turned out to be a wilderness hunter. Zhang Qianxia walked forward and asked in a low voice, Sir, are you all right? The old man was horrified to see that Zhang Qianxia was just a skeleton. A night spirit. Then he brandished his bow and arrow. Don't come near me. Zhang Qianxia mentally cursed. Crap, I forgot to wear my mask. Night spirits and humans are not allies. After finding out I'm a night spirit, will he still give me the quest? Zhang Qianxia decided to go for broke. No way, I can't let a quest that's already within my grasp slip away. Zhang Qianxia immediately knelt, punching the ground repeatedly and feigning agony with tears and snot streaming down his face. Boo! Who? Sir. You don't know my story? I was once a humble human warrior. I was bitten by a night spirit while on a mission, and that's how I turned into a night spirit. But I've always held to my principle. I'd rather starve and eat grass than ever harm a human. The old man said sympathetically, what a tragic story. The old man stepped forward and patted Zhang Qianxia's shoulder. Good child, whether you're human or a night spirit, as long as you have a conscience, you're a good person. Zhang Qianxia nodded vigorously. I'm a good person. So how did you end up injured out here? The old man replied dejectedly. Oh, young man, I'm the only hunter in my village. I came here hoping to find some meat, but I never thought there would be so many wild bears gathered here. I've been under attack by them for 3 days. If you hadn't shown up today, I would have surely met my maker. Zhan Qiansha shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll help you get out of this forest. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. He grabbed his hand, extremely excited. All right, young man, if you can just help me get out of here, I'll pass on my hunting and cooking skills to you. I'm a renowned hunter and cook in these parts. Zhan Qiansha also gripped the old man's hand tightly. Rest assured, sir. You can leave this to me inwardly. He was ecstatic. 2 secondary professions that others couldn't even dream of, and he was getting 2 right here. Upon completing the quest, Zhan Qiansha leveled up to 25 and immediately equipped his new weapon and cloak, thinking to himself that he looked pretty cool. Just then, a notification displaying his character stats appeared. Attribute information. Name, Zhan Qiansha. Class, Necro Swordsman, level 25. Primary stats. Health 575, Mana 355, Strength 35, Agility 16. Secondary stats. Attack 60, 1 to 90, Defense 80, Movement Speed 32. Reputation 264, Spell Power 0, Magic Resistance 49, Attack Speed 32, Luck 1. At the same time, the notification panel also displayed that his bounty had been increased. My bounty has increased. Just then, Dushi-san called him. 6 bro, what did you do now for your bounty to go up to 80,000? He replied, what, 80,000? It almost makes me want to off myself for the cash, Shi-san grimaced. You can't do it yourself, so you might as well let me. He immediately agreed. That makes sense. Hurry up and get to level 25, and we'll go collect that bounty. You got it, Dushi-san said in a wheedling tone. Hee, but leveling up requires resources. 6 bro, how about spotting your little bro some more cash? Get lost. Zhan Qiansha yelled at Shi-san. Didn't I just give you 15 silver coins? Are they gone already? What did you spend it on? Dushi-san quickly explained. 6 bro, you have no idea what the prices are like in Floating Ice City. A single heal for 100 points costs 4 silver coins. After buying some equipment, 2 heals like that and the money's all gone. Zhan Qiansha opened his skill window, looked at the required materials, and questioned him. 4 silver coins? Is that thing really worth 4 silver coins? On the display, under the cooking tab, level 1 applesauce, ingredients 5 apples and 1 empty bottle, effect restores 100 health points. Level 2 rice ball, ingredients 15 sticky rice, 5 chicken meat, 5 salt, effect restores 200 health points. Back at the headquarters of the Mad Dragon Guild, Longhan Thian-ha angrily slammed the table and shouted, Twice. It's been twice. The elite forces of the Mad Dragon Guild have been completely wiped out twice. What a disgrace. Tu Long Vuong didn't dare say anything more. He just replied, Boss, calm down. I've already increased the bounty. Someone will definitely wear him down even if they can't kill him. We'll have good news very soon. Hearing this, Longhan Thian-ha calmed down a bit and agreed to let the bounty hunters deal with them. Kwang Long Jiao Kat, sitting beside them, asked, What about Fong Sak Hu Yen Tuang? That witch is getting more and more out of hand. We followed your advice and didn't give her the bounty money. Are we not going to deal with her anymore? Longhan Thian-ha gave a sinister, cold smile and replied, Just let her be arrogant for now. For her, I have a plan. The scene changes to the plaza of Fubang City, where a group of people are in the bustling market, trading goods. Boss, how much for this? Another person from afar shouted, Precious magic stones, come and see. Tramcan Tram Sa, wearing a mask to avoid being recognized, stood in the plaza and shouted loudly, Come one, come all, don't miss out. Applesauce for 2 silver coins a portion, and quality bear hides too. He happily thought to himself, I have the hunting skill, so I can directly pick apples, saving on material costs. 2 silver coins a portion is a huge profit. How can applesauce for 4 silver coins compete with me? A group of people passing by heard him, immediately stopped and asked, Boss, how much did you say the applesauce was? Tramcan Tram Sa pointed to the ingredients and held up 2 fingers, replying, 2 silver coins a portion, no scams, 10 times the price. After hearing that, a crowd swarmed over. I'll take 5 portions, give me 3 portions. I was here first. I'll take 10 portions. He immediately stopped everyone. Don't push, one at a time. In just a few minutes, he had earned a lot of money. He happily looked at his money pouch, an easy 400 silver coins. Just then, someone approached. Boss, this bear hide isn't bad. How much are you selling it for? Tramcan Tramsaw looked up. Brother, you've got a good eye. My bear hides are level 2 materials. The person who just asked for the price was Ba Thian Dao to Heap, and he immediately quoted a price, just 2 silver coins per hide. He seemed to know this person. Ba Thian Dao, the leader of the Dokba family, he's definitely rich. I have to make a big score off him. Ba Thian Dao was holding a bear hide to examine it, so Tram Can Tram say introduced it. Brother, take a look. This is a good bear hide. With a good tailor, 1 hide can be made into 2 or 3 pieces of decent quality leather armor. Ba Thian Dao also acknowledged, indeed, it's not bad. It's from a level 28 wild forest bear, very hard to come by. Then he didn't say much, just took out a money pouch and said decisively, I'll take them all. Tram Sa held out his hand to receive the money, smiling very happily. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. He thought to himself. As expected, a fool with lots of money. If this guy is so easy to trick. Suddenly, Bathian Dao said something with a smile that made Tram Can Tram Sa freeze for a moment. With an 80,000 bounty on your head, you can still come to the market to sell things. You truly live up to your name, Tram Can Tram Sa. Tram Can Tram Sa immediately grabbed the sword on his back defensively and asked, "What do you mean?" Bathian Dao quickly put the money in his hand, chuckling, "Haha. Brother Tramcan, no need to be so tense. We are not enemies. I'm just admiring your strength and courage." Zhang Qian Chen Sha pondered for a moment, then said while packing up, "The shop is closed. Please leave." Bathian Dao smiled faintly and added, "Brother Zhang Qian, no need to leave so quickly. Since this is our first meeting, I'd like to discuss a business deal with you." Zhang Qian Chen Sha was a little surprised. Bathian Dao explained, "I just saw that the quality of your jujube sauce is very good, and the other items aren't bad either. 1,000 servings of tier, 2 chicken rice, you set the price. 1,000 servings? Are you trying to work me to death?" Zhang Qian Chen Sha emphasized, thinking to himself, he's even letting me set the price. It seems Duba doesn't just have many experts, they have a lot of money too. I can't let this kind of rich guy get away. He calculated for a moment, then held up his fingers to make an offer to Bathian Dao. 100 servings at most, the original price is 10 silver per serving, now the price is 30 silver. Bathian Dao nodded, and immediately handed over a 500 silver deposit. Seeing this, Zhang Qian Sha realized he had quoted too low. The scene shifts to the wild forest. Zhang Qian Chen Sha and Gui Guzi have been training together for a while now. "Haha, Zhang Qian, are you just trying to tickle me?" Gui Guzi provoked. Suddenly, Zhang Qian Sha carelessly dropped his sword. Seeing this, Gui Guzi seized the opportunity. Gui Guzi used Nether Fire Strike and charged forward, intending to stab straight at Zhang Qian Chen Sha. Zhang Qian Chen Sha stood there smiling. It turns out he was just pretending to drop his sword. He tricked you. From the right flank, a large, level 28 wild panda dragon spirit charged out, ramming into Gui Guzi and causing his skill to fail. While Gui Guzi was being controlled by the panda dragon spirit, Zhang Qian Chen Sha calmly explained to Gui Guzi, "Not every opportunity in battle is a real opportunity. It could also be a trap. In a critical moment, don't panic. Calmly think and make the most advantageous choice." Then he picked up his sword. Gui Guzi was using his spear to block the bear that was trying to bite him, and he seemed to understand something. The most advantageous opportunity? Gui Guzi immediately used demonic tyrant armor to block the wild panda dragon spirit's attack. For Gui Guzi to understand so quickly made even Zhang Qian offer a word of praise. That's a very quick reaction. To be able to instantly switch skills and enter Gui Guzi was still trying to control the bear, shouting, "What's with this bear? Its level is even higher than yours?" Zhang Qian Chen Sha, who was standing there wiping his sword, explained to Gui Guzi, "This was a skull dragon spirit from a previous quest that I converted. I found that as long as I kill it, regardless of its level, it can be converted into a summon. After its level increases, the summon also looks better." Just then, Gui Guzi finally dealt with the panda dragon spirit, and he immediately turned to attack Zhang Qian Chen Sha. An opening, now die. But somehow, Zhang Qian managed to summon another spirit bear. It was a large bear. Gui Guzi's strike hit the bear, and he sighed, "Not again." Gui Guzi was forced to turn his focus to dealing with the second spirit bear. He unleashed demonic spear slash, cursing as he fought, "Damn it, are all your skills just for a meat shield summon?" At this moment, Zhang Qian had quietly circled around from the side and jumped out behind Gui Guzi. "Don't forget, your enemy isn't just the one." A flash of sword light passed, and Zhang Qian delivered a fatal blow to Gui Guzi. He lay flat on the ground, couldn't win even once today. When Gui Guzi came to, he began to reflect on what he had learned recently. "I'm already ranked second on the bounty board. The gap to first place is still so wide, as expected of Zhang Qian Chen Sha, far. I really can't beat him." A small bird flew down and landed on Gui Guzi's hand. He looked at it and thought, seizing combat opportunities, judging the enemy, detailed maneuvers. "Zhang Qian is really teaching me thoroughly. Even though every time I lose, I still feel myself getting stronger. I need to find an expert to test my skills." With that, he stood up decisively, his face filled with determination. The scene shifts to a Blackwater swamp, where a level 30 Blackwater crocodile was being attacked by a group of people. It was a group from the Duba clan, led by the level 24 warrior, Duba Shihu. "Brothers, blow it to bits, the boss can't take it anymore." The Blackwater crocodile was being hit by continuous explosions and was about to fall. Just then, Gui Guzi rushed out of nowhere to steal the kill, landing a critical hit that depleted 215 of the crocodile's health points. The Dubei group was left gaping in shock and amazement. The crocodile collapsed next to Gui Guzi. Dubei Shihu pointed at him and cursed, "Damn you." An enraged Duba Shihu was about to charge forward, but someone next to him held him back and warned, "Captain, don't be rash. That's Gui Guzi, the one who's been famous recently. He single-handedly wiped out several elite squads from other guilds. He's ranked second on the bounty board, and the Kuang Long Guild is about to go crazy because of him." Duba Shihu could only look up to the sky and yell, "Heavens, why did we have to run into this guy?" Knowing he was outmatched, Duba Shihu issued a threat. "Gui Guzi, don't push it. We're from the Duba clan." Gui Guzi's face lit up with joy. "So you guys are from Duba, huh? That's great then. Duba Shi Hu looked a bit worried. What do you mean? Guiguzi stared straight at the group. Killing the boss was just convenient. You guys are my real target. The members of Duba showed fear on their faces, utterly panicked. A moment later, Guiguzi stood alone amidst the corpses of the Duba squad and remarked, as expected of an elite squad from the Duba clan, they were indeed tough to deal with. He clenched his fist joyfully, thinking to himself that he had truly gotten stronger. The scene changes to the commercial street of Fubing City. At Food Store 13, Shi-san was a bit surprised. Lao Lu, did you really register the store under my name? He casually replied, the taxes in Fubing City for Night Spirit players are too high. Having you as the owner can save some money. Shi-san was even more surprised to learn that Zhang Qian Chen Sha had another profession. He didn't expect him to have two sub-professions, hunting and cooking. He gets the ingredients himself and makes the food himself, so besides seasonings, there's almost no cost. Ba Tian Dao has to pay 3 times the price. If he found out, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Zhang Qian immediately retorted, what's he got to cry about? This amount of money is nothing to the Duba clan. How's the intelligence gathering I asked you to do? Shi-san recounted, the strength of Gujian Meng Hun is quite weak. They lack top-tier experts. Their leader still hasn't been seen online. Zhang Qiansha fell silent, thinking for a moment. Then he spoke up. I need to level up quickly now, so I'm leaving the food-selling business to you. If you happen to meet people from Gujian Meng Hun who want to buy things, remember to give them a low price. Shi-san stroked his chin. Don't worry, leave the logistics to me. I'm already used to it. Lao Lu, before you go level up, shouldn't you give me your bounty money? Hearing this, Zhang Qian glanced at the equipment on Shi-san and considered it. With your white-grade equipment, if you claimed my bounty, no one would believe it. With that said, Zhang Qian tossed a blackstone weapon to Shi-san. Take this blackstone weapon for now. In a few days, I will get you a full set of blackstone gear. Shi-san caught the axe, his face beaming with joy. Good brother, you got it. Scene change. Arriving at Icy Harbor, there was a gate. The sky was hazy and looked very gloomy. On the ground, a level 17 undead dressed in rags like a beggar was sprawled out. He had white hair and a gaunt face that looked very familiar. As Zhang Qian Chen Sha was walking, he was stunned to see him, and looking down, he was utterly shocked. Guiguzi, he shouted furiously. Who did this? Guiguzi quickly sent a message to Zhang Qian Chen Sha. Go now. Feng Sei Huan Shang and the Mad Dragon Guild want to create a bloodbath in Icy Harbor. After reading the message, he just gave a slight smirk. A bloodbath in Icy Harbor? Such big words. On the cliff above, Feng Sei Huan Xiang had been waiting for Zhang Qian for a long time. He glanced over at her once with a look of annoyance. Feng Sei Huan Xiang, it's you again. She immediately jumped down and swung her sword at Zhang Qian, but luckily he managed to block her with his sword, asking with a sharp gaze, so what if it is? He then showed a contemptuous look. The number 1 on the ranking board is hanging out with the Mad Dragon Guild. She swung her sword in response. It's none of your business. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, the system sent a notification that Guiguzi had revived. Guiguzi sat to the side, pondering, so fast, he hasn't even made a move yet. These two are monsters. Over here, Feng Sei Huan Xiang continued to attack Zhang Qian, and he was also using his sword to defend without counterattacking. Suddenly, Zhang Qian summoned an undead, a giant level 28 bear, ready to attack that woman. It quickly knocked Feng Sei Huan Xiang away, causing her to tumble to the ground. HP minus 12, HP minus 11, HP minus 8. She was surprised, not understanding how a summon's level could possibly be higher than its master's. As soon as she finished speaking, both Zhang Qian and the undead bear charged forward to attack her. She raised her sword, a powerful golden light emanating from it, while showing a disdainful expression. Your summon is a bit interesting. Too bad it's just a creature of darkness. Zhang Qian looked at her with astonishment. That is, the great bear beside him also stopped. She unleashed the radiant light skill, the blinding golden light growing larger and larger. Zhang Qian immediately raised his hands to shield his face, while the undead bear stood in front to shield him. The illumination from the holy light critical hit caused him to lose a whole 421 points. A warning sounded. You have been affected by the radiant holy light. Defense has been reduced by 20%, and the undead bear was now just a skeleton, its entire body burned away, leaving no flesh behind. Zhang Qian was also stunned by this skill, killing the bear so quickly and reducing defense. Holy-type skills deal massive damage to night spirits. Then, she raised her sword to strike Zhang Qian. You're next. He also raised his sword to block. He scoffed. Oh, is this all you've got? She immediately pulled out a card. It was the Ice Storm skill card. Two members of the Mad Dragon Guild watched from a distance, looking astonished. Xiao Longwang said to Long Xing Tiansha, I can't believe Feng Sei Huan Shang actually has a skill card. Don't those only drop from bosses above level 35? Long Xing Tianxia considered for a moment, then replied, well, she is Feng Sei Huan Shang after all. It's not surprising she has a skill card. After the card was played, countless shards of ice appeared, raining down on Zhang Qian, forcing him to just raise his sword to defend. The ice shards that hit him caused him to continuously lose health. HP minus 24, HP minus 25, HP minus 31. The wind from the card was so strong that Zhang Qian was swept up into the air with a cry. Guiguzi, who was standing nearby, was also blown away. He cursed silently. Damn it, I knew domain-type skill cards were strong, but this is just too overpowered. Then she gathered all the ice shards into one place, then gave the command. Countless ice shards converged and shot straight towards the levitating Zhang Qian. Guiguzi was trying to hold onto a rock to avoid being swept away, and upon seeing this, he shouted, "Oh no, Zhang Qian, be careful." Suddenly, a purple light appeared, causing the ground to tremble for a moment. Guiguzi felt like he had just escaped a disaster. Oh my god. Then a giant spectral lion appeared and completely shattered Feng Huanshang's ice shards. In Zhang Qian's mouth was a skill card. He declared proudly, "I have a skill card too." The mighty lion roared, and a gale force wind blew away all of her pathetic ice chunks. The two guys from the Mad Dragon Guild were also thrown into the air. One of them had to hug a pillar to hold on. Longxing Tianxia shouted in disbelief, "What the hell? How do they both have skill cards?" Feng Huanshang, glowing with blue light, and Zhang Chen, glowing with purple light, were clashing fiercely, with neither willing to back down. Feng Huanshang analyzed Zhang Qian's skill card. His skill card, after blocking the ice storm, unexpectedly erupted with intense heat. As their swords clashed, her sword grew increasingly red and heated up. Suddenly, she pushed her sword away, causing Zhang Qian's sword to strike the ground. Zhang Qian looked smug. "You gave up your weapon. You're dead." Then he used Execution Blade to finish her. She took out a dagger to block Zhang Qian's attack, surprising him greatly. Dual wielding? While he was wondering, her other hand grabbed his sword. Then she used her skill, Flowing Light Slash, thinking she had killed him, but he unexpectedly dodged it. He thought to himself, "This is bad." He cursed silently. Damn it, if this hadn't dragged on, I wouldn't have needed to use the Azure Fire Cloak to increase my evasion rate. But his health bar had already dropped by 34 points. After seeing Zhang Qian dodge her attack, she looked shocked. He dodged it? Impossible. Since he couldn't drag it out any longer, Zhang Qian quickly pulled out the Greedy Wolf skill card. A purple light appeared around Zhang Qian. The game system displayed a notification. You have used the Greedy Wolf card. Attack speed increased by 5%, movement speed by 5%, effective for 30 minutes. Right after that, Zhang Qian immediately swung his sword horizontally, but she quickly retreated and dodged it. Over here, the two Mad Dragon Guild members were watching, still holding tightly to the pillar. The little Dragon King was shocked. No way, an attack from a skill card can be dodged. Longxing Tianxia, standing nearby, looked annoyed and jealous. An entire guild might not even have one card, so how the hell does he have two? Suddenly, they both lunged and stabbed each other. She stabbed Zhang Qian in the chest, causing him to lose 288 points, while he stabbed her in the stomach, and she lost 175 health points. Then they both collapsed. Zhang Qian, unwilling to accept it, cursed inwardly. Damn it, to think we'd die together. That damn holy system counter. Damn it. Guiguzi, who had witnessed the entire fight, was speechless when he saw them both lying on the ground. He looked unconvinced. Now this is a real fight. Both sides are at the peak of their skills, with no wasted movements. Can I ever catch up to these two? Just as they died, a notification appeared that they both revived. Zhang Qian shouted, again, "Execution Blade." She wasn't one to back down, determined to see it through, Flowing Light Slash. Longxing Tianxia watched with a gloating expression. "Hey, these two are completely insane. Quickly tell Ao Gu to bring his men over." Xiao Longwang received the order. "Yes, sir." After that, the system notification popped up again. The two of them killed each other over and over, dying and reviving countless times, until finally, they both dropped to level 17. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Zhang Qian laughed loudly and said, "Haha, let's stop killing each other. Constantly losing levels isn't good for anyone." She panted and nodded in agreement. "Phew, a truce is called." Guiguzi, standing nearby, spoke up. "You guys have finally calmed down. Look over there." Zhang Qian turned to look. The rats have finally shown their faces. The Mad Dragon Guild was leading a group of people toward their location. Longxing Tianxia laughed and said, "Not at all, not at all. The fight between you two was too spectacular. I didn't dare miss a single minute." Feng Huangxiang handed over the orb with the camera attached and said to Longxing Tianxia, "You've come at the right time. The kill video is all in here, as agreed. Remember to pay the bounty and the rental fee." Suddenly, that guy, Longxing Tianxia, went back on his word and quickly shattered the camera orb, leaving her completely stunned. Guiguzi and Zhang Qian stood there, their eyes wide with shock. Feng Huangxiang angrily shouted, "What?" That Longxing Tianxia guy even tilted his head up arrogantly. "Ah, my hand slipped. It's just a camera. You're not going to get mad over a single camera, are you?" Feng Huangxiang was so angry, her face turned red. She just wanted to run over and tear him to shreds. Longxing Tianxia then teased her. "Oh, that's right. You're here for the bounty money. Ha ha ha, too bad my target wasn't just them, but also you, Feng Huangxiang. Just because you're rank 1, you think you can mess with the Mad Dragon Guild and expect to get away unscathed?" Then he shouted, "You all must die." The three of them on this side could only stare at each other in utter confusion. Feng Huangxiang was furious and cursed at Longxing Tianxia. "You despicable little scoundrel. I should have killed you when you invited me to cooperate. Damn it, you piece of trash. Player Zhang Qian Chensha invites you to a party chat." That Longxing Tianxia guy continued to provoke her. "Ah, I invited you to join the Mad Dragon Guild many times, but you didn't care. Don't blame others for the path you've chosen yourself. Jian Qian turned to look at her and nodded as if signaling something. The Mad Dragon Guild members standing in the distance were also wondering what the three of them were planning that looked so shady. The party chat message log appeared. Gi Guzi cursed at Feng Sei Huangxiang. You're really crazy. Look at the fine mess you've made, hurting yourself and others. Are you happy now? Feng Sei Huangxiang retorted. Gui Guzi, you want to die again? Huh? Zhan Qian Chensha. Did you pull me in here just to let this guy curse at me? Gi Guzi was speechless. Zhan Qian Chensha quickly intervened. Everyone, calm down. Now is not the time to argue. Gi Guzi and Feng Sei Huangxiang, behind Zhan Qian's back, were bickering, both of them furious. Zhan Qian pointed straight at Long Xing Tianxia's face. If you can't have it, you destroy it. Aren't you afraid that if this gets out, it will damage the Mad Dragon Guild's reputation? Long Xing Tianxia also pointed back at Zhan Qian's face. Haha, a madman who steals boss, kills, and murders people all day, a guy who likes to kill everyone competing for quests to make, and a notorious criminal at the top of the bounty list. Who would believe the words of you three? A message from the party chat appeared. Zhan Qian Chensha proposed an idea. None of us are level 20 yet. Our only chance is to cooperate to win. Gi Guzi immediately agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Feng Sei Huanxiang also concurred. Okay, deal. Cooperate with him just once. That guy, Long Hang Tian Xia, shouted loudly. I've destroyed the only video evidence for the reward. All that's left is for you guys to log out of the game to end this. The Mad Dragon Guild is ridding the world of pests. Then he ordered his subordinates to send them on their way. His subordinates replied in unison, yes, sir. Immediately, thousands of colorful arrows flew towards the three people on the other side. The arrows created a massive explosion that shook the entire sky. Long Hang Tianxia thought he had killed the other three, and let out a smug laugh. Haha, record this and post it online. I have to show everyone the consequences of messing with the Mad Dragon Guild. Behind him, arrows were still being fired continuously. A second, even larger explosion occurred, shaking the area as black smoke billowed out. Suddenly, the three people, having successfully defended themselves, rushed out and shouted in his face. In your dreams, the arrows kept coming, but Zhan Qian Chen Sha and Feng Sei Huanxiang were completely unharmed. The two of them charged towards the Mad Dragon Guild with swords in hand. Long Hang Tian Xia sneered contemptuously. Still struggling when you're at death's door. Get them! Xiao Long Wang shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his voice full of confidence. Boss, watch me perform. Another subordinate also charged forward with a dagger, facing the other three who were rushing in at the speed of light. Zhan Qian Chen Sha unleashes the Scarlet Edge skill. Feng Sei Huanxiang is not to be outdone and strikes with flowing light slash. Feng Sei Huanxiang, full of indignation, shouts, get out of my way. The two of them charge forward with two slashes, sending the two minions flying into the air, unable to counterattack. That guy Long Xing Tianxia is now gripping his spear tightly, cursing, you two pieces of trash, to think I'd have to step in myself. He unleashes the Flame Assault skill, and a golden light radiates from his body, looking very formidable. He charges to slash at Gui Guzi, who quickly blocks the blow with his spear. Feng Sei Huanxiang and Zhan Chensha are flying nearby, so he shouts loudly, Gi Guzi. Gi Guzi confidently replies, leave it to me. Feng Sei Huanxiang and Zhan Chensha have already flown past Long Xing Tianxia, who sees this and realizes something is wrong. He turns to order his minions, all of you, go protect our brothers in the distance. Gui Guzi sees that while fighting him, he's distracted, so he furiously attacks him. You dare to do something else? You really don't take me seriously. He also quickly parries the blow, provoking Gui Guzi. Humph. Once your defensive skill wears off, you'll be nothing but trash to be crushed at any moment. Gui Guzi is now holding some kind of bag in his hand and laughs loudly. Ha ha. Zhan Qian gave me a bag of chicken rice. My demonic armor body can stay active all day. Do you have this kind of support? Gi Guzi continues, and there's one more thing. Does your Mad Dragon Guild only have people in the distance to protect? He taunts while attacking him. Long Xing Tianxia hears this and glances to his left, exclaiming in surprise, what? Long Xing Tianxia hears this and glances to his left, exclaiming in surprise, what? The Mad Dragon's Divine Healer Priest is being repeatedly slashed by Feng Sei Huanxiang's radiant attack, causing him to lose 541 health. He panics and cries for help. Why does this woman have a light-based attack? Help me. Nearby, Zhan Qian Chen Sha has also just slashed the strategist of the Mad Dragon Guild, making him cough up blood. He loses 421 health and can't react in time, only crying out, I'm dead. How can a level 17 kill a level 25? Long Xing Tianxia sees his subordinate getting cut down and can only grit his teeth, staring intently in that direction and letting his guard down. Gui Guzi sees this as a good opportunity and unleashes the Nether Fire Assault skill, but unfortunately for him, this guy, Gui Guzi, reacted incredibly fast. He had already grabbed onto the spear. He gaped in disbelief. I blocked it. He thought to himself, damn, I leveled down too fast. The power of my attack skill isn't enough. He immediately counterattacked, slashing towards Gui Guzi. He said contemptuously, you think you can hurt me? Get lost. You should just be a good little meat shield. Then he turned and continued to order his subordinates. All of you, attack. The support can't. Be saved now. Kill them. Meanwhile, John Kan Chen Sha and Feng She Huanxiang were still fighting hard, but it seemed the situation wasn't looking good. Feng She Huanxiang spoke up. Their attacks are too strong. We need to find a way to retreat. Just as Feng She Huanxiang was about to retreat, John Kan Chen Sha pulled her hand back. Calm down. Don't worry. We are a team. Gui Guzi rushed over just in time. I came at the right time. We are a team. Then he activated his demonic armor Aegis skill, forming a shield to protect all three of them. They stayed inside the shield as John Kan Chen Sha gave a signal. The attack is about to end. Get ready to counterattack. Feng She Huanxiang immediately agreed. Got it. The moment the attack ended, John Kan and Feng She immediately rushed out to fight the Mad Dragon group. Seeing this, Longxing Tian Xia became furious. He threatened. John Kan Chen Sha, don't even think about winning. Feng She Huanxiang flew towards him out of nowhere. Longxing Tian Xia, your opponent is me. She immediately swung her sword, aiming for his shoulder, but he managed to block it and asked, Feng She, are you looking for death? John Kan Chen Sha was surrounded by the members of Mad Dragon, and they arrogantly mocked him, walking right into a crowd. You really are brainless. Prepare to die, John Kan Chen Sha. Hearing this, he just gave a wry smile and pulled out a red card. The Blazing Fire Wolf skill card. A Mad Dragon subordinate saw the skill card and his jaw dropped in utter shock. How does he still have a skill card? John Kan activated the card's skill, and a flash of golden light shot past, followed by a massive blaze that incinerated each of the Mad Dragon subordinates. Longxing Tian Xia saw the great fire burning his men. He roared in fury. John Kan Chen, you force my hand. Triple Demon Horn Strike skill card. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a golden card with a keylin on it. A notification panel appeared. You've used the Demon Horn Strike card. The first hit has a 100% critical chance, the second has 200%, and the third has 500%. This skill card boosted his power. He immediately slashed at Feng She Huanxiang, and despite her best efforts to block, she was sent flying, only able to exclaim. So strong. After dealing with Feng Shi, he rushed towards Zan Kan Chen Sha. It's your turn. Zan Kan Chen Sha. Zan Kan was already standing there waiting for him. Perfect timing. Longxing Tian Xia flew forward and slashed directly at him, and he immediately stepped back to block. He never expected the slash to be so powerful that it broke his sword in two. He seized the opportunity, spinning around to slash at him again. Go die. John Kan didn't know what to do at this moment. It looked like this was it for him. Suddenly, the demonic armor Aegis appeared, and his spear could only pierce the shield. Gi Guzi had appeared, but Longxing Tian Xia's spear shattered the shield. The spear tip pierced through Gi Guzi's forehead, causing him to lose 418 health. Zhan Kan, who was behind him, couldn't help but praise him. Nice one, Gui Guzi. Longxing Tian Xia and Gui Guzi faced each other. The furious Longxing shouted in Gui Guzi's face, Damn it, why are you everywhere? Gui Guzi was no slouch either. I am the tank of this team. As long as I am standing, none of them will fall. Too bad. Gui Guzi thrust his spear straight into his stomach, causing him to lose a chunk of his health. He still shouted defiantly, You think you can take me down with that flimsy spear? Dream on. Gui Guzi retorted confidently, This is a team fight. A flimsy spear does not need to be powerful, just good enough. While the guy, Longxing Tianxia, was still confused, Feng She Huanxiang was raising her sword, appearing behind him. Die, you scum. She used flowing light slash. A streak of light flashed by, and her slash sent Longxing's head flying from his neck, his health bar dropping by 522. And just like that, he fell. His body in one place, his head in another. Gui Guzi put his arm around Zhan Qian's shoulder and laughed heartily. Haha, so satisfying. Fighting as a team is the best. Zhan Qian agreed. That is right. While Feng She Huanxiang just hummed in agreement, the three were surrounded by nothing but corpses. The scene changes to a wild forest. Feng She Huanxiang, looking tired, asked Zhan Qian. Gui Guzi logged off. Are you not going offline too? Zhan Qian was also resting under a tree. He replied, Yeah, I took a big hit today and lost a lot of levels. I need to go grind some more. Feng She Huanxiang coughed lightly and asked, By the way, what province are you in? Zhan Qian answered, I am in City S. Feng She continued, Me too. Do you want to meet up? Zhan Qian agreed to the suggestion, but also set a condition. We can meet, but you have to show me what you look like. Otherwise, forget it. I cannot meet up without even knowing what your real face looks like. After hearing this, Feng She Huanxiang thought for a moment. Ah, all right. Then she raised her hand to her face, preparing to remove her mask. The Silver Fir House, a small cafe in the city center. Lu Chen was scrolling through his phone while waiting for someone. It was almost 3 o'clock, but the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet. Just then, a delicate voice suddenly spoke up as a cup of coffee was placed on his table, making him look up in surprise. In front of him was a strange girl, but the people around them knew her and were constantly whispering. From their chatter, he learned that this girl's name was Lin Yushin, the campus belle of S University. Lu Chen frowned slightly, murmuring the name Feng She Huangxiang. Lin Yushin then sat down in the chair opposite him, and he knew his guess was right. He could not help but tease. This posture must be part of some scheme. Lin Yixin let out a small laugh, explaining shyly, "This is an apology for what happened before. I was greedy and got used by Kuang Long." Lu Chen shook his head, declining to comment. It was all in the past, all for a bounty of a few tens of thousands. There was nothing wrong with that, but did she really need to take them down over a dozen times? At the mention of this, Lin Yixin became even more embarrassed, saying in a low voice, "The first time was for the bounty, but the next few times I took them down were really just to vent my anger." Lu Chen could not help but frown. Lin Yixin continued to explain what had happened. Previously, she had accepted a mission to eliminate the undead patrol, which she had prepared for 10 hours. Who would have thought that Lu Chen and Gui Guzi would lead the Kuang Long Guild into a huge battle with the undead patrol, ruining her plan? It was a beginner D-rank mission. Yet, in the end, she got nothing. Then she tried to collect the bounty on him, only to be taken down by him instead. The more she spoke, the angrier she got, her face turning bright red. Lu Chen listened to her rant for a while before giving a wry smile, saying they had already paid the price. He then asked her why she was looking for him, but in his heart, he was cursing. This girl really holds a grudge. I had better not mess with her in the future. Hearing his question, Lin Yixin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. She wanted to form a guild and invited him to join. The former number 1 and number 2 working together would surely make everything go smoothly. However, as soon as she made the offer, Lu Chen immediately refused, saying he would not join. Lin Yixin saw his determination clearly and didn't force him. After all, they had fought together, so even if he didn't join, they could still be friends. Lu Chen had no problem with that and then asked her, "You probably don't just want to deal with the Kuang Long Guild, right?" Lin Yixin didn't hide anything. What was Kuang Long? Her real targets were Duba's Tyrant Blade and Lu Chen himself. Hearing this, he couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Interesting. The two talked for a little longer, reached an agreement to cooperate, and then left. The next day, Shizhen and Lu Chen were packing things. Shizhen asked him about his meeting with Lin Yixin yesterday. He was afraid that she had lured him into something, since he was suddenly looking for a place to set up a studio today. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, inserted the key into the door of the room in front of them, and slowly explained that he had originally planned to start a studio back when he played Ling Dong. Unfortunately, after moving to Tianzong, he was always short on cash and couldn't afford to rent an office. But after taking down the guild master of the Kuang Long Guild, he had the funds. So, Lu Chen was very grateful for the reward from Kuang Long. The two slowly entered the room, scanning their surroundings. Shizhen was quite satisfied. The place was pretty good. He then asked Lu Chen what the next step was. Lu Chen stated his goal, recruiting the first member for the studio. Hearing this, Shizhen's eyes lit up. He wanted to know who Lu Chen would look for, suggesting, "What about Feng Sei, Huan Xiang?" But Lu Chen shook his head. Lin Yixin wasn't someone you could just recruit on a whim, and besides, she already had her own plans. Shizhen frowned slightly, so who could they invite? They couldn't just invite a newbie. But Lu Chen nodded with a mysterious smile. One newbie is enough for a studio. Shizan knew he was referring to him and snorted coldly. Then he asked, "So who exactly do you want to invite?" Lu Chen gave a faint smile and said a name, Gui Guzi, of course. As soon as the name was mentioned, Shisan was shocked. This was the top 10 player on the level rankings. On the wanted list, he was second only to Lu Chen. Could he really get him to join the studio? Lu Chen was very confident. He patted Shizan on the shoulder and told him not to worry. He should just take a good nap this afternoon, and tonight they would start the next step. That evening, Lu Chen logged into the game. He was at the zombie grounds of the Icy Ridge and sent a message to Gui Guzi, telling him to come over if he wasn't busy. Gui Guzi replied quickly, asking what was up. Lu Chen told him there was something good, and he immediately agreed to come. Gui Guzi was a rare expert. Although his current strength was far behind Lu Chen and Lin Yixin, he was still a top-tier player who could handle ordinary elite monsters on his own. A moment later, Gui Guzi finally arrived. He got straight to the point and asked Lu Chen what was going on. Lu Chen called him Little Gui, and then asked if he had ever thought about which guild he would join in the future. Gui Guzi asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Lu Chen stated frankly that he had just started a studio and wanted to invite him to join. The location was in the new district of S City, with convenient transportation. It included a private room, covered room and board, and an unlimited supply of mana-restoring food. Gui Guzi frowned slightly, and finally said arrogantly that he was a top-ranked player. Many people out there were trying to recruit him, so why should he join his studio? Yours? He chuckled faintly and asked him directly if he wanted to become a top player. Gui Guzi didn't hesitate and nodded. Of course he did. In that case, there was no problem. He just had to join Lu Chen's studio under his guidance, and it would be well within reach. Hearing this, Gui Guzi immediately agreed to join, even promising that one day he would defeat Lu Chen. With that said, he left. Lu Chen watched his retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Why does everyone target him? The next day, at the train station, just as arranged, Gong Sun Gu arrived in S City. Lu Chen and Shisan went to welcome him, affectionately calling him Little Devil, but he was very displeased with this nickname. He angrily snapped, "Stop calling me that." Lu Chen wasn't in a rush and took him to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. Shisan slung an arm around his shoulder, calling him Little Devil. From now on, we're brothers. Faced with Shisan's friendliness and being called Brother B, he was a bit hesitant to respond, shyly saying he understood. Lu Chen sat to one side observing them, not quite knowing whether he should be happy or sad. The first expert his studio recruited turned out to be a formidable rival who was always targeting him. Shisan narrowed his eyes at him and asked why he called him Brother B. Gongsun-gu replied nonchalantly, "Because if you write the number 13, it looks like the letter B." Hearing this, Shisan angrily told him to stop calling him Brother B. Lu Chen frowned as he watched them, but it was still a good thing. The studio's roster was growing stronger. A moment later, the three of them returned to the office Lu Chen had just rented. Shi-san explained apologetically that they hadn't cleaned up yet since they just moved in. Gong Sun-gu didn't seem to mind, saying they could just clean up together after he put his luggage away. Lu Chen first led him to see his room, but at that moment, his gaze suddenly landed on the headset sitting on a shelf. He recognized it and rushed over in shock. "This is the special VR helmet for the Hall of Fame. Could you be Luo Chen?" He glanced at Lu Chen behind him, frowning as he asked, "Are you really Luo Chen? But you told me before that you weren't a member of the Hall of Fame." He replied nonchalantly that by the end of the Ling Dong era, he wondered if what Luo Chen had accomplished was even worthy of that place. Just then, Shi-san took out Lu Chen's trophy to show off. It was the first championship trophy from John Wushuang. The person before him truly was Luo Chen. Then he asked Gong Sun-gu if he greatly admired Luo Chen. Gong Sun-gu shook his head slightly and denied it, saying he already had an idol, and it was the legend, not Chen. The genius kid who defeated Park Han-wong at the National Esports Center. Now that was the true peak of gaming, competing for his country. Yet, upon hearing this name, both Lu Chen and Shi-sang glanced at each other with a knowing look. Gong Sun-gu observed their expressions, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. And just as he thought, he then saw the photo of Lu Chen taken with Park Han-wong sitting on the shelf. He cried out in disbelief, "How is this possible? You're really his idol, not Chen." Upon this realization, Gong Sun-gu instantly grew excited and rushed over to firmly shake Lu Chen's hand, grinning from ear to ear and calling him a legend. He knew that deleting his account in Ling Dong must have been painful, and now that they were teammates, he would definitely help him get revenge. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. He had a dream, but he wasn't seeking revenge. He was fighting for the dream of all of them. A dream of dominating the leaderboards, ruling over Zone Z, and even competing against top players from other countries on the same stage to become #1 in the world. Therefore, he suggested their studio be named the Crimson Mercenary Guild. Because he and Gong Sun-gu were both knight spirits, they were inseparable from the color of blood, and their initial investment capital for the studio was a bit limited, so they definitely had to take on mercenary quests to earn money. Gong Sun-gu agreed without hesitation, saying the name was great and reminded him of scenes of slaughter on the battlefield. Shisan was no exception, so from now on, this place would be the Crimson Mercenary Guild studio. Just like that, a team was formed. The three of them sat on the sofa to discuss their upcoming plans. Lu Chen asked what everyone thought their initial goals should be. Shizhen quickly blurted out that he wanted to take over Floating Ice City and conquer all the female gamers, but Gong Sun-gu wanted to defeat Quang Long, eliminate Duba, and trample Ju Long. However, Lu Chen said in a serious tone, "Our initial goal is to make money." As soon as he said this, Shizhen and the other guy were stunned. Shizhen quickly took out a calculator to do the math for 6 months of rent, 4 computers, and in-game item purchases, so the 80,000 in prize money was already gone in just 2 days. Lu Chen could only sigh. They only had this week's food money left. If they didn't earn more next week, they'd be eating dirt. At this moment, Gong Sun-gu suggested collecting the bounty on his head. Speaking of which, Shizhen remembered that they did have the bounty money for Xiaogi. Lu Chen also agreed, saying he would go level up, while the two of them should get online and collect the reward first. Yang Wei. As soon as Lu Chen logged in, he ran to this place to do a quest. Not long after, Shizhen called to say the wanted order had been cancelled. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. The Quanglong guys suddenly grew a brain, so Shizhen and Xiaogi could only team up to farm a dungeon for just 40 silver. When Lu Chen heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Leveling up while also making money. Then Shizan excitedly said he found a gig for him. A top expert on the leaderboards just placed an order for 100 portions of level 3 food, 50 silver per portion, and they were in a huge hurry. It had to be completed within 12 hours. Lu Chen opened the ingredients panel to take a look, then frowned. A top expert needing a large amount of food so urgently meant they were preparing to fight a boss. He suggested Shizan ask for an extra 5%, but Shizan, being savvy, wanted to ask for 10%. Just then, a notice suddenly appeared on the announcement board stating that Duba Dao had successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player in Floating Ice City. Lu Chen felt resentful when he saw it. If he hadn't lost levels fighting Lin Yixin, how could that guy be the first to reach level 30? Whatever, he would go make money first. With that, he immediately ran to the defense canyon to find green peppers. Only the green peppers were guarded by a giant snake of an unknown level. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown at the snake before him. If he couldn't see its level, it had to be at least 10 levels higher than him. Picking a single pepper was already this life-threatening. He had to make that recipe designer pay double. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward, using Vermilion Edge to attack the giant snake. This one move dealt critical damage to it. He was very satisfied with this. As expected, hitting a snake's weak spot was very effective. Immediately after, he continued to aim for that same spot, and the damage dealt was immense. But at this moment, the giant snake suddenly whipped its tail at him, making him cry out in pain. Not only that, it also spewed a cloud of blue smoke to attack Lu Chen. The moment he came into contact with this blue smoke, the system notified him that he had been hit, poisoned, and losing 5% of his current health. He couldn't help but frown. The poison was too strong. He had to end this quickly. With that thought, Lu Chen immediately summoned his undead. The giant serpent continued to spit venom at him. However, the serpent suddenly felt a sharp pain in its body, its health continuously dropping, but the attacker was nowhere to be seen. But Lu Chen could see it. He satisfyingly praised Big Bear for a job well done. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward again, continuously swinging his sword through the air. The sharp sword gleam, like a flash of lightning, struck the serpent's body, dealing massive damage. To finish off the serpent, he then used Vermilion Edge to fiercely stab into its back. Purple rays of light danced in the air. This one move dealt critical damage to the serpent, killing it just like that. The good news was that by defeating it, he directly leveled up to 31, becoming the top player in Floating Ice City. Lu Chen leisurely stood on the serpent's back, collecting the loot while checking the ranking board. He saw that Lin Yixin had reached level 30 and couldn't help but think, this beauty leveled up pretty fast, but she was still a little behind him. This serpent boss gave quite a lot of experience, and the drops weren't bad either. All of them good items. Except for the skill book, which he would keep, the rest could be sold for a high price. He was rich now. Lu Chen looked at the serpent's corpse in front of him, feeling it shouldn't be wasted. Its power was not weak, suitable to replace Big Bear. No sooner said than done, he began to chant the incantation, Death's Grasp, to summon an undead. Very quickly, he succeeded. His undead had transformed into an undead serpent emperor. Lu Chen was overjoyed. After finishing this level 3 dungeon, he would have to grind levels to increase his power all at once. At the Frozen Steel Cross, Lu Chen went to find Sol, but as soon as they met, he was scolded by the old man for his appearance. How could he entrust the mission of a necro swordsman to him? Lu Chen could only say apologetically that he was as fast as he could be. Sol sighed softly, then told him to hand over 5 gold coins and he would perform the promotion ceremony for him and even throw in 3 new skill books. Hearing this, Lu Chen was a bit suspicious. It was that easy with no other requirements? Sol frowned and asked, "What did you want?" Lu Chen gave a wry smile, shook his head, and then handed him 5 gold coins. The man began the promotion ceremony for him. He had successfully upgraded to a bronze-ranked swordsman, but the fact that it was so easy made it feel unreal. But he didn't overthink it, assuming Sol wouldn't harm him, and then he checked the 3 books the man gave him. A moment later, Sol finally spoke. "Now that you've mastered the new skills, hurry up and go fight to improve yourself." Lu Chen didn't hesitate and agreed, running off. Watching his retreating back, Sol suddenly revealed a malicious smile. "You must get stronger quickly, my good disciple. I can hardly wait to take your soul." Elsewhere, at the Wailing Canyon, the area was guarded by a fallen knight. In a bush nearby, Lin Yixin and Lu Chen were hiding and observing. Lin Yixin said in a low voice, "It's very difficult to deal with. In a bit, I'll be the main attacker, and Lu Chen, you support." Lu Chen nodded slightly, telling her not to worry. As long as the money was good, it was no problem. Lin Yixin snorted coldly, calling him a money grubber, before suggesting they charge in together. The moment she appeared, she used Flowing Light Slash, slashing down, but unfortunately, the fallen knight blocked her attack, taking no damage at all. Right after that, Lu Chen also rushed forward, using his Vermilion Edge, imbued with purple energy, to slash at the knight's abdomen, but the damage dealt wasn't much. The fallen knight had already pushed Lin Yixin away and was now facing Lu Chen. Seeing the sword swinging towards him, he quickly dodged and glanced over at Lin Yixin. He couldn't help but question, "Miss Lin, where did you get such a high-level quest? This is a bit too intense, don't you think?" Hearing this, she fiercely bit her lip and retorted that this was her job advancement quest. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Are Traveler of Light advancement quests this difficult?" While attacking the knight with fire on one side, Lin Yixin answered his question. The quest for advancement is never easy, and it's even harder for special jobs. At that moment, a ray of brilliant light appeared in her hand and shot towards the fallen knight with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was lost in his own thoughts. His quests were very easy. Could it be that Sui wanted him to get stronger quickly? No, there must be something wrong. At the same time, the fallen knight was hit by the light, reducing its stats by 20%, but it suddenly passed through the brilliant light and slashed towards Lin Yixin, startling her. She quickly retreated, a hint of suspicion in her eyes, wondering how a dark creature could possibly cut through light. A sharp red sword aura was rushing towards her. Right after that, the sound of an explosion suddenly rang out, and flames erupted in the air. Fortunately, before it exploded, Lu Chen had summoned an undead spirit, using its tail to wrap around Lin Yixin and pull her away. She asked in surprise, "You can change your summons?" He snorted coldly and said smugly that there were many things she didn't know. Then, he suggested that they advance together. Lin Yixin immediately agreed. The two of them, along with the undead Python King, charged straight towards the fallen knight. Lu Chen activated Crimson Blade, and sword energy began to dance in the air, moving with lightning speed to strike, dealing critical damage to the knight. At the same time, the undead Python King also spat venom at the knight, poisoning it, and causing it to lose 5% of its current health every 10 seconds. The fallen knight's health continuously dropped. Lin Yixin and Lu Chen's attacks became even fiercer, pinning it down from the front and back. A second later, the two of them simultaneously used their skills to attack the knight. Under their fierce assault, the knight was defeated, and Lin Yixin leveled up to 32, becoming the top player on the leaderboard. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, complaining that he had just reached the top spot 2 hours ago only to be pushed down by her, and that taking only 2 gold from her was a raw deal. Lin Yixin pouted slightly and casually said that he was the one who promised not to overcharge, so he shouldn't try to raise the price at the last minute. Then, she mentioned she had a quest for 1 hour for 3 gold coins and asked if he was interested. At the Giant Rock Canyon, a group of players were attacking the Guardian of the Giant Rock. Meanwhile, in a bush not far away, Lu Chen and Lin Yixin were hiding. Lu Chen looked at her suspiciously, asking if this was her 3 gold coin quest, stealing a level 40 boss from Kuang Long. She calmly admitted that this boss had a chance to drop a ceiling card with a 100% success rate for taming a pet. After hearing this, Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched with excitement. All right, but you'll have to pay more. Faced with this money grubber, Lin Yixin felt a bit helpless. If we succeed, I'll add more money. Lu Chen chuckled and told her to trust him. She knew he was very powerful, but she didn't forget to remind him not to be careless. This time, Kuang Long had a real expert taking action. Lin Yixin was referring to the Crimson Iron Contract Warrior, level 31. A level 31 overturning clouds and rain demon knight. Lu Chen couldn't help but be impressed as he watched the two agilely fight the stone giant. Did they join Mad Dragon? As expected of top players, they immediately identified the boss's joints as its weak point. Lin Yixin also nodded in agreement. Longxing Tianxia had poured a lot of money into Tianzong, recruiting many high-ranking experts. Lu Chen clicked his tongue upon hearing this, thinking how nice it is to be rich. If he had known Dan Shu Tiki was from Mad Dragon, he would have jacked up the price for the level 3 food. Too bad there's no medicine for regret. At this moment, the battle between the stone giant and the members of Mad Dragon had become extremely fierce. The energy from their skills filled the air. The stone giant became enraged from their constant harassment. The members of Mad Dragon immediately retreated. Seeing this, Lin Yixin suggested they get ready to attack once the boss got closer. But Lu Chen stopped him. Lin Yixin listened to him, waited quietly, and continued to observe the battle between Mad Dragon and the stone giant. Just then, Longxing Tianxia saw a good opportunity and hastily urged everyone to launch a powerful attack. Immediately, a barrage of skills was aimed at the stone giant's joints, causing its health to drop rapidly. At this point, the stone giant's health was just over 2,000. The Mad Dragon members continued to attack the stone giant. A moment later, the stone giant's health finally dropped to only 2,000. The two of them charged forward simultaneously, rushing towards the stone giant like a flash of lightning. Lin Yixin realized something and shouted, "It's an ambush." The two quickly used their swords to block the surprise attack, and an explosion erupted, creating a large spark in the air. Seeing this, Longxing Tianxia smirked triumphantly. Just as he expected, some rats had fallen into the trap, and they were even acquaintances. He praised the person beside him, then ordered them to finish off the boss quickly. However, at this moment, a mocking voice rang out. "You think you can hurt us with just that cold wind trick? You're delusional." When they looked again, they only saw Lu Chen and his companions standing on the head of a giant serpent. Lu Chen snorted coldly. "You've gotten smarter this time, even learning how to set an ambush." Dan Shu Tichi was astonished. He looked at the two. How are they unharmed? However, no one answered him, as the duo had already charged forward with the Serpent King. It was the Mad Dragon members' first time seeing Lu Chen's undead Python King, and they found it a bit difficult to deal with, so they hurriedly blocked the serpent's path, preventing the two from reaching the stone giant. Lu Chen snorted coldly, then used his sword to strike down, directly taking out one guy. After eliminating a few tanks, 3 others used their shields to block them, and an invisible wall appeared around them. However, the two were not panicked. Lin Yixin calmly used a piercing aura to attack. Instantly, a beam of light shot straight through the invisible wall, shattering the encirclement of the 3 men in front of them in the blink of an eye. After that, the two arrived in front of the stone giant. Lin Yixin said smugly, "It's your turn now, boss." The two of them charged forward with their weapons without another word, but Lu Chen's undead Python King had been defeated by this point. The two of them didn't pay it much mind and focused on attacking the stone giant, but the damage they dealt wasn't very high. Dan Shu Tichi saw this and became tense, hurriedly giving an order, "Don't hit the boss by mistake. Focus all firepower on Lu Chen and his partner, control the boss's health. He must land the final blow." At the same time, after a round of attacks, Lu Chen and his partner had lowered the boss's health to just 1,700, but the Mad Dragon Guild's attacks were still coming. Lin Yixin immediately suggested that, "I'll block the damage so Lu Chen can finish off the boss." Lu Chen immediately rushed to the top of the stone giant's head and slashed down, but he missed. Lin Yixin asked anxiously, "Can you do it?" He snorted coldly. How can a man ever say he can't? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated Crimson Edge, and a sharp blade of light slashed down from the top of the stone giant's head, directly depleting all of its health and finishing it off on the spot. Lu Chen also leveled up to 32. The Mad Dragon members watched this scene, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Crimson Scroll Iron Contract cried out in shock, over 1,700 health. Even 2 of his critical hits might not have been enough, yet Lu Chen dealt that much damage in a single blow. Fan Yu Fuyu reacted quickly, telling him to grab the loot, and he immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them rushed forward together, but Lin Yixin noticed and used Flowing Light Slash to block their path. buying time for Lu Chen to collect the loot. The Mad Dragon members were now furious and charged forward to attack. Lin Yixin saw they were outnumbered and hurriedly told Lu Chen to run. Lu Chen had already collected everything, so there was no need to stay any longer. Immediately after, the two of them passed through the firewall in front of them and fled. The Mad Dragon members saw this and shouted angrily, "Stop right there." But unfortunately, whoever stops when they're running away, flames continuously shot towards them. Lu Chen and his companion hastily dodged. Lin Yixin asked him if he had an escape plan. He nodded slightly, then suggested she attack the cliff walls on both sides. Lin Yixin followed his instructions and slashed at the cliff, causing giant boulders to quickly roll down, filling the area with massive rocks in the blink of an eye. The Mad Dragon members were trapped inside, making it impossible for them to pursue, and they roared in frustration. Outside, Lu Chen smugly ran away. The two of them quickly ran back to the forest to check the items for a moment, but Lin Yixin said with dissatisfaction, "We took a big loss. It's only a sealable item. The weapon isn't for my class. The ring has a dark attribute, and I still have to pay you." Lu Chen heard this and suggested she give him the ring. She looked at him suspiciously, then raised an eyebrow and said, "This is a growth-type ring. How is your hiring fee enough for this? 15 gold, not a single cent less." Lu Chen let out a faint smile. Lin Yixin saw the azure blade in his hand and was immediately surprised. "It's a moon blade. I've been farming for ages and couldn't get one." Then she offered to trade. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at her provocatively, and threw her own words right back at her. "You want 25 gold." Lin Yixin gritted her teeth and called him a greedy bastard, but still gave him the ring, then took the blade and paid the difference. After completing the transaction, Lin Yixin thanked him and left. He didn't pay it much mind, smiling and saying, "As long as the price is right, the Crimson Blood mercenary group will never disappoint." Meanwhile, in the Frost Forest, a group of people were in a standoff after defeating a boss. Shizun frowned, questioning Shadow of the Wind Forest. "The boss is down. Are you not going to let them leave?" Hearing this, Shadow of the Wind Forest just chuckled softly and said, "Shizun and Gongsun Gu can go, but I need to have a word with the two from Ancient Sword Dream Soul. I want to buy Lai Yang's armor set for 2 gold. If you sell it to me, I won't make a move." This was a clear threat. Lai Yang heard this and became enraged. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. A bronze-grade armor set is worth at least over 20 gold. Does he think we're idiots?" At that moment, Shizun patted Ming's shoulder. Ming Yu reassured her from the side, "Don't worry. When they see the strong bullying the weak, they won't just stand by and watch." Then he glanced at Gongsun Gu behind him. Gongsun Gu took a step forward and said casually, "The fee is 50 silver. If you agree, he'll take care of them right away." Hearing this, Shadow Feng Lin snorted disdainfully. "Quite arrogant, aren't you?" Shizun didn't back down either, stating that the Crimson Blood mercenary group would definitely get involved in this matter. Seeing that negotiations were impossible, Shadow Feng Lin immediately ordered his men to charge, wanting to force Lai Yang to hand over the armor. Just like that, the two sides clashed. Shadow Feng Lin dueled with Shizun, but the power gap was too wide, and Shizun was quickly put at a disadvantage. He was very smug, thinking this was all the Crimson Blood mercenary group was capable of. At that moment, his eyes were filled with battle intent, wanting to deliver a fatal blow to finish Shizun. Shizun frantically called for Gi Guzi to help him, but Gi Guzi was currently fighting an enemy. Hearing the call, he immediately rushed over to block a sword strike from Shadow Feng Lin. Gi Guzi and Shizun, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately called out Big Brother, startling Ming Yu and her companion. Shadow Feng Lin also recognized who had arrived. It was Sinking Halberd. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, raised his head to look at the person before him, and coldly spoke. "He dares to touch your brother?" Meanwhile, Ming Yue, watching his back from behind, felt a bit of vague familiarity from the past. Lu Chen had once stood in front of her and said something similar. She felt he was very similar to the Lu Chen from that day, and her guess was right. He really was Lu Chen. Shadow Feng Lin was momentarily stunned but very quickly reacted and swung his sword to fight back, cursing him for his arrogance. Lu Chen attacked using the amnesty skill, but he missed the target. He thought Lu Chen had actually missed and laughed scornfully. "You missed even when I'm right in front of you? Truly all talk and no substance." Seeing his attitude, Lu Chen just chuckled softly. "Is that so?" Right after that, the speed of Lu Chen's attack instantly changed. This time, he used the Crimson Blade skill to attack, and this one strike caused him to lose a large amount of health. Shadow Feng Lin bit his lip fiercely. How can the damage be so high? He immediately called for his men to retreat. Lu Chen watched them retreat so quickly and couldn't help but snort coldly, and seeing that there was nothing else to do, he called for Shizun and Gui Guzi to leave. Elsewhere, in Qingtian Canyon, Marquis Ziyi was sitting on a cliff, resting, when he suddenly received a message from Shadow Feng Lin telling him to be careful of Sinking Halberd. Marquis Ziyi stared blankly at the message for a long time before finally replying, "I got it. This Sinking Halberd is in the top 3 of the leaderboard, so his strength is definitely not to be underestimated." Over here, Lu Chen's group of 3 was about to leave when they were suddenly stopped by Ming Yue. Lu Chen frowned and asked her, "Is there something you need?" She thanked him for saving her, and after hesitating for a moment, she invited him to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Lu Chen was a little startled and hesitated for a long time without saying anything. Ming Yue tried her best to persuade him. Ancient Sword Dream Soul is very strong and has powerful financial backing, but Lu Chen felt that now was not the right time, so he turned and refused, giving the reason that he already had his own Crimson Blood mercenary group, but if she needed help next time, she could hire them, as they would be more than willing to accept a mission from a beauty like her. After saying that, he led Gi, Guzi, and Shizhen away. Shizhen also cheerfully said goodbye to her. Lu Chen was already a member of Ancient Sword Dream's Soul, so why would he need to join again? Ming Yue watched Lu Chen's retreating back with a hint of sadness in her eyes and asked Xu Yang if he thought Lu Chen looked a lot like an old friend. Xu Yang knew who she was talking about and sighed, saying Luo Chen's name. Ming Yue said melancholically, ever since that incident, YV has been like a lost soul every day, even losing the opportunity for a promotion to director. Xu Yang patted her shoulder to comfort her. There's nothing we can do. When Y is back online, we'll take her to grind some levels. Ming Yue sighed helplessly. I guess. That's all we can do. After saying that, the two of them also turned and left. At the trading market in Floating Ice City, Lu Chen arrived to buy a ceiling card, and after getting it, he grumbled in dissatisfaction. Just one card costs 20 silver. What a ripoff. If I didn't have a special grade 1, no one in their right mind would buy this. I wonder if the guild leader got promoted to director. Thinking about this, he suddenly fell into deep thought, then shook his head to clear it. Time to go catch a battle pet first. Lu Chen looked at a series of battle pets in front of him. The green mantis was an attack-type pet, but its speed was very slow. The sim was a defense type, good for tanking. The firewolf and the saber-toothed tiger were also decent, but none of them quite satisfied him. He continued to browse and noticed a 4.5-star attack-type battle pet. Its speed was decent, and its defense and health were also okay. After making his choice, Lu Chen ran to the poisonous wasp forest. He found a large, healthy wasp and threw the ceiling card at it. Immediately after, a golden light enveloped the poisonous wasp. Before long, it was sucked into the ceiling card. Lu Chen was very satisfied. Its starting stats are over 19 points, not bad at all. Just then, Lin Yixin sent a message asking what battle pet he had caught. He then sent a picture and the stats of his golden wasp, and she also sent him her fire sword to see. After Lu Chen saw the fire sword of Lin Yixin, he looked at his golden wasp with some displeasure. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. While he was still thinking, two guys suddenly approached from behind. It was Tyrant War God and Tyrant Night God. They wanted to buy his golden wasp for 5 gold coins. Lu Chen turned to look at them, then snorted contemptuously. 5 gold coins is a lot to him. Is he daydreaming? Not for sale. Seeing that he was being uncooperative, the two guys warned him to politely hand over the item, unlike Lai Yang, who couldn't even protect his own face. Without another word, they immediately attacked. Sword energy danced in the air, slashing towards the two of them with immense damage. By the time they reacted, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen had already moved behind them, coldly telling them to hand over their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his sword to pierce through Tyrant Knight God. Tyrant War God took this opportunity to rush towards him, but Lu Chen wasn't flustered, merely snorting in disdain. In a flash, he vanished from his sight. His opponent's sword just slashed through empty air, and he too was slashed by Lu Chen. Lu Chen was now filled with hatred, so it was this trash that had beaten up Xu Yang. No one could disrespect the ancient sword Heavenly Soul Guild. However, at this moment, a sword gleam suddenly slashed towards him. It was a great blade slash that caused him to lose a large amount of health. Lu Chen was startled and turned his head. It's that bastard Tyrant Blade. He ambushed me. This smug bastard didn't care whether it was a sneak attack or a frontal assault. He kicked Lu Chen, who immediately fell into a nearby crater. The Tyrant Guild members walking beside Tyrant Blade asked if they needed to go down and finish Lu Chen off, but he shook his head and said, "No need. We don't know the situation, but there's only one way out, so we just need to guard this spot." Hearing this, the man standing beside him immediately praised his wisdom. What do a guild leader? He's just a scumbag who relies on sneak attacks, and now it's his turn to pay. Zun, who had appeared from behind at some point, fiercely slashed towards him. The Duba Guild members were terrified and tried to dodge, but Sun's attack was too fast. They couldn't dodge in time and could only try their best to block the blow. One of them nervously asked if they should continue to guard Lu Chen. Dubadao shook his head slightly and ordered a swift retreat. Meanwhile, down in the pit, Lu Chen had fallen into a beehive. He bit his lip hard, cursing that scumbag Dubadao for the sneak attack. He swore that once he got out, he would make him pay. But what he should be worried about right now was the swarm of bees in front of him. There were tiger bees, killer bees, all of them tough opponents, and there was even a boss. But then he noticed that the Xuan Feng boss was only level 1. Could this be the legendary highest quality boss level pet? Thinking this, he rejoiced. This must be the main character's halo. Lu Chen muttered excitedly. This is truly a blessing in disguise. I've stumbled upon a real treasure. I really have to thank Dubadao for this. This was clearly a rare opportunity. He immediately took out his ceiling card, but the Xuan Feng boss looked at him with a look of utter contempt. Lu Chen got a little annoyed. Why is this thing so snooty? Even though it's a boss, it's only level 1 after all. I'll try using a regular ceiling card first. With that, he immediately threw the card at it. A strange pattern appeared in midair, surrounding the Xuan Feng boss, but the progress bar stopped at 90%. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Still, Lu Chen was a bit dissatisfied. Don't I get 5 tries? Is sealing a boss-level pet really this difficult? He sighed in resignation. It seemed he had to use the special grade ceiling card after all. With that thought, he immediately threw the red card towards the Xuanfeng boss. Sensing the danger, the other bees immediately rushed forward to protect it. Lu Chen immediately charged forward, slashing at the bees in his way and said smugly, "So even the Xuanfeng boss gets scared sometimes." But then another swarm of level 1 bees moved in to protect it. Lu Chen grew annoyed. He realized he had to isolate it, so he pretended to stumble, making his attack miss. The bees seized the opportunity to attack him, and his health bar started to drop continuously. However, he still couldn't lure out the Xuanfeng boss. So, he took it a step further and pretended to collapse, lying completely still. The Xuanfeng boss gleefully flew over to him. At that exact moment, he sprang back to his feet. "I've been waiting for you." With that, he threw the special grade ceiling card without hesitation. This time, a red pattern appeared, enveloping the Xuanfeng boss. A moment later, the sealing process was successful. Lu Chen laughed triumphantly. This special grade sealing card was totally worth it. I have Kuang Lon to thank for this. He quickly opened the Xuanfeng status window, and his eyes widened in astonishment. An attack growth of 6 stars and an agility growth of 5.5 stars. This Xuanfeng was absolutely overpowered. Let's see if Lin Yixin can still act so arrogant now. With that thought, he immediately ordered his new bee to check the situation up above, and also to bring its level 1 underlings to follow him. The Xuanfeng immediately nodded and then flew up to take a look, before flying back to report to him. There was only one person up there. This startled him. Does that mean Dubadao is all alone? He's all alone, yet he dares to watch me. How foolish. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed his sword and jumped out of the pit, wanting to take Dubadao's life. But as soon as he got up, he saw Sulin standing there imposingly. He immediately sheathed his sword and asked why he wasn't in Hanbing gang and had come here instead. Sulin pouted and said, "Why can't I come here?" Then he threw him a map. He said that in the forest north of Hanbing gang, there was a pack of vicious Hellwind wolves that specialized in hunting night spirits, and he needed him to clean them up. Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. "You went through all the trouble of finding me just to fight a few wolves?" When Sulin heard this, he immediately got angry and scolded. "I had a hard time snatching this quest from Fur. He wants you to get stronger quickly. Aren't you going to thank me and go complete the quest?" Lu Chen, startled by the sudden scolding, hurriedly said, "Calm down, I'll go do the quest." Immediately after, he rushed to the forest and began slaughtering the wind wolves. Before long, he had completed the quest, but only gained 3 levels and nothing else. Lu Chen was a bit suspicious, wondering why a quest, personally given by an NPC, was so simple, but he decided to finish it first to see what game Sulin was playing. After finishing, Lu Chen returned to the cross in Hanbing gang. When Sulin saw he had finished the quest, he gave him the reward. The most notable item was the wind wolf leg guards. Sulin said in a low voice from the side, "This piece of equipment not only has great stats, but it also increases damage against beast-type monsters by 10%. It's no worse than a bronze-grade item." Lu Chen quickly equipped the leg guards and then said happily, "These leg guards are truly overpowered, but it wasn't worth you personally coming all this way. What if someone mistook you for a regional boss?" Sulin shook his head slightly and said, "It's fine, no need to worry about me. You've grown stronger again. I need you to become even stronger, strong enough to face me." Lu Chen frowned slightly, thinking it was probably Sulin who had chased Duba Dao away. Although he treated him very well, facing this old man, a night spirit like him sent a chill down his spine. It felt a bit dangerous. After that, he logged off. He went out for a bowl of noodles with Shi-san and the other person. Shi-san looked at him, smiled, and said, "You're really making a lot of money. You even added 2 extra eggs for them." He declined to comment, telling them to eat quickly so they could get to work on the new gold quest he had received from Ming Yue. Hearing this, Shi-san was immediately surprised and asked suspiciously, "Ming Yue hired you proactively? Isn't your cover blown?" Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "She probably just wants to test me. So this time, I'll be supporting and letting Gong Sun-gu be in the main force." Gong Sun-gu nodded slightly in agreement and then asked, "Why don't you reveal your identity?" Lu Chen explained while eating. "Back then, Gu Jianmeng Hun collapsed because of me. What right do I have to rejoin? I can only secretly protect them. Besides, my current appearance isn't human, but not yet a demon. It would just scare them." After saying this, Lu Chen urged them to eat faster, saying he had a surprise for the 2 of them. Hearing this, they excitedly asked what it was. Lu Chen didn't tell them and stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind them to wash the bowls. The 2 immediately started bickering, noisily arguing over who had to do the dishes. At Fubing Square, Lu Chen took out 2 beast seal cards and gave them to the 2 of them. These were rare quality beasts, and the 2 were very happy to receive them. Lu Chen had made these specifically for them. He told them to equip them quickly so everyone could see the power of the blood-colored troop. Right after that, the bees appeared, following beside the 3 of them. Everyone who saw them started gossiping. The pet system had clearly just been released, yet they already had managed to get a rare boss-level pet. Someone even said they were being too flashy. Just then, Ming Yu walked over from the other side, smirking when she saw the 3 of them, wondering why it was so crowded. Turns out it was them. Lu Chen casually said he couldn't keep his clients waiting, then asked if she had 2 others with her. Ming Yu slightly shook her head and said, "It's just me and Lai Yang." Lu Chen didn't mind, saying they had enough people to set out. The group quickly started moving. Shi-san remarked as they walked, Lai Yang, you've already had your level 30 class change. Lai Yang gave a slight laugh and said he was far behind their crimson group, and yet you have a pet. Up ahead, Ming Yue also asked Lu Chen about the fight with Duba in the poison bee forest. Was it because of the pet? He shook his head, denying it. Ming Yue didn't press the matter, and then said gratefully, "A few days ago, my people were camped by Duba all night. You've already helped us get revenge." Lu Chen chuckled softly and said, "A simple thank you isn't sincere enough. How about you show it with some cash instead?" Hearing this, Ming Yu sighed but still agreed to give him an extra gold coin after completing the mission. A short while later, the group arrived at the frozen forest. "Is there a Trant boss here?" Lai Yang immediately spoke up. "It only has one skill, a continuous spear throw. As long as someone can tank it, it won't be hard to take down." Gi Guzi nodded slightly, then suggested that he would activate his demonic armor hegemon body and stand in the front. "You all can just focus on attacking it." Everyone agreed it was a good idea. However, while no one was paying attention, a tree root suddenly shot up from under the ice, then tightly bound Ming Yue's arm. No one had time to react as it yanked her into the air. She cried out for help in shock. In the heat of the perilous battle, Ming Yue was suddenly swarmed and bound by a mass of vines that shot up like octopus tentacles. The surrounding players were horrified. What is this? Wasn't the boss supposed to have only one skill? Feng Lin was confused, and no one else knew either. "Stop talking and save her," someone shouted. When one person jumped up, he also couldn't escape the entangling vines. More and more of them emerged from the ground. Seeing the dire situation from afar, Lu Chen quickly dashed forward, his sword slashing the stubborn vines into 100 pieces. Because of this, Ming Yue began to free fall, but luckily, Lu Chen caught her in time, just as another magic spell came to threaten them. Lu Chen was surprised and quickly warned Ming Yue, "Be careful, that's a fire dragon spell." The head of a dragon engulfed in flames appeared. Lu Chen used his cloak to block the scorching flames, while Ming Yue used a healing spell to support him from behind. The two clans met, and it turned out they shared a common goal. Heavens, does the Shadow Clan want to steal the boss? Feng Lin offered a friendly greeting. "It's been a long time, everyone, but now is not the time for friendly greetings. The boss is still here." After a flurry of attacks, it finally revealed itself. A person shouted, "Everyone be careful, the boss is attacking." The boss launched a barrage of sharp projectiles, and just one hit would be enough to be fatal. Lu Chen continued to defend, shielding Ming Yue behind him. In contrast, Feng Lin was extremely excited and ordered the mages and archers on his side. "Don't stop under any circumstances, kill all these rats along with the boss for me." Du Shi-san, seeing the situation wasn't looking good, asked Lu Chen about their next strategy. They were trapped from both the front and back. With a tiger lurking, Ming Yue in the back was still doing a great job supporting her teammates with mass heal, so Lu Chen immediately arranged the formation, commanding everyone to stay and deal with the boss, while he would quickly handle the idling Shadow Clan members below. Without another word, Lu Chen advanced on the enemy, quickly analyzing that there were many of them, and he needed to deal with the ones in the distance first. After setting up the formation, Lu Chen charged straight toward the largest group of enemies in the distance. Halfway there, Feng Lin was already waiting for him, who knows for how long. He swung his sword, ready to land a blow on Lu Chen. "Zhang Qian Chen Sha, you think you can stop them all by yourself?" he scoffed. As soon as he spoke, Feng Lin lunged forward with a fatal thrust, but Lu Chen swiftly dodged the deadly blow. Immediately after, he appeared behind the Shadow Clan member, who clearly didn't know his place. Without hesitation, Lu Chen immediately retaliated with a critical strike. The arrogant fool's head was sent flying. Anyone who dares to block Lu Chen's path is doomed to die. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was hit by a light attack. "Damn it, that delayed me by 0.2 seconds. Lu Chen then continued his analysis, looking down at the Shadow Clan. Their skills were ineffective, their gear was only Mystic Iron grade, and their attacks lacked any real power. So he quickly launched a finishing blow to wipe out this harmless mob. Witnessing this scene, everyone grew fearful. Good heavens, Zhang Qiansha is just too powerful. Brother Feng and the mages were all dealt with by him. Nearby, the Shadow Clan's channel quickly tried to calm everyone down. "I see what's happening, don't worry. We still have the numbers. All archers, give everything you've got to stop Zhang Qiansha. The two remaining mages, focus your attacks on Murong Mingyu and kill her first." It turned out that the terrifying fire dragon spell was cast by Channel. She summoned it once more to fight back against Zhang Qiansha, but he wasn't an easy target and quickly dodged the attack, piercing right through the stream of fire to press his assault. Channel was digging her own grave. Down below, the archers, led by the Shadow Clan member Shen Hai, commanded a rapid-fire tactic, unleashing a volley of 100 arrows at once. Lu Chen was in a perilous situation, hit by a barrage of arrows, and although the damage from each arrow was low, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Suddenly, he received a massive boost to his defense and was surrounded by a green healing aura. It was Ming Yue. What a relief, her healing was perfectly timed. He couldn't help but give her a grateful thumbs up. Empowered, Lu Chen, as Zhang Qiansha, charged straight toward the Shadow Clan. As her skill was on cooldown, she cursed furiously. "You useless trash, you can't even take down one healer." She began to cast her Ice Spike spell. Unleashing a barrage of sharp ice shards, Lu Chen countered with his lightning-fast sword, shattering the ice shards and gradually closed the distance to Channel. Using his divine speed, he weaved through the hail of projectiles, rushing toward Channel so fast she couldn't react, her jaw dropping at his insane speed. Lu Chen unleashed a vermilion blade skill, aiming it straight at Channel. The attack hit, sending her flying, but she quickly recovered and summoned her fire dragon spell, Zhan Qian Chen Sha. Go to hell, she screamed. However, while she was defending, she never expected that she would be finished off. Lai Yang appeared out of nowhere and dealt a final blow to Channel. After the Shadow Clan's people were mostly eliminated, their leader cursed under his breath, damn it. But he too was immediately dispatched by the little devil. Lu Chen gave a word of praise for the quick and clean work. And just like that, the entire Shadow Clan was taken care of. Du Shixin ran over, saying they were lucky to have the beautiful Ming Yue. Female support successfully got the boss. Lu Chen praised, well done, blood-colored mercenaries. We absolutely cannot be bullied by others. Want to snatch the prize from our jaws? In your dreams. So once again, the party went on the offensive. Brothers, charge. Don't let a single one escape. A barrage of skills was unleashed. Ghost God Slash, Team Assassination Arts, and Healing, and the enemy couldn't hold on any longer. The system finally announced that player Shadow Player Feng Lin had logged out of the game, followed by player Shadow Player Channel. Du Shixin and Lai Yang were triumphant. This fight was so satisfying. After being bullied for so long, we finally won a battle. Big Sis is coming online at 10 p.m. tonight, so you can report the good news. Brother Lai Yang said, with our blood-colored mercenaries, the word lose doesn't exist. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, the leader is finally coming? Ming Yu approached, saying, half of the items dropped by the boss are an extra thank you gift. They are all level 4 leather armor materials. They'll be a great help to the blood-colored mercenaries, so I hope you'll accept them. Lu Chen didn't hesitate. All right then, I look forward to working with you again. Du Shixin once again greeted the Ming Yu sisters. Lu Chen was still thinking, the leader is coming at 10 p.m. tonight. The rope and wolf hide should make some decent armor. I wonder what the leader's chest measurement is. Du Shixin noticed him spacing out and reminded old Lu that their current situation wasn't very good. Lu Chen snapped out of his thoughts, and Du Shixin explained, there are quite a few posts on the forums calling for our heads. Mad Dragon, Tyrant, and Shadow Speed, all the influential guilds in Pengcheng City, seem to have a grudge against us. Lu Chen didn't seem to care. Is that all? He asked Xiao Gui. We have so many enemies, what should we do? Xiao Gui replied, if one comes, we kill one, and if two come, we kill them both. We'll climb to the highest position over the corpses of our enemies. Lu Chen was delighted. Excellent. The dream of our blood-colored mercenaries is to become overlords, even to dominate the country. On the path to becoming kings, the one thing you never lack is enemies. Lu Chen remembered Lai Yang saying the leader would be online at 10 p.m. tonight, so he quickly went to search the entire map. But I've already searched all 9 newbie villages, so why haven't I seen the leader yet? He was still running like the wind, looking around as he ran. Strange, leader, where on earth are you right now? Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. He saw a familiar figure, and looking again, realized, wasn't that Sister Ming Yue? Afraid of being discovered, Lu Chen quickly hid behind a tree. He continued to watch Ming Yue as she walked on. She's here. Does that mean the leader is here too? Suddenly, just as he'd hoped, the leader Lu Chen had been waiting for really appeared. It was a beautiful girl with long blue hair, with the username Water on one side, a level 0 knight. Ming Yue was overjoyed and rushed to hold her hand. Ai Wei, you're finally here? Ai Wei was also very cheerful and happily greeted Ming Yue. Seeing the sword tucked at her side, Ming Yue asked Ai Wei, did you choose a sword again this time? Looking at her friend, Ai Wei smiled. She remembered Luo Chen once said, the sword is the king of all weapons in this game. It's highly versatile and has good defense-breaking effects. Although my class is knight, I've decided to use a sword from now on, she said with great pride. Ming Yue saw that her friend was still hung up on Luo Chen and reminded Ai Wei, don't be like this. Luo Chen is gone. You need to forget him. Go. They have to keep on living, right? AV was a bit hesitant. It's true, they had to move on, but that didn't mean they had to forget Luo Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, the wind suddenly began to blow. Leaves scattered everywhere. Ivy smiled. That guy once said he would stay with her until the very end. She always felt as if he were still by her side, always watching over her. Ming Yue fell silent for a moment. From a distance, Lu Chen witnessed this and felt his heart ache, lamenting for his boss. Ming Yue decided to break the somber mood and pulled Avi away. She was going to take Avi to level up. Xu Yang was still there waiting for them. The two ran off hand in hand as the sky began to brighten. At Floating Ice Square in Floating Ice City, a bustling festival was in full swing. All sorts of items were for sale. A level 1 yellow wasp with a level 4 attack, absolutely top tier, with a rarity of 19 points, selling for just 150 coins. Get it while you can. I only caught one today. Lu Chen walked through the crowd, paying no attention to his surroundings. Ignoring the shouts of the vendors, he could only think about Ivi's current situation. The boss is too weak right now. I have to find a way to help her get stronger. Suddenly, Lu Chen's train of thought was interrupted by someone unexpectedly linking arms with him. It turned out to be Lin Mainu, and the beautiful girl immediately asked where the handsome Lu Chen was heading. Lu Chen was a bit irritated and wanted her to let go. This was a public place. What kind of scene was she making? He raised his hand to shake her off, but she quickly grabbed it. His arm was squeezed so hard it made him tremble, forcing Lu Chen to back down. What on earth did this Lin Mainu want? She immediately asked for his help. There were a few annoying pests bothering her. Besides, she said, he would be the one benefiting from this. But this Miss Lin had clearly underestimated him. Suddenly, Lu Chen used his free arm to abruptly pull Lin Yihan in by the waist. This action caught the girl completely by surprise. I'm the one who benefits. You're the one who said it. Lin Yihan's face turned beet red. This so-called beauty, Lin Mainu, was actually flustered by his bold move. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. Make way! Make way! Long Xing and his group of guards came rushing over. He pointed at Lu Chen and addressed the stunning beauty, Miss Lin. Why are you with a guy like this? His face was unreasonably aggressive, as if it were his own business. Lin Yihan, seeing him approach, became extremely annoyed and told Lu Chen that this was the guy who had been bothering her. They had only met once, and he was already sticking to her like glue. Lu Chen laughed out loud when he heard this. How pathetic. Maybe he's a masochist? Or maybe you're just that charming. Lin Yihan furiously shouted, You shut your mouth. I've had enough. Miss Lin decided to settle things once and for all, turning to point at the other guy. Why do you keep following me? Don't you realize how annoying you are? Behind her, Lu Chen stood ready to back her up. This Longxing fellow was completely shameless, even asking the beauty if she had a pet. I'll give you one, he said, taking out a sealing card. This is a greedy wolf I just bought for 100,000 coins. Its rarity is very high. You can take it with you to level up. The sealing card opened, and the pet emerged a powerful wolf. Lin Yihan found this guy ridiculous. A rarity of 29 is very high. What a piece of trash. Look at this. And with that, she also took out a sealing card. Her pet was a level 20 Cyan Fire Blade with a rarity of 34. He was utterly humiliated. Longxing forced a laugh. Oh, so you already have one? He said, looking a little intimidated. Miss Lin pressed her advantage. Did you see that? The Cyan Fire Blade's rarity is 34. Now take your wolf and get lost. Lu Chen, watching the drama unfold beside her, couldn't stop snickering. Side, I'll dodge. The two of them missed their slashes. The two clones immediately turned around. Feng Se Huanxiang's clone did a backflip and used her dagger to stab at Zhang Qian. He quickly raised his sword to block. The clone of Feng Se didn't hesitate at all, immediately flying in like a throwing dart. Zhang Qian suspected, just one person? I'll take one down first and worry later. Even with the same skills, and the clone was even stronger than Gigi herself. The clone kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Zhang Qian only enough time to defend without a chance to counterattack. Then suddenly, Zhang Qian's clone raised its sword and rushed towards Zhang Qian, intending to land a blow on his head. Zhang Qian could do nothing but dash backward to dodge. Too dangerous. Suddenly, the clone of Feng Se Huanxiang stabbed him from behind, causing his HP to drop by 118. Zhang Qian's clone also quickly landed another slash on him. His HP dropped by 234. Zhang Qian took 2 hits to the stomach and fell, his mouth not forgetting to complain. So this is what it feels like when others fight the two of us? It's pretty awful. Over on the other side, suddenly something happened, a yellow light then a green light. Zhang Qian wondered what it was. That is, it turned out the Dishu Zhan Wang was being healed. HP plus 20, then plus 20, plus 20 again, and another 20. His HP had reached 9,880. Seeing this, Zhang Qian realized the situation was bad. Feng Se Huanxiang, standing next to him, was also worried. Senior, the boss is healing. Zhang Qian immediately discussed with Feng Se Huanxiang, Gigi, we shouldn't block them anymore. Although the boss can heal small amounts of health continuously, once it accumulates, it'll become a big problem. The group of clones was also charging at the two of them at this moment, shouting, Kill! In an instant, Zhang Qian and Feng Se Huanxiang were surrounded by the clones. The two had to stand back to defend. Suddenly, there was a notification. The recently healed boss has returned stronger with 10,443 HP. Player Wang Qianren has died. Hearing the notification, Zhang Qian and Feng Se Huanxiang were extremely surprised. While fighting the clones, Zhang Qian proposed a plan. We have to go for a quick victory. Since there are few of us, the amount of health the boss regenerates won't be that large. This is the only way for us to defeat Zhu Long. Feng Se Huanxiang immediately agreed. Okay, senior, hang in there. After saying that, she looked over at the fighting Shisan, senior Shisan. Resurrect Wang Qianren. Mages, use all your power to attack with ice element magic. Shisan received the order. Got it. Zhang Qian was still trying his best to fend off the attacks from the group of clones. He thought to himself, I need to be faster. Only by being faster can I get the hero's token. Defeat Zhu Long, defeat Zhu Ying Luen. Then he started to fly, purple light flashing continuously. But it still wasn't enough. Not enough. I need to be even faster. He rushed at his own clone and slashed twice in a row, but it still blocked. Wasn't enough. Zhang Qian stopped, still unable to figure out a way to deal with them. Suddenly, he clutched his head with his hands. The two clones stood there, not understanding what was happening to him. Zhang Qian screamed, My head hurts so much. Shisan, who was in the middle of a fight, heard Zhang Qian scream and immediately turned to look at him, Lao Lu. Shisan was stunned by the scene. Zhang Qian's clone had used the Vermilion Flame Blade skill to slash into Zhang Qian's shoulder. He was now slumping over, weakly calling out, Shisan, there's a notification. The player Sinking Sand Halberd has died. Shisan panicked upon hearing this. He was about to rush towards Jian Qian, but he didn't notice his own clone behind him preparing for a sneak attack. Luckily, Feng Se Huanxiang arrived just in time, slashing away Shisan's clone. She shouted loudly, "Lao Liu, revive." The reliable senior Shisan, his face emerged as if he had just escaped a disaster. The notification board displayed the words, "Oh my God." Jian Qian stood up as if he was being revived. A purple light enveloped him and his heartbeat began to sound again. Jian Qian was revived but was very different from before. It seemed he had become stronger. Jian Qian's clone rushed in to slash him, but it froze, its mouth agape in bewilderment. Jian Qian unleashed a move, 5 consecutive slashes hitting the clone, leaving it no time to defend. And so, it was cut into multiple pieces, its head severed from its neck, its legs flew off, and even the hand holding the sword was chopped off. Jian Qian, after finishing off the clone, wiped his sword. "That scared me to death." He looked at his own reflection in the blade, gently, speaking, "I've finally returned." Feng Se Huanxiang, seeing this scene, wondered, why do I feel that senior is stronger after reviving? Was that speed just now really that fast? Shisan, standing beside her, wiped his tears. It's not that he got stronger. Shisan's face was teary. Then he broke into a smile. That's the war god Luo Chen. He's back. Lao Lu's sluggishness is gone. Taking advantage of the war god's return, Jian Qian immediately charged straight towards the Earth Blood War King. Something on the boss's head was burning, forcing it to clutch its head and check. A red notification panel with a warning message appeared. On the boss's head was a glowing circular object. It split its forehead in two, causing blood to start flowing down, while also draining the boss's energy. The Earth Blood War King entered the Yan Wang state, turning around would first inflict flame damage. At this moment, Jian Qian's sword just parried the boss's slash. Jian Qian's power exploded, attack power increased by 25%, speed increased by 20%, and defense decreased by 20%. He continuously dealt damage to the Earth Blood War King, its health gradually decreasing. HP minus 216, HP minus 228. The boss seemed to have weakened, only raising its 2 hands to defend. The relentless attacks caused its health to dwindle even more. HP minus 441, HP minus 412, HP minus 428, HP minus 431. It looked at the defiant Jian Qian. "This is your strongest form, is it?" Feng Se Huanxiang and Gi Guzi were running over to assist. She glanced at Gi Guzi and said, "A speed increase of 20% is just this much." Feng Se Huanxiang used Star Flash on the boss, causing it to lose 415 HP. A notification panel appeared, introducing a critical hit skill that dealt 4,000 damage. The Earth Blood War King had just been hit and hadn't yet recovered, when from a distance, Shisan and Gui Guzi came flying in. Shisan used Tyrant Slash while Gui Guzi used Ghost God Slash, striking the boss directly. Its health dropped again, HP minus 418, HP minus 311. Jian Qian also rushed towards Shi Mian, but unfortunately, and misses completely. At this moment, the boss's HP is only 2,917. He's looking at Jian Qian standing behind him, plotting something. Suddenly, he turns around, raises his sword, and attacks Jian Qian in return. He watches him charge forward, his face showing not a hint of hesitation. Myriad stars flash critical hit for minus 2,917. He lands several consecutive strikes on his abdomen, and the boss can only scream out in pain. A notification appears. The player sacrifices 50% of their health to deal damage equal to the target's maximum health by 10%. Another notification appears. Hero's order, and another one. I am here. Feng Se Huanxiang, Shisan and Gui Guzi and the group of mages see the scene and are overjoyed. Nice, we won. Everyone is smiling cheerfully. Jian Qiansha is standing on the boss's corpse. He raises his sword to the sky triumphantly, but the body of the boss suddenly bursts into flames. The head of the Earth Blood War King has been split in two, and from within it, many orbs of ball of light flew out. Jian Qian was puzzled, seeing a red dot within the Wanzi song. Then he shouted, "That must be the hero's token. So much loot. We're rich." The people behind him heard and quickly ran over to claim the loot. Jian Qiansha had just caught a very large, red, glowing orb. He raised the orb high, and it shone all around with a blinding light. Someone in the group told him to quickly check if there was a hero's token inside. The loot opened, and a brilliant golden token appeared in Jian Qian's hand. Feng Se Huanxiang was mesmerized and also wanted to reach out for it. Item information. Jian Qian handed the token to Feng Se Huanxiang. She immediately raised it high and shouted, "The hero's token." Its light drew the gazes of everyone. The scene shifts to an old house. An announcement appears. Guild leaders with over 100 members can use the hero's token to establish an official guild. Receive rewards and official guild bonuses, so grab the hero's token fast. Feng Se Huanxiang, Shisan, and Jian Qiansha were standing in front of the house, and Feng Se immediately used the hero's token. Ice Rune Zone, Shui Yin and guild leader Feng Se Huanxiang uses the hero's token. Shisan immediately flipped the bird. That's right, this is so damn exciting. Jian Qian, standing behind, also exclaimed, "Holy crap." Zhu Long and Jingcheng Lai Shen had a huge battle, and yet they still— He shouted, "You're really something else. Zhu Ying Luan, too bad I won this time." Shi-san immediately chimed in, flexing his muscles while laughing heartily. Feng Se Wanshang, walking with them, covered her face with her hand, completely embarrassed by these two people. The scene shifts to the Qi Dian Di Shui Demon Palace Zone. World announcement 229, September 1st, 2035 in Z country. Player Zhu Ying Luan has officially established the second official guild in Z country. On the Tianzong server, Zhu Long. Damn it. A man wearing red gloves raged. Below, his subordinates could only bow their heads. We're actually second? Another man spoke up. Xu Yinan, where's this guild from? I've never heard of a guild in the Hall of Fame like this. Aren't they just a bunch of nobodies? As he asked, the man checked the information panel for Shui Yin An. A guy with messy, long blonde hair replied, Boss, Shui Yin An is in the Ice Rune Zone. It's the third-ranked guild with only 100 members. The blonde-haired man is Li Feng Ying. He continued to explain, the Zhulong Guild, their leader Feng Se Huanshang is a top player. Also in the Ice Rune Zone is another top player, Ji Chen Sha. They are close, and this time the two of them they joined forces. Feng Se Huanshang, Ji Chen Sha, and Shui Yin An. Lai Fengjing looked down at the crowd standing below, every one of them with a grim expression. Everyone, since obtaining the Ghost Soul Blade, Zhulong has never known defeat. He smirked. The Zhulong Guild. The Zhu Ying is in chaos, he said, spreading his arms wide. But this time we are only in second place. The crowd below raised their fists, shouting in unison. Defeat Shu Yin An, Zhulong is the strongest. The scene shifts to a wild forest area, where Ming Yue is hugging guild master Lai Shui Yifang in surprise. Zhulong got slapped in the face and became the second-place guild. Ha ha ha. It's been 2 years. Finally, a guild has emerged that can suppress Zhulong. Guildmaster Lai Shui Yifang hummed in agreement. Ming Yue continued the conversation. We were planning to steal the boss from Duba. I didn't expect Ji Chensha to help us get revenge twice. Yifang replied happily. Yes, the first hero's token has been won, but next up are the second and third hero's tokens. Our fight with Duba and Kuang Long for them will be even more intense, so we must prepare well. Ming Yue asked. The second hero's token won't be as fiercely contested as the first one, will it? Ji Chensha won't reject us again, right? Her friend was still full of determination. We can try again. The scene cuts to the Kuang Long headquarters, in the office of Longxing Tianxia, who was screaming in anger. Damn it all, a bunch of useless trash let Shui Yin An take the hero's token. Not knowing who to vent his anger on, he kicked over the table. Kuang Long is full of useless trash. I'm so mad I could scream. After kicking the table, he held his foot and cried through gritted teeth. I'm going to recruit new members. Meanwhile, Ba Tiandao was also furiously punching some trees. Damn it, and that useless Duba guild. They couldn't even protect the lucky gold compass. Bastards, that hero's token should have been mine, and the number one guild should have been Duba. He was so angry that he broke a tree in half with one punch. Ji Chensha, I'll make you pay. His subordinate was startled and reported, Brother Ba, Ji Chensha usually acts alone, and his movements are unpredictable. The scene changes to Fubing City, where a voice rings out. I know we need to plan this well. A notice board appears. World announcement, the second guild, Zhulong of Z country. All members receive an additional 20% physical resistance. Everyone who heard was stunned. Shui Yinan actually became the first Tianzong guild in the Z country region. Everyone's face showed shock and disbelief. They even suppressed the strongest guild, Zhulong. Their influence is just too massive. The buff for the first guild is insane, a 50% increase in attribute points, and it's for 2 categories at that. Everyone raised their hands and cheered. Who the heck would join Kuang Long or Duba now? Shui Yin An is my one true love. Over here, Shisan was hugging a bag of gold filled to the brim, his eyes sparkling as he beamed. High-quality magic illusion stones, as expected of a level 70 boss, even the rings and jewelry are all platinum grade. The mages behind him were also laughing happily. You're absolutely right, brother. The announcements kept popping up. We're rich. We're filthy rich. 500 gold coins is so much money. Item information, Earth King's ring, equipment grade platinum, plus 150 health. Giguzi picked up his spear, plus 15 attack speed and plus 4 luck. Feng Se Huangshang couldn't hide her joy either. She smiled while looking at her sword, plus damage on every attack. Has a chance to activate a flame effect. Item information, Golden Light Shadow Sword. Attack 125 to 160, strength plus 30, HP plus 250. Additional effect is increasing the user's fire and light attack attributes. Attacking an enemy with both light and fire attributes can cause a critical hit for double damage. Required level 50. The message board displayed the text Earth Queen's Earrings, a platinum grade item. Feng Se Huanxiang turned to Lu Chen. She proposed, Senior Shui Yin Shan, we would like to invite you to join us once again. Lu Chen's health had increased by 100. After hearing her offer, he just stood there, scratching his head, looking conflicted. Feng Se Huanxiang continued, I know, and I also understand why you're doing this. You have your own goals, but as before, we can do our best to help each other if you join us. The entire Shu Yinhu can become your backer. Chen Sha hesitated thoughtfully. This? Well, you still haven't given up. I understand your concerns. After joining the Silver Snow Guild, you and everyone in the Blood Mercenaries can still be free. Senior, you once led the strongest guild and have experience. The Silver Snow Guild has just become the #1 guild. There are still many imperfections. We need your help, Senior, to improve. Shi-san immediately spoke up. You are the boss of our Blood Mercenaries. We'll follow you. Gui Guzi also agreed. Wherever our boss goes, we'll follow. Chen Sha was deeply moved. The two of them, Shi-san and Gui Guzi, were high-fiving joyfully in the back, looking like they had planned this beforehand. Then he also spoke up. The Blood Mercenaries request to join the Silver Snow Guild, and we hope the guild master will approve. The scene changes to the Ice City, where Chen Sha is currently training in the arena. The person sparring with him is Feng Sei Huan Shang. He unleashes a ring skill that flies towards Feng Sei. She is gripping her sword tightly. Her expression couldn't be more serious. He reminds her, Gigi, if you don't focus completely, I could defeat you at any moment. Then she swings her sword. Her sharp slash is incredibly powerful. The pressure is immense, but she fails to hit Lu Chen. He dodges very quickly, which leaves her completely stunned and confused. He then tells her, just defeating me isn't enough. She turns and asks suspiciously, what? She continues to charge, but can't land a single hit on him. Senior's speed has increased. I can't even see his movements clearly. Lu Chen seizes the opportunity to counterattack. However, this move is useless against me. Gigi manages to raise a dagger to block just in time. It's a dual-wielding technique. Gigi stops her attack, holding a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, she unleashes 4 consecutive slashes at Lu Chen, but he quickly dodges all the slashes at a speed faster than light. Gigi is utterly astonished by this skill. Impossible. How can he dodge all of my attacks at such a close range? Taking advantage of her opening, Lu Chen charges forward. He holds his sword, which radiates a terrifying red energy. Gigi can only stand still and accept the blow. The sword stops right at her shoulder. She feels dejected. It's over. The training session is over. Gigi admits defeat. I've lost. I always thought you were strong, Senior, but only now have I truly seen it with my own eyes. Then she tosses a ring to Lu Chen. Senior, this is the ring from the boss we defeated earlier. It's for you. I had something to take care of, so I went offline. Item information, Lu Chen held the ring in his hand, which was radiating energy. Black bone ring, a gold tier item. As he looked at it, he remembered Yi's face. Strength plus 16, health plus 160, attack speed plus 16. At this moment, Lu Chen had gone outside, and a light emanated from his body, looking very powerful. In the distance, the mage Xing Shui Shang Shang was approaching him. The two looked at each other, their mouths agape in surprise. Mage luck plus 6, and a 5% lifesteal increase for the user. The mage Shang Shang was very surprised to see Lu Chen with a ring, a gold tier ring with dark attributes. And all the stats were perfectly suited for me. Yi is so thoughtful. My feeling was right. The slowness is gone. He raised his hand and scratched his face. I've really recovered. Shang Shang was also quite surprised to see him outside the arena and asked, Brother Jianji, you're finally out? He nodded. Scene change, Ming Yue and her friends seemed to be in trouble, and a contact message popped up. She had to go offline for something. What was the big rush? What happened? Guildmaster Lai Shui Yifang announced, our people were ambushed by Duba's guild again. This is the umpteenth time. Yifang was furious. Every time Duba's gang waits there and sees the rescue party, they turn around and leave, as if that's not who they were waiting for. A message arrived. Because the person Duba is waiting for is me, this whole thing is my fault. You girls shouldn't get involved. The man named Ba Tiandao frowned. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourselves for being unlucky. Why did you have to do a quest with Xue Yin An's group? Getting caught up in this only serves you right. Guildmaster Lai Shui Yifang sneered. Ha! Since you can't beat the #1 guilds, and you can't beat their guildmaster, you take it out on low-level members, you guys are really something else. Ba Tiandao, having been hit where it hurts, flew into a rage and charged. You're asking to die. Yifang knew she was no match for him, so she could only raise her shield to block the blow. Suddenly, someone's foot kicked Ba Tiandao straight in the face. This kick sent him flying far away, landing with a thud. His underlings were also blown away by this power. It turned out to be Chen Sha. He told the two girls to stand behind him. Looking very cool, he shouted, Ba Tiandao, you deserve to die. You guys from the Duba Guild keep crossing my bottom line time and time again. Ba Tiandao, who had just been kicked until he was bleeding, still mocked him. Haha, Jianji Chen Sha. So you finally stopped hiding in your shell, have you? Before he could continue, he frowned as if he realized something. Chen Sha, quick as a flash, flew over and dealt with several of Duba's underlings. One guy was hit so hard he crashed through the floor, landing in an impossibly contorted pose. All he could do was scream, Boss Ba. Seeing this, Ba Tiandao gritted his teeth in anger. Ba Tiandao was still very confident. Jianji Chen Sha, but you only won last time because you ambushed us. This time, you'll meet your end here. The underlings gradually surrounded Chen Sha. A guy with a green spear tried to sneak attack him but was discovered. He immediately grabbed hold of the guy's spear, preventing him from moving. Then, with a single slash, he sent the man's head flying. There was another guy who appeared behind him, but how could he possibly land a hit? He soared up like a bird, gliding past them one by one, making them. They couldn't even attack. One of them was struck by his slash and froze up, completely stiff. Yifang watched him fight and found it very familiar, then asked Mingyue. Shen Cha's halberd, reflexes, and moves just now were very familiar. Yeah, very similar. Too similar. Suddenly, she screamed, "Watch out!" Giant blocks of ice and rock were falling towards Shen Cha, but he was completely unharmed. He continued to dash like lightning, rushing forward to take them down one by one. Suddenly, an archer appeared, unleashing a volley of 10,000 arrows. A barrage of arrows flew towards Shen Cha. He looked up at the rain of arrows rushing towards him, then he glided smoothly past each arrow, dodging them with ease. His gaze turned towards the enemy. The minions saw this and their jaws dropped in absolute terror. Zhu Ren. He rushed forward and they all bit the dust instantly. In a flash, he had finished off the small fry, with only the last one remaining. Ba Tiandao was so furious he roared, sending rocks flying up. Shen Cha looked at him and asked, "It's your turn. Any last words?" Ba Tiandao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what just happened? Were all of their war gods killed? He clenched his fists, his face darkening. Again, like this, Assassin Shen Cha, why is it always you? He yelled, "You stole our boss, stole our hero's token, and even stole the #1 guild spot. I can't accept this. Our Duba guild in the Icewind Prefecture, if we claim to be second, then no one would dare claim to be first. You blatantly livestreamed to slap me in the face. What do you think you are? On what grounds?" As he finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed straight at Shen Cha. "I want you dead." Shen Cha easily dodged to the side, avoiding his slash. He retorted, "On what grounds?" Before he could continue, the man cut him off. "On the grounds that you're too weak." He swung his sword and slashed again. Shen Cha dodged and told him to shut up, making him see red with anger. He raised his sword. "This declaration of revenge and your petty, weak tricks only show that you're inferior to others. If you're weak, you need to train more. The strong devour the weak. If you're willing to bet, you have to accept defeat." And with that, he unleashed the Zhu Ren skill. He continued, "You harmed my friends, so a blood debt must be paid in blood." And just like that, Ba Tiandao was done for. Yifang was extremely surprised to hear these words. She exclaimed, "Those words." She then called out, "Luo Chen," and started walking towards him. Shen Cha heard the call but remained silent, unable to believe someone had recognized him. Yifang suddenly grabbed his hand. She asked him, "You're Luo Chen, aren't you?" He immediately played dumb. "Guild Master, Lai Shui Ni Fang, what is this?" She explained only Luo Chen could pull off those moves and say those words. He then turned and asked, "Is that right? Is that right?" Then he pointed to himself, "Do you really think I'm Luo Chen? Haha, that's just too great." He then took her hand, putting on an appreciative expression. "The great god, Luo Chen, is my idol. I have been imitating him for so long, but until now, you're the only one who said I'm like him." Yifang was speechless after hearing this. She then stepped back. Mingyue came over and held Yifang's hand. "Ji Yin?" Yifang then bowed her head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I was mistaken. You're just so much like Luo Chen." "Thank you for your help this time," he quickly replied. "No thanks needed. After all, you all got caught up in the conflict between Shou, Yin An, and Duba this time." Then he turned to look at the bodies on the ground. "The Duba members are about to respawn. We should scatter," Yifang replied. "Okay." He looked. Ba Tiandao was on the ground, making threats. "Ba Tiandao, remember my words. If you ever touch Shui, Yin An, and Ancient Sword Dream Soul again, I will hunt you down. I mean what I say." Yifang's two subordinates looked at him with admiration. Brother Zeiji is so cool. 10 out of 10 on the badass scale. Brother Zeiji is truly too strong. One person can fight against 5 of Duba's main force. Of course he is. Brother Zeiji is #1 on the heavenly rankings now. The two couldn't help but marvel as they watched his retreating figure. One of them spoke up, "Brother GG, later on. Will you have time? Can you take us to level up?" He immediately refused. "Sorry, I have some things to do offline that I need to handle. I'm leaving now." Okay. The scene shifts to Luo Chen's office. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, his hand on his forehead, deep in thought. "Boss, I really want to tell you that I'm Luo Chen, to tell you I'm still alive, to cry with you, to laugh with you, to bring Sword Dream Soul back to the top together." He stared intently at his own hand, then sighed, speaking to his hand. "Ah, in this monstrous state, how can I even dream of meeting her?" Then he lowered his hand, covering one eye. "Being alone is enough for me." The phone rang. Someone was calling him. He quickly reached out for the ringing phone. He rolled over to answer it. "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the phone replied, "This is Murong Mingyu. I know you're Luo Chen, Heart Moon Cafe. I'll be waiting for you at 12 o'clock noon." After hearing this, he shot up shouting, "Hello, hello," but the other side had already hung up. He pondered, what's meant to happen will happen. At noon at the Heart Moon Cafe, Luo Chen and a woman were talking inside. The woman told him, "Stop looking around. This is a secret meeting between just the two of us." He replied, "It's just my first time at such a high-end cafe. I'm a little curious. I ordered you an Americano. I hope it's to your liking." He replied, "A slightly bitter coffee is very good." This woman was from the GGS company. She looked at him and said, "Since you came to meet me, it seems you admit that you are Luo Chen." He held his coffee cup and only replied, "Chief Executive Inspector." She picked up her coffee cup, took a sip, and continued his sentence, "Murong Mingyue." He then asked her, "Miss Mingyue, How did you figure me out? This question surprised her. She answered without hesitation. Don't you forget about me and Ivy are both high-level executives at the GGS company. Ivy is even the president of the Asia region. She took a sip of coffee and continued to explain, did you think your words from yesterday could fool us? Ming Yue put her coffee cup down, and he immediately asked, So does she know now? Ming Yu replied, You're worrying yourself silly. If Evie knew, why would I be the only one here today? Just then, he slid a file over to her. She continued asking, So, what is it that you can't talk about? Why did you have to fake your death to hide from us? Ming Yue read the file, her eyes widening. So surprised she was at a loss for words. He explained, This is my diagnosis report. Take a look. She threw the documents onto the table. You're sick. Luo Chen immediately rolled up his sleeve to show her, but the red corpse spots on his body. As he explained, It's real, to be precise. I can't be considered a living person right now. After all, have you ever seen a living person? At the corpse spots on their body, Mingyu was stunned. She immediately grabbed his arm and started rubbing the spots, was furious because she thought you were lying to her. But that mark is real. It won't wipe off. He continued to explain, Now I have to periodically rely on the 10th ray to sustain my life. This is the reason why I had to fake my death to the boss. Mingyu placed a hand on her forehead, pondering. Do you know what happened? Because she believed you were dead, Ivy fell into self-blame and almost fell into a deep depression. She has to rely on sleeping pills every day just to sleep. The promise you made to restore the ancient sword of Dream Soul to its peak has become her obsession. After hearing this, he became pensive. Boss Ming Yue then advised him, That way is not fair to her. You have to come with me to see her. Whatever difficulties there are, we can face them together. At that moment, behind where he was sitting, two people overheard the entire conversation. They also looked very worried for him. He only replied, I know, but I'm in a lot of pain too. I also want to see the boss, but I don't know about when this body will die. Am I supposed to let her see me die again? After hearing this, Ming Yue seemed to realize something. She noticed a blonde-haired man who was carrying coffee while on the phone. Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. Luo Chen and Ming Yue lowered their heads. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man brought coffee over to the two from the earlier conversation, as if delivering some kind of information. Luo Chen spoke up. Sister Ming Yue, just consider me dead and help me keep this secret. Can you? Ming Yue kept her head down, deep in thought. She clutched her coffee cup and then agreed. All right, I'll do as you ask. Sister Ming Yue. In real life, I'll have to rely on you to take better care of the boss. In the game, I will help bring Ancient Sword Dream Soul back to its peak. Ming Yu agreed, but she didn't forget to question him. That's good too. Bringing Ancient Sword Dream Soul back to its peak can indeed help IV get a little better. However, you've currently joined Shui Yin An, so what exactly is your relationship with Feng Shi Huanxiang? He replied, I only temporarily joined Shu Yin An, that's all. But an image of Gigi linking arms with him, the two of them laughing and chatting happily, appeared in his mind. He affirmed, with Feng Shi Huanxiang, we are just comrades in arms, nothing more. Ming Yue looked skeptical. Really? It's just an ordinary relationship between comrades in arms? Luo Chen remained silent, offering no further explanation. The scene shifts to inside the game. At the Lulan Death Forest, Luo Chen was fighting a scruffy, bearded guy, and as he fought, he wondered what his relationship with Gigi really was. Were they comrades in arms? Then he thrust his sword straight into the bearded guy's head. The guy cried out in pain but also answered him, Yes, we are just comrades in arms. A system notification appeared as a world announcement. Player Feng Shi Huanxiang has leveled up to level 53, successfully ascending to the #1 spot on the heavenly ranking. He was sneak attacked, but Luo Chen quickly blocked an arrow aimed straight at his head. He realized he had been sniped from a distance, but didn't know by whom. Luo Chen turned his head, searching for the one who dared to ambush him. Just then, he sensed someone charging straight at him. The figure wore a cloak with a red eye and charged relentlessly toward Luo Chen. He continuously swung his sword at him. Seeing the enemy's appearance, Luo Chen assumed this was a warrior. Despite being attacked relentlessly, Luo Chen still managed to dodge the opponent's blows. As he was about to land, 2 arrows suddenly shot straight towards Luo Chen. After dealing with those 2 arrows, Luo Chen realized there wasn't just a warrior, but an archer here as well. Luo Chen looked around and saw a blurry figure in the distance. It turned out to be an NPC, the 1st Legion commander of the Blood Rain Legion, Shui Fei. She had her bow drawn, aiming straight at Lu Chen. As for the warrior who had just attacked Lu Chen, he was the 1st captain of the Evil Sealing Guard of the Blood Rain Legion, Ling Luo. He appeared behind Lu Chen, preparing to strike the finishing blow. Lu Chen tried to tell them to stop and wait a moment for his explanation. They were all on the same side. He was also from Yiling, but his opponent didn't stop and continued his assault. Luckily, Lu Chen managed to dodge and was unharmed. Seeing his opponent's sword speed, he was unimpressed and thought that this guy absolutely refused to listen to reason. He lunged at Lu Chen like a hunter who had found his prey, slashing down from above, but Lu Chen managed to parry it with his sword. At this point, he knew that if he didn't fight back, death would surely be his fate. Lu Chen gathered his strength to counter the enemy's attack. He launched a powerful slash aimed right at him, but his opponent managed to dodge the dangerous attack. Lu Chen couldn't believe his eyes, because an attack like that should have been impossible to dodge. Yet this guy had dodged it so easily. The sword-wielding enemy yelled, cursing Lu Chen as one of those despicable night spirits and charged in to take his life. Lu Chen tried his best to dodge the opponent's next 3 moves, but he was in a bad spot because the attacks were getting faster and faster, making them impossible to dodge anymore. Realizing he couldn't dodge, he prepared to counterattack, but as he swung his sword, 2 arrows had already appeared behind him. By the time he noticed the arrows aimed at him, it was too late to dodge. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen took the full impact of both arrows. There was an archer from afar and a warrior right in front of him. Lu Chen knew that this warrior was much stronger than him. On top of that, there was a Legion Commander-level archer constantly in a combat-ready position. The warrior swung his sword at Lu Chen, and knowing he was no match for him, Lu Chen had no idea what to do. He realized that any explanation would fall on deaf ears, and furthermore, he already knew the outcome whether he fought or not, but he still chose to risk it all. The two charged at each other, neither one backing down. They swung their swords toward their opponent. It was as if one of them had to die. Suddenly, the warrior felt a chill run down his spine as if pain was about to wash over him. It turned out Lu Chen's previous slash had injured him. The archer, seeing her teammate wounded, cried out his name, Ling Luo. On Lu Chen's side, his sword seemed to have a will of its own, wanting to take Ling Luo's life. It moved on its own, without any input from Lu Chen. Luckily, Lu Chen managed to regain control of his blade. He yelled, ordering it to stop immediately. Once the sword was still, Lu Chen finally calmed down, realizing that Ling Luo would have died if he'd been a second later. Xu Fei witnessed the entire scene unfold. She lowered her bow, realizing something was odd. Xu Fei was surprised that this night spirit would risk taking damage just to sheathe his own sword. Lu Chen turned to look at Xu Fei, and only then did she believe he wasn't an evil night spirit from Frost Harbor. But before she could get to him, she suddenly collapsed onto the ground, leaving Lu Chen completely confused about what was happening. Lu Chen stood there looking at the 2 people who, just moments ago, could have killed him at any time, had collapsed so easily and simply without a word. A delicious, perfectly round loaf of bread appeared, but it was nothing special. It turned out that Ling Luo and Shui Wei had fainted from extreme hunger after Lu Chen gave them bread. They both devoured it ravenously, leaving him speechless. After hearing their explanation, Lu Chen finally learned that they had mistaken him for a man-eating night spirit from Frostport. But he also didn't blame them, as Lu Chen admitted he was indeed from Frostport, but he had never eaten flesh and blood, and as for those wild demons, they were all already dead. Xu Wei apologized for their misunderstanding of Lu Chen, admitting she never expected to find such a good person in a place like Frostport. Meanwhile, Ling Luo was still ravenously chewing on the bread that Lu Chen had given him. After finishing the bread, Ling Luo told Lu Chen that this bread was miraculous, saying that eating just one could replenish 50 hunger points. Lu Chen confidently claimed that his bread was the best-tasting kind. Ling Luo agreed, saying it was even better than the special rations of their Blood Rain Legion. He asked where Lu Chen got them. Lu Chen didn't reveal how he got the bread, saying it was a secret. Besides, he also didn't understand why they, who also had rations, could have starved to the point of fainting. Ling Luo didn't hesitate, saying it was all because people from Lu Chen's Frostport had sent people to sneak in and burn down their food storage. That was the very reason they had come out this time, solely to find food. Lu Chen was also surprised by Ling Luo's answer. While Lu Chen was still in shock, the 2 of them seemed to have recovered their strength after eating the bread. Xu Wei began to explain their feud with Frostport. It was a long story, but it had to be told. Their legion was currently in need of a large amount of food. She asked, how much of this bread did Lu Chen have on him? Lu Chen generously replied that he could provide as much bread as they needed. Hearing about such a seemingly endless supply of food, Xu Wei and Ling Luo were both ecstatic and couldn't believe their ears. But Lu Chen wasn't giving it away for free. He said it would depend on what they were willing to offer in return. Xu Wei agreed, saying that as long as Lu Chen could supply the bread, the price was up to him. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought, one is a Legion commander of the Blood Rain Legion, and the other is the captain of the Imperial Guard. Both are big fish. If we don't bring them back, fleece them for all they were worth, he wouldn't be Lu Chen. Hearing Xu Wei's generous offer, Lu Chen's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. One moment he was acting hesitant, but the next, he mentioned he had just a small request. Then, Lu Chen shamelessly unfurled a ridiculously long list, which left both Xu Wei and Ling Luo completely stunned. He said for the time being, this would be enough. The list of demands on the scroll was dazzling enough to blind Ling Luo. Xu Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but she still told Lu Chen he was being too courteous. A system notification popped up. Intermediate A-rank food escort quest triggered. Escort 1,000 loaves of bread to the Blood Rain Legion before noon tomorrow. Reward, 2 skill books, a gold-grade weapon with a dark attribute, 2 large gift packs of metal attribute materials, a special material gift pack, a large gemstone gift pack, a large material gift pack of wood attribute materials, a large leather gift pack, and 200 gold coins. A mountain of delicious round bread appeared in the oven. The little girl praised, Lu Chen was so amazing, able to produce such fragrant and soft bread with just a single oven. Lu Chen confidently that he was able to make so much delicious bread was all thanks to Shinran's guidance. Shinran also thought she was very impressive because she was the only child in the village qualified to be an apprentice priestess. Lu Chen gave her 2 thumbs up, thinking that was amazing. The little girl excitedly hoped to definitely become a priestess in the future. That way, Shinran could cure her mother's illness. Also, when adventuring outside, she could help many people who are sick or injured. Lu Chen patted the little girl's head. I'll make a pact with Shinran and wait until she becomes a priestess, then we'll go exploring together. Shinran was excited and agreed to Lu Chen's invitation, and they both clasped hands and made a firm promise. Lu Chen's system announced that he had successfully accepted the pact quest. Seeing the notification, Lu Chen knew he had received an SSS rank Supreme quest to uphold his promise to help the young girl Shinran become a priestess of the Silver Moon Alliance. He also didn't expect that this little girl Shinran would actually issue an SSS rank quest. Even though Lu Chen had previously felt that this NPC Shinran was unusual, this time he had triggered a top-tier hidden questline of the Tianzong world. Shinran excitedly asked Lu Chen if he could go with her to the church to receive the baptism. Suddenly, a light appeared above Lu Chen's head. He didn't expect to get a new quest so quickly. The system announced another part of the pact quest, to go witness at the Church of Light in half an hour, to see Shinran receive her baptism to become a priestess. Completing the quest would grant a mysterious reward. After reading the quest, Lu Chen agreed to go with Shinran. This made the little girl feel incredibly happy. Suddenly, he felt that something was very wrong. Since he was a Dark Knight spirit, going to the Church of Light, wasn't that just asking for a death wish? At the Caddis Church, it only took a short while for Shinran and Lu Chen to arrive at the church. Seeing the protective layer, Lu Chen thought he was screwed. With such a strong light barrier, he didn't know if he could deal with it or get through it. At the same time, the system also announced Holy Light Barrier. The Goddess of Light, for her faithful followers, has descended a Holy Light Magic Circle Barrier. The Holy Light can block the attacks of dark creatures below level 70 for 3 seconds and annihilate all dark creatures below level 60. The system also provided information on the item Sakak's Disguise Mask. Investigators of the Sakak patrol team use this disguise mask to transform themselves into skeletons, changing their attire to perfectly hide within the human faction. Lu Chen said to the mask, "I'm counting on you." Shinran just like that took Lu Chen's hand and pulled him through the protective layer. Seeing that he wasn't affected at all, Lu Chen realized the mask was effective. But before he could rejoice, Lu Chen felt something was wrong. It turned out that due to the overly dense light energy, Sakak's mask began to crack. After 3 minutes, the mask will be completely destroyed. All of the players' dark energy will trigger the annihilation effect of the Holy Light Magic Circle. After hearing the system notification, Lu Chen couldn't believe the mask would only last for 3 minutes, but he calmed himself down. In these 3 minutes, what he needed to do was complete the witnessing quest and then leave the church immediately. The system began a countdown, with 2 minutes and 9.98 seconds remaining. They both entered the church. Shinran ran towards Elder Priest, and the little girl told him she was ready to receive the baptism. Seeing Shinran, the Elder Priest said he would prepare the baptismal tools and that they would begin in half an hour. During this time, he needed to prepare quite a few things, but Lu Chen didn't have that much time, so upon hearing this, he hurriedly tried to find a way. Lu Chen ran up and asked the priest what tools he needed so he could help him. The benevolent priest smiled and asked if he was Shinran's guardian. He thought Lu Chen was an enthusiastic and kind person, and that finding a good person like Lu Chen nowadays was truly rare. On the outside, Lu Chen appeared calm, but inside, he was burning with anxiety. He told the priest that what he said was right, that he was exactly that kind of person, so he should let him help him quickly finish the preparations for the baptism while internally cursing, "Hurry up already." The time remaining was now 20.37. The priest began to list the necessary items. Behind the church were fresh willow branches. They had to be fresh willow branches that had just sprouted. They couldn't be too young. Lu Chen appeared behind the church in a flash to pick the willow branches. The second item to prepare was a cup of holy water, specifically, holy rainwater. The third was a newly blessed offering from the goddess. The fresher, the better for the baptism's effectiveness. Lu Chen immediately went to get the holy chalice, and what's more, he also had to get the ancient script and had to handle them gently, as they were all ancient texts, all antiques. Their age was even greater than the church itself, so he had to be gentle. But Lu Chen's actions didn't look very gentle at all. The system announced the remaining time was 20.41 seconds, meaning in just over 20 seconds, Lu Chen had gathered all the items the priest needed 30 minutes to prepare. Lu Chen brought all the items he had gathered to the priest and told him to start immediately. The priest began the ritual. He read the words from the ancient book, "O great goddess, guide this lost little lamb. Let your glory shine upon this little girl's body. Let her feel the supreme glory, and let her become a faithful believer of yours, omnipotent goddess. From them she came, to them she goes. This lost little lamb will join them, just as they have joined with them." The remaining time was 1 minute and 20.18 seconds. The priest didn't know that if he dragged on any longer, Lu Chen would lose his life. He continued to leisurely read from the old book. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was screaming for his life in his mind, urgently wishing for the priest to speed up. When there were only 14 seconds left, the priest and Shinran seemed about to complete the ritual. They both spoke words of praise to the goddess. The system kept giving notifications, sometimes about apprentice priestess Shinran, other times about the countdown. Right after the system announced that player Ji Chenxia had completed the witness mission. Upon receiving the notification, Lu Chen didn't even let the priest and Shinran say goodbye. He shouted with joy, "Oh my god, it's finally over," and grabbed Shinran, dashing outside. The time ran out just as they left the safe room, and Lu Chen congratulated Shinran, saying she was one step closer to her dream. At the same time, he knew his mask was about to break, so he had to leave quickly, otherwise he would scare Shinran. The little girl felt that something was strange about Lu Chen, but she didn't understand what it was. Shinran asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Chen just made an excuse that it was too hot inside, so he had to go out for some fresh air, while cracks had already appeared on his mask. Shinran felt, thanking Lu Chen for witnessing her become an apprentice priest, and this was the gift she wanted to give him. Seeing the bottle in Shinran's hand, Lu Chen knew it was a mysterious potion, and the system gave the player a prompt. The sinking sand halberd has completed the witnessing quest and received the secret potion gifted by Shinran. The system also provided some information about the item. This is a mysterious potion from the young lady Shinran to be used at a critical moment by the player. Immediately after, the system also warned that the mask of corruption had started to crack. The cracks on Lu Chen's mask were increasing, and he knew he didn't have much time left. Immediately, Lu Chen took the bottle of mysterious potion, thanked Shinran, and then made an excuse that he was busy and would visit her next time. Shinran didn't suspect a thing and told him he must come next time. Lu Chen promised he would definitely visit her, and then he left. In front of the church, the bishop and Shinran stood there bidding Lu Chen farewell, with the little girl waving non-stop to say goodbye. At the Blood Rain Legion's base, the soldiers here were training diligently. After Lu Chen delivered the bread to the Blood Rain Legion, he received a huge sum of money. He thought that, as expected of the Blood Rain Legion, they are so generous. Meanwhile, Ling Luo was distributing the high-quality bread to her soldiers. Xue seemed to want to cooperate with Lu Chen, saying that for their business to last longer, she would tell him a secret. Lu Chen was also surprised. Was there an even better deal? According to what Xue knew, aside from the old monster of Frost Harbor, no necromancer swordsman had ever reached level 60. Hearing such wonderful news, Lu Chen was very surprised. He thought to himself, damn it, what's so wonderful about this? This is a straight-up trap. Lu Chen thought, not being able to reach level 60 means not only can I not level up, but my account might even be deleted. He had originally thought this special Long Audion class was overpowered, but it turned out a huge pit was waiting for him. Lu Chen hesitantly asked Xu Wei why she would just tell him this. It must mean she already had a solution to this problem, right? But contrary to Lu Chen's thoughts, Xu Wei had no solution at all. Because all the necromancers who failed to reach level 60 had died, only Su Lun of Frost Harbor had broken through to level 60. Lu Chen said nothing, rubbing his chin in thought. It seemed the only way was still to find Su Lun. However, things had been a bit too unusual lately, giving him a strange feeling. Suddenly, the system announced that your promised quest had failed. Lu Chen was startled, so this was the bad feeling he had. If the quest failed, it could only mean something had happened to Shinran. Lu Chen immediately started running. Xu Wei was surprised that he was leaving. She asked where he was going and that he hadn't taken his payment yet. Lu Chen said he had an emergency and would come back for the payment a bit later. Lu Chen shot off like an arrow toward Shinran. He didn't understand why an SSS rank quest would fail. How could anything possibly happen at the prestigious Church of Light? But when he arrived at the church, Lu Chen couldn't believe the scene he was witnessing. Before him was a horrifying sight. Everyone who lived here was dead and sprawled on the ground. Lu Chen immediately ran into the church. He saw the kind bishop lying in a pool of blood, completely breathless. He threw open the door, calling for the little girl Shinran, hoping he could in response. But reality completely extinguished his flame of hope. He couldn't believe his eyes. A scene horrifying was unfolding before him. He saw his master deliciously chewing on Tan Yin's arm. He casually asked how he managed to get here, but it was a real shame he had arrived too late. He even praised how these priests tasted so delicious. It was truly unusual. Lu Chen could no longer remain calm. His eyes turned red, the anger within him concentrating into power. Lu Chen immediately drew his sword and delivered a slash with great force towards his master. Su Lin thought he had gone mad for daring to attack his own teacher. Seeing Tan Yin's small scepter, now covered in blood, Lu Chen tremblingly picked it up. He asked why he did this. Su Lin thought it was obvious. As a man-eating night spirit, what did it matter? Besides, he still didn't understand why Lu Chen was going crazy. Lu Chen didn't bother explaining anything to Su Lin. What he wanted now was his life. But Su Lin was Lu Chen's master, so he could easily parry the blow. He thought Lu Chen had a death wish for daring to challenge his teacher. Lu Chen was easily sent flying. He was slashed right across the chest. Su Lin, like a thirsty demon, flew towards Lu Chen with a ravenous look on his face. But this time, Lu Chen countered and swung his sword. Su Lin claimed he always had his demon god armor active, so Lu Chen's pitiful amount of damage couldn't hurt him. It might not even tickle him for all he knew. He turned around to cut him down. His eyes flashed menacingly. Lu Chen was trembling because his power was still nowhere near Su Lin's. Seeing that he made no move, Su Lin raised his sword to end Lu Chen's life, calling him a treacherous disciple. By now, Lu Chen was completely out of strength. He stood still and took the full brunt of Su Lin's sword. With that last slash, Lu Chen felt himself falling, while Su Lin stood over him looking down, and the system immediately announced that the player had died. But this time, Lu Chen truly didn't care. Suddenly, he had a thought. Wait a minute, death had never manifested through his soul fire seed before, so why was it happening now? Seeing Su Lin reach out to grab his fire seed, Lu Chen had a very bad premonition. Once he took his soul fire seed, he was afraid he would truly die in the heavenly sect. As expected, Su Lin got a hold of the soul fire seed belonging to Lu Chen. But contrary to what he expected, he threw the fire seed back into his body. Su Lin said that considering this was his first offense, he would just teach Lu Chen a small lesson. He hoped Lu Chen would get his act together and not lose his way. There was still a mission at Frost Ice Harbor, and once he had thought it over, he should get there as soon as possible. After saying this, Sulin turned his back and left, leaving Lu Chen on the ground. The system also announced that Lu Chen had been resurrected. The wound on his body was being stitched up by threads. Lu Chen sat up, placing his hand on the massive wound Sulin had inflicted. He looked around for the little girl Tan Yen and the other practitioners who had lost their lives while he had been powerless to do anything. Lu Chen suppressed his anger and slammed his fist into the ground. After the punch, cracks appeared on the floor. Cracks. Outside, the sky darkened and raindrops began to fall rapidly. The sky started to show signs of a deafening thunderclap. Lu Chen had personally buried the bodies of everyone here. He knelt at the graves of the bishop and Tan Yen. Lu Chen raised his hand to touch the headstone, when suddenly a voice and footsteps approached from behind, asking if these were his friends. It turned out to be Xu Wei. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to admit that one was a very good friend and that the girl was like a little sister to him. Xu Wei knew that the church's light barrier had been forcibly shattered and that even the powerful bishop had been murdered. She guessed it was Sul's doing. Lu Chen immediately admitted that was correct. He asked her if it wasn't ironic that the bastard was his master. Xu Wei also revealed to Lu Chen that the ice troll's cannibalism originated from him, Sul. Lu Chen was very surprised because he had always thought that the night spirit ice troll's man-eating was just an instinct, wasn't it? Xu Wei asked Lu Chen if he remembered that she had once said that besides Sul, there were no other living necro-spirits. Lu Chen vaguely guessed the answer but was still unsure if he was right. He asked Xu Wei, could it be that Sul was responsible for that too? Xu Wei looked up at the pitch-black sky and began to recount the events of 50 years ago. Somehow, Sul had obtained a potion. It was said that this potion could break through a necro-spirit's power barrier, but that was only a legend. When Lu Chen heard about the potion, a scene from the past flashed in his mind. He suspected it might be the necro-spirit water for this potion that Sul had sent him to retrieve. Xu Wei carefully confirmed that it was true. Sul treated the potion like a treasure, and he had joined forces with the demonic pharmacist 2Y to create this magic drug. But who would have known that the drug was still a half-finished product, and 2Y had tricked Sul into drinking it? The half-finished drug gave Sul a body of flesh and blood, allowing him to escape his skeletal state, but it also came with many side effects. Sul gradually became a creature that craved flesh and blood, constantly hungry, wanting to eat people, emotionally unstable, and occasionally going insane. Sul wanted to take 2Y's life, but he still needed 2Y to complete the magic drug, so the only way was to keep 2Y under his watch so he could finish the drug. Sul grew so brutal that he was suppressed by forces from all sides, who finally drove him to the Ice Troll's domain, a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, turning it into his main headquarters and personal experimental base. Under the influence of Sul and 2Y's experiments, the Ice Troll's domain became a gathering place for night spirits craving human flesh. Sul and 2Y conducted cruel and barbaric experiments on the necro-spirits. Originally, there weren't many necro-spirit swordsmen here, and now they were tortured by them until only a few remained. Not only that, they even dared to steal necro-spirits from the Blood Rain Legion. After countless battles, in the end, Sul was the only necro-spirit left. Every time Sul went insane, 2Y feared that Sul would take his life as well. 2Y secretly fled, and since then, there has been no news of him. Everyone thought Sul would go look for 2Y, but instead, he went to attack the Blood Rain Legion. Xu Wei's father was also finished off by Sul. Sul even went as far as to poison the previous Legion commander of the Legion. That person was none other than Xu Wei's father. At that time, she didn't know what to do as she witnessed her father pass away. She could only weep beside her father's body. Finally, they discovered the initial target. His goal was the Blood Rain Legion's forbidden book, the Asura Scroll. In recent years, because Sulin wanted to become stronger, he did things that infuriated everyone. Lu Chen heard about his master's evil deeds and everything Xu Wei had endured. He trembled and was at a loss for words. Xu Wei had thought Sulin only targeted Ziling, but unexpectedly, things had surpassed her current imagination. He even dared to target the Church of Light. She believed that if he was acting personally, there must be some kind of conspiracy. Lu Chen stood before Shinran's tombstone. He didn't care what the conspiracy was. He would definitely tear him limb from limb and end him with his own hands. Lu Chen made a proposal to Xu Wei. He could lead Commander Xu Wei into the frozen tundra and hoped she would lend him a hand. But Xu Wei didn't let down her guard. She asked why she should trust Lu Chen. No matter what, Sulin was his master, and taking his life would mean Lu Chen's future position and skills would be ruined. Lu Chen also told Xu Wei about how Sulin had just tried to absorb his soul flame, but for some unknown reason, he gave up. Previously, Sulin had told Lu Chen that wind spirits evolve by absorbing the souls of their own kind. Currently, he was the only undead besides him, so sooner or later, Sulin would make a move on him anyway. Xu Wei asked, "Can I trust you?" Lu Chen brought out his soul flame to make an oath. Standing before Xu Wei, he made a deadly soul-binding oath, vowing to take Sulin's life. The soul flame and chains of the oath enveloped Lu Chen completely. If he violated it, his soul flame would vanish, and he would be condemned to the infinite abyss. Xu Wei never expected Lu Chen would dare to make such an oath. She looked at Lu Chen and praised him. What a fine young man. Indeed, Xu Wei did not misjudge you. Seeing Lu Chen's determination, Xu Wei extended her hand in agreement. Their Blood Rain Legion would stand shoulder to shoulder with Liu Chen to launch a full-scale assault on the frozen tundra to take Su Lin's life. The two shook hands, sealing their pact. Dawn was breaking. If the oath was broken, the soul flame would vanish, and he'd be cast into the infinite abyss. Currently, at the frozen tundra, the remaining undead were on guard duty, feeling weary. Due to their lack of vigilance, those undead were struck down in a single blow, losing their lives. It turned out the Blood Rain Legion had arrived. Xu Wei asked Ling Luo, "Have all the men been dispatched?" Ling Luo reported that the veterans were leading the elite troops, and according to the map Liu Chen provided, all secret exits had been sealed off. Therefore, the chances of Su Lin escaping this time were slim. Liu Chen held his sword in his hand, murmuring, "Su Lin, it's time to make a decision." Su Lin sat on his throne. He could sense the scent of a familiar person. At this moment, his level had reached 80. Suddenly, a mage's isolated domain appeared, and countless multicolored lights shattered the massive wall. That single attack cost Su Lin nearly 400 energy points. Before he could even recognize the danger, hundreds of arrows rained down on him from the sky. But these things were still not enough to trouble Su Lin. He stood behind a wall, completely avoiding the arrows. Su Lin recognized that it was Commander Xu Wei. He greeted her. "Long time no see, yet you dare to conspire with my treacherous disciple to attack." She advanced. Xu Wei retorted that for the sins he had committed, he must pay the price today. She told him to surrender quickly and accept the judgment of the Blood Rain Legion. The Blood Rain Legion had step by step closed the distance with Su Lin. He didn't understand what Shui was basing her judgment on. What could their two defeated generals possibly change? Su Lin cursed at Liu Chen, calling him a traitorous disciple, for daring to confront the master who had trained and taught him all for a worthless human woman. But when he finally got his hands on it, he couldn't absorb it. Liu Chen knew that the soul flame also couldn't satisfy Su Lin's needs. Seeing that his plot had been discovered, Su Lin lunged forward to counterattack. He cursed at him, calling him a brat, and said that he had finally figured it out. Although his soul flame was just a little short right now, perhaps his patience had run out, so he wanted him to hand it over now. This time, Liu Chen managed to draw his sword before the blade of Su Lin came down. Unlike last time, he dodged the attack from his former master, and Liu Chen declared that he would not let him touch his soul flame a second time. The members of the Blood Rain Legion weren't idle either. Another sword stabbed Su Lin in the back. Normally I wouldn't like this kind of backstabbing, but in this case, he deserves a few stabs, maybe even 100. It turned out that sword thrust came from Ling Luo. By the time Su Lin realized it, it was too late. Su Lin seemed to have lost all his patience. He pushed Liu Chen and Ling Luo far away. With the current strength of Su Lin, everyone found him tough to handle. This time, he was truly furious. His eyes became redder than ever before. He called them trash and a real nuisance. Su Lin looked up to the sky and roared, shouting for his undead summon to come forth. The ground cracked open, and undead beings began to slowly crawl up from below. These undead were probably the people who had lost their lives due to Su Lin's wicked experiments. Now, he wouldn't even spare their skeletons. Shui Weiyang also got ready for battle. She ordered the Legion to release the horses. The two sides charged at each other like hungry tigers. The Blood Rain Legion shouted to quickly take all the enemies' lives. Everyone had their own opponent, and no one was idle. Liu Chen wasn't idle either. He used his knowledge to make countless undead fall down, but his real opponent wasn't this horde of weak undead, but his former master. He had blindsided him. This time, Liu Chen managed to dodge the attack Su Lin launched. He continuously swung his sword down towards Liu Chen in strike after strike. The system gave a suggestion. The Silver Snow Palace Guild would provide its members with a 50% movement speed boost. Seeing Liu Chen's power increase significantly, Su Lin couldn't believe that in just one day he could have improved so astonishingly. But Liu Chen had no time to waste. He didn't bother replying to a scoundrel like him. The thing he needed to do now was to take his life. Just then, the system introduced another skill, which was Ming Dan's Slash. A slash from a high-ranking general of the Blood Rain Legion that can pierce through defenses and deal true damage. Liu Chen immediately used the new move and successfully wounded Su Lin. Su Lin was knocked back. He didn't understand why the Blood Rain Legion would actually teach Liu Chen the Ming Dan Slash, but Su Lin used the Soul Siphon technique. The system also gave a brief introduction to this skill. It would deal damage to the enemy's body and spirit. The enemy would fall into a static state for 0.8 seconds. He used this technique on Liu Chen. He felt that something was very wrong. His entire body was currently paralyzed, unable to move. Su Lin used the skill Blood-Piercing Thrust. He asserted that no matter what tricks Liu Chen had, only hell awaited him. Just as Liu Chen thought he was about to be defeated, the captain of the first guard of the Blood Rain Legion, Shi Ming, used heavy numbing shockwave to send Su Lin flying far away. Xu Wei immediately ran over to check on Liu Chen's condition, asking him if he was okay. Fortunately, Liu Chen quickly recovered and said he was fine. That was the power of teamwork, always supporting and helping each other. But without giving them a moment's rest, Su Lin got back up after being sent flying. Just now, purple lightning crackled densely around him. The system prompted that the undead swordsman Su Lin had entered. Thunder Demon form, his entire body crackling with lightning, defense reduced by 50%, and his skills now had a lightning warding effect. With lightning, defense reduced by 50%, and his skills now had a lightning warding effect. Liu Chen informed everyone that Su Lin had entered the next phase ahead of schedule, so they all needed to be careful. Shui Wei told him to rest assured. because she would protect him. Honestly, I don't know what to say about this scene. I just feel that Sulin had gone berserk and he also could no longer control his own body. Shu Wei fired an arrow filled with her hatred. She told Sulin to pay for her father's life, then shot her bow with all her might towards her enemy. The arrow flew through the air, shattering everything that blocked its path, heading straight for Sulin. It seemed Lu Chen and Shu Wei were communicating with their eyes. Just then, Sulin, from above, leaped down, launching the Blood Demon God-slaying armor skill at Lu Chen, but this time, its power was enhanced. Lu Chen managed to dodge the attack. Lu Chen felt it was too dangerous. A gold-tier weapon was terrifying. He was just a hair's breadth away from meeting the Underworld King. The system provided information on the item Blood Rain Demon Nether Armor, also known as a gold-tier weapon, noted as coming from the Blood Rain Legion, a masterpiece by the legendary weapons master Mav. It gives plus 500 HP, plus 80 physical defense, plus 40 magic resistance, and plus 100 mana. Its effect grants a blood shield when the player's HP drops to 10 points. A health lock effect will be activated, and the player will be immune to damage for 2 seconds. Afterwards, the cooldown for the blood shield is 2 hours. Lu Chen felt the immense danger because he only had 10 HP left. He had to quickly replenish it and fight back. The system displayed information for the high-grade red potion, which continuously restores 1,500 HP for the player. Sulin charged towards Lu Chen. He calmly opened the cap of this precious potion. It turned out Ling Li and Shi Ming were defending him, buying more time for Lu Chen to regain his strength. They used Mountain Splitting Slash and Formation Shattering Strike. It seemed the two of them would be able to stop Sulin to buy more time for Lu Chen, but they were immediately sent flying by him as he deemed them to be overestimating themselves. That attack also caused the potion bottle in Lu Chen's hand to shatter. Currently, Sulin was standing right in front of Lu Chen. He asked if he wanted to heal, but there was no chance for that. Go meet the Underworld King. Sulin slashed fiercely towards Lu Chen. His current HP was now only 10. Immediately, Lu Chen unleashed a demonic flame bullet, then he ran from the area. But unfortunately, despite trying to run as fast as he could, he was still injured and lost health. The system announced that he had failed once again. At present, Lu Chen's skeleton no longer had its blue glow. Sulin just stood there motionless. Suddenly, a golden ray of light appeared. Lu Chen had returned with his own body. The system announced that he had been resurrected once again. Lu Chen returned happily, his appearance sparkling. The main character's aura is really something else. He reaffirmed that he would not let Sulin get to his soul flame. This time, his health was increased by 1,980 points. Furious at being played for a fool, he roared. Sulin angrily cursed at Lu Chen, calling him a bastard for daring to trick him. But when he used the word bastard, I wonder if anyone has ever handed him a mirror. Just as that guy Sulin was charging at Lu Chen like a famished beast, a loud shout echoed, telling Lu Chen to get out of the way quickly. It was Shu Wei who came to his aid and relentlessly fired arrows at Sulin, causing him to lose a considerable amount of health. Lu Chen dodged the arrows as if he had gained new strength, with each hit deducting thousands of points. He praised Shu Wei, saying nice, and that her aim was excellent. Before he could celebrate, Lu Chen noticed something suspicious. He couldn't understand how this old geezer had so many skills, and with all the health Shu Wei had taken from him, he still had only 1/4 left. After that, the recent attacks left him with only 26,567 health. His clothes were torn to shreds, with not a single piece of fabric left. Normally, seeing a lot of arrows doesn't faze me, but this looks absolutely terrifying. This time, the anger of Sulin might have been equal to the number of people he had eaten. Half of his face, a bare skeleton, was now revealed, and he declared he would take the lives of everyone there. Sulin roared loudly, telling them to go meet their maker. Shi Ming immediately deployed Provoking War, and the system will give a brief introduction to this skill. It helps to provoke the enemy, and the enemy will actively attack the user of this provoke skill. Sulin entered a super form. He rushed towards Shi Ming and swung his sword. With just a single move, Shi Ming lost his life. Poor guy, who was a man of few words and many actions. Lu Chen also charged at Sulin and injured him. The adorable Ling Luo also wasn't idle. He made him lose even more health. The two of them cooperated perfectly, surrounding Sulin. Truly, their teamwork was seamless. Shu Wei shot an arrow straight into this bastard's face. It seemed like Sulin would be knocked senseless by that attack, but it seems the arrow only made his fury grow even greater. But it still couldn't match the number of people he'd eaten. He roared and screamed, continuously swinging his sword and sending Ling Luo flying. Lu Chen used an immunity skill to avoid the attack from his former master. Then he used his dagger to slash back at him. But with Sulin's rotten personality, there was no way he would just stand still. He unleashed the Thunder Quake Slash on Lu Chen. The electric wave was so powerful that Lu Chen could no longer hold his sword. The system provided us with more information. Thunder Quake Slash is a slash that carries a lightning effect and can knock an opponent's weapon away. When the sword's blade was just a few inches from Lu Chen, he managed to dodge it this time. Instead of using his sword, Lu Chen used his fists. He shouted, "Sulin, aren't you going to pay with your life?" I have twisted the words a bit here, but the result is the same. Instead of punching him straight in the face, he punched the arrow, driving it deeper. You can just tell that hurt. Xu Wei continuously fired more arrows at Su Lin. She told Lu Chen to quickly make use of the arrows she had shot. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen pulled out all the arrows at once. If these arrows were made of Satya, wouldn't that be even better? Lu Chen kicked him hard, sending him towards the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Su Lin was now like a beast, unable to speak human language anymore, and could only roar in a panic. Lu Chen took an arrow and aimed it straight at his artery. He said, "This arrow is for the night elves who died unjustly." Su Lin must have lost too much blood, as he screamed in agony, grabbing Lu Chen's shoulder with one hand, but he was brushed aside. Lu Chen grabbed his hand and drove an arrow through it. "This arrow is for the soldiers of the Blood Rain Legion whose lives he took." Xu Weil and the Blood Rain Legion were standing outside like wild animals, wanting to rush in and tear Su Lin to shreds. Lu Chen plunged an arrow straight into Su Lin's heart, and a hissing sound emanated from the wound. "This arrow is for myself," and the final arrow. He poured all his strength and anger into it, aiming straight for Su Lin's eye. Lu Chen stabbed it powerfully into his eye, and at that moment his health bar dropped to 0. He then slowly said, "This arrow is for Tan Ran." The villain had received his due punishment, but I feel it was still too light a sentence for what he had done. Rays of sunlight appeared once more, shining down on the frozen ice ridge. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, remembering Tan Ran, that poor little girl. He wanted to send a message to her, "I have avenged you." The system announced that Lu Chen had completed the vow of the Soul Flame. The player Sinking Sand Halberd has successfully slain the Necro Swordsman Su Lin and has leveled up to 57. Now, on the world announcement, Lu Chen was ranked first on the Peng City leaderboard. The members of the Blood Rain Legion were taking a head count. Xu Wei thanked Lu Chen. "If you hadn't arrived in time and we had to continue fighting these summoned spirits, our legion would have certainly suffered immense losses." Looking at Su Lin's corpse, one had to admit that his opponent was truly terrifying. A man who commanded a massive army. From now on, such a person would no longer exist. Lu Chen was thinking about the treasured sword, the mysterious scroll, the Soul Flame. Yet Su Lin had somehow destroyed all 3 of those rewards. Lu Chen took out the Soul Flame of Su Lin and slowly began to absorb it. Lu Chen sighed internally. "Oh, Su Lin, you always wanted to absorb my Soul Flame, didn't you? Who would have thought that in the end, I would be the one to absorb yours instead?" Looking back at the ruined landscape of the frozen ice ridge, Lu Chen knew that it was all finally over. He held the fiercely burning torch in his hand and dropped it, hoping, "Let this fire bury all the crimes that Su Lin has committed." The flame roared to life, completely engulfing the frozen ice ridge and Su Lin's body. The scene shifts to the first great hall of the Blood Rain Legion, where the view is bathed in brilliant sunlight. Bright golden rays seemed to sprinkle gold into every nook and cranny. The sturdy walls of the great hall reflected the light, creating a scene of majestic splendor. A woman was sitting on a throne, holding the Book of Asura. Her eyes were filled with questions and turmoil, unable to comprehend this book, the very thing that cost her father his life. What secret could it possibly hold? She gently untied the binding and opened the Book of Asura. Lines of text appeared. "The Asura warrior, the strongest of the night elf tribe, is an existence worthy of rivaling the god of light. The ruler of hell, who can summon hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers, who can shatter heaven and earth with a single gesture. The ultimate master of darkness, who can grant flesh and blood to spirits, manipulating the power of life and death, a supreme god of war, invincible among his peers. A unique type of necromancer. A lineage of spirits closely related to the night elves of. The most infernal of heroic spirits is the only existence that can advance to become an Asura," which made her shudder. After reading the text, she thought it was no wonder Su Lin wanted this book. Once one becomes an Asura, it's considered defying the heavens. To advance to Asura, one must absorb 10,000 soul fire seeds from the undead, drink the purest blood of light, and consume an immortal undead potion. It also requires the soul fire seeds of the undead, and moreover, these soul fire seeds must be of a certain quality. Using fire seeds of the same level, or even higher than oneself, is considered top grade, while using those of a much lower level risks failure. She thought to herself, no wonder this is a forbidden book. Not only do you have to trample on the bones of the 10,000 pupils clan, you also have to drink the blood of light from the opposing faction. Only by using the methods of an Asura can one become an Asura, and all this made her feel a surge of worry and fear. A sense of dread washed over her. She thought to herself, in this world, the only undead left is Deathstrike Shensha. Even if he absorbs Su Lun's soul fire seed, slaughters 10,000 undead, and drinks the blood of light, this undead potion will be an insurmountable threshold for him. As she burned the scroll of Asura, she thought that the undead potion had always been a legend. Even the medical master who created it back then had already died with Su Lun in the frozen tundra. She thought that this world would never see an Asura again, feeling as if all hope had been extinguished. The secrets and power of the scroll of Asura were just painful memories that could never be repeated. The scene shifts to a graveyard, where Deathstrike Shensha is now standing before a grave. It was Shinran's grave, and the space was silent and cold. The surrounding tombstones were quiet, as if listening to his heart's sorrow. He said he had killed Su Lun to avenge Shinran, but unfortunately, Shinran's wish had not yet been fulfilled. Regret and sorrow filled his heart. He understood that a single death couldn't solve everything. Suddenly, a prompt rang out. Congratulations, Deathstrike Shensha, for completing the mission and awakening the maiden Shinran. That sound carried hope and strength like a glimmer of light in the darkness. He was overjoyed to have restarted the SSS rank mission and that Shinran could be resurrected. Emotions welled up inside him, all the pain and loss seemed to vanish, and hope shone brightly once more. Shinran was dead and he had buried her himself, so if he wanted to awaken her, there was only one way. With that thought, he performed the undead summoning spell, his heart filled with determination and anticipation. Just then, a skeletal arm rose from the grave and a skeleton emerged, leaving him bewildered. What he had imagined about the undead summoning spell suddenly became a horrifying reality. The prompt rang out again, congratulating him on obtaining the permanent undead servant Shinran, and that the Grand Demon General undead servant had disappeared. He wondered why the undead summons appeared not as a soul but as a skeleton. A sense of surprise and confusion filled his mind. But then he realized this was the only way for Shinran to return. As he thought this, he waved at Shinran, but got no reaction. He introduced himself as her big brother, his heart filled with anticipation. But he was surprised because Shinran was now just an empty shell. He wondered what state Shinran was in now. What state was she in? She had completely become an undead servant. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he looked for information. He read the introduction and thought to himself, epic grade quality. At this level, there might not be a second person in all of Tianzong. The highest initial composite score for a pet was only 80 points, yet a small skeleton that just crawled out had reached 122 points. Truly heaven-defying. He thought to himself that appearing in the corpse-devouring form also came with such an overpowered attribute. His summoning skill hadn't mutated. The problem likely still lay with Shinran, and he was confused, wondering just how many secrets Shinran was hiding. A look of curiosity mixed with astonishment flashed in his eyes. A notification chimed in, announcing that Shinran had been awakened. The second round mission appeared, help Shinran find her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently pressed on Shinran's head, a questioning look clear on his face, wondering to himself where to even begin to find a lost soul. How could he make her whole again? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out softly from behind, carrying a hint of sarcasm. I never expected the top player of the Silver Snow Guild in Floating Ice City, Sinking Halberd, to have a hobby of digging up graves. Hearing this, he turned his head, his eyes meeting the figure of a man, none other than Gale Shadow, the second job Bronze Knight of the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Seeing this, he said with surprise, I never expected the famous Hall of Fame member, the ace general of the Bamboo Dragon Guild, the Gale War God, to have a hobby of spying on others. Another notification appeared, announcing that the undead servant Shinran had returned to the servant space. Gale Shadow remarked that his opponent had a sharp tongue, to which Sinking Halberd replied that a cross-server big shot, who needs to challenge a level 70 gatekeeper boss on a personal time limit, went out of his way to find him. Was he here, just for a war of words? Gale Shadow confidently replied that his Bamboo Dragon Guild was invincible, yet the hero's token was snatched by Silver Snow under Sinking Halberd's lead, which made him very curious about a guild with no Hall of Fame members, and how they managed to pull that off. Sinking Halberd laughed smugly and said, that was nothing. Who says you can't do it without Hall of Fame members? Hearing this, Gale Shadow said he had a big mouth, thinking that a narrow victory over the Bamboo Dragon Guild gave him the right to be cocky. Today, I'll see if your strength matches your arrogance. With that, Gale Shadow attacked, swinging his arm and sending a powerful blast of energy toward his opponent, confident that only the guild master, Chaotic Bamboo Shadow, could stop him. Otherwise, he could finish Sinking Halberd in a single blow. Gale Shadow unleashed the Divine Martial Thorns, a gust of energy as sharp as a blade cutting through the wind, his weapon aimed straight at Sinking Halberd, lightning fast and carrying an unstoppable force. Every one of Gale Shadow's attacks was as swift as lightning, each strike sharp and full of danger, like a hurricane sweeping away everything in its path. But Sinking Halberd blocked it, leaving Gale Shadow bewildered and unable to believe his eyes. His confidence was shaken seeing his opponent unfazed by his power. Sinking Halberd held his weapon firmly, raising his sword high, its steel glinting in the light, ready to face the dangerous attack from Gale Shadow. Sinking Halberd then used his movement skill, bewildering Gale Shadow with his incredible speed. He moved like a phantom, dodging all of his opponent's attacks, each step seemingly carrying an unstoppable force, causing Gale Shadow to feel immense pressure. Gale Shadow broke out in a sweat as he faced Sinking Halberd. Sinking Halberd looked at the sweating Gale Shadow, his bewildered expression plain to see, and then said that his opponent had already lost. A simple statement, but spoken with a certainty that made Lai Fenjing feel as if all his efforts had gone down the drain, leaving him unable to refute it. He continued, who says you have to be a member of the Hall of Fame to become the #1 guild? His confident and proud tone was like a heavy blow to Lai Fenjing's pride, making his opponent unable to deny it, the truth unfolding before his eyes. Lai Fenjing said that he had checked out the other members of Shui Yinshan. Besides Fang Se Huanxiang, the others weren't a threat. His voice carried a sense of complacency and confidence, as if he was stating an obvious fact that everyone had to accept. He said that with Ji Chen's skills, it was impossible, that he wasn't in the Hall of Fame, making him suspicious of Ji Chen's true identity. Questions about his opponent's origin and power arose in his heart. Who on earth was Ji Chensha to make him feel so uneasy? Ji Chensha coldly said, you are not worthy of knowing my identity. With that, he turned and left, leaving a stunned Lai Fengying standing there. A sense of disappointment and surprise spread through him. He couldn't understand how the person before him could be so cold and arrogant. This made him wonder about Ji Chencha's confidence and hidden power. Lai Fenjing stood there, his heart full of suspicion, and thought that Ji Chencha's aura and movements couldn't help but remind him of Luo Chen. Alone, Lai Fenjing stood there, fuming internally, thinking that he was a Hall of Fame member, a renowned commander. Yet he was easily defeated by some nobody. This made him feel extremely frustrated, especially since that guy was 2 levels lower than him. Lai Fenjing began to doubt Ji Chencha's identity, a strange feeling rising within him, wondering if the person before him was the great god Luo Chen he had heard of. Thinking this, Lai Fenjing quickly decided to report to the guildmaster. He said that Luo Chen had reappeared, and the appearance of a player of such caliber truly worried him. He knew that besides the guildmaster, no one could handle someone as powerful as Luo Chen, so he needed to report it immediately to prepare for what was to come. But he suddenly thought he couldn't say this, because Luo Chen had been missing for over a year. The chances of his return were very slim, which made him suspicious. Could someone who had been gone for so long really just reappear so easily? In his mind, a series of questions about Ji Chencha's identity emerged. Back at the Legion Hall of Shu Yudi, Ji Chencha arrived with Shinran's skeleton. The woman standing there looked skeptical, her confused eyes asking if this was the undead spirit he had summoned. Ji Chencha said that he didn't know what went wrong. He had intended to summon Shinran's soul, but who knew she would be revived in skeletal form? Worry grew in his heart, not understanding why things had gone so awry. The purple-haired girl said that summoning an undead without a soul was truly interesting, as this was the first time she had seen such a thing. Then she touched the skeleton's chin, looked at the undead, and said that for an undead, Shinran's skeleton was also far too abnormal. Such high stats were truly unheard of. She looked at Ji Chencha with a suspicious gaze and asked, "Are you sure this little girl was just an ordinary apprentice priest when she was alive?" Her tone was full of doubt. Ji Chencha affirmed that Shinran was just an ordinary apprentice priest, but in his heart, a doubt arose. He recalled the events that happened before when Su Lun, who always knew everything, knew that he would face retaliation from the Church of Light and still decided to attack Shinran. Perhaps in the past, Shinran really had something unusual about her, a hidden secret that he still couldn't fully comprehend. The girl patted Ji Chencha's shoulder with a bright smile and said, "Don't be discouraged. The fact that an undead can use its own bones to reappear in the world is already a rare thing. Not everyone can perform such miracles." She continued, saying that this little skeleton is very unusual. Its soul must also be very special, and I'm afraid its current body is not even enough to contain its soul. And this might be the reason why it appeared in skeletal form. The girl seemed to know his thoughts and said, "You should guide it as it grows." She believed that when its body becomes stronger, there will be a day when you find a way to retrieve its soul. She emphasized that this journey would not only help Shinran become stronger, but could also bring opportunities for both of them. Suddenly, a guy ran over from a distance, looking panicked, shouting about an urgent military situation. The 4th Legion is in danger and needs immediate reinforcement. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone in the main hall immediately focused on the situation. He announced that the exile Liu He had led 40,000 undead troops to invade the 4th Protection Zone. The defensive formation was completely destroyed by a human. This information made everyone in the main hall tense. A stressful atmosphere filled the air. The purple-haired girl asked in surprise, "Why is a human involved in a war between the undead?" The guy quickly replied that the human is not simple at all. The captain of the 4th Legion's royal guard was killed by him. Hearing this, Ji Chencha thought to himself, "Is this human a player? A player who can kill a royal guard captain? In the floating ice zone, there's only me and Yi. No one else has this kind of strength. Could it be him?" This thought made him feel a surge of anxiety. The purple-haired girl commanded, "Quickly assemble the troops, prepare the teleportation array, and set out." The guy immediately obeyed. Hearing this, Ji Chencha offered to join them. He could feel the urgency of the situation and couldn't just stand by. The purple-haired girl nodded, agreeing with Ji Chencha's decision, and said that he could go with them. Ji Chencha exclaimed happily, "Kindness really does pay off." This mission gave him golden chi. The scene shifted to the Yang Plains, where everyone was entering the battlefield, where thousands of skeletons lay scattered, creating a gloomy and cold scene. Seeing this, Ji Chencha said, "This is the battlefield, and there are so many soulfire seeds." The purple-haired girl said, "It seems the battlefield is still very suitable for a necromancer swordsman. It makes sense for Ji Chencha to be here." Ji Chencha realized with regret that no matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't feel any real benefits from it. The red-haired girl angrily wondered, "I wonder which faction the human who caused this incident belongs to." When Ji Chencha saw Li Fengying, then said, "I know this guy, so let me handle him to make things easier." The girl immediately nodded in agreement with the determination in his eyes and then called Ling Luo to follow her to deal with the exile Nil, preparing for a tense confrontation ahead. The two sides charged at each other, and Ji Chencha exclaimed that it was indeed Li Fengying. He had already reached level 62 so quickly and completed his 3rd job advancement. Truly worthy of being a member of the Hall of Fame, he thought he wouldn't spare this guy today. Ji Chencha rushed towards Li Fengying, determined not to let the opportunity slip from his grasp, his steady steps heading straight for the target, the courage and decisiveness in his heart pushing him toward his powerful opponent. He turned around, startled, and was surprised to recognize Ji Chencha, saying what a coincidence it was to meet him here. Li Fengying said that he had lost to Jiji Chen-sha before due to carelessness, but this time, if they met on the battlefield, he wouldn't let him leave here alive. His eyes showed clear determination and defiance, making the atmosphere even more tense. After speaking, he immediately unleashed his glimmering lightning skill. Blue light from that power source spread all over. But Jiji Chen-sha was not only unafraid but also retorted sarcastically that those were big words and he should be careful not to bite his tongue. The two clashed. Jiji Chen-sha could feel that Li Fengying's power and skills had improved across the board. It clearly showed his thorough preparation and unyielding determination as their two powers clashed. They created flashing bolts of lightning. Intertwining green and purple light shot out across the space, making the surrounding air feel like it was boiling with extreme tension and danger. Li Fengying then used his chaotic thorn bush dance skill, his eyes glittering with confidence. He said, "Let's see if Jiji Chen-sha can block it this time." Sharp thorns flew like rain, creating a solid and dangerous wall. Li Fengying's power radiated blue rays of light, spreading brilliantly and powerfully like overflowing streams of energy, illuminating the entire space and creating a force that could not be underestimated. Jiji Chen-sha thought to himself that Li Fengying's explosive power and speed were far greater than before, but he could still withstand those fierce attacks. A sense of thrill and tension surged through his every cell. Li Fengying was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes seeing Jiji Chen-sha still standing firm against his powerful assault. A look of surprise was evident on his face, his earlier confidence slowly turning into doubt. Then, the two traded blows. Every strike was launched as fast as lightning. Each swing was sharp and powerful, creating strong whirlwinds that tore through the space. The light from their attacks flashed in an instant, reflecting off every drop of sweat in the tense expressions of both fighters. Jiji Chen-sha and Li Fengying were both using all their strength, leaving no openings. The sound of collisions echoed, reflecting the determination and relentless effort of both sides in this fierce battle. In the end, Li Fengying found himself at a disadvantage, and anger surged within him because this wasn't the outcome he wanted. His mind was filled with confusion, unable to understand why he couldn't defeat Jiji Chen-sha. Jiji Chen-sha replied in a confident manner that it was because he was Jiji Chen-sha, his eyes showing clear determination and resolve as he then said to Li Fengying to leave his life here, a challenge that affirmed his own strength and determination in this battle. Just as Jiji Chen-sha was about to deliver the final blow to finish off Li Fengying, he suddenly exclaimed that it was not his turn to take his life yet, then confidently added that he should go play with the boss instead. His eyes were full of defiance and a contemptuous smile, making the atmosphere more tense than ever. Hearing this, Jiji Chen-sha was incredibly furious for not being able to anticipate this surprise. It felt as if all his efforts were about to go up in smoke. The rage and tension flooded his heart as he realized the situation was no longer under his control. Under the dim light, the boss's muscular figure appeared, his muscles rippling as if carved from marble, his eyes as sharp as lightning. Each powerful step seemed to make the ground tremble, and a heavy pressure enveloped everything, signaling imminent danger. Jiji Chen-sha couldn't hide his anger, furiously mentioning how that treacherous Li Fengying had brazenly transferred all the boss's aggro onto him, as if trying to push him into a deadly, inescapable situation. Jiji Chen-sha gripped his sword tightly, mustering all his strength as he charged forward, each step swift and powerful like a hurricane sweeping away everything in its path. When he unleashed his attack, a brilliant purple light erupted, spreading powerfully like lightning bolts tearing through the night, enveloping the entire area, creating a powerful and mystical force. He swung his sword, slashing fiercely at the boss. But before him, the power of the boss was too overwhelming. Just a single normal attack was enough to make Jiji Chen-sha stagger, his legs wobbling as if about to collapse, making it almost impossible for him to hold on any longer. Ling Luo gripped her sword and leaped down from above, her body moving as fast as an arrow, landing behind the boss with the clear intention of rescuing Jiji Chen-sha. But it was too late, as Jiji Chen-sha was lifted into the air by the boss with one hand, his body frozen in mid-air, unable to resist the overwhelming power. The ferocious boss lifted him up, his hand tightening like an iron vice before, throwing him with great force, sending his body tumbling through the air. The boss raised his enormous sword, its sharp blade, aimed straight at Jiji Chen-sha as he growled for him to go die. He was horrified, a sense of despair creeping in as he knew his strength was nearly depleted, leaving him with no way to block the fatal blow that was coming. The sound of clashing metal sent sparks flying. Fortunately, the purple-haired girl managed to block the boss's sword in time. Her firm hands gripped the hilt of her sword, stopping the sharp attack in an instant and saving him from the perilous situation. Just then, the purple-haired girl rushed over, her eyes filled with worry as she asked about their condition. Although exhausted, Ling Luo and Jiji Chen-sha reassured her that they were fine and could still fight. The purple-haired girl said that the exile was indeed difficult to deal with. "We must defeat him quickly, or the entire defensive line will collapse." Her voice was filled with concern, but also a great determination, emphasizing the importance of working together to overcome this challenge and protect what was left. At that moment, the boss sneered and said, "You think you can defeat me with just the likes of you? The entire 4th Legion became ghosts under my blade. The 1st Legion too." His voice was full of arrogance and self-satisfaction, making the surrounding atmosphere more suffocating and tense than ever. The boss declared that he would use Jiji Chen-sha's head to appease the spirits of the 4th Legion. His eyes revealed a clear cruelty and threat. His words were like daggers stabbing deep into his mind. The boss gathered all its strength, gripping its sword tightly and raising it high. A cold glint reflected from the blade as it prepared to unleash a powerful, fatal blow. It unleashed powerful punches, each one like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding air to crackle and the ground to tremble under its immense power. Ling Luo immediately rushed towards the boss, her footsteps as fast as lightning, her body shooting through the air with unstoppable strength and determination, ready to face the perilous challenge. Ling Luo boosted her critical damage, creating a brilliant red light like a blazing fire that radiated terrifying power, striking directly at the boss with immense speed and force. The purple-haired girl then aimed her bow and arrow at the boss, the arrowhead glowing fiery red, forming a red circle around it. Her voice was firm and resolute, saying that with her #1 legion present, it wouldn't be able to take a single step forward. Her gaze was as sharp as an arrow ready to be loosed. Hearing this, the boss roared in anger that she was courting death. Its eyes blazed with fury, as if it wanted to devour her arrogance, making the atmosphere more tense and suffocating than ever. With that said, the boss unleashed its terrifying power. Overwhelming waves of energy crashed down, injuring the Legion commander and causing everyone around to feel stunned by its brutal strength. The boss's power made the ground shake, as if it were being torn apart under the immense pressure of the energy it released, and the air grew heavy and dark. The purple-haired girl was thrown back, her body flying through the air like a deflected arrow. Just then, a prompt appeared. The Blood Rain Bright Armor's Blood Rain Legion shield effect activated. Immediately, a shield appeared, radiating a purple-white light and protecting the entire party from the next wave of attacks, like a solid wall, blocking all danger. At that moment, Ling Luo, with a serious expression, suggested that the Legion commander retreat because her injuries were too severe. This decision showed a clear-headed and practical response to the critical situation, but the boss had no intention of letting them go. It roared that no one could escape, that it was all over. Its cold, terrifying voice, like thunder, filled their hearts with despair. Then it opened its mouth and spewed out a powerful gust of wind, its swirling, storm-like power sending them reeling. No one could stand firm against the gale that raged, feeling as if everything around them was being sucked into a void. The power emanating from its mouth, a stream of berserk energy, was truly terrifying. It was like a violent storm crashing down, shaking the very space around them, creating an overwhelming and menacing feeling. But the Legion commander, despite being heavily injured, still drew her bow, her gaze resolute and unwavering, her hands steady on the bow, as if nothing could break her resolve. The Legion commander still declared forcefully that the Blood Rain Legion has never had a commander who retreated, and that behind them were thousands of knight spirits. Her gaze was as steady as a shining torch, inspiring everyone with strength. The boss continued to use its mouth to launch attacks, streams of berserk energy spewing out like fire, tearing through the air and slamming into their formation. Each attack carried destructive power, making the surrounding space feel like it was about to explode. Immediately, the Legion commander was sent flying, her body shooting through the air like a deflected arrow, causing Ling Luo to worry. Facing the boss's terrifying power, the Legion commander still declared resolutely that the soldiers of the Blood Rain Legion swear to live and die together with the defensive line. Her voice rang out, strong and determined, showing her unyielding spirit and loyalty to her comrades, even in a perilous situation. Ling Luo bravely said to leave the rest to him, his eyes filled with determination and confidence, as if he was ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. The Legion commander screamed, ordering Ling Luo to come back, her voice full of authority and anxiety, as if she wanted to protect him from the lurking dangers. But it was too late. Ling Luo had already used a life-sacrificing attack with a damage value of 500. He gave up his life in that decisive moment, his eyes blazing and without a hint of hesitation, as if he wanted to create an opportunity for the Legion, despite the imminent danger. Ling Luo charged at the boss, determined to take its head, his voice defiant and resolute, showcasing his strength and courage even when facing extreme peril. Then a massive explosion erupted, a blaze flaring up before the eyes of the Legion commander and Chen Sha, causing the entire space around them to shake. Billowing smoke and fire made it impossible for them to see anything clearly, leaving only the sound of chaos and the anxiety in their hearts. The Legion commander, with tears streaming down her face, called out Ling Luo's name, her voice choked with agony, expressing the immense loss of witnessing a brave comrade sacrifice himself in the unforgiving battle. The furious boss was about to attack her, yelling, "Go and join Ling Luo," its voice filled with mockery and hatred, as if wanting to make her feel the pain and despair from her comrade's sacrifice. At that moment, the Legion commander ordered Chen Sha to run, stressing that he was not a member of the Blood Rain Legion. Her eyes held both worry and a determination to protect him from the approaching danger, even though she herself was facing the immense power of the boss. As she spoke, she used her strength to push him away, the commander's strong will clearly showing in her actions, as if affirming that Chen Sha's safety was paramount. Chen Sha was furious, because death in Tianzong meant true death and disappearance. He clearly felt the helplessness of having to watch a comrade in danger without being able to do anything, his heart filled with frustration and pain at seeing Ling Luo's sacrifice. As the boss prepared to finish off the Legion commander, she was sweating and trembling with fear, but suddenly opened her eyes and saw a different sword had blocked its own, creating a deafening clash. The sudden appearance of the sword infuriated it, because this dared to happen just as it was about to finish off the Legion commander, causing it to roar in fury, its eyes filled with killing intent as it looked towards the one who dared to interfere with its plans. When she saw Chen Sha, she thought to herself that this must be a miracle, a wondrous intervention in a time of peril. Chen Sha had removed his mask, standing tall with a resolute gaze, and declared that the exile Naluho would today be the one he would use to test his blade on his path of the Asura. The fire of determination blazed in his heart, ready to fight for justice, and to protect what was precious. Seeing this, the boss thought to itself that he wasn't dead yet, and could still unleash such an excellent strike and wondered, is this the legendary Asura? Its eyes couldn't help but show suspicion and worry at Chen Sha's hidden power. Realizing that this battle might not go the way as he expected, Jeji Chensha and the boss charged at each other to fight. Each of their attacks was like a clap of thunder, creating powerful shockwaves. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by the force of their collision. The Legion commander was bewildered watching the two fight, her heart a storm of anxiety and hope. She didn't know if Jeji Chensha had enough strength to deal with such a powerful enemy. Jeji Chensha declared that the boss had defied the natural order and slaughtered innocent lives, and he would not spare him, nor would the Blood Rain Legion. He said that in this world, only the strong could rule. His tone was full of arrogance and confidence, as if asserting that strength and power were what decided everything. The boss was still bewildered because even though the boy was so many levels lower than him, he could still parry his slash attack. A mix of surprise and anger made him find it unacceptable. The Legion commander boosted Jeji Chensha's power. A brilliant light erupted from her hand like a protective shield, spreading a warm energy that helped him become more confident and powerful in the fight. Then she thought to herself, ever since Jeji Chensha appeared on this battlefield, the soul fire seeds had been constantly absorbed by him. Every time he struck, he carried a relentless power, as if he was draining the life force and strength of his enemies. A moment ago, when the exile's blade came down, he quickly drank a potion, which was surely the blood of light. The necro potion must have been absorbed by him long ago, plus Su Lun's soul fire seed. She thought of the little skeleton, Shin Ran, and realized he must have gathered all the conditions to become an Asura. But Jeji Chensha was a good thing, because perhaps he could bring a new future for the undead spirits. With that thought, she encouraged Jeji Chensha to press forward and unleash his true Asura power. Meanwhile, the two were still fighting fiercely. The arrogant boss declared he was the lord of the entire Eversong Plains and that all living beings trembled at his feet. The smugness in his voice was like a dagger to Jeji Chensha's heart. But Jeji Chensha wasn't afraid at all. He considered the boss delusional because, in his mind, no one could just give themselves the right to rule everything without paying a price. He asked mockingly, how does it feel to be pushed back by an ant you look down on? Jeji Chensha's eyes sparkled with determination and defiance. The boss became furious and roared that no one could stop him. The sound echoed like rolling thunder, making the entire space seem to tremble under the force of his arrogance and defiance. While the two were fighting, Jeji Chensha was suddenly caught off guard by a weapon's impact, causing him to lose focus and step back. A sharp pain shot through his hand. Seeing Jeji Chensha at a disadvantage, the boss seized the opportunity, aggressively threatening that he would surely die if he continued to fight in such a weakened state. His eyes radiated smugness, thinking that he had victory firmly in his grasp. The Legion commander stood on the sidelines, her eyes following Jeji Chensha's every move, anxiety welling up as she saw him fall into a disadvantageous position. Just as Jeji Chensha realized the situation was turning dire, a sudden prompt appeared, suggesting it was necessary to change weapons. So he immediately switched to wielding the new weapon named Soul Devourer. He was determined to use this sword to change the tide of the battle. Holding the soul, with his soul in hand, Jeji Chensha proudly declared that he would continue to fight. His words were full of determination and defiance. This bewildered the boss. He couldn't believe that he could still stand and challenge him after all the pain he had gone through. When the boss entered a berserk state, his eyes gleamed with madness and explosive power. His body seemed to grow larger, more powerful, and more dangerous than ever before. The frenzy made him uncontrollable. He roared like a wild beast. He angrily shouted that Jeji Chensha should prepare to face his terrible wrath. His voice echoed like rolling thunder, promising an unforgiving battle. His intense anger not only made the surrounding air suffocating, but also directly created a terrifying pressure that crushed Jeji Chensha, causing him to be injured and start spitting blood from his mouth. He thought to himself, it's really hard to deal with this boss. Even a moment of carelessness is enough for him to launch a powerful attack. He quickly regained his composure, his sharp gaze fixed on the boss, determination surging within him as every cell in his body seemed to be screaming for him to move forward. In his rage, the boss declared he would not spare Jeji Chensha. He roared that he would be torn into 100 pieces. His voice echoed across the battlefield like a furious oath. He screamed with a voice full of hatred, declaring that he wanted Jeji Chensha to die. His voice echoed like a curse, filling the space with cruelty and the determination to destroy. He then opened his mouth again, using his immense power to blow Jeji Chensha away. But he wasn't afraid at all, and in a moment of sheer determination, he yelled loudly, demanding that the boss shut up. Then, Jeji Chensha, with the power accumulated from his determination and resilience, charged in to attack the boss with a powerful blow that sent him into a panic. And finally, after relentless effort, Jeji Chensha managed to defeat the terrifying enemy. A sparkling notification appeared, confirming his resounding victory. His level immediately rose to 60, and not only that, he also climbed to the #1 spot on the leaderboard for the Frozen Zone. Jeji Chensha turned around inside in relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The Legion commander looked at CG Chensha, her eyes filled with pride and joy. She said, "You did it. We've won," with overwhelming emotion. Lai Fenjing stood there with eyes full of anger and resentment, unable to believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought that CG Chensha wasn't Luo Chen but was actually even stronger than Luo Chen. CG Chensha stood pensively, his mind filled with thoughts. He hadn't expected to accidentally evolve into an Asura. This is truly amazing. The well-deserved rewards for CG Chensha's mission this time included a weapon that glittered gold and an ancient skill book containing precious secrets. CG Chensha held the rewards in his hand, thinking to himself, "Great, such high damage, and the bonus skill is so overpowered, but it's useless to him," so he sighed and put it away in his backpack. His new skill had a 1% chance to revive with a full status bar on standby. CG Chensha complained it was a bit lame but considered it a gain nonetheless. CG Chensha turned to support the arm of the Legion commander and asked if she was okay. But she replied that she was fine and smiled, her eyes filled with pride for having overcome the difficult challenge of this with him. The Legion commander briefly thought that after becoming an Ashura, Jeji Chensha seemed to look a bit more handsome. The powerful and confident aura radiating from him couldn't help but make her feel intrigued and full of admiration. Jeji Chensha suddenly thought of Lai Fenjing, the despicable name that had to be brought up after this battle. Jeji Chensha turned to the Legion commander and said, "You should go back and organize the Legion first, because I have another guest to welcome." Announcements continuously echoed everywhere. Lai Fenjing died, revived, and then died again. His level quickly dropped to 58 and then down to 50. A soldier rushed up to the boss, his face filled with panic, panting heavily as he reported on Lai Fenjing's condition. A crowd gathered to watch, witnessing the scene of Lai Fenjing being strung up and displayed in mid-air, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. They wondered who could have defeated him so miserably. Not only that, but colorful words were also written on his backside. The soldiers hurriedly ran to the scene, hastily shouting for everyone to make way. "The boss is here," and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Zeiji Chensha had written the words "Control your people better" on Lai Fenjing's backside and didn't forget to sign his name to it. Seeing the boss, the still-dazed Lai Fenjing stammered that the person who beat him was someone even more formidable than Luo Chen. His face turned pale, and before he could finish his sentence, he fainted, causing everyone around him to worry and start murmuring. They guessed it was soul imprisonment, a status effect that would take anyone afflicted at least 1 or 2 days to recover from. The atmosphere grew heavy as everyone waited for a reaction from their boss. Everyone present immediately spoke up, telling the boss that since someone had bullied them like this, they could not tolerate it any longer. They all agreed that they had to kill that guy to rest easy, but before they could finish speaking, the boss got angry and dealt the speaker a heavy blow, making the atmosphere even more tense. He laughed gleefully, his eyes sparkling with delight, and said that ever since Luo Chen disappeared, it had been a long time since anyone made him this excited. His words rang out like a challenge. An announcement sounded, stating that Zhu Yingluan had issued a video challenge to Jeji Chensha, causing a confused stir among the crowd who wondered when he had provoked Zhu Yingluan. Zhu Yingluan was a madman, and this time he was serious, spreading tension everywhere. Everyone waited to see how the battle between the two would unfold. An announcement sounded, Jeji Chensha declared he was leaving the Shui Yinshan Guild and would continue under the banner of the blood-colored mercenaries. This event sent shockwaves through the mercenary world. Lin Yushin was bewildered by the announcement. Jeji Chensha felt that something wasn't right. As Jeji Chensha sneezed repeatedly, he decided he had to go and get to the bottom of things. He thought to himself that getting through a boss fight was one thing, but now having to spend another 500 gold on business really annoyed him. He decided he had to sell the Phantom Shadow Bow to recoup some funds. That way he could maintain his combat strength and continue to fight in the upcoming battles. A warning sounded, alerting him that there was a problem with his body and he was about to be disconnected. His heart filled with anxiety when he realized the urgency of the situation. He quickly checked and saw his network connection was stable. Could the game be bugged? Happened? A sense of unease washed over him as he considered this possibility. He needed to find the cause and fix it before it was too late. He wondered if his body's abnormality was because he'd been online for too long, a slight panic setting in. Lin Yishen ran over, calling out his name loudly, and then, panting, asked why he left the silver fur. Wondering if it was because of the bamboo shadow chaos? In the end, what had happened? Her face showed clear worry and anxiety as she stood before Zuiji Chensha, waiting for an explanation from him. When she looked up, she was surprised to see that Zuiji Chensha's face was no longer the same. He explained that he had transformed into an Asura, a new power awakening from within, and didn't forget to ask if this new look was okay. Lin Yishin shyly turned away, just replying that it was okay, but in her heart, she couldn't stop thinking how handsome he was, feeling like he had become a different person, much stronger and more attractive. He said that no one had ever seen him in this form, so for now, he didn't need to wear a mask. He decided to meet people with his real face. Lin Yishin turned and grabbed Zuji Chensha's hand. Her expression was serious, but her eyes sparkled like stars. She said that now wasn't the time to talk about his new appearance. He still hadn't answered her question about why he left the silver fur. Zuiji Chensha lightly tapped Lin Yushin on the head, smiling as he said, "Where are all these questions coming from? Didn't you once say that I'm in charge of my own decisions?" Zuiji Chensha turned away and told Lin Yishin that he had his own plans and couldn't stay here forever, before bidding her farewell with determination in his eyes. Lin Yixin remembered her own plans and thought that even though she had promised Zui Ji Chensha before, at this moment, she couldn't bear to leave him. As Zui Ji Chensha walked away, he also felt a pang of guilt, but he knew this was the only way to not implicate the silver fur, and to shift Bamboo Dragon's attention to him, allowing the silver fur to develop in peace. As he was leaving, Zui Ji Chensha heard an announcement that the Who Will Reign Supreme competition was officially starting, which piqued his curiosity. After hearing the rules and rewards of the competition, Zui Ji Chensha was stunned by what he learned, and in Kim weapon, 3,000 reputation points, and a hero's trial token. With such rich rewards, it was way better than just grinding monsters to level up. Thinking this, Zui Ji Chensha immediately contacted Shi San and Xiao Gui to enter the competition and win the championship. The hero's trial token would be the perfect gift for Guji and Hunmeng at that time. However, Shi San objected, pointing out that their group only had 3 people, all melee, with no ranged attackers or healers. Xiao Gui also agreed, stressing that they couldn't register without 5 people. Zui Ji Chensha calmly suggested posting a recruitment notice, announcing that they needed to recruit 1 healer and 1 ranged attacker to complete their team. On the forums, when people saw the recruitment post, everyone was hesitant to join because the Blood Scythe mercenaries had now become a thorn in the side of Duba Kuang Long and Bamboo Dragon. Shi San sighed and said, "Who would dare to join us now?" Meanwhile, Xiao Gui suggested, "Well, let's just grab 2 people then." Zui Ji Chensha thought that was a good point. Kidnapping people would work since the cost of hiring was too high, and he couldn't spend more money on it. Then, suddenly, a female voice rang out, demanding to be let go because she wanted to go to the Blood Scythe mercenaries, surprising Zui Ji Chensha. The 2 guys holding the girl said that if she wanted to join, their guild should value her and not lose face over this. The moment he saw her, Chi Kich Tramsa immediately recognized her as the archer ranked 9th on the heavenly rankings, named Back Min Tuyet. The 2 men couldn't hold Back Min Tuyet back. Chi Kich Tramsa immediately spoke up, saying you can lead a horse to water but you can't make it drink, which made the 2 guys angrily ask who he was. He said he was Cheek Kitch Tramsa, his gaze firm and unwavering in the face of their anger. Hearing this, their whole group was surprised, not expecting Cheek Kitch Tramsa to be standing right in front of them. Back Min Tuyet immediately rushed over, saying that Cheek Kitch Tramsa had arrived at the perfect time, and she formally requested to join the Crimson Mercenaries with a brilliant gaze full of determination. Back Min Tuyet immediately rushed over, saying that Cheek Kitch Tramsa had arrived at the perfect time and she was formally requesting to join the Crimson Mercenaries. He advised her to think it over carefully, as his guild was currently being targeted by several large guilds. Backman Tuit replied that she wasn't afraid, because she had already made an enemy of Dakba, so having a few more enemies was no big deal. Besides, she was a famous archer, so only someone like Cheek Kitchtram Sa was worthy of her. Hearing this, he thought to himself that this girl really knows how to judge people. Cheek Kitchtram Sa extended his hand, and the 2 shook on it, as he formally agreed to let Backmin Tuyet join. The representative of the Crimson Mercenaries welcomed her grandly, right in front of the angry gazes of those guys, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Faced with Backmin Tuyet joining them, the group angrily charged forward, deciding to kill them both, believing their superior numbers would overwhelm them. Chi Kitchtram Sa quickly ordered Backmin Tuyet that running was the best option. Backmin Tuyet smiled calmly and said nonchalantly that with Chi Kitchtram Sa's reputation as the top-ranked player, charging in to annihilate those enemies would be a piece of cake. Chi Kitchtram Sa facepalmed and said, "There are too many of them, so I don't want to waste energy playing with them." The arrogant Ba Tian Dao challenged him to a one-on-one duel. Hearing this, Chi Kitchtram Sa turned back in surprise to look at Ba Tian Dao, not expecting him to have reached level 62 already. His eyes glanced over the man's confidence. Ba Tian Dao charged forward with his sword, swinging it in a powerful slash, the cold light from the blade reflecting sharply, confidently declaring that he was now the top player in Floating Ice City and didn't believe he had what it took to fight back. Chi Kitchtram Sa immediately summoned his wind-colored illusion to assist, leaving Ba Tian Dao stunned. Looking down and seeing a puppy, Ba Tian Dao angrily said that the 2 of them would meet in the competition, and at that time, he would wash away this humiliation in front of everyone. The scene changes to a forest. Backmin Tuit and Chi Kitchtram Sa were breathing heavily as if they had just been running. The forest air was quiet, with sunlight peeking through the canopy, creating flickering patches of light and shadow on the ground. She asked if they couldn't have just fought them directly, but he replied that the competition would be starting soon, if they went head-to-head with them now, and by some chance lost a level, it wouldn't be worth it. Backmin Tuit saw his point. He then praised her equipment, saying her attribute combinations were very good, and it was clear the armorer was no ordinary person, but it was a pity it didn't match her current level. This made him feel that he needed to support her more to bring out her full potential in the upcoming battles. Ahead, Backmin Tuit praised Chi Kitchtram Sa for having a good eye. This equipment was made by her brother not long ago. Previously, her older brother had just acquired a rare awakening refining stone and was crafting new equipment for her. This made her feel proud and more confident in her own strength for the upcoming battles. Jeji Chensha remarked that her brother's skills were so exceptional, yet he had never heard of him. Bei Mingshu replied that her brother was a bit of a loner and didn't like to interact with others. As soon as she finished speaking, Bei Mingshu pulled Jeji Chensha along to find her brother, because the equipment today would surely be just as impressive, and she really wanted him to witness her brother's craftsmanship. Arriving at a forest, Bei Mingshu pointed ahead and said her brother was there. But she emphasized that Gigi Chensha shouldn't even think about recruiting him into the guild, as she had tried many times without success. Suddenly, Gigi Chensha stopped, as if he had sensed something was wrong. He felt the surrounding atmosphere become tense, as if something was lurking. A group of men in black was surrounding Bei Mingshu's brother. They aggressively demanded that he hand over the obsidian stone, promising to spare his life if he complied. Bei Mingshu's brother parried a blow from the attackers. The light from the blade reflected sharply on his face, showing his determination not to let the enemy pass. Bei Mingshu decided to raise her bow, determined to save her brother from the men in black. But Gigi Chensha quickly stopped her, gently saying that he would be fine. Gigi Chensha silently observed the fight, realizing that while the situation seemed dire, in reality, every move was meticulously calculated by him. Each of Bei Mingshu's brother's movements was not just an evasion, but part of a larger plan to lure the men in black into a position where he could easily take them down. Gigi Chensha deduced that Bei Mingshu's brother's skills had a limited range, which was why he couldn't approach the enemy effectively. And when Bei Mingshu wondered about the reason for this, she asserted that with her brother's abilities, he could definitely escape. Gigi Chensha explained that Bei Mingshu's brother couldn't flee because if he ran from a high position, he would be spotted immediately. And precisely because he understood this, he chose to confront them head-on. Bei Mingshu worried that if this situation continued, her brother's life could be at risk. Gigi Chensha reassured Bei Mingshu that her brother would be fine because looking at the fight, he wasn't at a disadvantage and was still smiling arrogantly at his opponent. The man attacking Bei Mingshu's brother attacked with his sword, arrogantly saying that he was low on health and shouldn't struggle in vain. But Bei Mingshu's brother still used his weapon to parry, blocking the murderous attack. Bei Mingshu's brother then leaped up, causing the other guy to nearly fall to the ground, his blade swishing through the air, missing him by a hair's breadth, but it was close enough to feel the imminent danger. He quickly jumped high into the air. To the astonishment of the others, his body glided through the air like a phantom, leaving his opponent no time to react. Having gained the upper hand, he flashed a satisfied smile, his eyes filled with confidence and pride. It was as if all of his opponent's efforts were meaningless against his power. Then, the method used by Bei Mingshu's brother was the blood surge counter skill, causing the opponent to scream in pain and surprise. Gigi Chensha said the timing was perfect, and that Bei Mingshu's brother wouldn't be defeated so easily. He then proceeded to use the Bone Devourer skill. The curse infiltrates the opponent's body, reducing their speed and defense, causing endless pain that enrages the opponent falling for the same trick again. Crimson Sand praised him not only for his masterful skills, but also for being a rare voodoo priest. Unlike the typical healing priests, he was truly a great talent. Bei Mingshu suddenly shouted for her brother to be careful, startling Crimson Sand. The raging dragon Gemini charged forward to attack, making him realize there was no way to escape this situation. Immediately, Crimson Sand dashed forward to block them, declaring that he was taking this one. Did they still want to fight? The guy asked who he was, and he firmly replied that he was Crimson Sand. Upon hearing this, the man was shocked, as that was the name of the man who had defeated young Master Long. They fled in a panic, vowing to return to settle old and new scores together. With that handled, Crimson Sand offered a hand to Bei Mingshu's brother and reassured him that everything was all right. However, the man coldly got up and turned away, making him recall what Bei Mingshu had said and admit that her brother was indeed a bit odd. Seeing this, Bei Mingshu got angry and said that since Crimson Sand was their boss, his attitude should be better. Hearing this, Crimson Sand smiled, put his arm around Bei Mingshu's shoulder, and said, "We're all one big family." But her brother angrily snapped, "Get your hands off my sister." 10 minutes later, Bei Mingshu explained that Crimson Sand had helped her out of a bind, and that she was now an official member of the Crimson Mercenary Guild. Her brother finally understood and thanked Crimson Sand for helping his sister. He replied that it was what family does, so there was no need to be formal, and at the same time invited him to join the guild. But the man refused, saying he didn't want to be taken advantage of, and then told him to leave because he needed to hurry and relocate his base. His words made Bei Mingshu furious. Crimson Sand worriedly asked if he was relocating because the Raging Dragon group was always causing trouble, or not. Hearing this, the man snapped that it was none of his business. Bei Mingshu angrily demanded that her brother stop acting like that. Bei Mingshu had told Crimson Sand that a long time ago. Her brother was told his combat mechanics were poor, so he could only immerse himself in crafting. Now, it seems everyone who seeks them out has bad intentions, so she hoped he would understand. After listening, Crimson Sand said, "I'm inviting your brother to join because he's an excellent crafter." He said that his skills and mechanics were what he liked the most. His sincerity seemed to lessen the hostility from Bei Mingshu's brother. Crimson Sand praised him for being able to maintain his own rhythm while being pursued by many people, still controlling his skills with precision, simultaneously healing his HP and dealing damage to his enemies, and declared that he was one of the most outstanding shamans he had ever met. He added that, moreover, the man surely didn't want to spend his whole life on the run like this. Froststeel Fortress could now be considered his territory, protected by the Blood Rain Legion, so he could craft there in peace. He said that rare materials from the guild's dungeon drops could also be given to him, and he could craft for whomever he pleased without any interference. Hearing this, Bei Mingshu's brother looked somewhat intrigued. Crimson Sand continued, proposing they fight for their dreams together. He sincerely invited him to join the Crimson Mercenary Guild. After a moment of hesitation, Bei Mingshua's brother agreed to join and shook hands with Crimson Sand, making Bei Mingshu extremely happy. They were joyfully welcoming a new member to the guild when an announcement rang out. The guild had successfully registered for the competition. The entire guild celebrated their successful registration, praising the excellence of Luo Chen, while also resolving to eliminate Kuang Long and Du Ba. Suddenly, an announcement sounded, signaling a problem with Jeji Chen's body. He was in agony, worrying everyone. Then he passed out with his body covered in wounds, leaving the whole group worried and shocked. Luo Chen was lying in a hospital room, covered in blood, breathing heavily through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor told Shizhen and Xiao Gui about his condition, saying it wasn't very promising and that they should prepare themselves. The doctor told Shizhen and Xiao Gui that if they couldn't find someone with the antidote serum, within 48 hours, he really couldn't be saved this time. But the serum could only temporarily suppress the virus, and the chance of a full recovery was only 20%. This made Shisan and Xiao Gui feel a surge of anxiety as they looked at each other with eyes full of despair. As Luo Chen lay there, everything around him blurred, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Shisan asked, "Didn't you say before that 10 Kwang could suppress the virus?" Xiao Gui also questioned the doctor, saying that Luo Chen was always healthy. So why did this suddenly happen? Those questions echoed in the heavy atmosphere, filled with anxiety and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said, "Tests show the virus has mutated. The specific cause is still under investigation. I've already contacted a team of experts and am searching for the serum nationwide. Now we can only wait for that person to appear." The doctor's words were like a knife stabbing into the hearts of Shizhen and Xiao Gui. They felt a surge of anxiety, but they had no choice but to wait patiently. Shizan patted Xiao Gui's shoulder and said, "We won't give up, no matter how slim the hope is. But first, let's go find the serum for Lao Liu." Hearing this, the doctor also nodded, saying that the more people they contacted, the greater the hope. These words were a small source of encouragement in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned to leave, saying to prepare in advance so he could rest and that the two of them should go home too. His gentle yet responsible instructions echoed in the quiet space. Shizan told Xiao Gui not to tell Lao Lu. Xiao Gui nodded, saying he would keep watch here for these 2 days. "We can play the game later, but we only have one big brother." Xiao Gui's words were like an unspoken promise between them. Hearing this, Shisan said no, because what Lao Liu values most is the ancient sword Dream's soul. If they couldn't get the hero's order this time, it would truly break Lao Lu's heart. Shisan's voice carried both worry and determination. Shisan continued, "We have to shoulder this together. We still have to participate in the Who Dares to Compete tournament." Xiao Gui nodded upon hearing this, in agreement. They both understood that no matter how difficult the situation was, they had to stand strong together. Shizen would go look for the serum, while Xiao Gui would go online to inform the others to prepare. They quickly divided the tasks, with each person having a crucial role in this battle. As the two were leaving, Luo Chen had already woken up and overheard their conversation, thinking to himself, "They're truly good brothers, but it looks like I'm not going to make it this time." A sense of worry rose in Luo Chen's heart. He knew he only had 2 days to find the serum that could deal with this strange worry rose in Luo Chen's heart. He knew he only had 2 days to find the serum that could deal with this strange virus, unless there was a miracle. As it happened, those thoughts kept repeating in Luo Chen's mind. He felt the heavy pressure weighing down on him. Luo Chen thought if only he had a skill, like immortality from a game, how great would that be, where you could instantly recover fully with just 1% of your HP remaining. Those fantasies brought him a small bit of comfort, but reality was far harsher. He could only lie there, feeling the pain and his own helplessness. His heart longed for a miracle to happen, to save himself and the friends who were so worried about him. He wondered how heartbroken his father would be when he was gone, as memories flooded his mind. He remembered his father's words. Since he rarely had a chance to come home, his father had made his favorite dish, braised eggplant. That flavor still lingered in his memory. Every piece of eggplant was tender and fragrant. His heart suddenly ached as he imagined a day when he could no longer savor that meal. Looking at his wounds, he thought of his father, and a sense of pain crept into his heart. He thought he needed to quickly get his affairs in order. Thoughts of death and his unavoidable departure kept swirling in Luo Chen's mind. He began writing his will, and with every word that formed in his mind, images of his father and his 2 best friends, Shisan and Xiao Gui, appeared. Happy memories and the times they had weathered storms together surfaced, making his heart ache with guilt. He didn't want to leave them, didn't want to bring sorrow to the people who had always been by his side. He recalled a time while playing the game. The character, Deathstrike Chensha, had once said, "I will absolutely never back down." Those words echoed in his mind. He remembered the time. He earned money, and the next steps were to grind monsters, level up, and run dungeons. Every image from the game appeared vividly in his mind. The thrill of defeating monsters, leveling up, and unlocking new skills was exhilarating. He smiled as he thought of the dramatic battles against Kuang Long, Du Ba, and Zhu Long, powerful enemies that he, Shisan, and Xiao Gui had overcome together. His in-game character said that since Zhu Ying Luan had now declared war, Xiao Gui and Shisan should stay in the Silver Snow Fur Guild for their safety. But they both refused, saying they were brothers and if they had to leave the guild, they would all leave together. They would follow Luo Chen to the very end. That loyalty and resilient friendship moved him deeply. As he wrote his will, he apologized for them having followed him for so long while he had nothing to leave them, his heart filled with guilt. The person he felt most guilty toward was the guild master, and the image of the person who had always protected him appeared in his mind. The ringing of his phone cut through his train of thought, the sound ringing out like an unexpected sign. Yi Yi's frantic voice came from the other side, saying she believed he wasn't dead. Her words carried a powerful conviction. Luo Chen was extremely surprised to see Yi Yi calling and answered the phone. Yi Yi asked if he was still alive. Her voice seemed to pierce through the phone, sending a shiver down his spine. Luo Chen was surprised that Yi Yi knew what had happened, but calmly asked what she was talking about. Yi Yi stammered that she had a dream he died, so she called him immediately. Her voice trembled as if she couldn't believe the words she was saying. Hearing this, Luo Chen sighed, realizing that Yi Yi still didn't know just how serious his situation was. Luo Chen reassured her, saying he was alive and well, and told Yi Yi to get some sleep. He tried to keep his voice calm to put her at ease. The two wished each other good night and then hung up. In the silent room, Luo Chen stared up at the ceiling. He thought that being able to hear Yi Yi's voice before facing death was a wonderful thing. Amid the pain and anxiety, that familiar sound was like a final bit of warmth for him to cling to, somewhat easing the feeling of loneliness in that moment. Suddenly, the phone slipped from his hand as a sudden pain washed over him, intense and overwhelming. His whole body convulsed, feeling as if every nerve was being squeezed tight, the pain piercing through every cell, making him unable to control himself. The doctors immediately rushed in, their faces filled with worry when they found his blood pressure had dropped below 40 with no detectable pulse, a critical condition, and the machines blared continuously, creating a tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they quickly decided to move him to the ICU in an effort to save Luo Chen's life. At this moment, Shi-san and Xiao Gui arrived just in time, standing by and trying to suppress their anxiety as they said to Lao Lu, "Hang in there, it's going to be okay." Luo Chen wanted to open his mouth to reassure Shi-san not to worry, but his throat was choked up, unable to speak, only able to look at them with weak eyes, helpless in the overwhelming pain and anxiety. His eyes gradually closed, his consciousness fading, with only one last thought flashing through his mind. "My eyelids are so heavy. I really want to sleep." The next morning, Bei Mingshu looked at everyone and said, "The guildmaster has helped them so much, and now his fate is uncertain. The only thing they can do is fight with all their might." Her brother could only sigh upon hearing this, his eyes full of worry, hoping that Luo Chen could survive this ordeal. Everyone had arrived at the competition. A bustling, intense atmosphere enveloped the arena. The teams were busy preparing, their eyes filled with determination and hope. A short-haired girl spoke up, asking, "Why is the team battle split into two matches? One one-on-one and one two-on-two, with a best 2 out of 3 to decide the winner like this?" Another girl standing nearby spoke up, saying, "I heard Tian Tong received a request from the higher-ups and temporarily changed the competition format." The short-haired girl asked in surprise, "Is that even allowed?" Her face showed confusion and concern about these new rules, making the atmosphere even more tense and suspenseful. Then she turned to worry about Gigi, recalling how she almost fainted when she woke up this morning, and asked with worried eyes if Gigi was okay. A sense of unease was evident on her face as the pressure and stress of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Gigi smiled gently and replied, "I just didn't sleep well. I'm fine." Her voice was a bit weak, but she still tried to appear calm. At that very moment, Tian Tong Su stepped onto the stage, her voice echoing as she announced that the tournament had officially begun. She introduced herself as the lovely and captivating MC, saying she was also greatly looking forward to this tournament. Although the format had changed, the level of excitement would not decrease in the slightest. She looked at the team members, saw their eyes burning with fire, and each of them showing excitement and determination, ready for the upcoming battle for the hero's token. Tian Tong Su said that, of course, to compensate for the change in format, she had brought a special prize for the champion team, which was equipment of purple gold grade, specifically the Tian Tong illusionary potion. She continued, saying that after using it, one would randomly enter one of the 32 sealed dungeons of Tian Tong. After clearing the dungeon, the player would receive lots of sealed equipment and rare gold materials. All guild members would gain 5 levels, and their reputation would increase by 1,000. She emphasized that more importantly, the ultimate prize was an epic awakening fragment, and collecting enough fragments would allow one to awaken to a higher realm. Below the stage, the atmosphere became lively with murmurs from the audience. Many people began to discuss this rare opportunity, and everyone was felt their hearts pound, unable to believe their ears when they heard about the awakening reward. An opportunity that Tianzong had never offered before, and that made the excitement within them grow even stronger. Su, seeing the crowd's commotion, chuckled softly, asking everyone if they felt surprised and thrilled by this wonderful news. A girl in the crowd heard this and nodded in agreement. She said that this time, she had to give it her all. Her eyes lit up with determination, clearly showing that she was ready for the fierce battle ahead. Longxing Tianxia was just as excited. He declared that this was the only chance to awaken. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said that this key was truly a great item. The captain of the Duba team, Batian Dao, smirked and said with great determination that this was interesting. The captain of the Gujian Meng Hun team, Shui Yi Fang, stood in the crowd, his gaze firm and full of hope, affirming that with this special weapon, the restoration of Gujian Meng Hun was only a matter of time. The captain of the Tao Yuan Shenxi team, Qing Qingzi, stood firmly amidst the tense atmosphere of the competition, his eyes shining brightly, full of determination and strong will. The captain of the Lei Li Fengxing team, Zhu Rong, stood among her team with a resolute expression, her eyes sparkling with confidence, reflecting the strength hidden within herself and her determination to win. Seeing everyone's passion ignite, Su decided to officially announce the start of the Who Dares to Compete tournament. The sound echoed throughout the stands, creating an atmosphere of excitement and thrill. An announcement about the rules was made. All right, everyone listen to the rules carefully. There are two formats. For one-on-one, each team can send a player to participate. But for two-on-two, the system will randomly arrange the pairings and all teams will draw lots to determine the players. The group stage will be held at the same time. Shi-san discovered something interesting. Above them was an old enemy. He peeked in and asked who it was. Who's the opponent? A cheer erupted along with the imposing entrance of a team. All right, excellent. Su excitedly announced, welcoming PK Team number 49, Mad Dragon versus the Bloody Mercenaries. The first one-on-one match, Longxing Tianxia versus Gi Guzi, officially begins. As Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, he heard a whispering sound by his ear. What's that sound? The opponent in the next match is Duba, but the boss still hasn't woken up. So what if it's Duba? What's there to be afraid of? At that moment, he was still confused, light. I'm not dead. I really can't believe it. The other person continued, just relying on you and Damo, you were able to make it into the top 8. Do you know what the forums are saying about you guys? What are they saying? They're saying that you, the bloodthirsty twin killers, from Fubing City, the only way to deal with you two is death. Shi-san's face gradually appeared before his eyes, looking anxious. Old Six is awake. Boss, how are you feeling? Can you hear me clearly? Lu Chen told them his condition. I can hear you, Shi-san Xiao Guai, and I'm feeling better. They sighed in relief. In that case, that's great. You nearly scared us to death. His voice was calm as he spoke. It seems the King of Hell doesn't like me, so I was rejected again this time. He chimed in to explain, hey, the one you should thank this time is Lin, Junior Lin and the Great Beauty He. It was their love that woke you up. Sun Gu added from behind, that's right, that's right. Lu Chen asked curiously, you two knuckleheads, how many days have I been asleep? Who's been competing? The other two took turns speaking up. You've been in a coma for a full 10 days and you won't believe this. We've made it to the quarterfinals. Impressive, right? It's all thanks to me and Momo. He was completely surprised. Really? The other guy confirmed, of course it's true. In the first match, we faced Mad Dragon. You should have seen the look on Mad Dragon's face back then. He actually got eliminated in the very first match. I'd love to see who's got the last laugh now. Remembering that sight, all three of them burst out laughing joyfully. Shi-san thought he could laugh about that for the rest of his life. Lu Chen suddenly remembered. What about Gujian Menghun and Shui Yinshan? Seeing the two of them fall silent, Lu Chen immediately felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Sun Gu spoke up, breaking the silence. Shui Yinshan also made it to the quarterfinals. It's just that Gujian Menghun. He saw that the other guy was trailing off, so he finished for him. It's not good. In the round of 16, Gujian Menghun faced Duba. They knew you were close with the members of Gujian Menghun, so they were especially ruthless this time. They didn't directly kill them, but played with them like a cat with a mouse, tormenting them until they died. Lu Chen exclaimed indignantly, what? How dare Tian Dao? As soon as he finished, he clutched his head in agony, frightening the other two. Boss Jingzhong rushed in and scolded them. I told you two to look after him, not get him all worked up. Shi-san anxiously asked as he saw the man checking on Lu Chen. Dad, is old Lu all right? He replied. Fortunately, it's under control. His body is extremely special, and he's also our primary protection target. For the next few days, he needs to focus mainly on resting and be kept under further observation. He turned to the patient. What were you saying? Lu Chen stammered. No, it's nothing. The two other guys each got a knock on the head, shrugging as they fell silent. The next day, Su announced in the arena, Duba versus the Bloody Mercenaries. In the first match, the Bloody Mercenaries were victorious. The second one-on-one match will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Ming Shui cheered, praising her teammate. That was so cool. To think you could beat the war god of Duba so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Momo huffed. That's what he gets for bullying my little sister. Shi-san spoke up, looking towards their opponents. The next match is definitely against that Sha-sang guy. He's not simple at all. He's from the Hall of Fame and is also a major weapon for Duba. Look at that smile of his. He always crosses his arms like that before a fight. Just like you, he always wins his one-on-one matches, and what's more, he's from another server. He didn't stay in his own region and came all the way to ours, so there's definitely something fishy going on. Xiao Gi wasn't intimidated at all. This is what makes it fun. I'm the boss, so I'll handle this myself. Just watch me. Shi-san thought to himself, old Lu is still stuck in the hospital. If we lose this match, we won't even qualify for the 2 versus 2 match. Xiao Gi, it's all on you now. Su formally announced, the break is over. The second match between Duba and the Bloody Mercenaries has officially begun. Xiao Gi's opponent spoke up. I've been looking forward to facing the Bloody Mercenaries team for a long time, but I didn't get to meet the one I was hoping for. He replied with a cold, disdainful snort. There are plenty of people still waiting to wait for our boss, but you're not worthy yet. With that, he unleashed a piercing underworld fire attack. It shot sharply towards the enemy, and the 2 powerful attacks clashed in a flash of light. The system announced, Arhat Illusion Guard, a skill. Active. Effect. Teleport in a designated direction without dealing damage. Range, 3 meters. Level requirement, 45. He didn't hesitate and continued his assault. Child's play? I'm already wise to that trick of yours. Set Tang countered with a Wrathful Vajra Fist technique. Wrathful Vajra Fist. Active skill. Effect. Attacks a single target multiple times, dealing damage. Physical damage equal to 150% of the user's attack power and has a 30% chance to inflict a critical hit. Level requirement, 60. Overpowered by his opponent, Xiaogi couldn't believe how this guy's mobility and strength could be so immense. The opponent let out a cold laugh. We may both be undead, but compared to Zhang Qi and Chen, you're still leagues behind. He calmly continued to adapt, shouting loudly, "You don't need to provoke me." Information on Xiao Gui's new skill appeared. Displayed, skill, Netherwind, Soul Slash. Effect, deals 800 points of physical damage to the target with a 10% chance to apply a weakening debuff to the enemy. He blocked it with his fist. Even now, he stood by his opinion. I'm telling you the truth, you're just too weak. It was time for him to make his move. Damn it, my turn. While parrying, he thought, this Sat Tang guy's offense is his best defense. If I can't break through it, my only option is defeat. Demon Armor Tyrant Body, activate. To escape his predicament, Xiao Gi unleashed his power with all his might. Break for me. A notification appeared. Reminder, Demon Armor Tyrant Body's effect has ended. Xiao Gi was sent flying backward, while his opponent braced himself with his massive frame. He said to his opponent, I told you, you're just too weak. Notification, player Gui Guzi has been eliminated. Susu, the announcer, hyped up the crowd. What an absolutely brutal scene. Susu couldn't bear to watch that scene. The winner of this round is the Duba Guild. The score is now tied at 1-1. Please everyone, don't go anywhere. In 10 minutes, we'll begin the draw for the 2 versus 2 match. Xiao Gui returned to his team, saying apologetically, I'm so sorry, everyone. Shi-san comforted him, don't blame yourself. We wouldn't have even made it this far if it weren't for you. Mo chimed in. That's right, that Sat Tang guy is one of the top 10 members of the Hall of Fame. So there's no shame at all in losing to him. He was still upset. But boss, I just can't accept this. Lu Chenbu Tingling appeared, saying, if you can't accept it, then you need to train harder. His appearance surprised everyone. Brother Zhang Xian, boss, you're back? Boss Zhang Xian, old Lu. His voice was gentle, but it was enough to calm the team's spirits. Yeah, I'm back. You all have come so far for my sake, truly. You've all worked hard. An announcement rang out. Time is up. Here are the results of the 2 versus 2 draw. The players from the guild who will be fighting are Tian Dao and Sat Tang, while the fighters for the Bloody Mercenary team will be Shi-san and Zhang Qian Chen. Lu Chen declared in a cold voice, if I don't die this time, then the ones who will are you. His opponent was visibly thrilled to see him. I've finally been waiting for you, Zhang Chen Qi. Susu announced. The contestants from both sides are ready. From the Duba Guild, we have Sat Tang, renowned for his close quarters combat and for using his offense as his defense. His fist techniques are mighty and his attacks are as fast as the wind, while Guildmaster Tian Dao is even more formidable with his sharp blade techniques. The damage is terrifying. The Shuisi mercenary group is no less impressive, with Zhang Qian Chen Sha holding the title of the only necromancer swordsman in Fubing City. Famous for his high attack speed and astonishing damage, Lu Chen is currently discussing the battle plan with his teammate. At that moment, you just do this, and then that. Shi-san confirms, okay. Susu skillfully commentates on the tournament. So far, Jushi Gaoshou has yet to enter the fight, so what kind of surprise will he bring us this time? Let's all wait and see. The young lady announces the start of the match. The Duba Guild launches an attack on Jushi Gaoshou. The full information on both of their attacks is displayed. Tyrant's Mad Blade Slash. Effect. Unleashes 3 slash waves, dealing 200% damage to the target, ignoring 30% of defense with a 40% chance to cause bleeding. Gale Fist effect deals 120% damage and targets in a straight line with a 30% chance to stun the target for 1 second. The audience is all amazed. Tian Dao used his ultimate skill right from the start. Shi-san thinks to himself, just as old Lu predicted, these 2 guys are indeed targeting me first. Susu commentates, Jushi Gaoshou is being pressured, but thanks to his peerless, unique equipment, he's still holding on against their combined assault. While trying to defend himself, he curses inwardly. Damn it, these 2 guys hit way too hard. If it weren't for the custom shield from Boobap, I probably would have been crushed at the start. Lu Chen from behind charges in, are you just going to ignore me? You 2 are pretty confident, huh? His appearance immediately excites Susu. Oh, the battle has just begun and it's already this intense. The Duba Guild's concentrated attack strategy has failed. They couldn't take down Jushi Gaoshou, and instead, their formation was disrupted by Zhang Qian Chen Sha. Now the battlefield has split into 2, separate one-on-one fights, and whichever side defeats their opponent first will seize the initiative. Lu Chen moves with incredible agility, slipping behind his opponent. The young lady is completely surprised. His movement is very similar to Na Chen's. It was his luck not to run into me, but you're not so lucky. Look, Sha Seng is still maintaining a fierce offensive. Can Zhang Chen Sha withstand this relentless damage? No matter how well you imitate Na Chen, you're still just an imitator. Wiping you out will be a warning to everyone else. Sha Sang strikes directly with Flowing Light Fist and a notification. Updates. Flowing Light Fist effect deals 150% damage to the target, increases attack speed by 20%, and has a 30% critical hit chance. Susu skillfully commentates, is this a special skill from a unique class? The skill, Amnesty, has completely blocked Sha Sang's Flowing Light Fist. He declares arrogantly, I'm not a copycat, I am Zhang Qian Chen Sha. Seeing the terrifying power coming at him, he crosses his bare hands to block, exclaiming, oh crap, Sha Sang is forced to use Golden Light. Body Protection, which grants a shield that absorbs 60% of damage, increases strength by 20%, and attack speed by 15% with a duration of 1 minute. Sha Sang grows angry watching his opponent's agile movements. Hiding in your shell, are you? I'm done playing games with you. Stand still. Susu notices that after Sha Sang used his defensive skill, Zhang Qian Chen Sha retreated, seemingly unwilling to confront him head-on. He intends to support his teammate, launching a surprise attack right behind Tian Dao. Coordinating with his teammate, Shi San swings his axe from the front. This development excites Susu. Beautiful. While Sha Sang is still catching up, Zhang Qianxia coordinated perfectly with the Peerless Master, forcing Tian Dao's health bar into the red. Lu Chen shouted, finish him quickly. Sha Zhang punched Shizan in the face and cursed, you're so nasty, Shizan. Susu exclaimed, both sides are back to a one-on-one, but this time they've switched opponents. He rushed forward, unwilling to be humiliated. Did I give you permission to touch someone else? Shizan held Tian Dao back. A powerful blade strike was unleashed. Susu shouted, Zhang Qian Sha had switched targets, immediately aiming for Sha Zhang. Sha Zhang's reaction was just as fast. This is truly a battle of masters, a fight between strength and skill. I've been looking forward to this match for a long time. A new notification appeared. Whirlwind Kick deals 800 to 1000 kick damage to the enemy and also has a chance to put the enemy into a brief stunned state. Requires level 60, duration 25 seconds. The little girl's tone was a bit regretful. It's a pity you've disappointed me so much. Ming Shui cheered, Zhang Qianxia. Go on, take him down. Let's go, Zhang Qianxia. We believe in you. Keep it up. Everyone is counting on you. Get up. Come on. Shizan looked back worriedly at the exhausted Lu Chen. Old Lu, Tian Dao didn't give him a chance to get distracted and attacked. You still have time to be distracted. Die, you piece of trash. Just as the opponent's fist rushed forward, he bravely raised his sword. The collision of the two forces made the entire space light up. Sha Zhang exclaimed, give up. Susu could easily see that both players from the Crimson Mercenary Guild were being pushed back, completely on the defensive. Sha Zhang pronounced Lu Chen's death sentence. Let's end this, Zhang Qianxia. But he suddenly asked, is this all you've got? Sha Zhang realized something was wrong. I have to be faster than him. Meteor Fist shot straight towards Shizan. The spectators were shocked. No way. Is this the end? Sha Zhang is truly worthy of his 8th rank in the Hall of Fame. Truly formidable. Susu wondered curiously, oh my god, Sha Zhang's hands are indeed fast, vicious, and precise. Has he succeeded this time? Sha Zhang's whole body froze. What? Wait, what is this? A spirit suddenly appeared before him. The little girl also noticed, it's a spirit. I heard that Zhang Qianxia can summon spirits. I swear this is like a battle between gods. Witnessing it firsthand is truly shocking. A notification appeared, summon Hell 10. Consumes MP to summon a legion of spirits. The damage and number of spirits increase with the player's skill level. Initially summons 10 soldiers, dealing 300 to 500 damage. With each level up, damage increases by 20, and the number of soldiers increases by 2. The Spirit Legion can be reborn infinitely by consuming MP, requires level 60. Lu Chen spoke coldly. Are you done playing? If you're done, then it's my turn. He pointed his sword at the opponent and ordered, Spirit Legion on my command, kill. Sha Zhang froze before the Legion's attack. Tian Dao called out worriedly, Sha Zhang. Shizan desperately clung to his leg. I won't let you pass. He impatiently threw a few punches at him. Get off. He felt the aftershock of power from the battle behind him. A notification appeared. Player Sha Zhang has been killed. Susu excitedly shouted, how shocking. Player Zhang Qianxian Sha has killed Sha Zhang with absolute power, showing us the infinite potential of the hidden class, Necro-Asura. The conditions to become an Asura are extremely harsh. Zhang Qiansha must have gone through extraordinary trials. At this moment, he shone brilliantly. The team members were moved. Zhang Qiansha, that was incredible, so powerful. Amazing. Even the 8th ranked monk from the Hall of Fame was defeated by Zhang Qianxian. So cool. Special classes are truly strong. That's our guy. It's not just about the special class. Who else could pull off that move? Lu Chen scoffed, trash should just lie there and watch. He thought to himself, this feeling of commanding an undead legion isn't bad at all. However, it consumes too much MP. I can only use it once in the short term. I need to find a way to increase my MP. Sensing his movement, he said coldly, it's your turn now. Susu quickly explained, look over there. The Peerless Master has been taken down by Tian Dao. Both sides have lost one person. Seeing his teammate's bruised face, Lu Chen was filled with hatred and called out to Shi San. The name Tian Dao was hissed through his teeth. Lu Chen immediately charged at his opponent with his sword, Die. He managed to block the sword. Want to kill me? You think it's that easy? He put more force into his blade and retorted, Is that so? Tian Dao couldn't understand it. Damn it, that kid is clearly low on health. How can he still be so strong? Lu Chen's sword was slowly pressing down, making it almost impossible for him to hold on. He gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to regain control of the situation. Don't you underestimate me. But Lu Chen's eyes were icy as he looked at his opponent, unleashing the powerful Heavenly Soul Slash towards Tian Dao. Heavenly Soul Slash, its effect releases countless fragmented sword energies. The attack power of each sword energy deals damage equal to 50% of his base strength, with a 30% chance of a critical hit. Level requirement is 60. Tian Dao gritted his teeth to defend. Lu Chen mocked, Is that all you've got? Su Su exclaimed, Zhan Qianchen Sha has launched a combo attack. With non-stop critical hits, Tian Dao is completely on the defensive. His health bar keeps dropping. He kicked him flying backward, and even though he stopped, his body still staggered and fell. He didn't give his opponent a chance to rest and continued to charge. Tian Dao's jaw dropped in shock at this scene. Seeing the sword stuck into the floor right between his legs, Su Su was surprised. Zhan Qianchen Sha, that move is too dirty, a direct attack on Tian Dao's weak spot. That's just too powerful. But for Tian Dao and those old geezers, they deserve it. Zhan Qianchen Sha is really trying to push Tian Dao to his death. This is so exciting. Zhan Qianchen Sha is pressing his advantage. Could this be a clean sweep? Just as he rushed forward, a sword quickly slashed past. The girl felt it was getting more and more intense, so thrilling. If that slash was any slower, Tian Dao would have been split in two. He furiously shouted, Zhan Qianchen Sha, you have no shame. He still remembered the old grudge. Did you talk about shame when you mocked Gujian Meng Hun? Today, I'll show you what having no shame really means. Countless sharp sword strikes rained down on Tian Dao, frustrating him. Damn it, it's too fast. I can't hold on much longer. Su Su updated the situation. This assault from Zhan Qianchen is like a storm, leaving Tian Dao with no strength to fight back. The damage isn't high, but the humiliation is immense. He struggled to resist, wondering, why? Why am I a higher level than him, with better gear, and still can't beat him? Desperate Earth Slash. He poured all of his essence into this move. He countered with Bright Moon Slash. Lu Chen's teammates in the audience were stunned. Su Su announced, The smoke is too thick. Both sides used their full power in that attack. It was an earth-shattering event, so what's the result? Zhan Qianchen Sha's sword was already at Tian Dao's neck. There, the outcome is clear. This humiliation left Tian Dao stammering speechless. You! The blade slashed down, straight for his neck. Die. Su Su cried out as the player Tian Dao fell. The fourth strongest member of the squad had been born, and they are the blood-colored mercenaries. The 4 players in today's match all gave us some incredibly exciting matches and put on wonderful performances. Let's give them a big round of applause and congratulations. Lu Chen's teammates couldn't stop screaming. We won! Boss is so awesome. They all lifted him up, tossing him in celebration. 13 is so awesome. The blood-colored mercenaries are invincible. Blood-colored mercenaries. The cheers echoed non-stop. Blood-colored mercenaries. Yixin stood on the other side, watching him with pride. She thought to herself, This is great. It's really so great. Senior, you better not lose this match. See you in the finals. A notification announced that the player from Wind Color Fantasy had gone offline. Sha Sang would remember this grudge. Zhan Qianchen Sha, I don't care who you really are, I'll remember you. Tian Dao came over and called him a good for nothing. And you're still ranked 8th on the list, yet you can't even handle some nobody? A murderous aura erupted from Sha Sang, silencing him. He understands Zhu Ying Luan completely. I'm afraid Zhan Qianchen Sha is even more formidable than you can imagine. Tian Dao could only vent his anger on his teammate. Damn you, Sha Sang. And damn you, Zhan Qianchen Sha. He teased him. Serves you right, you nearly crapped your pants back there. Tian Dao couldn't swallow this humiliation. Just you wait. A notification announced that the player Tian Dao had gone offline. She was secretly grateful. Thank you, Zhan Qianchen Sha, you've helped me yet again. 13 was still grilling old 6th about whether he'd talked. You really came back at the perfect time. A green light flashed, and he only managed to leave one sentence. Oh crap, I gotta go. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Back in the hospital room where Lu Chen was recovering, he glanced over at Jingzhong outside. Lu Chen whispered, Our dad is seriously intimidating. He reminded him, Count your blessings, you snuck out, and the boss didn't do anything to you. You were even told to put on the helmet and join the 2-on-2 lottery in the hospital. Isn't that lenient enough for you? Lu Chen shuddered. Good thing it was Mother Dai and Xiu Shui who got picked. If it had been me, they probably would have skinned me alive. He laughed in reply, That's just luck. You can get out of the hospital in 2 more days. Right? And you can still make it to the finals, your luck isn't bad. He confirmed, Yeah. And I thought the final match would be against Yi. But it turns out they lost to someone else. I've watched all of Xu Yinshan's matches. Yi's condition seemed a bit off. It was very subtle, not obvious in the previous match, but when it came to the climax of the match, that condition became fatal. Yi's not in trouble, is she? Back then, Yi had asked Senior do a favor. Don't tell the Senior that I donated blood. To keep his promise, He just brushed off the topic. You're overthinking it. How could anything happen to Beauty Lin? We're the ones with a problem. You see, the Tao Yuan Guild is about to crush us. Looking at the rankings on his phone, Lu Chen just let out an O. Shu Qin shouted, Zhan Qin Chen Xia, I am Xing Qing Zijin. Wind Color Fantasy already lost to me, and you. Are you ready to accept defeat? The finals, the first match, cheers and clashing swords. Go for it. Bobap is awesome. Just hold on like that. Xiao Gi suddenly noticed. Something's not right. Lu Chen continued, tell me. He explained, Bobap's damage output isn't high to begin with. It's hard for him to land a critical blow. Therefore, this match is mainly a test of endurance, but they've been fighting for so long. He agreed with this answer. That's right. Bo's attacks, BAP, have all been nullified by the opponent. The other side has completely figured out his playstyle. Moreover, the opponent is an assassin. If she is still alive, Bo Bap will be in great danger. Ming Shu's jaw dropped in amazement as she watched the developments. Ma Ma was gradually getting into a disadvantageous position. He stared blankly as his opponent unleashed an attack. Su updated. The situation has suddenly changed. Mon seized the opening while Mama was on cooldown, landing a critical hit on Mama. He seemed to have lost his rhythm with the priest's squishy nature, and every slash from Muscus was a critical hit. The pain was unbearable. A sharp voice rang out from behind Mama, die. She stood in a halo of victory, sending him logging out. Su announced, let's congratulate Tao Yu and Shenxi for winning the first match of the finals and also thank Mama for bringing us such a thrilling fight. He returned, speaking apologetically to his comrades. I'm sorry, everyone. Shisan comforted him from the side. It's okay, you still have us. Lu Chen chimed in, this match. It's clear they were thoroughly prepared. Plus your class is countered. Holding out for that long was already very impressive. Xiao Gi suggested, let me go up for the next match. I've watched their previous videos more than once. I'm confident I can win this one back. Su announced an announcement. Team Tao Yu and Shenxi has forfeited the second 1-versus-1 match of the finals. The next match will be a direct 2-versus-2 confrontation. Shi-san was stunned. What's going on? Xiao Ge couldn't believe it. Forfeit? Are they looking down on us? He patted his shoulder reassuringly. Calm down. They are indeed very strong. They have the right to be arrogant. Plus, they're very confident they can beat us in a 2-versus-2 as well. But our goal is victory. Focusing on dealing with tomorrow's match is what's most important. They will regret this arrogance of theirs. Because Zikong listened silently as he continued. Lu Chen repeated, we will definitely win. Day 2 of the finals arrived in the blink of an eye. We've reached the end of the tournament. Who dares to challenge them? The 2-versus-2 finals, let's cheer for them. Shi-san and the others responded by shouting, go big bro, go brother Zhang Gan, go Xiao Xiu. Ming Shu and Lu Chen stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Su also shouted, I declare the match. The sound of cannons boomed along with the voice of the girl. Officially begins. He charged straight ahead, while she took a defensive stance behind him. Charge. Watch this. He targeted Zichin, as the girl described the match situation. The Crimson Blood mercenaries took the initiative, decisively pressuring Tao Yuan Shenxi. On the side, she had also launched an attack on Hua Pai. Amazing. Player Bei Mingxiu can fire a 5-spell combo, but the mage Hua Pai reacted extremely quickly, dodging the wave of attacks. She didn't hesitate to continue attacking. Taste my Arrow Rain. Skill introduction. Skill name. Arrow Rain Storm. Effect consumes MP. Fires countless arrows, each dealing 50% physical damage, with a 20% chance to immobilize the target for 0.5 seconds. Each arrow flew like rain towards her. Along with that was Su's commentary. The two ranged players are fighting, Bei Mingxiu against her superior. Masterful control was giving her the upper hand. Refusing to lose, she quickly cast a spell. Glorious holy light, heed my command, shield me with your sacred power. But the shield shattered the moment it appeared, leaving Huapi completely stunned. She proudly rubbed her nose and asked, still want to cast spells? The little girl was ecstatic. Huapi's skill had been interrupted. Bei Mingxiu was determined not to give her opponent any openings. Lu Chen distracted Zichin and then dashed towards Huapi. Nice move. Go, little Bei Ming, take her down. The match was getting tense. Zhang Qiansha had switched targets, and Huapi was in danger, but before he could attack, she intercepted him. Zhang Qiansha, your opponent is me. It was unbelievable. Xing Zichin wasn't even that fast, yet she had instantly rescued Huapi. While he wasn't looking, she smirked slyly and used a light attack, but Mingxiu's arrow completely foiled her plan. Damn it. She drew back her bow and said, don't even think about getting distracted. Su got even more excited. The battle was an intense stalemate, and neither side was giving the other a single moment to breathe. On the other side, her wind-breaking blade was parried by him, creating a loud clang. Zichen gave Lu Chen no time to recover, lunging forward again with a soul-draining slash. The little girl was astonished. Oh my god. Zhan Qianshensha is known as the Berserker Ashura of Fubing City, yet he's being completely overwhelmed by Qing Zichin. She gathered her strength and unleashed a powerful sword strike that her opponent took head-on. She looked at him with contempt, sneering. Zhan Shensha, is this all you've got or what? But her expression quickly changed, and she couldn't smile anymore. He lunged forward, landing a blow on Zichin. You're very strong. It's no surprise that Wind Color Fantasy lost to you. He swung his sword decisively. But alas, the bright moon slash struck her, sending her stumbling backward. But you had to run into me. Susu was shocked yet again. A single devastating blow had instantly wiped out more than 2,000 of Qing Zichen's HP. Lu Chen's teammate shouted, "Watch out, Zhang Qianxia is going on the offensive." Every slash carried enough power to change the tide of the battle. Both sides were testing each other's reaction time and speed, just waiting for an opening. The match was unbelievably intense. As he launched a relentless assault, he thought, Qing Zichen is the strongest opponent I've ever faced. I have to end this quickly, or I'll be in trouble when my MP runs out. Suddenly, a yellow ray of light shot straight into his chest. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, she found an opening. On the other side, Mingshu was still relentlessly attacking her opponent, while Huapi wore a devious smirk, the spear in her hand aimed right at him. But just as quickly, her arrow pierced through the shield and hit her body. She had been patiently holding back her skill from the start, apparently waiting for this decisive moment. On his end, the battle was just as fierce. Just then, a system window popped up, displaying a skill description. Skill name, Shadow Judgment. Effect, marks the target, increasing damage they receive by 60%. If the target's HP falls below 10%, the target will be instantly executed when the mark ends. Zhang Qianxia was pinned down by Qing Zichen and couldn't break free. It seemed like this was a fight he couldn't win. Suddenly, she rushed forward. Who says so? Susu commented in surprise. Bei Mingshui once again interrupted Huapi's spell. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Huapi just smirked. Rushing over here was the right move. And for me, you're so annoying. Blinding light bind. She was bound and couldn't do anything, only able to curse inwardly. Damn it. She then turned and said, Zhang Qianxia, you're dead for sure this time. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, thinking, you bastard, I still have that move. The system confirmed the activation warning, summoning the undead will consume all MP. Do you wish to proceed? He shouted in response, Hell's Call. Lu Chen used the Bright Moon summon, calling forth countless undead spirits. Both Hua Pai and Zijian recoiled in fear. This was bad, he hadn't even given the order, yet the undead horde understood and charged forward on its own. She quickly used Phantom Verdict to stop them. The immense powers collided, creating a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Mingshu frowned and shielded her face, and even the 13 down below were affected. Just then, Hua Pai was thrown back by the force. Susu was excited. The spectacle of this match was truly terrifying. The blood-colored Ashura truly lives up to his reputation. Lu Chen appeared to be injured but still clutched his chest, standing firm on the stage. He turned to the person beside him and said, Xiao Bei Ming, keep a close eye on their mage. Mingshu agreed without hesitation, as you command. Suddenly, he shouted, Bei Ming, watch out. Unexpectedly, Zijin seized the moment of her inattention to charge forward, but luckily, she managed to block it. Don't you dare break on me. He didn't wait long, quickly attacking her from behind. Your opponent is me. Hua Pai didn't stand idly by, chanting a spell to intercept Lu Chen's attack for her. She continuously chanted spells, attacking from all four sides. While dodging, he thought angrily, this is so frustrating. His mana points were now completely depleted, but it wasn't long before he regained his spirits and charged, Bei Ming, hang in there? She constantly moved around and mocked him. Trying to reach me with those stumpy little legs, maybe in your next life. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, you're forcing me to use my secret weapon. Having just recovered a bit of mana, he first decided to summon Shinran to harass her. However, its attack power wasn't high, but it was better than nothing. He looked at the tiny undead spirit before him, utterly speechless. What is happening? Shinran seems different somehow. I haven't even trained her yet. Why is her equipment so new? Then Lu Chen yelled, whatever. Shinran, destroy that mage. Hua Pai looked on, bewildered and grim, not knowing what to say. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, she burst into delighted laughter. You've already got short legs, and you summoned something with even shorter ones? You think a tiny little skeleton can stop me? But very quickly, she had to shut her mouth when it attacked her in an unspeakable place. Hua Pai's face went pale as she shrieked. What? The other three people on the stage all stared with their jaws dropped in surprise. She and Shinran were engaged in a fierce battle, and although its damage wasn't high, it perfectly matched her speed. I was careless. How can it be so agile? She hastily stopped and cast Radiant Guard. Susu chimed in again with an explanation. The Godslayer player's arsenal of skills is truly endless. Even though the little skeleton is small and scrawny, it's incredibly agile and can deal massive damage. Even though this was a bit unexpected, Lu Chen was overjoyed. I wonder how many more surprises this Shinran has in store for me. This is fantastic. Meanwhile, Hua Pai was still being tormented by it, thinking to herself, this skeleton is way too overpowered. What kind of pet doesn't even bother to defend itself? It leaped up to strike her, and her opponent had already covered her head to brace for the impact. But suddenly, it vanished, in midair. Hua Pai, who had been tormented this whole time, was on the verge of a breakdown. It turned out the summon's duration was short. Otherwise, he would have seized this opportunity to rush in and finish his opponent. His mana points were depleted again, ever since. Summoning this army of the undead is making my kidneys seriously weaker. I have to figure something out when I get back. Susu cheered with joy. The painted-skinned player was eliminated by Zhang Qianxia. The ghosts were visibly delighted. That's fantastic. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Shui shot an arrow at her, and Luo Chen also charged forward. It's your turn now. She tried to dodge both of them, cursing under her breath. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed forward to finish her. Die for me. He trembled as he looked at her, as the system notification appeared. Player Bei Ming-shu has died. Commentator Su Sahao. Both sides are trading blows too fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Qing Zikong also managed to kill Bei Ming-shu. The three of them looked worried. Xiao Xue, it's okay. We still have the boss. Boss, you can do it, she said coldly. Get in my way, and you die. She now took a stance and pointed her sword at him. It was his turn. He gripped the sword in his hand, also ready for the fight. Susu said nervously. Suspense, tension, suspense, excitement. What kind of legend will this peak battle between two great masters write for us? Suddenly, her eyes widened. Zhen Qianxia actually bailed. Even Zikong was stunned by Lu Chen's action. Then she shouted angrily, Zhan Qianxia, what do you think you're doing? Then she said to herself, I get it, you've used so many skills. It seems you're out of mana points. In that case, you just wait for me to tear you to shreds. With that, she raised her sword and chased after him. Stop right there, he ran. Trying to buy time? Do you take me for an idiot? You think I'll stop just because you told me to? He thought to himself, why is my mana recovering so slowly? Zikong was catching up from behind. She sneered. None of you archers can escape from me, let alone you. Then she lunged straight at Lu Chen. The little girl shouted excitedly. Qing Zikong is going for a swift victory. Zhan Qianxia has taken a critical hit. His health bar is already down by half. He reacted quickly, unleashing Bright Moon Slash. He thought to himself, this girl is way too tanky. She also smiled. Let's see what other moves you have left. Then Zikong launched a relentless assault. Susu again shouted, Qing Zikong's attacks are so explosive. Zhan Qianxia is now covered in wounds, and his health bar is dropping fast. Zhan Qianxia's health is now lower than Qing Zikong's. Zhan Qianxia is in danger. Victory and defeat are hanging by a thread. While trying to block the attacks, he thought, I can't escape, and I have no skills left. Am I really going to lose to this person here? Zikong smiled brightly, swinging her sword forward. Seeing this, the crowd outside cheered in unison. Guildmaster, you can do it. Lu Chen held his sword and looked at her, thinking, is this really where it ends? That sharp voice rang out again. Die. He was stabbed by Zikong, and he roared unwillingly. No, I won't accept this. The announcer declared, Zhan Qianxia roars in despair. His health drops to 0. The match seems to be over. The crowd outside turned pale, bowing their heads, not daring to look. They were startled and looked up when someone shouted, wait, he's not down yet. The system screen popped up right on time. You have activated the immortal body skill as your HP dropped to 0. There is a 1% chance to revive on the spot with full status. Feeling Lu Chen get up, Zikong exclaimed in shock. What? He raised his sword, which emanated a strong purple light, powerfully thrust forward. She raised her hand to block it and screamed, how can this be? Zichen's eyes widened as she said, I didn't expect you to have a secret move like this. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as Susu's voice rang out right on cue. The match suddenly took a shocking turn. Zhan Qianxia, who was down to 0 health, suddenly revived with a full health bar. Truly, an immortal god of war. She slashed out a wave of sword energy that sent him flying, then said, very well, let's settle this once and for all. The blinding light made it impossible for anyone to look directly at the stage. This was a true peak-level confrontation, and right now both players had equal health, so who would have the last laugh? Who would emerge victorious? Ziqin flashed and appeared behind Lu Chen as an excited voice rang out. Qing Ziqin, with her agile movements, was just like an assassin, astonishingly fast. Watching the tense situation unfold, Su excitedly shouted that Zhan Qianxia was not at all inferior. When experts clash, the winner is the one with extremely precise controls. Lu Chen dashed past Ziqin's back, leaving a trail of sword energy on her. The purple energy he unleashed quickly began to corrode her, and the sword in her hand also fell. Seeing Lu Chen raise his fist, Su announced that the winner had emerged. The champion of the final match is the Blood Mercenary Guild. Inside the arena, her voice rang out. Zhan Qianxia, with his tenacious will and overpowered skills, has successfully turned the tables to win this intense and breathtaking match, so let's give them the warmest round of applause. The Blood Mercenary Guild. The Blood Mercenary Guild. Nearby, Ming Yu saw this and thought to herself, I knew it. Senior would definitely do it. Lu Chen turned his head to look at his opponent sitting on the ground. Qing Ziqin. He extended a hand to console her. You fought well. It was just that this time Lady Luck was on my side. You're very strong. Hearing this, her face darkened as she thought to herself, is this guy trying to be condescending? Ziqin, embarrassed, dusted off her clothes and stood up, replying, all right, spare me the pleasantries. Luck is a part of skill too. With an angry face, she glanced back threateningly. I'm looking forward to our next rematch, so don't you dare run away. Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, of course. He stood still, watching Liang Ziqin's retreating figure and calculating. This tournament had brought out many experts like Qing Ziqin, but in the world of Tianzong, they were just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Chen raised his hand, thinking of that person and also of Zhu Ying Luan. I have to get stronger. Susu continued with her duties. Now, let's invite our champion team to the stage to receive their prizes. Get ready for your rewards. She began to read aloud. The Blood Mercenary Guild receives 1 piece of golden grade equipment, 5 rare materials, 3,000 guild reputation points, and 1 hero's token. Lu Chen's group excitedly watched as the rewards rained down. The other players saw this and began to murmur, I'm so jealous. Even though we knew the prizes beforehand, seeing them in person like this is enough to make anyone green with envy. Isn't this key to a hidden dungeon, just like the hero's token, going to cause a storm of contention? The Blood Guild team huddled together. Let's give another big cheer for the Blood Mercenary Guild. That scene was frozen in a picture frame on a table. A celebratory toast rang out. Cheers. 3 people raised their glasses and clinked them together, toasting to their championship and to the Guildmaster's speedy recovery. Cheers. Shi-san picked up some food with his chopsticks and said, It's a shame Bup's dad and Xiao Shui are still far away packing. They couldn't make it back in time. Otherwise, today would have been even more fun. Lu Chen, beside him, replied, It's all right. After they finish moving in, we'll throw another welcome party. He laughed, raising the bottle of liquor and demanding, But seriously, old Lu, your relapse this time scared the hell out of all of us. You have to punish yourself with 3 glasses. Sun Gu jumped up, snatching the bottle back to stop him. Don't do that, big bro. He hasn't fully recovered yet. He can't drink much. Your dad also said the virus is only temporarily suppressed. There's still a risk of relapse. Lu Chen laughed and retorted, Come on, it's not that serious. I feel perfectly fine now. Living to be 100 will be no problem. Shi-san, beside him, chimed in blankly. Totally. He raised his glass, took a sip, and said, It's just that I still don't know who gave me their blood to create the serum. I really want to thank that benefactor just once. The other 2 immediately played dumb, taking a sip of their drinks and replying with a smile. If fate allows it, you'll meet. Shi-san, while clinking glasses with Lu Chen, changed the subject, saying the important thing was the next. When are we going? He glanced at him and continued. Your level is still low. Do your class change quest and we'll figure it out then. We'll take you with us next time. He was startled, exclaiming with a panicked face. Huh, next time. Shi-san took out a tablet, pointed at it, and explained, This hidden dungeon has a chance to drop an awakening fragment. An awakening fragment, huh? Lu Chen looked at it and asked back, I know. So what? He pointed directly at the last line of text and said, Look here. It can help raise a player's realm, because each fragment contains a piece of a monarch-level boss's power. Shi-san frowned and continued, If you collect all the fragments, you can unveil the secret of the monarch boss, and that might unlock the next part of the story. Lu Chen looked at the tablet screen and asked in surprise, A monarch boss? What's that? Shi-san raised his glass and teased him. You're really the type of combat expert who only cares about rushing into battle without even looking at the equipment or game settings, huh? He then launched into an explanation. In the world of Tianzong, there are a total of 9 monarch-level bosses, who are the supreme entities in the game. Defeating them can get you top-tier equipment and resources, not to mention a massive amount of experience and reputation. However, their identities are still undisclosed. Players have to discover them on their own to unlock a new chapter. Sun Gu looked over in amazement and exclaimed, Is it that awesome? If we really get the first awakening fragment, our guild will definitely be the leader on the new server. Shi-san, with a face full of awkwardness, scratched his head and replied, Exactly. It'll be a moment recorded in the history of Tianzong. So why do I still have to do the class change quest? He immediately stood up and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't sweat it, buddy. There will be other awakening fragments, you'll still have a chance. Lu Chen beside him also smiled brightly and promised, We'll also bring back all the resources and treasures. Every member of the studio gets a share. The 3 of them clinked their glasses in agreement. All right, it's settled then, for the future of the Crimson Mercenary Group. Cheers, cheers. At the Hidden Dungeon's teleportation gate, Lu Chen looked at the group and asked, Are you all packed up? Hearing this, Ming-Shi replied, Don't worry, my brother's super cave is here, so there's nothing to worry about. We're almost done now. He couldn't help but feel impressed, truly worthy of the big shot's reputation. Sun Gu turned his head and saw 2 figures approaching, announcing, Big bro, they're here. He immediately clasped his hands and apologized, Sorry, Jianqi and Chensha, for making you wait. Lu Chen heard this and replied, It's not late, we still have time. He pointed to the 3 people and began to introduce them. Let me introduce you. This is Xuan Ni, Yue Ying, and Ye Shang, the new members of the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. The 3 of them, known as the 3 Great Berserkers, are Xuan Ni, a level 60 archer, the warrior Yue Ying, level 59, and the warrior Ye Shang, level 59, who all looked over at the same time. Lu Chen turned to look at them with praise. He had heard of the 3 of them for a long time, and now they had joined his guild. Then let's enter the dungeon. Hang Yi agreed. He walked quickly ahead, thinking to himself that these 3 people acted without any regard for others. Does the guild have to accept people like this now? It seems the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild has fallen on hard times. In Lu Chen's mind, he thought of the last time, hoping nothing unexpected would happen in this dungeon run. He calmly muttered, otherwise. Lu Chen's group entered the cliff face in waves. He glanced back at Xuan Ni's trio, deciding he had to keep an eye on them. With these 3, he couldn't let them cause any trouble. Ming Shui looked around and sighed. We've been walking for a while now, but there's nothing here but small insects. This is so boring. Just then, a monster suddenly rushed out from nowhere. Lu Chen charged forward with his sword and ordered, "Prepare for battle." Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash, taking it down. Lu Chen watched the monster fall and asked doubtfully, "Was it that simple?" He looked up and saw a large number of monsters approaching, saying, "This guy." Xuan Ni's trio rushed past Lu Chen towards them, saying, "We don't know what will happen next, so everyone should conserve their strength." Then they charged forward, bravely annihilating the horde of monsters. Seeing this, Ming Shu smiled brightly and praised, "These guys are pretty good, huh?" Lu Chen lowered his head and thought, could it be that I was overthinking things? The system screen continuously popped up. "Congratulations, the party has successfully defeated the sandworm swarm and obtained the following items. 1 gray wolf bracelet, defense 115, magic resistance 50, stamina 20, level requirement 60, 1 cloth leg guards, 15 black iron illusion demon stones." Lu Chen looked at the orb of light in his hand and ordered, "Let's keep moving forward." Usually, according to the game's design, the earlier bosses are easy, but the ones later on will definitely be difficult. Everyone, be careful. The group walked across the water's surface when suddenly Ming Shui stopped, tilting her head to listen. "Listen, there's some kind of sound." A cloud of pink pollen appeared, surrounding the group. Sun Gu said in disbelief, A hidden dungeon actually has an rated scenario like this?" She covered her ears and said in embarrassment, "Did the designers go crazy? I want to file a complaint." A complaint. Lu Chen's face turned beet red. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is bad. I feel a little dizzy. The pollen is poisonous." His cheeks flushed, and he panted heavily, whispering. That, a pair of slender legs walked across the water, accompanied by fluttering butterflies. The poison butterfly beauty appeared, and the system screen also chimed with a notification. Poison butterfly beauty, elite monster, level 40, defense 100, HP 4000, skills, sharp blade, charm. Introduction, the poison butterfly beauty, a highly venomous creature that can release poisonous pink pollen that confuses the target and makes them unable to resist. Lu Chen struggled and thought, is this the boss? Damn it, my body can't move at all. The system sound chimed, announcing, the beauty's charm has inflicted the charm status effect on the player. Attack speed is reduced by 50% and movement is disabled. Duration, 15 seconds. He watched those legs gradually approach. Getting closer, he realized something was off. Wait a minute, the face of the poison butterfly beauty pressed close, startling him. Ye. She lifted his chin and asked, why did you lie to me? The poison butterfly beauty's hand came down, caressing him reproachfully. You made me wait for you so miserably. Then she caressed Lu Chen's body, whispering seductively, you know very well that what I want most is you after all. His face turned bright red, and he panted heavily, constantly reminding himself, boss, you have to control yourself. The poison butterfly beauty licked her lips, leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, and murmured, you want me to control myself? She tilted her head and softly called, Senior. He blushed, squeezed his eyes shut, and shouted, I can't take it anymore. He rushed forward and gave Lu Chen a slap. Zhan Chen Sha, snap out of it. He held his face with one hand, pointed at the poison butterfly beauty, and stammered, it's not, boss, she. The poison butterfly beauty immediately extended her hand toward Lu Chen invitingly, Senior, come here. Suddenly, she was knocked back. He watched the beauty fall, her face suddenly transforming into a terrifying one, and asked, what's going on? He explained from the side, you were just hit by this butterfly's bewitching attack, so I snapped you out of it. And also, why did you call my name, boss? Lu Chen answered in a panic, you know, I was under an illusion, so I mistook you for someone else. He looked ahead and asked, oh right, where is everyone else? Ahead, the group was being seduced by the poison butterfly beauties groaning incessantly. Miss, don't. Ming Shu guessed from behind, they probably only bewitch male players. The rest of us girls don't feel a thing. He looked ahead and urged, stop spacing out. Although these butterflies have strange skills, they're also quite fragile. We have to hurry. The poison butterfly beauties were eliminated. 10 minutes later, Chun Ni's group was being slapped hard in the face repeatedly. Yu Ying was hugging the head of a poison butterfly beauty, shouting, my love, don't go. Sun Gu, after being slapped awake by He, asked, where's the teacher? Her face was full of anger, and she held her head in her hands and screamed, that's enough. Enough already. Ming Shu, walking ahead, kept repeating, I really don't understand you men. These poison butterfly beauties are so dangerous, yet you guys were so mesmerized you actually couldn't resist. One of them spoke up, we were all hallucinating. What I saw wasn't that face. Yue Ying also added, what I saw was my ex-girlfriend. Where are you? Hearing this, Yi Kang replied, anyway, we're not the same. Lu Chen just calmly said, this butterfly creature can exploit our inner desires to create illusions. It's truly a wicked trick. Inwardly, he held his forehead and sighed. This is something I really can't say out loud just yet, that it was that butterfly demon. Yi turned her head to look at Lu Chen and questioned him. So then, Zhan Chen Sha, what did you see? And why did you call my name? Boss, what would you know? He dodged past her and quickly moved away. Lu Chen changed the subject. Now is not the time to talk about this. There's still a boss ahead. Don't let your guard down. He pressed on. You still haven't answered me. Boss, tell us who it was. Ming Yu, beside them. smirked and whispered, I get it, I get it. Lu Chen's group suddenly stopped. Ahead was the 10,000 poison grotto, the final stage. He secretly gritted his teeth and muttered, it's this feeling again. Lu Chen spread his arms and said calmly, no matter what it is, I'm definitely catching it today. Chun Ni and the other two were also startled and looked straight ahead. Lu Chen advanced forward, forcefully pushed the door open. They felt a powerful gust of wind and raised their weapons defensively. He looked at the nearby boss and announced they should prepare for battle. Suddenly, Lu Chen paused. Wait, the boss seems to be. The system screen displayed its introduction, Poison Ghost King, a special level 85 boss, with its attack, defense, HP, and skills listed. He looked at it uncertainly and said, I think it's asleep. He said with a grave expression, it has such an immense aura even while sleeping. I'm afraid this is going to be a tough fight. Ming Yue muttered in confusion. Isn't this place called the 10,000 Poisons Grotto? But why isn't there any poisonous air here at all? Ming Shu smiled brightly, pointing in one direction. But why isn't there any poisonous air here at all? Ming Shu smiled brightly, pointing in one direction. Everyone, look over there. She pointed out softly. Next to that guardian, it's all treasures. He ran over and exclaimed excitedly, no wonder it's a hidden dungeon. This is so generous. Sun Gu also suggested, while the boss is sound asleep, let's quickly steal some treasures. Lu Chen stopped them from behind. It's not that simple. Look closely. Among these treasures, there's no awakening fragment, he said seriously. Based on my experience, this boss is more terrifying than any boss we've faced before. With our current strength, we probably don't stand a chance of winning against it. Hearing this, someone suggested, then why don't we just sneak away with these treasures first? After all, as we have the key, we can come back for the fragment when we're stronger. Yi replied, I agree. He turned back and chimed in, I agree too. Note that, in a hidden dungeon, players can re-enter multiple times as long as they haven't died. If a player dies, they cannot re-enter. Lu Chen looked at the Poison Ghost King and agreed, let's do that for now. Everyone be careful. We must not activate the boss. Chun Ni, holding his weapon, carefully approached. He was enveloped in a blue light, then rushed forward and kicked her hard in the back. He was sent flying forward by Chun Ni's kick. Lu Chen turned his head and saw this, cursing angrily, you bastard. Her face contorted, filled with fear. The Poison Ghost King woke up, raised its sword, and said, ants. He looked up in horror and screamed, no. She raised the sword in her hand to block the attack, using her skill. At the water's edge, he fell backward, crying out in pain. I can't even block a single move. Lu Chen appeared in front of her, helping her up and asking, can you get up? She immediately replied, no problem. He turned back and urged the others behind them. Quick, everyone attack together. This boss is too strong. He also used purification art. Various skills were simultaneously launched towards the Poison Ghost King. Ghost Spear, Slash, and 10,000 arrows were cast one after another. Damage numbers kept popping up in the air. Minus 3,162. Critical 83. Critical 1, critical 8. Sun Gu noticed the situation was bad and shouted, the damage isn't enough. What are you three doing? Hearing this, he laughed loudly and turned his head to say, you guys can fight the monster you provoked. We won't be joining in. As for these treasures, we'll just help ourselves to them first. He glanced over and yelled, you bunch of scumbags. He's the one who pushed me out. Lu Chen stood up, pushed her aside, and instructed, ignore them. Be careful and dodge the poison. Ming Yue swung her sword at the Poison Ghost King's blade and said with effort, Heavenly Slash, the boss's damage is too high. I can't hold on much longer. She frowned, anxiously asking, at most, I can only last for just 10 more seconds. What do we do now? Hearing this, Lu Chen started giving orders, I'll distract the boss. Everyone retreat first. We can't all get wiped out here. Ming Yu replied with some hesitation. But you. His whole body glowed with a purple light as he rushed towards the Poison Ghost King. Don't worry about me. Just go. Lu Chen watched the incoming sword aura, constantly reminding himself, think of something, Lu Chen, think of something fast. That sword slashed down with powerful energy. A figure radiating purple energy appeared beside him. Lu Chen asked uncertainly, Shinran. The Poison Ghost King's eyes flashed as he asked, who are you that can block my attack? Shinran pointed at him and said haltingly, Lina. A golden light flashed in the center of the Poison Ghost King's chest. Lu Chen stared at her, thinking she wasn't summoned. She came out on her own, and she even managed to push back such a powerful boss. Who exactly is Shinran? She swept past him with her long spear. The moment Shinran shouted one word, Lina, the Poison Ghost King's chest was blown open. Ming Xue couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Boss, your pet is ridiculously overpowered. Lu Chen replied, I don't know what's going on either. Everyone run, don't stop. The Poison Ghost King raised his sword, gathered his energy, and roared, none of you will escape. He used Poison Shadow Strike, attacking Lu Chen's group. A system notification sounded, Poison Shadow Strike effect unleashes a whirlwind slash that instantly reduces the target's health by 30%. The additional effect, Poison Sword Wash, has a 100% chance to poison the target, draining 5% of their health per second, lasting for 55 seconds. Hang Yi was hit and fell forward. Lu Chen dropped to one knee on the ground, thinking to himself, the power gap is too wide. I still have to get stronger. On the other side, Shinran planted her long spear into the ground, standing tall. Then she raised her long spear. A wave of energy began to radiate from it. Shinran used Underworld Void, sweeping it all around. The system screen appeared, Underworld Void, effect, an unknown power from the underworld that dispels all negative effects. The Poison Ghost King was startled as she used a finger to point at the hole in his chest. Then, Shinran forcefully plunged her hand inside. A flash of light lit up the scene. Lena gripped Shinran's hand tightly and said, "So it was you." He smiled faintly. He lamented, "I never thought you would turn out like this." A golden light flashed, and she startled, stammering, "Lin?" He let go of Shinran's hand and mumbled, "How ironic. The thing I tried so hard to avoid is the very thing you want." Lena tilted his head back, letting her drain the energy. "Fine, take it. I suppose I should thank you, regardless. Am I no longer controlled by it?" He looked at the stone in Shinran's hand and whispered, "I'm free." Lu Chen saw the colored light radiating from her and frantically tried to stop her. "Careful, stop." He thought anxiously, "This is bad. Siran is completely ignoring my commands." Shinran's figure began to fade away. Lu Chen reached out toward her, yelling, "Siran." He looked at the glowing awakening fragment and thought, "I never expected Siran's target to be the awakening fragment." Lu Chen stared at it intently, wondering, but does it really just help players awaken? And what about that player named Lena? The system screen popped up with an announcement. "Congratulations to player Zhang Qian Chen Sha. Awakening, Fragment 1. Congratulations." The Crimson Mercenary Group. Ancient Sword Dream Soul has cleared the hidden dungeon, the Venomous Calamity Cave. Ming Shu smiled brightly and approached, saying, "Guildmaster, your summon is so overpowered. Where did you get it?" "I want one too. I want one too." Sun Gu immediately retorted, "In your dreams. Big Bro only got Siran by activating an SSS rank quest. It's the only one on the Tianzong server." He clutched her chest and said, "That was close. Without Siran, we would have been wiped out." The three of them, Chu Ni and his group, tried to sneak away from the back. Lu Chen pointed his sword at them and shouted, "Stop right there. You ambushed me, woke up the boss, and now you want to run?" Chun Ni picked his ear and denied it. "Lady, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Yue Ying also chimed in with a laugh. "It was obviously you who was unstable, waking up the boss yourself and dragging us into your bad luck." Hearing this, Yi Shang agreed. "That's right. We should be glad we're not blaming you. And you still want to pin it on us?" Yi was furious, gritting her teeth at them. Lu Chen also frowned and said sarcastically, "What a great performance. Too bad I happened to record the whole thing. Should I post it on the forums for everyone to enjoy?" The three of them gasped and covered their faces in shock. "What?" Her face turned dark as she questioned them. "I usually treat you all well. You betray me and Ancient Sword Dream Soul for a few rewards?" He frowned and sneered. "You call giving us a little money, treating us well?" Chun-Li took a step forward and cursed, "You rotten woman. Don't forget." He then sneered threateningly. "Right now, the entire Ancient Sword Dream Soul relies on the three of us brothers. We call you sister out of courtesy, don't actually think you're someone important." Lu Chen angrily gathered his energy and punched Chun-Ni hard in the face. He covered his face and yelled, "Zhang Qian Sha, this is an internal matter of Ancient Sword Dream Soul. What are you interfering for?" Hearing that, he stood in front of He Yi and declared, "Because I am a member of Ancient Sword Dream Soul." Seeing this, she was startled and thought, could he really be? Chun-Li gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Shang held him back, advising, "Bro, these people are not easy to deal with. Pushing, it will only hurt us." Yue Ying also added, "That's right, bro, let's retreat for now." As Chun-Li left, he didn't forget to add, "I'll let you guys off for now. We'll settle this back at the guild." Lu Chen stabbed his sword into the ground, his eyes flashing, and pointed at the three of them, demanding, "Did I say you could leave?" Ming Shu squatted down, picked up an item from Ye Shang's body, and said, "Isn't this all stuff from the guild warehouse? These guys embezzled so much?" He hesitated from behind and asked, "Zhang Qian Chen Sha, you said earlier that you joined Ancient Sword Dream Soul. Is that true?" In the real world, Lu Zhen sat looking at the group of Shisan and admitted his fault. "I'm sorry, everyone. I made the decision to join Ancient Sword Dream Soul on my own this time, without discussing it with you all first." Sun Gu laughed and clinked glasses with him, replying, "It's okay, big bro. Wherever you go, I'll follow." He also raised his glass and added, "That's right. Besides, the Crimson Mercenary Group will just become a sub-guild of Ancient Sword. We get to share benefits while keeping our independence. Isn't that better than before?" Ming Shu raised a skewer of grilled squid and continued, "I used to be sad all day because Lu Chen quit the game. I never expected to see the Great Master return to Ancient Sword Dream Soul today. I could just cry." The person next to her also spoke up. Xiao Shui said, "Right, you don't need to apologize, buddy. We've already decided to follow you anyway." She took a big bite of her squid skewer and chimed in, "That's right, that's right." Lu Chen blushed and thought to himself, with teammates like these, what more could I ask for? What else? Shi Sanban sighed in regret. "My level is too low. Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed out on those poisoned butterfly beauties. Such a shame." Sun Gu comforted him while eating. "Don't worry. Once Sister He Yi reaches level 70, we can go to the hidden dungeon again." He looked at Lu Chen and asked with a blush, "What does the great beauty He Yi have to do with it?" Hearing this, he recalled the explanation from back then. In the dungeon, they obtain a necklace that activates a hidden dungeon, but it can only be activated by a female player at level 70. Lu Chen handed the necklace to He Yi, saying, "This necklace is truly a perfect fit for you." The system screen appeared. Moonlit Dark Gold, Strength plus 45, Power plus 42. Passive ability increases the user's max health by 20%, activates a quest. When the user reaches level 70, it can randomly activate a hidden dungeon. He scratched his head and replied with a laugh, "I think among us, only Sister He Yi has the highest level." So Ming Shui blushed and cut him off with a smile. All right, no need to explain, because we all understand, guild leader." Suddenly, Shi-san turned his head to look in one direction and said in alarm, "Look, isn't that the great beauty? He Yi over there?" Lu Chen immediately hid under the table. "Don't let her see me." He pointed in that direction and replied, "Stop wasting your time hiding. Look for yourself. She's just going to her company." Embarrassed, Lu Chen crawled out. Beside him, Ming Shu wondered, "Guild leader, she's a great beauty. Why are you hiding?" He smacked her on the head. Lightly, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Suddenly, a powerful force swept through. Shi-san closed his eyes and asked, "What's happening?" Sun Gu looked behind them and shouted, "Oh no, Sister He Yi's company just exploded." Lu Chen dashed over there, calling He Yi's name. He rushed into the fire to search, continuously calling for He Yi. Lu Chen charged into the fire, searching. Guild leader, He Yi." Right after, a beam from above fell behind him. He looked everywhere, calling out non-stop, "He Yi, He Yi." Just then, she approached from behind and spoke, "Lu Chen." She held her injured arm and mumbled, "It's you, is it really you?" He Yi looked like she was about to collapse, struggling to speak. "I knew it. I knew you were okay." Lu Chen ran over and hugged her, calling softly, "He Yi." Shi-san ran up from behind and asked, "Did she recognize you?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Sun Gu urged them, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The ambulance will be here soon. Let's get out of here and talk." Right after, the group quickly escaped the fire. Outside the hospital room, a voice rang out. In disbelief, "How can there be nothing at all?" Another person tried to console her. "Ma'am, please calm down." The police officer looked directly at the two of them and explained the situation. "We've questioned the surrounding shops and checked the cameras at the building, but either the cameras were off or they were in a blind spot, so nothing was recorded." He lowered his head, holding a pen to take notes, and added, "But this explosion was definitely not an accident. We police are also trying to find more clues." Lu Chen heard this and placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Sister Ming Yue has already finished the report. Let's just leave the rest to the police." Hearing this, Ming Yue could only sigh. She turned and grabbed the officer's hand, pleading, "Officer, if you find any clues, you must contact me immediately." He blushed and agreed, "Don't worry, we will." Lu Chen watched as the officer's back disappeared and said, "This is too strange. It must be a conspiracy targeting the guild leader." Ming Yue asked, "You think so too?" He touched his chin and replied, "Otherwise, why would all the cameras suddenly break and all the evidence disappear? There wasn't anyone else clearly targeting the president." She presented a stack of documents, stating, "Right on time, take a look at this." Lu Chen opened the folder and saw a notice regarding the dismissal of Vice President He Yi and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Ming Yue calmly explained, "This is a notice I received early this morning." He looked at the documents in his hand and pointed out that GGS used to rely on Gujian Menghan to grow, but now the game is in decline. The major shareholders are taking this opportunity to team up and kick He Yi out of the corporation, and I don't believe for a second they're not involved. Lu Chen clenched the documents in his hand, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, are we just going to stand by and watch them bully people like this?" "Sister Ming Yue, isn't there anything we can do?" She stared intently at him and replied, "Of course there is, and only you can do it." Suddenly, the sound of crying came from inside the room. Lu Chen glanced inside and asked, "Is the president awake?" Ming Yu is also surprised. Ai Shisan flinched and turned his head at the sound of the voice. "President," he hastily explained, "No, it has nothing to do with me. She's the one who insisted on talking. I just told her what I know." Lu Chen quickly approached to check on her. President He Yi threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Chen's waist. She wouldn't stop crying and begging, "Don't leave me. Promise me, don't ever leave me again." Lu Chen gently placed his hands on her arms and finally embraced He Yi, promising, "Okay, I promise." Immediately after, back in the game, she held her sword, facing the thunder pheasants in front of her. Lu Chen carefully reminded her of something. He Yi glanced behind her as a flash of purple light erupted, annihilating the thunder pheasant in front of her. Suddenly, another one from behind was also quickly wiped out. He Yi turned to look back, smiling at Lu Chen. Almost done, the system screen lit up with successive notifications. Congratulations to player Zai Shui Yi Fang for reaching level 59. Congratulations to player Zai Shui Yi Fang for reaching level 60. Congratulations to player Zai Shui Yi Fang for reaching level 61. Lu Chen turned his head, thinking to himself, "Time is running out. I have to revive Guji and Menhun quickly." He looked towards the flock of thunder pheasants nearby. Back in reality, Lu Chen stood still, letting He Yi hold him and vent. Currently, Tianzong is getting more and more popular, and every game company wants a piece of the pie. GGS is no exception. Ming Yue said without a hint of worry, "As long as we can revive Gujian Menghun within Tianzong, he will have enough power and standing to regain her say. That's why I said only you could do it. Inside the game, Liu Chen swept his sword in a wide arc and the notification sounds rang out endlessly. Congratulations to player Zhanqian Chen Xia for reaching level 69. Congratulations to player Zhanqian Chen Xia for obtaining the skill Qian Kun Yi Ji. Congratulations to player Zhanqian Chen Xia for obtaining the skill Bing Mang. Seeing this, he still couldn't help but mumble, "It's not enough, still not enough, I have to get even stronger." Liu Chen raised his sword and charged forward, shouting, "Let's keep going." Right after, he suddenly stopped, letting out a questioning sound. He pointed at the disappearing flock of thunder pheasants and said, "This area is all cleared by me." After a moment, she held out a mana potion towards Liu Chen. "Actually, you don't have to try so hard for my sake, you know." He sat down at the base of a tree, took the potion, and replied, "Ever since I revealed my identity and made a glorious comeback, quite a few players have sought us out, so our situation is much better than before." Liu Chen raised the empty vial to inspect it, continuing, "You have to remember, Gujian Menghun used to be the #1 guild on the entire server, but now, just being in a small area of Fubing City is. There's Duba, Quanglong, Shui Yinshan, and a host of other powerful guilds ranked above us. They either have large corporations, supporting them in real life with endless resources, or they have strong in-game influence and no shortage of manpower." Liu Chen's gaze sharpened as he added, "Compared to them, we have to guard against corporations stabbing us in the back, while also being wary of the schemes of other guilds. We have to work much harder than them." He forcefully crushed the glass vial and declared, "That's why I said, it's still not enough, not nearly enough." Hearing this, Yi cried out, "Liu Chen." He shot up, sword in hand, and muttered, "This won't do, I have to keep training. I must reach level 70 today." She frowned, also standing up and saying, "All right, I'll train with you." Late at night, at the Zhulong Guild, Ying Luan asked in surprise, "Zhan Qiancha, Liu Chen?" The person blushed, recalling the earlier scene, and replied, "That's right. Gujian Menghun was there before, but he didn't leave. He stayed with Shui Yinshan. He tricked us all into going there. Who knew he would come back now and become so famous?" He whispered a reminder, "Boss, he's very strong, compared to the people in our guild. He's much stronger." Hearing this, the other man added, "Many people on the Hall of Fame can't resist their curiosity and want to meet him." Ying Luan tightened his grip on his sword, muttering, "Hiding his name for so long, I really have to see what he's made of." He raised his sword high and said with a laugh, "Liu Chen, Zhan Chen Chen Sha, let me see how strong your attack sword is now." In the orc territory, he looked at the awakening fragment and asked, "Why do you want an awakening fragment?" He replied calmly, "I want to try it once." Liu Chen held up the awakening fragment, which was emitting a dazzling light. He stared intently at it and called out, "Shinran, come out." A dazzling light from the awakening fragment spread out everywhere. The system announced, "Your pet Shinran's summoning has failed." Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh and lament, "Failed again." He looked at the awakening fragment and muttered, "Shinran was summoned after she died. But she's different from other spirits, because she has a real body. But Wanfang never expected that she would get involved with Monarch Lina and also have these awakening fragments." He analyzed softly. Last time in the hidden instance, the Poison Ghost King was probably controlled by Monarch Lina using the awakening fragments, and Shinran is also craving these awakening fragments. Liu Chen looked at it in his hand and added, "But who knew that, after using the awakening fragment, there would be no reaction at all?" Yi, who was beside him, comforted him. "Anyway, a golden finger can't be used casually. Perhaps it needs a different kind of turning point." Hearing this, he could only accept it. I guess that's the only way. Suddenly, Torn charged forward and slashed down. Seeing this, she shouted a warning, "Watch out!" The system screen appeared. Warrior Torin, level 40. Skill. NTL's Rage. Liu Chen raised his sword behind him to block, saying in surprise, "There's still one left?" Immediately after, he jumped up and used Qian Kun Yi Ji to stab it hard in the head. A notification screen immediately displayed. Qian Kun Yi Ji level 1 increases attack damage by 10% and reduces the target's defense by 10%. Additional attribute increases the chance to stun the enemy by 20%. He watched as Torin's figure gradually disappeared and praised, "Your new skill is really powerful. It's an insta-kill." Liu Chen looked at the sword in his hand and muttered, "Level 1 already gives 10% attack damage, then level 10 will have 100% damage, much stronger than Juren's." He held the sword with a wicked smile, combining it with this Moonflower sword, it's truly heaven-defying. Today's effort in leveling up was definitely not in vain. She looked at the system panel that appeared and said with a smile, "Your efforts weren't for nothing. Second place on the Sky ranking. Too bad the great beauty Feng Se Huan Shang is even more hardcore than you and is currently holding the top spot. On the ranking board, it shows Moonflower Sword, Dark Gold type, attack 870 to 930, plus an additional 10% increase to the user's physical strength, plus an 8% increase to the user's attack speed. Special ability, Moonlight, has a 15% chance to create a 20% splash effect, level requirement 70. He looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. She always works so hard in the game. Liu Chen looked at the two unfamiliar names above with some surprise. "This is the first time I've seen these two. Are they new?" Hearing this, He teased with a smile. Could they be your fans who transferred from another server? He denied it uncertainly. No way. He stared intently at the system screen. Suddenly, Lu Chen saw a notification. Your friend Feng Shui Huan Xiang has sent you a message. He thought doubtfully. Yi Xin, he gave a wicked smile. Seeing this, He asked with a laugh, is it Feng Shui Huan Xiang, huh? Lu Chen admitted with a smile, that's right, my boss. She stretched and sighed, I've been grinding for the past 2 days, so I'm feeling tired. I'm going to rest for a bit. Suddenly, He turned her head to look back and declared, but Lu Chen, regardless of whether you choose me or Feng Shui Huan Xiang, I will respect your choice. He laughed awkwardly and explained, isn't she the boss? The system immediately popped up a notification. Your friend Zai Jia Yi Fang has gone offline. Lu Chen tapped on the message, wondering, why is Yi Xin looking for me? He was startled to see the screen start to glitch, and a notification immediately popped up. North Ot Canyon of Ot territory. Lu Chen was startled, realizing that Yi Xin was in danger at the Ot Canyon. In the daytime, Tian Dao looked at Yi Xin and growled, Feng Shui Huan Xiang, just admit defeat. You can't escape today even if you grow wings. She looked at the crowd, gritting her teeth and cursing. You shameless bunch. A piercing scream made the crowd look over. Lu Chen spoke with full sarcasm. A bunch of you ganging up to bully a girl? I didn't think you guys from Duba could be so thick-skinned. Tian Dao was surprised to see the newcomer, Jian Chen Xia. His eyes widened, and he calmly proposed, Jian Chen Xia. With you here, I hold you in the same high regard as Gujian Meng Hun. If you agree to form an alliance with us to eliminate Xu Yinshan and then share the resources, what do you think? Yi Xin saw Lu Chen stroking his chin in consideration and spoke up to remind him, Senior, don't be foolish. Once Duba deals with Sui Yinshan, their next target will be Gujian Meng Hun. He took a step forward, cleaning his ear with a finger as he replied, I'm not the leader of Gujian, so I can't decide anything, and therefore Gujian Meng Hun will not interfere. Tian Dao cut in, then mind your own business. He clenched his fist. However, as the leader of the Shu Sir mercenary group, Lu Chen frowned and raised a finger, adding, this is something I'll definitely handle. He tilted his head slightly, reminding her, 50,000 gold coins, don't you dare welch on the deal. Yi Xin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tian Dao angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, Jian Chen Xia, why do you always side against me? You'll regret this soon enough. Then he shouted with all his might, attack. The two immediately responded, yes, sir. Just then, a notification appeared on the system screen. A notification. World announcement, attention all players. Starting at 1400 hours tomorrow, the new map, the Demon Suppressing Spirit Hall, will officially open. The Demon Suppressing Spirit Hall is located beneath the Grand Cathedral of Iceflow City. Only 10 players are allowed to enter the map. Experience points gained on this map will be increased by 10%, and the item drop rate will also be increased by 10%. Furthermore, the boss will have a 100% chance to drop a Divine Might token and Awakening Fragments. The Divine Might token can increase a guild's level by +2. The crowd immediately gasped in shock, shouting, there's a world announcement, the Demon Suppressing Spirit Hall is a new map, guild level +2. Lu Chen's eyes lit up brightly, thinking, and there are Awakening Fragments too, I must go there. Yi Xin raised her sword, pointed forward, and declared, Tian Dao, the new map has opened. I couldn't care less, I just wonder if you're afraid of losing a few levels. He curled his lips into a smirk and retorted, I'll let you go today. The new map is limited to only 10 people, so don't think you have a chance to get in. Then he turned and gave the order, we're leaving. From behind, Lu Chen laughed loudly and reminded him, well then, I'll head back to prepare too. 50,000 gold coins, don't you forget. She angrily raised a fist to punch him, scolding, you rotten Lu Chen, you finally found your soulmate Hong Yan. If I hadn't asked you for help, you would have forgotten all about me, and you even tried to dodge paying my 50,000 gold coins. Such a greedy demand. Hearing this, he held up one finger and explained, didn't I come running as soon as I read your message? Yi Xin crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and then her eyes noticed the sword on Lu Chen. Yi Xin reached out to snatch it, saying, this sword isn't bad, how about you give it to me? You took my 50,000 gold coins, so use this sword as compensation. She blushed and criticized him, ever since you came back from Ancient Sword, you haven't run a single dungeon with me. Lu Chen held out the sword to her and replied, all right, take it. He praised her inwardly, she's kind of cute. Yi Xin moved closer and pleaded, after we enter the demon-suppressing Ling Tang, you have to join my party. He flusteredly agreed. Okay. He thought to himself, she's way too close. After that, she jumped for joy. Lu Chen covered his face with his hand and sighed, the Bamboo Dragon Guild. Piao Union, level 72, silver-ranked archer. Bamboo Dragon Guild. By Kanjin, level 72, silver-ranked warrior, looked down below and said, just as predicted, Han Ya and Feng Shui Huan Xiang were right, Luo Shen has appeared. Yun Yan looked over and asked, in that case, let's do as Zhu Yingluan said and make our move. He stroked his chin, calculating, what's the point of challenging him? The Divine Might token and the fragments on the new map are the main objective. Let's get them and earn credit with the boss. Kanjin reached out and touched an item on his screen, saying, coincidentally, not long ago, Zhu Yingluan gave me a high-level disorientation item, so let's use it on Lu Chen. That way, he'll have absolutely no chance of entering this map. When the day came, the crowds were constantly attacking those around them, guarding the main gate and not letting anyone through. This place belongs to our Raging Dragon Guild. Get out of my way, or don't blame my blade for being merciless. Who the hell do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? Brothers, charge. Kill this bastard. Lu Chen poked his head out from the ground and said, Good, good, no one is paying attention to me. A system notification appeared. Earth evasion skill active while underground, movement speed reduced by 90%. Demon suppressing spirit hall, 5 out of 10. System announcement, Demon suppressing spirit hall, 6 out of 10. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. Gleefully thought, you guys go ahead and fight. I'll just quietly get rich. Lu Chen gripped the sword in his hand. He wondered, why doesn't this feel real? He stomped on the ground, muttering that something was completely off, then turned his head to look behind him and thought, with all this commotion, the people outside the door haven't reacted at all. Lu Chen frowned, suddenly realizing the system hadn't sent any notifications either. Then he forcefully slashed forward. Lu Chen watched as the barrier of light restored itself, then looked at the people fighting outside and concluded, it's an illusion, just as I thought. He quickly moved past the crowd, thinking, a high-level illusion technique like this must be from a maze item, but who in the world could it be? He recalled Tian Dao's words from that day. I'll spare you this time, but as for the 10-person limited map, don't even think you'll get a chance. Thinking of this, he angrily growled, Tian Dao. On the screen, a notification appeared. The system announced the Demon Spirit Hall currently had 7 out of 10 people. Seeing this, Lu Chen cursed angrily. Damn. I'm out of time. He raised his hand and summoned his sword. Lu Chen used Netherworld summoning, and a purple energy began to spread out. He pointed his sword forward and commanded, find the real physical items. Purple streams of light radiated from Lu Chen in all directions. He stood still, thinking, maze items can trap players for a set amount of time, but real-world time keeps ticking. The highest grade items can trap someone for up to 72 hours, but the user doesn't need to be trapped for that long. As long as the map fills up, I've already lost this round. No matter what, the first priority is to get out of here. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Your soldier has detected something unusual. In the 2 o'clock direction, please proceed there. He clenched his fist smugly. Good job. Lu Chen looked at the stream of white light in front of him, hesitating. This is. He saw the shadow appearing inside and knew, it seems this is the place. Lu Chen swung his sword towards it and commanded, break for me. Under that immense power, the illusion was instantly torn in two. He stood still and watched the purple orb appear before his eyes. Lu Chen calmly concluded, this is it. The screen displayed an introduction. A high-grade maze item that can create an illusion for a designated target and cause them to lose their sense of sight. He picked up the item and denied it. No, this isn't the scene I saw before, which means the illusion isn't over yet, and I was hit before I even entered. Lu Chen looked at the orb in his hand, thinking, but this is definitely the physical form of this talisman item. A notification sound rang out. The system announced, number of people in the Demon Spirit Hall is 8 out of 10. He cursed angrily, son of a bee. This crappy plan is such a waste of time. Lu Chen kept turning the orb around, muttering, I'm the top student from S University, and this thing is just a permutation and combination puzzle. This little thing thinks it can stump me. His finger touched a spot and he commanded it to solve, and the screen immediately displayed a message. System notification. Congratulations, you have found and unlocked the maze item in under 1 minute. You have become the item's current owner. Lu Chen stared at it and cursed under his breath. Damn it, and they even set it for 72 hours. 2. Immediately after, he surfaced from a pool of water, thinking angrily, where did this thing come from? The system announced, the number of people in Demon Spirit Hall, 9 out of 10. Lu Chen roared in anger. Damn it, there's only one last spot left. He quickly rushed forward, thinking to himself, I have to get in. I absolutely have to get in. Immediately after, a system announcement appeared above. The number of people in the Demon Spirit Hall was now full at 10 out of 10, and the map was closed. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and groaning, I really missed it. Tian Xia crossed his arms and taunted loudly, isn't this the famous Lu Chen? What's wrong? Did you come all the way to the Spirit Hall just to go fishing? A dark aura emanated from Lu Zhen's body as he roared, you're asking to die. The man glanced at the sword in Lu Zhen's hand, muttering under his breath, if you can't handle losing, don't play. I haven't even gotten in yet, damn it. A notification popped up on the screen, a message from Yi Xin. Senior, you didn't get in? He slammed his sword into the ground, cursing loudly. Damn it. In his heart, he was screaming internally. This is so embarrassing. I failed to get in. This map is huge. There must be a ton of good loot inside, and now the gap between us is going to widen again. A dark aura surrounded Lu Zhen as he thought, I should have been more careful. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the darkness. He was startled by the sight. The figure of Shinran appeared in front of Lu Zhen, startling him. As she pulled him along, he asked in confusion, Shinran, what are you doing? Immediately after, Shinran raised her hand and opened a magic circle. She pulled Lu Zhen and rushed inside. Tian Xia saw this and was shocked, shouting, what the hell is with that skeleton? They just got in like that? Report him, damn it, that's clearly hacking. A system announcement declared that player Zhang Qianchen Sha had entered the dungeon via special route. The current number of players in the dungeon is now 11 out of 10. Yixin immediately turned her head and called out, "Senior." 1 minute earlier, inside the spirit hall, Kong Yin threw out a Yan Bao Xing, and a notification popped up. The flaming meteor releases multiple meteor projectiles, each dealing 160 to 200 damage to the target. It required level 70. Tian Dao quickly dodged, growling, "Is using items all you know how to do?" Kong Yin appeared behind him and replied with a laugh, "I have plenty of items, and I love using them, so deal with it." Yun Yan launched an ice crystal, shouting, "Die!" A description appeared. The ice spike stone releases multiple ice spikes, each dealing 200 to 280 damage to the target and has a freezing effect. The freeze duration is 30 seconds, and it requires level 70. He looked at the empty spot where the ice crystal was and swore, "Damn it, we let him get away." Hiding behind a wall, Tian Dao thought to himself, "Son of a bee, what are people from the Zulong Guild doing here? They have way too many items. I need to find an ally." Just then, a system announcement stated that player Zhang Qianchen Sha had entered the dungeon via a special route. The current number of players in the dungeon is now 11 out of 10. Seeing this, he thought angrily, "Zhang Qianchen Sha, a special route." Kong Yin frowned, thinking, "Zhang Qianchen Sha got in. How did he get past the maze item?" Yun Yan touched his chin, wondering, and he even used a special entrance. "I've been playing Tianzong for years and never knew this existed." He grinned widely. "It's good that he came. We should prepare a big surprise for him." Shinran quickly ran towards a door, and Lu Zhen followed, slightly turning his head back to look, thinking, "So this is the inside of the dungeon? It's really quiet." He looked ahead, pondering. It seems like this is the lowest floor of the dungeon. The name Zhang Qianchen Sha appeared on his screen. He looked at it and thought, as expected, was led straight to the bottom floor by Shinran. Meanwhile, Yixin met up with Mingyue. A mumbling sound was heard. "Su Fei." Shinran's entire body glowed with a purple light as she repeatedly chanted, "Su Fei." Seeing this, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Shinran?" He hid behind a wall, watching her continuously slam against that purple energy barrier, wondering. Last time it was Lin Na, this time it's Su Fei. Could this be another name for a monarch? The boss must be behind this door. Having a golden finger is awesome. You can go straight to the boss. Shinran forcefully charged inside, whispering fragment. Lu Chen immediately rushed out. "Wait, Shinran." The system screen displayed the text, "Your pet has been recalled." Startled, he called out, "Don't go." Lu Chen watched the flash of golden light, saying, as expected, "You can't completely trust the golden finger." Suddenly, the wall began to glow, startling him. "What is this?" The system displayed a notification. "You are reading the memory stone of the Tianzong continent." In the beginning, Purgatory had 10 great monarchs. The content on the wall recounted that the leader of the monarchs, Lina, led the undead to occupy the human empire and then drew out their own power, forging it into many fragments, turning human warriors into monsters and plunging the continent into 1,000 years of bloody war. Afterwards, all the monarchs vanished, and the war abruptly ended. The monsters were sealed in various places across the continent with their resentment, and the Demon Spirit Hall was one of them. Reading this, Lu Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. From the history of Tianzong to the origin of the fragments, all the clues are connected. He looked at the stone tablet and wondered, but weren't there only 9 monarchs? Why does it say there were 10? This dungeon also has awakened fragments, and Shinran has sensed them too. Lu Chen slung his sword over his shoulder, looked at the door before him, and thought, "It's just a shame that even with Shinran's power, I can't open this door. I'm guessing the condition to open it is that all the upper levels must be cleared first." He chuckled softly. A vertical staircase leading upwards appeared in front of him. Lu Chen ran forward and called out, "Yixin, I'm on the bottom floor. The final boss's main door won't open for now, and I haven't seen anyone." "How is everyone doing?" Feng Seihuan Shang reported. "Mingyu and I are together. We've already killed 2 tyrants and 3 mini-bosses. The top 4 floors are cleared, and we're preparing to go to the 5th floor." Hearing this, he asked, "What about Tian Dao?" Feng Seihuan Shang replied, "No, it wasn't him." "Did he come in too?" Lu Chen reminded them, "Yes, we need to be on guard against him. I'll fight my way up from the bottom. Let's meet up first." Feng Seihuan Shang immediately agreed. "Okay, you be careful too." Inside, he wiped out a large number of soldiers blocking his path, and the system announced, "Undead Soldier of the Spirit Hall, normal monster. Level 50. Attack 420 to 550. Defense 370. HP. Skill. Death Scream." Description: Guardians of the domain within the Demon Spirit Hall. Behind him, Tian Dao swung his sword, taking down a soldier. He turned his head, and with a tone that was hard to decipher as praise or mockery, said, "Zhang Qianchen Sha, you managed to get into such a crowded dungeon. You're really something." Lu Chen moved up close behind Tian Dao and teased, "I must have disappointed you since things didn't go your way, huh?" Hearing this, he raised his sword high and retorted, "That's your own skill, so what's there to be disappointed about? Let's team up." He swung his sword and eliminated a soldier and asked, "You didn't come in here alone, so why are you looking for me instead of your teammates? What kind of trick are you trying to pull now?" Tian Dao raised his sword, continuously thrusting forward as he said, "You must know that my teammates were all killed by your teammates, right? Lu Chen was startled and asked back, then what about the other two people? He swiftly finished off two soldiers beside him and replied, they're from the Bamboo Dragon Guild. He gritted his teeth. The Bamboo Dragon Guild. Tian Dao leaned his back against Lu Chen and said, we can't let the boss of our floating ice region be stolen by the Bamboo Dragon Guild. One more person means more strength, right? He gently caressed the sword in his hand, deep in thought. Saving some mana points and letting him tank some damage would be good, and once they're dealt with, it won't be too late to deal with him. Lu Chen placed his bloody hand on the man, smearing it as he agreed, all right, I agree to team up, but you'll have to pull more weight. Tian Dao looked at the bloody handprint on his body and asked, what did you just do to me? He smiled slightly and turned back to reply, it's nothing. Just a little Asura's blood that can attract the undead. He turned his head to look behind him and yelled, Jian Qian Chen, Sha, you you have no honor. Lu Chen held his sword and muttered, for now, I'll take this small advantage. Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned his head in alert. Right after, Lu Chen leaped back a few steps. Kong Yin stood with his hands on his hips and asked with a laugh, Tian Dao, why are you in such a hurry to run? He raised his hand, gathering flames, and said, let us come and help you. Kong Yin threw it forward with all his might, and the screen displayed a notification for the Flame Burst Stone, a high-level item that explodes into a fierce flame inflicting continuous burn damage on surrounding enemies and reducing their movement speed. The Flame Burst Stone hurtled toward Tian Dao. Lu Chen appeared, swinging his sword to deflect it, and said, so it was you guys who were plotting against me at the map entrance. Hearing this, Kong Yin burst out laughing. You finally figured it out, huh? How was it? Did you have fun? Yun Yan, who was next to him, also chimed in with a laugh. Jian Qian Chen Sha, I prepared something even bigger for you, to show you what real power is. Seeing this from behind, Tian Dao urgently warned, danger, that's a bamboo shadow bomb, get away. He threw it with all his might, and the screen showed an information pop-up about the so-called bamboo shadow bomb. He raised his sword to defend but still lost 8,557 health, cursing in anger, damn it. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and yelled, so this is your big F. Surprise? He swung his sword and slashed forward, saying, I think the big gift you brought is pretty good. Yun Yan saw a flash of purple light and was startled. What? He and Kong Yin were blown backward. Minus 4,288, minus 3,722. Lu Chen raised his sword and used Icy Edge Universe Strike. He rushed towards the two of them, saying in a condescending tone, items are merely support tools. In the face of peak mechanics, they are basically not worth mentioning. Tian Dao, standing in the back watching the battle unfold, immediately took out a potion and downed it in one go. Tian Dao gritted his teeth and muttered, kill them, go on and kill them. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Jian Qian Chen Sha. Lu Chen swung his sword, fighting against Kong Yin and his partner. He glanced back thoughtfully. These two are keeping me occupied, and then there's one more. People pretending that this mob is very hard to deal with. Who knows if these three are just putting on a show for me. He used Crimson Blade and slashed forward, and Yun Yan grew worried when she saw him get knocked back. Lu Chen was a bit suspicious of Kong Yin, but these two are so bad at this, they don't look like they're acting at all. He swung his arm, threw a paralysis bullet, and shouted, Jian Qian Chen Sha. The information displayed that the paralysis bullet paralyzes the target, reducing its attack speed by 30%. Lu Chen raised his sword and forcefully deflected the bullet, wondering to himself, but they have an absurd amount of items and all sorts of strange things, which is really annoying. He lowered his head and decided Lu Chen might as well gather his energy to use Qi and Kun. As the single strike slashed towards the two of them, the sword aura began to dissipate. Kong Yin immediately burst out laughing, mockingly, Jian Qian Chen, are you getting weak? Did all your mana just run out like that? Yun Yan, holding a paralysis grenade, chimed in. Without any mana, you're just a sitting duck for anyone to kill, aren't you? He immediately threw the paralysis grenade with all his might. Seeing this, Lu Chen cursed, damn it. He ran towards him and urged, Tian Dao, if you don't want to die, then hurry up and attack. These two weaklings don't have much health left. His eyes flashed as he shouted, watch me. Tian Dao slashed straight at Lu Chen, die. He was struck by the slash and cried out in pain. Lu Chen raised his sword, looking at the traitor, and accused, Tian Dao, you actually dared to plot against me? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, all's fair in war. Tian Dao saw Lu Chen run, raised his sword, and gave chase. Don't even think about running. Kong Yin was startled by this. Tian Dao, I didn't expect you to be even more shameless than us brothers. He frowned and declared, vicious enough, I like it, but you can go die too. He raised his sword to attack. Wait, the one you should be dealing with right now isn't me, it's Jian Qian Chen. Once he recovers his mana, we'll all die. Tian Dao stood still and reminded them, with your strength, you basically can't kill him. He only ran because I sided with you too. I just want to kill Jian Qian Chen Sha to vent my anger. I don't need any of the good loot from the dungeon. Kong Yin turned his head to consult with Yun Yan behind him. Then threat, end, I can take your life anytime, so don't you dare try any tricks. The three of them quickly gave chase after Lu Chen. When Tian Dao saw him drinking a potion, he shouted, he's over there. Lu Chen threw the potion bottle down and cursed under his breath, damn it, they caught up so quickly. Then, he swung his sword and used Ghost Soul Slash. Tian Dao raised his sword to block the attack, and seeing Lu Chen turn to run, he ordered, a last-ditch struggle, keep chasing. He used Crimson Blade, swinging his sword to attack. The three of them immediately stepped back slightly to dodge. Kang Yin looked at the feeble attack and sneered, looks like someone's out of mana again. Tian Dao's face darkened as he sternly stopped him. Don't laugh. He broke into a cold sweat looking at the empty space ahead, realizing he was gone. Seeing this, Kang Yin gritted his teeth and silently cursed. He's out of mana, yet he's still so damn fast. Yun Yan took out a pair of boots and said, Big brother, use this. A system notification chimed in. Speed boost item. Increases the user's running speed by 50% for a duration of 15 seconds. Those two left Tian Dao behind and continued the chase. Kang Yin saw Lu Chen standing still before a large gate and said, It's a dead end. Let's see where you can run this time. The two of them threw a barrage of items. Let's see you survive this explosion. Tian Dao peeked from behind a wall, laughing loudly. He thought, It sounds like a fight has started. I'll just watch you guys tear each other apart. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. What are they doing? Tian Dao wondered, watching the two of them relentlessly throwing their weapons. Are they looking for an enemy in the void? Startled as the flames spread toward him, he cursed loudly. What the hell? Are you two insane? Fighting thin air is one thing, but why are you throwing it at me? Just then, Lu Chen appeared behind him, swinging his sword. He watched as the blade made contact with Tian Dao and taunted, Guess what? My mana is meant to kill you. Lu Chen used Universe Finger and smiled, adding that he still had plenty to spare as the sword slashed across his neck. Tian Dao let out a painful cry. Qian Kun, Deep Sand, / I'm not done with you yet. The system screen displayed a notification. Player Tian Dao has died. Lu Chen looked at him in annoyance. You're so damn troublesome. Where Tian Dao fell, pieces of equipment began to drop. He immediately knelt down to pick them up, his face filled with joy. Looting time, looting time. Not to mention Tian Dao, he wasn't just rich, he also dropped so many high-tier treasures. A voice rang out, asking, Lu Chen, what's the situation now? Ming Yue turned to look at Kang Yin and the other person still fighting the air and asked, Why are those two acting like they've gone crazy fighting the air? Isn't this Tian Dao? Lu Chen spread his arms and said with a laugh, These guys wanted to team up to take me down, but the biter got bit. They have no one to blame but themselves. Ming Yue's group then reported the good news. Also, the three lucky ones who managed to get in have been taken care of by us. What about these two? He calmly replied, Ignore them. Just let them play in the labyrinth formation. Lu Chen looked ahead with a smug smile. All the mini-bosses up here have been wiped out by those two, which is enough to trigger the condition to open the dungeon below. He raised his hand and pushed open the large door. Lu Chen, with a serious face, continued, We absolutely must get the final boss. The space inside the room was pitch black. Ming Yue followed Lu Chen inside and said in a low voice, This place is so dark, I can't see a thing. She heard a sound from behind and realized the door had closed. The three of them stood back to back, watching their surroundings warily. Lu Chen calmly warned, Everyone be careful. I think there's something in the darkness. Yi Xin, use a light-based skill. Receiving the order, she raised her hand and used Divine Domain to light up the area. The information displayed, Divine Domain Effect, expands the domain to repel all negative statuses for oneself and allies within a 10-foot radius. Streams of black tentacles shot out from behind, and Lu Chen immediately turned and drew his sword to sever them. He struck at the tentacles with his vermilion edge, exclaiming in alarm, No damage. These tentacles have no physical form. Physical attacks are useless. Yi Xin also swung her weapon, adding, They're just shadows. Hearing her name called, Ming Yu immediately waved her hand and unleashed. Spirit Bullet. Tentacles quickly shot out to wrap around her legs. Yi Xin looked worried. Ming Yue, this shadow is terrified of light. It's trying to stop me from using my skills. She raised her sword to gather energy. Holy Light Judgment. Deals 200% light damage to dark attribute enemies. Lu Chen gathered energy around his body and shouted, Yi Xin, watch out. The tentacles immediately shot towards her. They quickly wrapped tightly around her, enveloping Yi Xin's body. Lu Chen held his sword, watching the tentacles relentlessly coiling, both of them. He screamed in horror, jolting his body, Ming Yue. Lu Chen spun around to look behind him and shouted, Who the hell are you? Show yourself now. He silently raised his sword, his expression grim. Lu Chen closed his eyes and began to concentrate, to his senses. He began searching for the origin of the tentacles. Then his eyes snapped open and he lunged in one direction. It's right here, Lu Chen slashed forward with all his might. I found you. A notification sound played, -2,675. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out he was also being forcefully wrapped around the waist by a tentacle and dragged away. It continued to climb, wrapping around Lu Chen's entire body. Eventually, his whole body was bound by the tentacle. Lu Chen, drenched in sweat, suddenly jolted awake, looking around and crying out, Where is this place? He shouted forward with all his might, Ming Yue, where are you two? When no one responded, Lu Chen looked at his hand thoughtfully. How strange. Why do I feel so relaxed all over? My body feels like it's brimming with power. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind, causing him to turn and look, asking, Who's there? Lu Chen stared at the light in front of him, thinking, This feeling. This pressure is so strong, my body is paralyzed. He looked at the indistinct figure behind the light and thought it was a boss, but quickly dismissed the thought. It's not a boss. It's something far stronger. Its eyes opened, staring intently at Lu Chen, and let out a cry. He stared wide-eyed at the entity, then collapsed to his knees, muttering, "This level of pressure, it's a sovereign." Su Fei smiled faintly and said, "Several hundred years have passed, and everyone thought the Asuras had gone extinct, yet a new one has appeared." She walked towards him step by step, saying, "Relax, a mere Asura is still not worthy of me taking action." Su Fei gathered energy at her fingertip, placed it on the center of Lu Chen's forehead, and said, "When ants crawl beneath the stars, do they truly think they can see the Milky Way? Only when you have climbed to a height where you can see your own insignificance will you be worthy of facing me. Otherwise, just like the other insects, you can just quietly turn to dust." He tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, "I can't believe I'm an Asura, yet in the eyes of a sovereign, I'm not even on par with an insect." He gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. "So being an Asura is just the starting point. That's great, it means I can become even stronger." Lu Chen raised his hand to touch his forehead, wondering, but what did she just do to me? He closed his eyes tightly, searching. It seemed Lu Chen could feel the connection. "Yes, I can feel it now. A connection to the darkness." With a calm expression, he analyzed, "I am a part of this domain of darkness, and the darkness is an extension of myself. Its power is calling to me." A wall of darkness appeared in his mind. Lu Chen stood still, sword in hand, then his eyes snapped open, and he unleashed a Ming Yue slash, instantly returning to the main hall. In the darkness, the death shadow emerged, raising its sword high. Lu Chen also raised his sword to parry the blow. A notification screen appeared. "Death Shadow, level 85, special boss." Staring at him, it spoke, "You've finally appeared." The death shadow thrusted its sword down hard. Lu Chen raised his sword and kept backing away, thinking, "No wonder it's a special boss, it's incredibly strong." He glanced behind him, thinking he had to find a way to escape and save the others. Lu Chen leaned to the side, dodging its downward thrust, his mind racing. "My mana points are maxed out, so there shouldn't be any problem this time." He stood still, raised his hand to summon. Netherworld summon. The system announced Phase 2, the Purgatory Phantom Undead Legion. The Purgatory Legion immediately rushed forward, toward Death's shadow. It swung its sword to annihilate the Legion, its aura emanating from the Death Netherworld. "Ah, so you are one of my kind. Why must we be enemies? Humanity is our true enemy." Lu Chen swung his sword, and slashed in its direction, retorting, "They are my companions, and I will not abandon them, no matter their race." Death's shadow raised its sword and said, "You're insane. You will pay the price for your choice." Yi Xin immediately broke free from the tentacles and rushed out. The boss quickly raised its sword and retorted, "I am the darkness. The darkness is me. In the darkness, I am invincible." Yi Xin raised his sword and charged forward, while Lu Chen calmly replied, "All those who told me I would pay the price ended up paying it themselves. Get ready." Death's shadow began to chant, "Oh, fallen purgatory of darkness, heed my call, absorb the power of the purgatory phantoms, in the name of Death's shadow." Its arm rose, gathering power. Blood shadow magic conversion, thunder strike slash. Lu Chen and Yi Xin immediately leaped aside to dodge. She was startled by this. "Are you kidding me?" It absorbed the dark energy and is back to full health. He pursed his lips and explained from the side, "In this dark area, we don't stand a chance of winning." Hearing this, Yi Xin asked, "Lu Chen, what do we do now?" Lu Chen opened his mouth wide and unleashed a skill, Bright Moon Slash. He closed his eyes to feel it. "I can sense that its power and mine share the same origin." Lu Chen felt the flow of energy, connecting the two of them. "Perhaps I've sensed it, the dark power of the Netherworld." A mysterious light flashed on his forehead. The mystical starlight that the monarch left for him was heating up. Lu Chen finally realized, "So this is where I'm supposed to use it?" A purple light flashed in the night sky, accompanied by a resounding laugh. A screen appeared, awakening the fragment containing the energy of Monarch Su Fei. Lu Chen's eyes flew open as he charged forward. Now is the time. Full power attack. He thought to himself, "Thank you, Monarch Su Fei." Death's Shadow's mouth fell open. In disbelief, "Impossible. You're just a lowly Ashura. How could you sever my energy connection?" From behind, Yi Xin also used Divine Blessing, Holy Light's Might. Lu Chen then gathered his power and launched a final, decisive blow. Death's shadow finally fell and a sound echoed. "Congratulations, player, you have cleared the Demon Spirit Hall." Yi Xin watched its figure disappear in astonishment. "No way. Was that a cheat?" Ming Yue asked doubtfully. "Why did the boss suddenly become so weak?" Lu Chen placed his hands on his hips, smiled, and replied, "It's a secret. We should hurry and see what the boss dropped." As soon as Lu Chen touched it, a series of notifications popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have received 1 Divine Might token. Congratulations, player, you have received 3 Death's Battle Boots and 3 Death's Gauntlets. Congratulations, player, you have received 10 Great Magic Stones and 10 Soul Stones. Gold, 9,999. Congratulations, player, you have received the Skill Book. Blood Shadow Magic Conversion 1. Effect. When health is higher than mana, health is converted into mana. When mana is higher than health, mana is converted into health." He hugged the book excitedly. "This is a skill that balances mana and health. How wonderful. Isn't this just what we needed?" Suddenly, Yi Xin blushed and cried out, confused. Lu Chen quickly ran over to ask, "What's wrong? Did you touch something?" Her face darkened as she pulled her hand back and replied, I touched it, and I felt something hard. Ming Yue blushed and stammered, something hard? Hard? Lu Chen repeatedly tried to stop her. Wait, I don't think we should. She urged excitedly, hurry up, take it out, and let's see, just how hard is it? Ming Yue asked with a disappointed frown. A notification appeared on the screen. The Divine Purgatory Sword, a 3-star epic dark gold weapon, increases the user's attack power by 17% and enhances the barrage effect by 20%. Epic trait, a 5% chance to activate Purgatory, dealing massive damage to targets in front. Seeing this, Lu Chen exclaimed, it even has an epic quality? No epic quality equipment has ever dropped in Tianzong before, and yet we managed to get one. He looked at Yi Xin to negotiate. Yi Xin, the materials and gold belong to you, but this sword. Hearing this, she agreed. Here, it's yours, it's yours. You were the main one fighting the boss anyway. Besides, judging by the sword's name, it was meant for you. Lu Chen took the sword and jumped for joy. Long live Yi Xin. Inside, only the excited exclamations of the three remained. The rewards are insane. We've hit the jackpot. There was no movement outside. He wondered what happened to those two idiots. Lu Chen went out and saw Kong Yin and Yun Yan lying on the ground, saying with a laugh, did they finally kill themselves? Ming Yue asked doubtfully, but why are their bodies still here? Aren't you supposed to be teleported away when you die? Hearing that, he replied with a smile. Because they were both hit by a confusion item, even if they die, they have to wait for the item's duration to end before they can play normally again. She couldn't help but praise him. You're pretty good. Immediately after, the world channel appeared on the screen. Heavenly Blade Zhanqian Chen Sha. You just wait, you bastard. I'm not done with you. World channel, a screenshot of the Crimson Flame area. Lu Chen, you win this time. When our agreement is up, I'll come for your head. He immediately turned to share. Screaming on the world channel is just giving me more money. Go on, shout. Go, go, go. Daytime in the real world. Lu Chen heard a noise outside and went out with a yawn. He walked over and opened the door, asking, Xiao Shui, did you forget your keys again? Someone from outside rushed in, shouting, you son of a B times tech. You're Zhanqian Chensha, right? Lu Chen raised his hand and grabbed the man's hand to stop him, calling out in confusion, hey man, who are you? Yi Dai threw a punch at Lu Chen. What are you pretending for? The truth always comes out. Are you trying to steal another man's girl? The grand and famous Zhanqian Chensha was less famous than Lu Chen's new title of bastard. His face darkened as he asked, hey, do you even know what you're saying? But Yi Dai continued to curse. Where did you hide that B times th? Bei Mingshu, get out here for me. Lu Chen blocked him. Stop right there. Unexpectedly, the man became even more agitated. Get the hell out here. Seducing a rich boss, is that it? I'll strip you bare. He couldn't take it anymore and landed a punch on the man's chest. That's enough. Lu Chen picked up his phone and threatened, if you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Seeing that he was serious, Yi Dai spat and left angrily. Not forgetting to threaten before he left, you just wait. Bei Mingshu, I don't believe you can hide forever, for long. He looked at him, thinking to himself, this bastard seems to have some misunderstanding with Xiao Shu, but is this guy really related to Xiao Shu? As he was thinking, Lu Chen suddenly sensed something and turned around, calling out somewhat helplessly, Xiao Shu, Sister Mingyu. He looked at the two of them hiding together and asked, are you two hiding from the guy who was just here? It's okay, he's been sent away. Xiao Shu's face darkened as she said, I'm sorry, then she shrank into Mingyue's arms. He walked in and immediately asked, Sister Mingyue, what happened? Why is everyone standing here doing nothing? Did something happen? Hearing that, she cried even harder. Sister Yi, I thought he had come back. Mingyu tried to comfort her. Don't be scared, it's not that bastard. Then she turned to the two of them and said, anyway, let's go inside and talk. Mingyu and Yi sat beside her, trying to console Xiao Shu. Shisan looked at her and joked, hey lady, dry your tears. If your brother comes back and sees you crying, he'll definitely chop us to pieces. Xiao Shu finally managed a laugh and replied, no, he won't. Then, Yi asked again, so what on earth happened? Don't worry, just tell us so we can all figure it out together. She looked terrified just thinking about it. After a moment, Xiao Shui began to explain. The thing is, before I joined our guild, I had a boyfriend in the game. His ID was Yi Sheng, who was the same person as Du Ba. Xiao Shu recounted Yi Sheng's words. A woman who agrees to hold hands is agreeing to sleep with you. You agreed to hold hands, so why are you pretending with me? But after only 1 week of dating, he tried to take me to a hotel. I got so scared that I ran away and broke up with him. Ever since then, he has been constantly harassing me in the game. My brother has also faced a lot of trouble in the game because of this. That's why I never brought it up to him. Don't think you're safe just because you've latched onto the great Zhanqian Chensha. Xiao Shu wiped her tears and said, I can deal with this guy in the game, but I never expected him to corner me in the real world. Even Shisan, who was just joking, slammed his fist on the table in anger. Where the hell do these kinds of people come from? Damn it, he's a total animal. Mingyu hugged her with a pained expression and said, you should have told us earlier. This kind of person needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. You can't just let him be. He was also furious. We should go straight to the police station and file a report. But Lu Chen's expression grew grim as he said, that guy said something before he left. I'm afraid he's still hanging around. If we call the police now, it will probably be useless since he hasn't actually done anything yet. She looked at him and then suggested, why don't you move in with us? Xiao Shui, if you want to go out, you can just ask me to come with you. Shi-san nodded in agreement. That's true. Xiao Shu is a girl, and living with a bunch of grown men like us is inconvenient anyway. If there's a pretty girl staying with her, then she can be properly cared for. Hearing this, Lu Chen could only give in. That works too. Let's do that. Xiao Shui tried to suppress her trembling as she said, everyone, you're all so kind to me. Thank you. He Yi helplessly comforted her. Okay. Crying when you're sad is understandable, but why are you crying when you're happy? At that moment, he called the other guys over for a discussion. All right, guys, what's our next move? Understood? Understood. The scene changes to Hulong Yuan, where Yi Sheng is covering his face and saying, I'm telling you, my boss is Tian Dao. But his opponent continued to punch him relentlessly. I'll call. You're all bark. Yi Sheng still tried to threaten him. Our Duba Guild will not let you get away with this. As soon as he finished speaking, his teammates had already fled. Jianei, hang in there. You'll be okay. Wait for us to get back. We'll ask Boss Dao to avenge you. Lu Chen cracked his knuckles, looking at Yi Sheng. Now there's no one left to disturb us. We can finally get revenge on the ones who bullied our little sister. No, don't. Then, he was beaten to a pulp by Lu Chen. Stop. Yi Sheng covered his face. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. If you keep going, this account will be deleted. But Lu Chen replied, I'll stop when it's completely deleted. Because Shui Yifang already had people beat me up outside, I really don't dare to do it again. The other guy couldn't take it anymore and said, as long as you don't hit me, I'm willing to tell you a secret, a huge secret. He gritted his teeth and asked back, what's secret? Yi Sheng pointed and said, there's an island in this lake, and on that island is a big secret. I heard it has extremely great benefits. Lu Chen grabbed his hair and sneered, you're so kind. Why didn't you tell your boss Tian Dao? Why are you telling me? Yi Sheng screamed, trying to explain, ow. That's because we just got here and haven't had the time yet. He thought to himself, to get to the island, you have to find a special NPC. We've been searching for half a day and still haven't found it, so telling you is useless anyway. Yi Sheng pretended to be pitiful and cried. Now I've told you about the island and its secrets. Sir Jianqian, you're a mighty hero, right? A great man like you wouldn't hold a grudge against a nobody. Can you spare me? Lu Chen blew the guy's hair away and said, you better be telling the truth. If I find out you lied, I'll make you pay, both in and out of the game. The guy hurriedly said, it's 100% true. If I lie to you, you'll just delete my account again. He ignored the guy and turned to look at the turtle that was staring at him with its mouth open. A system notification appeared, icy armored turtle, a native creature of Long Yuan Lake. Lu Chen took out a fish. Here you go, little turtle, have some fish. As soon as it finished eating, he jumped onto its back. Little turtle, take me to the island. Yi Sheng stared with wide eyes. What the hell? That works too. But just then, two people suddenly appeared behind him. The boss isn't mad anymore, but we still are. Yi Sheng got beaten up by them again. No, please. I was wrong. I really wouldn't dare do it again even for money. Meanwhile, our hero was quite relaxed, saying, only a fool would pass up a free benefit. Let's see what kind of secret is on this island. The armored turtle swam quickly forward, while Lu Chen thought, I can't believe I didn't know there was a hidden island here. He looked at the distant island and sighed, it's pretty far. It's been an hour and we're still not there. How mysterious. Lu Chen stretched and said, this is so relaxing. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed while playing a game. But soon he thought, it's hard to just space out for a moment. My mind just won't stay quiet. He remembered his past, first being saved by a kind person who didn't want to reveal their identity, and he still hasn't been able to repay the favor. Then his boss was ambushed, and Xiao Shui was pestered by some scumbag. By the time his boss entered the game, Gu Jian was already in its later stages, and while desperately searching for the awakening fragments, he discovered that Shinran seemed to have a close connection with the fragments and the monarch. He was given power by the monarch Sophia for some unknown reason and also installed the inconveniences in the game. It seems like there's progress on all fronts, but many things are still very mysterious. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, lost in thought, especially about leveling up here. He was thinking to himself, not noticing the bird that had just arrived. I thought I was already very strong after evolving into an Asura, but I never expected that an Asura is nothing in front of a monarch. Other races have a clear path after advancing, but I can only figure it out on my own. I wonder how the Asura race evolves. What's even stranger is that when I checked on my pet this morning, Shinran was gone. Every time Shinran appeared before, she became stronger. Could it be that Shinran has grown to the point where she doesn't need me anymore? But the quest related to Shinran is still incomplete. My relationship with Shinran can't just end like this, and we will definitely meet again someday. He thought about the system's SSS rank promise quest notification, subquest, rebirth. Awaken the girl Shinran. Quest progress, incomplete. Finally, Lu Chen leaned back and said to himself, now's not the time to overthink things. I'll just take it one step at a time. Strength is the most important factor, and leveling up is more important than anything else. He closed his eyes to rest, feeling at ease. It's so comfortable. No wonder it's called Tianzong. This is truly the ultimate gaming experience. But suddenly, the armored fish shook a little, startling Lu Chen awake. He looked at the island in front of him and said, no, it can't be. Lu Chen gazed into the distance. That one true love guy is really a scammer. Where are the so-called big secrets and great benefits? There isn't even a bird here. Suddenly, he jumped down, startling the armored fish. The moment Lu Chen touched the ground, it fled. Don't go, take me back. You can't just drop me off and ditch me, you rotten turtle. Suddenly, someone called out. Brei was staring intently at him. The moment Lu Chen saw him, he yelped in fright. Oh my god, a ghost. But the old man kept chasing him. The night spirit Brei circled Lu Chen continuously, saying, no doubt about it, there's no mistake. This face, these ears. You're definitely an Ashura. The old man grabbed his hand and held it up. You must be here to serve the great Princess Sophia, right? Lu Chen asked back, bewildered. Who are you? And who is Sophia? Why do I have to help her? Upon hearing this, Brei hit him. You don't even know the great Princess Sophia? What kind of night spirit are you? You must serve the princess, or I will never forgive you for the rest of your life. Lu Chen quickly cried out, stop, don't hit me anymore. He covered his head, listening to the old man's nonsense. You rotten, empty-headed kid. So frustrating, you don't know anything at all, only how to pretend to sneak off for a drink. I am the great prophet of the Blood Rain Legion, and I have waited on this island for many years. You must call me Mr. Bai. Hearing this, Lu Chen greeted him. So you're Mr. Bai of the Blood Rain Legion. I'm very familiar with your captain, Xue. He thought to himself, so he's the prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. Come to think of it, he's not a bad person after all. The bearded old man asked, that little girl Xue has already become the Legion's captain? But suddenly, he hit Lu Chen again. Stop changing the subject. Are you going to keep your promise to serve Princess Sophia or not? Wait a minute, when did I agree to that? He thought while trying to block the old man's blows. Why would an NPC appear on this mysterious island? Doesn't anyone care? On second thought, this must be a high-level quest. I'd be a fool not to accept. After thinking it over, Lu Chen reluctantly said, all right, it still counts. Can you stop knocking? He quickly changed his tune and assigned the quest. Good, a deal's a deal. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You have accepted. The level 5 Divine will quest of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Quest objective, enter the highest floor of the Demon Ceiling Tower and kill the Demon Lord. Of Purgatory, retrieve the Demon Suppressing Sword and deliver it to the Oracle. Reminder, if the player fails to complete the quest then, their account will be deleted. His eyes widened as he said, wait a minute. Lu Chen opened his mouth and yelled, hey, hold on a second, but the portal behind him had already caught him. The portal quickly sucked Lu Chen in, ignoring his screams. No. At this moment, Blai spoke, listen carefully, kid. It won't be long before Princess Sophia rebuilds the Violet Empire in the Violet Forest. But the Violet Forest has endured thousands of years of slaughter, and its demonic aura is too heavy. Only, the demon-suppressing sword at the top of the Demon Ceiling Tower can suppress the demonic energy and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. The old man stood outside, watching, and continued. In that godforsaken place called the Demon Ceiling Tower, even the earthworms have fangs. It takes 10 saint-level magi just to control the demonic beasts inside the tower. Currently, the entrance from the underworld to the continent isn't fully open. Only I can send you to and from the underworld. If you don't retrieve the demon-suppressing sword, then don't even think about coming back. Lu Chen shouted, you rotten old geezer, you just wait for me. I'll definitely be back. Then he free-falled into a sea of lava. So this is hell? Lu Chen looked at his hands and said, that rotten old man, don't you underestimate me. Since I'm here, I'll destroy this Demon Ceiling Tower for you to see. He held his sword and smirked. Is this supposed to be a welcoming party? Before Lu Chen was a massive, terrifying gate. Suddenly, a purple light appeared, and a moment later, glowing red eyes opened. Unafraid, he said, I'll use you guys to test just how strong I've become. Lu Chen quickly rushed forward and sliced a monster in two. Wherever he went, his blade followed. But suddenly, a spider leg appeared behind Lu Chen. He tried to dodge, thinking, so fast. Its sharp legs continuously attacked Lu Chen, and one accidentally grazed his arm. Is this the dark power of the underworld? Lu Chen looked at his arm and thought worriedly, this power feels completely different from before, and it's even poisonous. Suddenly, a light flashed on his forehead, and a system notification appeared again. Starlight Purification activated, poison has been removed. Starlight Purification, a cleansing power from Queen Sophia, can dispel poison, paralysis, and curse statuses from the target. Lu Chen covered his eyes and laughed loudly. Thank you, my queen. As he finished speaking, he powerfully swung his sword, unleashing a cosmic cleave. The attack shattered a large section of the ground. When the dust settled, only his silhouette stood there, sword in hand. But Lu Chen didn't celebrate, instead observing and thinking, something's not right. What are they waiting for? A moment later, a giant mouth erupted from the ground, and he swiftly dodged it. Suddenly, it shot out a long tongue to grab Lu Chen. Unfazed, he turned and sliced its tongue off. Of course, the monster didn't let it go, unleashing a massive blast of power that stunned him. What the? But in the middle, a golden light also emanated from his chest. This was Shinran's power. The golden light gradually materialized and attacked straight towards the monster. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, I'm not fighting alone. The sword in his hand once again powerfully plunged straight into the monster. Break for me. As it died, a sparkling blue stone appeared. What is that? Lu Chen warily got ready to leap onto it. He shot forward like a flash, leaving only a purple afterimage. The first floor of the Tower of Demon Ceiling actually has an awakening fragment. Lu Chen held the blue stone and said to himself, "It was Shinran who helped me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fight this bug." He didn't hesitate and continued onward. "Well then, I have to see what lies ahead." Lu Chen stopped and said, "Strange. There are flames everywhere, but I don't feel any heat at all." He didn't stop for long and rushed straight into the blazing red fire. Inside the flames were two figures, and he couldn't help but say, "This looks like a scene from Purgatory. Could this place really be Purgatory?" Lu Chen gripped the sword in his hand, thinking, "What's going on? This killing intent, I can't control it." He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. A young man with fiery red hair appeared before him. The moment Ying Luan saw him, he rushed forward to attack. Heaven and earth slash. "You homeless dog, you dare come here looking for death?" Lu Chen was a bit surprised. "Zhu Ying Luan, why are you here?" He cursed loudly. "Shut up." Lu Chen blocked his opponent's sword while thinking to himself, "I have to stay calm. This must be an illusion." Ying Luan's sharp gaze fixed on Lu Chen. "I can crush you once, and I can crush you countless more times. No matter how much you struggle, you can't escape." Suddenly, a tremor ran through him, and the character for anger appeared on the back of his hand. He shouted angrily and slashed at him, "You shut your mouth." But the man vanished, saying before he left, "I'll be waiting for you, Lu Chen, waiting for the day you become my defeated foe once again." He was in agony, his eyes turning pitch black. "Damn it, no, this is just an illusion. I can't fall for this trap. The environment here can amplify my emotions." It was then that Lu Chen noticed the character on the back of his hand. He placed his hand on his sword to steady himself. Just then, the space shifted again, and a soft hand rested on his shoulder. Senior Yi Shin looked at him coquettishly. "Senior, oh senior, you said you would protect me." Then another hand reached out. Lu Chen. He stared intently at him. "Lu Chen, come back to me." Another voice rang out. "Boss." Yi Shin clutched her heart in pain and asked, "Senior, is this your choice?" He quickly sheathed his sword and went to hug her. Startled, Yi's voice rang out again. "So it turns out I can never compare to her." Lu Chen called out in a panic. "No, boss." In the sea of fire, he held both of them in his arms. "No." On the palm of his hand, the character for delusion appeared. As if realizing something, he roared in anger. "That dream, this was never my choice." The scene began to shatter, and Lu Chen screamed, "You were never my choice, and the reason why I became stronger, it was for someone important that I would rather die to protect." He raised his hand to block the shockwave, the flames still burned, and he was tormented by them in great pain. He collapsed, belatedly realizing that he had thought it was a fire that burned demons, but it turned out to be a karmic flame caused by human greed, anger, and delusion. When a person falls into the three poisons will turn them into demonic creatures. The demonic creatures will continuously generate karmic flames, and the flames will burn them. A cycle of endless pain repeating over and over again. Lu Chen's eyes were now stained blood red. "This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. My consciousness is starting to fade. If this keeps up, I'll end up just like them." Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, "Brother." A tiny hand holding a sparkling stone reached out beside him. "Brother, use this," Shinran said, dazed as if she had no consciousness. "Use it, and you'll be able to pass this trial." She continuously tempted him. "Hurry and use it, brother." Lu Chen hesitantly reached out his hand. All he had to do was absorb this to pass the trial. She opened her small hand, revealing many awakening fragments. "These are for you, brother." "How many do you want, brother?" "Shinran will give you as many as you want, and you'll become the strongest undead warrior." He lunged forward as if he'd gone mad. "The strongest?" She continued to entice him. "Brother, don't you want to be the strongest? Use it, and you'll become the most powerful being in this tower." A sharp glint flashed in Shinran's eyes. An Asura is meant to devour everything, so don't deny the desires in your heart. But he screamed, "No." He was in agony, writhing in the flames and muttering, "No, it's not real. This is all fake." She clutched her chest pitifully and asked, "Brother, don't you want to become stronger?" Lu Chen swatted her hand away without hesitation. "No, I do want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this kind of power, but by relying on myself." The evil blade sword cut Shinran in two, but she still managed to finish her sentence. "Brother, you'll regret this. You can't possibly escape without these fragments. This place will become your prison." He replied decisively, "A prison? Since the moment I stepped into this tower, every single step I've taken has been to shatter the ceiling above me." Lu Chen burst out laughing as if he discovered something, so that's how it is. Now he was like an outsider, calmly observing, immersed in the mire of greed, anger, and ignorance, unable to break free. Perhaps these three poisons can't be completely destroyed. Only by confronting and destroying them can one attain enlightenment. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have comprehended the hidden passive skill, Heart of True Enlightenment. The player will gain an additional 5% critical damage for each debuff they receive. Stacks up to a maximum of 3 times. He finally could let out a sigh of relief. Nice, a maximum of 15% critical damage. It was definitely worth the pain I had to endure. The familiar golden light appeared again. He couldn't help but wonder. This light guided me before, and this time it's a golden light pointing straight ahead, as if to lead the way. Is this the light I received when I was freed from those 3 poisons? Lu Chen followed the path of light step by step. There, in the middle of the flames, a figure in armor appeared. He exclaimed joyfully, "Shinran, it's really Shinran." She spoke softly, "Thank you, brother." He was stunned as he looked at the armored girl before him. Suddenly, a strange memory surfaced of a man standing next to her hospital bed, saying quietly, "Shinran, someone will definitely be able to save you." Lu Chen stared blankly at his palm, wondering, were those images just now also an illusion? It felt so warm. He stepped into the barrier, saying to the person in front of him, "I can feel it now." Even though Shinran has disappeared from my pet slot, my connection with her has never felt stronger, so clear and intimate. Suddenly, the system announced that your pet, Shinran, has awakened a skill, Karmic Fire Red Lotus. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus grants the user and their allies a Karmic Fire Shield, absorbing 10% of incoming damage and converting it into healing. While active, your and your allies' attack power is increased by 20%. From within the flames, a few more figures appeared, but just then, the system announced that your pet Shinran's soul had recovered by 5%. He was visibly overjoyed, thinking, her soul is recovering, there's finally progress. Reviving Shinran is truly possible now. Lu Chen cautiously turned to the person beside him and asked, "Shinran, how do you feel?" She grabbed his hand and stammered, seemingly unable to speak clearly. He felt uneasy and asked again, "Shinran, have you regained consciousness?" Before she could answer, a heavy object fell from the sky. He quickly pulled her out of the way. "Watch out, it was a massive coffin." Suddenly, the lid flew open and a sharp, clawed hand reached out. Lu Chen was stunned by the sight before him. The figure stepped out arrogantly. "Which kind soul extinguished the karmic flame that was sealing me?" The system panel appeared again. Purgatory Demon Lord, Dark Gold Tier Boss, Level 99, Attack, Defense, Health, and Skills, all unknown. His face darkened as he asked, "You're the final boss?" The Purgatory Demon Lord didn't answer, just looked at Shinran and smirked. "No wonder, so it was you." Lu Chen immediately stood in front of her, and Shinran stepped back. Before he could say anything else, the Demon Lord lunged forward. "Engam Fong Jia." He raised his sword to block the attack. Lian Yu spoke as he attacked. "I knew you wouldn't be kind enough to unseal me for no reason. It turns out, you've become so weak that you had no choice but to reclaim your own power. When you betrayed Lord Lina and joined the human race, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this today?" Lu Chen was bewildered, thinking, what? This karmic flame is actually Shinran's original power? The Demon Lord's gaze sharpened as he boasted, "When you instigated Sophia to seal me with a demon-suppressing sword, did you ever think that sooner or later I would escape from this broken sword? Just look at you now. You were once the great Ingam Fongjia, but now you're not even as strong as an ant." Shinran stated blankly, "Our paths are different." Suddenly, a hand gripped her throat. Li Anyu sneered, "Our paths are different? You look like a candle about to be snuffed out." He dealt her a heavy blow, questioning, "Is this your path?" He quickly shouted, "Shinran." At that moment, Lu Chen appeared and caught her, while the Demon Lord continued to rant. "Is this your choice? You would rather have these things by your side? Nam Fongjia, I will make you understand what regret is." As Li Anyu spoke, he pulled a sword from his chest. The glowing red blade slowly emerged. Without hesitation, he flashed a wicked smile and charged forward. Sparks flew as their 2 swords clashed. Lu Chen's face darkened as he told him, "As long as I'm by her side, you won't get to live in peace." Lian Yu swung a powerful fist at Lu Chen. "Pest, get lost." Because the force was so immense, he was sent flying into a wall, losing 346 health. His body was covered in blood, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Seeing this, the Demon Lord seized the opportunity to attack Shinran. "Ngam Fongjia, die." Suddenly, a sharp sword slashed across, forcing Lian Yu to stop and block the attack. By now, he had stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Where the hell are you looking, you son of AB times Taish?" he roared as if provoked. "You're asking for death," slashing a flaming sword towards Lu Chen. The system notification popped up again, converting 10% of health into damage, adding an additional 1,000 attack points against the target. The clash of their powers created a massive shockwave, effectively creating a preset. Karma Flame shield for himself and his allies, absorbing 10% of damage and converting it into healing. While in effect, your and your allies' attack power is increased by 20%. After the explosion, the sword whizzed past his face and returned to his hand. For a moment, Lian Yu was also very surprised, but then he burst out laughing. He swung his sword once more and said, "If you care about him that much, then I'll make him wish he were dead right in front of you." Shinran was extremely worried when she saw this, trying to call out brother, but his attack was easily parried by him. Lu Chen's face darkened as he sneered, "Are you done yet? Now it's my turn." With that, the sword in his hand thrust powerfully towards him. Purgatory Slash dealt a critical 9,999 damage, the recoil forcing them both to retreat simultaneously, and the system didn't forget to announce adding 10% splash damage. Clearly, Lian Yu also realized something as a worried look appeared on his face. He shouldered his sword and spat. "Thanks to you causing all this trouble, I was able to stack 3 layers of damage and unleash a critical hit." Suddenly, Shinran spoke up. "My dark power?" Lu Chen looked at her stunned for a few seconds. "Shinran's power?" he asked with a triumphant expression. "What do you mean your power?" The crimson sword in Lian Yu's hand plunged into the ground, creating a massive surge of dark power. "From the moment I took it, it no longer belonged to you. The darkness gradually formed into chains that surrounded them both, dark binding shadow prison controlling and stunning the target for 10 seconds. That power enveloped them both and then formed into a large sphere. But soon after, a beam of purple light shattered the sphere, underworld moon slash. He gripped the hilt of his sword and asked worriedly, "You're just a lowly Asura, how could you sever the dark power of the netherworld?" Lu Chen stood protectively in front of Shinran and sneered, "There's a lot you don't know." Suddenly, he once again unleashed his dark power, laughing playfully. "How interesting. It's been a long time since I've met an interesting insect like you." On Lian Yu's face, a crazed smile appeared. "Then let me play with you." He seemed quite amused and charged forward again. One used Void Release, the other used Crimson Edge. Neither was willing to back down, but he only managed to take 877 health from him. He was a bit worried. Why was that so little damage? He gave a cunning smile and said, "Surprising, isn't it? Because my defense is higher than yours, you can't beat me." He swung his leg, kicking Lu Chen. "In my presence, you're nothing but an ant. I can crush you whenever I want." Shinran raised her hand, which was covered in hellfire, and called out, "Brother." Suddenly, the system announced Karma Flame Equipment effect activated. You can freely manipulate Karma Flame and can help allies increase their flame damage, he said while dodging Lian Yu's attack thanks Shinran. He didn't let him rest, leaping up. "It's not over yet, you little rat, that." He placed a hand on his heart, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Damn it, if this guy has dark power from the underworld, then I'll have to give it a try too. Feel it carefully, feel the condensing power carefully." He laughed maniacally and swung his sword towards Lu Chen. "What's this? Are you just waiting to die now?" Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, and before the other guy could even react, he was struck by the sword in his hand. Purgatory slash. Purgatory broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, this is the power of the dark domain, how could he possess it? He stood motionless, observing his opponent. Impossible. Could it be that the Wind Chanter passed it to him? Suddenly, he realized something and quickly retreated to dodge the sword. No, the Wind Chanter's power was stolen by me, and besides, this aura is completely different from the Wind Chanter's. Unfortunately, the blade had already cut into him. Who the hell is this brat? Purgatory slowly stood up. "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off." His expression turned ferocious as he threatened, "But don't get cocky. Next, I'll show you what true despair is." He swung his sword relentlessly, creating thousands of sword energy slashes. Lu Chen watched the incoming slashes with worry. "Damn it, my mana and health points are almost gone at the same time, and I can't use Blood Demon conversion either. Could it be?" Suddenly, Shinran raised her hand and called out, "Brother." He gritted his teeth, trying to motivate himself. "No, I can't give up, so what if I'm out of skills?" Then, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes, even with pure mechanics. "I'm still above A rank." The flame in her hand suddenly flared up, the power of the karmic flame. Lu Chen felt a surge of strength and charged forward relentlessly. Purgatory thought in disbelief, "Impossible. This is my ultimate technique." How? How could he possibly block it? He closed in on him and swung his sword. "Bring it on, even if we both go down together. I absolutely won't retreat a single step." Purgatory was struck by Lu Chen's attack, and he cried out in pain. Impossible. His entire body was sent flying, slamming hard against the wall as he mumbled. Why? He never expected to lose so miserably. Shinran just turned away. "You should go. Don't let me see you again. Go as far away as possible." He was unwilling to accept it. "You'll regret letting me go." Purgatory gritted his teeth in anger, veins popping on his forehead, but before disappearing, he suddenly realized something. "So, from the beginning, you were only trying to protect me." His body began to fade away. It turned out that now, he could only reach out towards Lu Chen and Shinran in vain. In a flash, the image of the boy was replaced by his own. "I was the one who ruined everything." Immediately after, he completely vanished, leaving only a single call behind, Shinran. But suddenly, Purgatory reappeared with a massive surge of energy. "This energy, I return it to you." He then transformed into a red orb, transferring his power into her body and warning, "Be careful of Lena." The stream of his power was quickly absorbed by her. Immediately after, a powerful beam of light shot out. Lu Chen called out to her in shock, "Shinran." At that moment, the young woman's slender feet appeared, and along with them, her entire body returned to its original form. She had come back to him. Just then, the system also announced, "Your pet Shinran has recovered 10% of her soul." He was overjoyed. Is this for real? Shinran, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" But she just stared at him blankly with a confused look. Lu Chen's spirits fell slightly. It seems only her appearance was restored, but her consciousness. His consciousness still hadn't fully recovered. He walked towards the sword while mumbling, he really didn't expect to be the first one to turn in the quest. He pulled out the sword and complained, "What kind of crappy sword is this? It's supposed to slay demons, but in the end, I have no idea what it even slayed." Suddenly, the ceiling shook violently, and Lu Chen exclaimed, "Damn, why is it starting to collapse?" She walked over and grabbed his hand, forcing out the words, "Leave." He called out to Shinran in shock, but she said nothing more and just pulled him along. He was not prepared, as she pulled him straight into a pillar of blue light. The light gradually faded, and the space shook even more violently. Outside, old man BL was talking to himself. That kid actually didn't die in there? As expected, an Asura isn't useless after all. Suddenly, a A sword slammed into his back, making the old man yelp, followed by Lu Chen's voice. Old stinky geezer, who are you calling useless? I'm back, and I've got the demon-slaying sword. The old man raised his hand but said nothing, which made him a bit awkward. The old man suddenly rapped him hard on the head and scolded, You stinky brat. Are you rebelling now? How dare you hit your old master on the head? Lu Chen yelled desperately while running away. Hey, stop. Don't you want the demon-slaying sword? Hearing this, the old man snatched the sword from his hand. That's right. This is exactly what Princess Sophia needs. He held out his hand and asked, Where's my reward? I almost kicked the bucket in there. BL said with a look of annoyance, Kids, these days. As he spoke, he tossed a gem to Lu Chen. It's an honor to work for Princess Sophia, and all you think about all day is money. The system notification sounds rang out continuously. Congratulations to player John Chen Sha for obtaining the 1-star Superior Dark Gold Purgatory Boots, the Purgatory Scepter of 2-star Superior Dark Gold, 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and an additional 1,500 reputation points. Congratulations to player John Chen Sha for obtaining the Shadow Knight title. The player's level has increased to level 78. The title's effect reduces the experience points needed to level up by 7% and increases the command power over the Blood Rain Legion unit by +1. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. The old man's mouth might be a bit sarcastic, but he's surprisingly generous. At this moment, BL finally noticed the girl beside him. He didn't notice and was still excited. There were even 2 superior grade pieces of equipment too. What does this mean? And there's even a title that reduces experience needed. Doesn't that mean my level will increase super fast from now on? The old man walked over to observe her. He continuously scanned her carefully from top to bottom. Shinran, not bad. This face, these hands, these legs, it's you. Only then did he angrily walk over to remind the old man, You're leaning too low. Even while being held up by him, BL kept saying, It's her. It's really her. Then he turned and rapped him on the head, asking, Kid, why is she with you? Even she showed a surprised expression. Lu Chen clutched his head and yelled, Ouch, you stinky old man. She's my friend, who became my pet through a series of fortunate encounters, so of course she's with me. Suddenly, he paused and asked, What? You know, Shinran. The old man leaned in close. Kid, do you know that there are 3 great powers on the Tiantong continent? Hearing this, Lu Chen was a bit stunned, and the old man began to explain. The Silver Moon Alliance, which consists of humans, elves, and other races, represents the power of light and has the goal of eradicating the forces of darkness. The Dark Soul Legion, led by Lina, a monarch hidden in the shadows. Path, representing the power of darkness and aiming to rule the continent. There is also the power of the 3rd faction, which is the Blood Rain Legion led by our Princess Sophia. Although our Blood Rain Legion is a branch of the darkness, we only wish to restore the Empire and create a home for the benevolent undead. After hearing this, he still asked in confusion, So what does this have to do with Tan Ran? Bly pointed his finger, because she tilted her head, waiting blankly for the old man to speak. His voice continued steadily, She is. Tan Ran's eyes widened as she watched Bly stroking his beard and saying something to Lu Chen. As soon as he heard it, he fell straight to the ground, asking indignantly, I thought you were going to say something important? That's it? But how did you know that? The old man lifted his chin boastfully. I am the wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. There's nothing I do not know. Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask, Then may I ask the wisest prophet of the Blood Rain Legion, do you have a way to restore Tan Ran to her original state? Bly answered without hesitation, Of course, I do. He deliberately paused, however. He asked suspiciously, However what? As expected, there are conditions. You rotten old man, I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. Of course, the old man didn't miss the chance to say, However, if you are willing to join as a subordinate of Princess Sophia, then our side will surely lend a hand. Lu Chen was extremely resolute. I will not join any faction, he thought to himself. The 9 Monarchs expansion was just released and it's already asking me to find a monarch to support. This way, doesn't that just mean I'll become cannon fodder? Only an idiot would agree. Bly brought his face close to emphasize, You won't agree, even for her sake. Lu Chen shoved him away forcefully. I won't. The old man still didn't give up. Little Asura, you should think it over carefully. Don't have any regrets later. He sneered. I couldn't care less. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked away by the old man. If you don't agree, then scram. He collapsed on the back of the armored fish, painfully rubbing his butt. You rotten old man, you're too cruel. The old man looked at Tan Ran thoughtfully. Forget it, this can be considered her fateful encounter. But this time her vision is much better than before. Hearing that, she couldn't hide her happiness. Suddenly, a warm stream of energy enveloped her. The old man turned and shouted at Lu Chen, Kid, what you call a gentleman's self-defense is nothing but selfishness. He didn't back down either. Mind your own business, I choose my own path. Bly thought to himself, That's because you still don't know the true identity of this friend of yours. Wind Chanter, Tan Ran, the 10th great monarch of the Tianzong continent. Lu Chen didn't know what the old man was thinking. He just rubbed his butt and cursed. Damn old man, such a vicious kick. With that kind of power, why don't you go into a dungeon and get a sword yourself? At that moment, the system panel appeared. Your pet Tan Ran has been recalled to the pet space. He thought in silence. Although I had guessed Tan Ran's identity wasn't ordinary, considering the old man's attitude, her identity is much more complicated than I imagined. With that thought, he sighed again. But what does this have to do with me? Lu Chen looked up at the sky. Regardless of Tan Ran's identity, what situation will form on Tianzong, and what the future holds, he was extremely determined. In this world, strength is what truly matters. I have to get stronger and forge my own path. Then, he tiredly stretched his shoulders. Screw it, no more thinking. Lu Chen excitedly opened the system panel to check out the items he'd acquired. This time, I've returned with plenty of good loot to share with everyone. Materials for the Great Shadow Demon, gear for the Little Imp, and a potion for Gigi. As for this Purgatory Staff, I'll put it up for auction so the boss can get some funds for the guild. Cutting back to reality, he turned on the faucet and looked at his reflection in what? Lu Chen suddenly noticed a strange object in the bathroom. His face flushed red as he picked it up. Underwear, underwear, underwear. Is this lingerie? Oh right, I rented a new studio with my boss Ming Yue and Xiao Xu. But this flashy thing, could it belong to Ming Yue? Just then, a sound from outside the door startled him. Lu Chen, hurry up and wash, come out for dinner. He answered guiltily, okay, I'm coming right out. He quickly put the underwear back where he found it. That scared me to death. Then he opened the door and walked out as if nothing had happened. I'm out. As soon as Lu Chen came out, he asked, what are you cooking that smells so good? I'm starving to death. Ming Yue was unhappy. This game is really tiring. Well, if you sleep until noon, you deserve to starve. He felt a bit awkward looking directly at her. He faked a cough and avoided her gaze. He said a little shyly, isn't my goal to make the new studio grow faster anyway? But just a second later, Lu Chen turned to praise her profusely. No way, Ming Yue, did you make all this food? She answered a bit shyly, I just helped out a little. Then she pointed to the person in the kitchen. There, the head chef is over there. Just then, I also turned around and smiled. Coming right up, the last dish is ready. He stared blankly at those fair white legs. Boss, Ming Yue, seeing his reaction, teased him from the side. Looks like our dear Lu Chen's eyes are stuck. He jumped back in agitation, quickly defending himself. No, I wasn't. He didn't expect to accidentally bump into Ming Shui behind him. She rubbed her reddened nose. Boss Xian Qian, why are you so stiff? Lu Chen was so embarrassed he couldn't speak properly. Aye. Then he quickly found an excuse to escape. I'll go buy some drinks. As soon as he said that, he disappeared. Lu Chen leaned against the door, panting heavily and silently resolved. This won't do. I really need to get out more, or I won't be able to digest my food. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Ming Yue called out grimly, Hey, Lu Chen. Then she just dragged him back into the room. All right, your embarrassment is written all over your face. Hurry up and finish eating. Ivy has reached level 75. We can activate special quests now. He was stunned. Really? Then let's do it. A moment later, everyone was ready to set out on the new quest. He spoke up, is everyone ready? I'm activating the quest now. Let's begin. The system prompt quickly appeared. Your party has accepted the quest. Moon's Love. Current quest difficulty is above S rank. He complained as they walked. What in the world is this place? We've been walking for half an hour and haven't seen a single soul. Lu Chen, walking in front, asked the boss, has the quest updated with any new hints? She looked at the system panel before her and shook her head. Still nothing. It just keeps telling us to continue exploring. The system panel in front of them indeed only displayed the words, please explore this area. Suddenly, he signaled, wait. Lu Chen vigilantly drew his sword out, muttering, a tomb. In front of them now was a mausoleum surrounded by many bizarre skeletons. Ming Shou, at the rear, wondered, it's just a tomb. Is it necessary to guard it so heavily? He added, maybe it's the burial place of some important figure. Just then, he spoke up, let's go. We'll circle around to the other side to see what the epitaph says. Then they all moved closer, but none of them noticed the figures behind them. Lu Chen read the words on the stone tablet. Nanqian, year 7114, a large-scale undead invasion. Floating Ice City has fallen. The human princess of Floating Ice City, Kalanshan, after sacrificing herself under the royal city, was buried in this tomb. His face darkened as he muttered, Nanqian, year 7114. He looked at him worriedly. What's wrong? Lu Chen suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Does anyone know the date in the annals for the day we entered the game? Ming Xu thought for a moment and replied, I really don't remember. What day was it? He said with a hint of worry, it was the year Nantian 8124. She realized with a shock. So you're saying Princess Linson has been dead for over 1,000 years? He said while observing the tomb, someone who died 1,000 years ago is still being heavily guarded. That's definitely not normal. Just then, a strange sound echoed. It kept playing melodiously, putting the whole group on alert. A moment later, they discovered that the sound was coming from the tomb. She asked fearfully, damn, could there be ghosts in here? So scary. Lu Chen, on the other hand, was quite calm. It's probably not anything supernatural. This is just a game after all. It must be a quest clue of some sort. Whether it's a person or a ghost, we'll know once we go take a look. The group approached the tomb. Excuse us, officer. A system notification popped up again. Frost City Ambusher, level 75, skill cleave. The eyes of the two guards suddenly flashed, stunning Lu Chen. So they're night spirit soldiers. Hearing the noise, one of them spoke up. Who goes there? He raised his hand, trying to de-escalate. Officer, we're just passing by and wanted to ask you something. But its attitude was extremely aggressive. Those who approach, die. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, another one that won't listen to reason. He quickly attacked it. If they won't listen, then we'll just have to force our way into that tomb. Ming Shui and Ming Yue heard this and also began to fight. Immediately after, the whole group charged in to battle those reckless spirit soldiers. Lu Chen leaped up to kick one. Die. While the group was fighting fiercely, he spoke up. Now's our chance. Let's go. Then they all ran inside together. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly gave chase. Stop. He ran quickly, urging them on. Hurry up. Seeing that everyone was inside, he locked the door and used the brief opportunity to jump inside. They were thus blocked outside. Lu Chen watched them trying to reach inside, feeling a bit puzzled. This place is too strange. Guarded by a group of night spirit soldiers? Could it be a trap? He thought differently. Not necessarily. What if it's a quest clue? Suddenly, that familiar eerie sound started up again. They became somewhat wary. It was that crying sound again. Even so, they continued deeper inside. Whether it's a trap or a clue, let's go check it out first and decide later. A short while later, they reached a large chamber. In the middle of the room, a girl sat, crying into her hands. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Spirit of Princess Lin Shan. Ming Xiu looked at her tear-streaked face and couldn't help but exclaim, this must be Princess Lin Shan, right? She's so beautiful. Meanwhile, she kept muttering something, Royal Father, kill Royal Father. The four of them stared blankly and repeated in unison, Royal Father, kill Royal Father. Suddenly, he spoke up and asked, your Royal Father is? He, who was beside him, quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, Lu Chen. Xiao Shui is right. What if this is really a trap? If it's not a trap, why would there be heavy guards outside, but not a single soldier inside? Ming Yue at her side also realized, yeah, based on our previous boss encounters, they're either spirits or night spirits. What if this princess is actually a boss? We can't act rashly. But Lu Chen didn't think so. A boss? If this dungeon is guaranteed to have an awakening fragment and it hasn't appeared yet, then this princess probably isn't the boss. She just keeps repeating one phrase, kill Royal Father. He continued grimly, and her state, I feel like it's similar to Shinran's traumatized soul. He took a step closer to Lin Shan. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lu Chen knelt beside her and asked, Princess Lin Shan, who is your royal father and why do you want to kill him? She struggled to answer, Royal Father, Caden III. Hearing this, Ming Yue realized, Tarding III? Isn't he the current reigning king of Floating Ice City? Ming Xiu was also confused. This human princess died over 1,000 years ago, so how could her father possibly? Who is your royal father and why do you want to kill him? She struggled to answer, Royal Father, Caden III. Night spirit soldiers are imprisoning a mortal's soul, and the king who should have been dead is still alive. What is going on? Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. I get it. He turned to the other three and said, Everyone, I'm afraid this quest is far more complicated than we thought. In front of the castle gate, the system displayed the effects of the light concealment aura skill, a talent skill of the light element priest, capable of using the power of light to conceal the target's aura. Ming Yue asked doubtfully, Your aura is well hidden, but should we really trust that princess's words? Ming Xiu agreed with that. That's right, that princess didn't seem to be in her right mind. You aren't planning to just listen to her chaotic words and actually go assassinate the king, are you? What if it's a trap designed by the princess? Lu Chen waved his hand and walked ahead. Regardless of what she said, the tomb of a human princess being heavily guarded by night spirit soldiers is strange in itself. No matter what, we must meet the king at least once. Ming Xiu was still concerned, but if there's really a problem with the king, with so many players coming in and out of Floating Ice City for quests, how has no one noticed? He also wondered. Besides, how are we supposed to find the king? He then explained, the king doesn't usually make appearances easily. If there was a problem, no one would have noticed. We need to do a little investigating first. The girls were curious. What kind of investigation? Lu Chen smiled and rubbed his chin. For that, we'll have to rely on Ming Yue. She asked, stunned. Huh, you've already figured it out? Ming Yue has a skill to detect dark power. We'll use that. She then stepped forward. All right, let me give it a try. Ming Yue used Holy Light Seek Shadow, and it was effective. A detection skill of the light element priest, to sense the dark energy aura of the night spirits within a 100-meter radius. Ming Yue focused for a moment before saying, just as I thought, there's something wrong here. Not only are there night spirits outside, but there are also quite a few dark creatures inside the castle. Lu Chen stepped forward, then let's go inside the castle and check it out. Maybe the king, just like the princess, is being controlled. He agreed with him. That's right, instead of just guessing, let's go investigate and find out for sure. Everyone agreed. The group of four walked down the hallway for a while, then Lu Chen said, just one more step and we'll be at the center of the castle. Suddenly, he stopped. Huh, that's strange. Ming Shui quickly asked, what's wrong? He explained, I can sense a very faint dark power here. Ming Yue was a bit surprised. Right here? But my detection skill shows that there's nothing here at all. At that moment, something next to Lu Chen was emitting a strange aura. It was a wisp of dark purple energy emanating from behind a decorative painting. This was the spot. The closer they got to the painting, the aura became stronger. Everyone else couldn't see anything wrong. It was just a landscape painting, nothing special about it at first glance. Ming Yue frowned and closed her eyes. What's more, I still can't sense anything. Lu Chen tightened his grip on his sword. Perhaps this is a power that only its own kind can sense. Let me give it a try. Without another word, before anyone could react, he slashed the painting to shreds. He Yi, standing right behind him, was horrified. They saw a sword embedded in the wall. There really was something there. It was a sword. Lu Chen picked up the sword. This was definitely placed here by a night spirit, hiding a sword in a well-lit area. The most dangerous place is truly the safest place, but I still found it. He Yi came closer to observe. This is just an ordinary sword, as normal as it gets. Why go through all the trouble to hide it here? He was also curious. We'll have to ask the night spirit who deliberately hid this sword. Just then, soldiers were drawn over by the loud noise. What are you people doing? Everyone was about to run. Quick, let's go. But Lu Chen calmly stopped them. Wait, these guys. He gave a meaningful smile. They've come at the perfect time. In a flash, several brilliant sword slashes lit up the area. After the battle, they changed their infiltration plan. Lu Chen, will this disguise really work? He reassured them, don't worry, it's guaranteed. They had changed into soldiers' uniforms and approached another group. A real soldier shouted, halt, which unit are you from? What are you doing here? Lu Chen, wearing armor, held up a token. We are from the First Holy Temple Knights, under orders from our commander, to escort these priests of light for an audience, to offer a blessing to the king. Hearing this, the soldier didn't stop them anymore. Oh, I see. Go on in. Getting past so easily made everyone happy. The four of them quickly arrived before the king. Ming Shui exclaimed, so this is the king. On the throne sat a kind-looking old man, the king of Floating Ice City, Kading III. He Yi was a bit surprised. What a benevolent-looking king. You really can't tell if there's anything wrong just by looking at him. Lu Chen led the way, kneeling and saying, Your Majesty is wise, working day and night for Floating Ice City. Your grace extends to all your people. We now have priests of light who, grateful for your benevolence, wish to use light magic to bless your Majesty. We were ordered by our commander to bring them here, and we hope for your Majesty's approval. The king looked at them sharply. A blessing. His eyes flashed an unnatural red for a moment. Later, the king stood up and said, To have such loyal subjects in this Floating Ice City truly comforts me. However, I just received a blessing from the high priest yesterday, so there is no need for the priests. To trouble themselves further, you may leave. Lu Chen introduced Ming Yue. Your Majesty, this is a gesture of goodwill from this priest. I hope your Majesty will accept it. She immediately stood up and cast a blessing. Brilliant holy light flared, spiritual energy flowed, and the light of blessing enveloped his Majesty in peace, using light to guide and dispel evil thoughts. A sudden sense of danger caught the king off guard. You! A sudden wave of pain hit him, making him unable to resist the holy spell, which used light to guide and dispel evil thoughts. The king's eyes turned crimson as he ordered, Guards, kill them all for me. Lu Chen watched the king go berserk and assessed the situation. This chant is a blessing for humans, but for a night spirit, it's a curse. Lu Chen leaped up to attack. You really are an imposter. As the holy sword pierced him, the fake king roared in pain, which only confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion. With such a strong reaction, it was definitely a night spirit. Without hesitation, Lu Chen drove the sword deeper, finishing off the night spirit. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up. Version update, version update. Congratulations to the party for activating the Ice Floating Castle's transformation. The Return of the Monarch version has been updated immediately. The party must complete the mission to eliminate the king while all members are still alive. If the mission fails, the penalty is that all party members will lose 3 levels and their reputation will be reduced to 0. Ming Shu was stunned. If we fail, our reputation will drop to 0? No way. That's so harsh. He Yi was also confused. Didn't Lu Chen just kill the king? But they immediately got their answer. No way. Did this guy come back to life? Just then, a girl appeared before them, making Lu Chen happy. Shinran, you're just in time. Let's deal with him together. But unexpectedly, when the king attacked, she also pointed her spear at them. He was shocked and cried out, What? Lu Chen parried the blow while calling out, Shinran. He Yi was also terrified. How could this be? Ming Shu quickly asked, What's wrong with Shinran? Aren't pets unable to attack their masters? At the same time, a horde of soldiers broke through the door and charged in. This is bad. The Night Spirit army is here, He Yi shouted. We'll handle the minions. Are you okay? Fighting 2 opponents alone, he replied, I can still hold them off. The king then raised its claws to strike, which made Lu Chen flinch. What's going on? This king suffered a fatal wound. How is he still able to move like this? He gritted his teeth and looked at the girl, Shinran. Only then did Lu Chen notice her eyes were fixed on the holy sword, and in his mind, something clicked. It was obvious that Shinran's eyes were very lucid. This further confirmed Lu Chen's earlier thought. He immediately threw the holy sword away, and just as he expected, Shinran's eyes followed it. As the holy sword grazed past the king, she immediately lunged forward to attack, her spear piercing through the night spirit's body. Lu Chen also grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the holy sword. You despicable villain, how dare you hide inside the sword? Get out here. Instantly, the holy sword began to vibrate violently, and he also noticed its movement. What is that? Mingshu rushed over to protect her. Boss, be careful. She cast Holy Light, Divine Protection, just as a remnant soul slammed into the protective barrier, startling He. What was that? The three girls looked at the creature outside, screaming, "You puny humans, if only I hadn't lost my body." He revealed his true form, Boss Kadira, a level 90 Night Spirit Mage. Kadira had already targeted someone else, and he laughed as he lunged forward. So you do make mistakes after all. Kadira's soul had entered Shinran. Her body shuddered slightly. Lu Chen called out in panic. Sheen ran. She, or rather he, flashed a malicious smile. How refreshing. I just randomly picked a body to host, yet I managed to find such a prime specimen. After speaking, he looked at them provocatively. Lu Chen was furious. You old scoundrel, get out of Shinran's body now. But he simply summoned a skull staff. What nonsense are you spouting? Although this body isn't perfect, it's enough for me to unleash 10 to 20% of my true power. I must make use of it slowly. As he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Kadira reached out his hand. Heed my summons, Cerberus. A monster gradually rose from the magic circle. The Hellhound Cerberus, a level 75 magic beast. Its mighty roar made everyone wary. Cerberus opened its mouths, gathering magical energy, forming a blast. Its three heads simultaneously shot out a fiery attack. Everyone quickly warned him. Lu Chen, this Hellhound is no joke. It's almost equivalent to a mini-boss. Be careful, he shouted back. Got it. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to leap up and strike down. Purgatory Slash, the pain Hellhound immediately threw him off. It swung its tail, trying to knock away Hang Yi, who was attacking from the front. She yelled, Boss, there's a chance to use Meteor Slash at the same time. Lu Chen also seized the opportunity to land another blow from above. Hang Yi leaped up again. No matter how strong it is, it's just a magical beast with a low IQ. Kadira, standing on the hound's head, laughed loudly. You two are quite skilled, but don't celebrate too soon. There are still plenty more of these little guys. With that, he spread his arms, summoning a horde of white skeletons, a dark power. Heed my command, I summon my servants. Ming Shu was on guard. Sister Ming Yu put up a barrier. She immediately cast the fortified Holy Light barrier. Ming Shu used the 6-method spirit arrow while complaining. Why are there so many? It's impossible to kill them all. Ming Yue gathered more strength to reinforce the barrier. Reinforce Holy Light effect. It consumes 30% of her own mana points to increase the shield's attributes, absorbing 20% of the enemy's damage. But she was also nearing exhaustion. Hurry up and think of something. My mana points are almost depleted if this keeps up. I won't be able to hold it for much longer. Lu Chen waved his hand in frustration. Damn it. So you know how to summon? Huh. Well, so do I. Instantly, an explosive dark aura erupted around him. A netherworld summoning. Countless skeleton soldiers also appeared at Lu Chen's feet. Kadira snorted contemptuously, releasing an overwhelming pressure that forced Lu Chen down to his knees. He thought in disbelief. How can this be? My netherworld summoning was interrupted? Kadira mocked, gesticulating wildly. You actually dare to make a move in front of me? I am a Night Spirit Mage, under the command of Lord Lin, and you want to compete with me in summoning the undead? What a pipe dream. As he spoke, a terrifying bloodlust emanated from him. Berserk, it enhances the target's attributes by 20% and puts the target into a frenzied state. The monster Cerberus roared even more furiously. It opened its several red maws, like blood, charging towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen nimbly dodged the monster's fire breath attack. After being buffed by the boss, the power of the Cerberus was now even greater than before. He observed the monster closely. It's fine. I'll just slash whichever one comes at me. However, when she charged forward, she was pushed back by its gathered magic power, and the beam blast almost hit Lu Chen directly. He quickly shouted, Boss, be careful. This 3-headed dog must have 3 different power attributes. As she said that, before they could react, they saw Cerberus about to unleash its third attack, and both of them nimbly dodged the liquid it spat out. He was truly surprised, not expecting its third attribute to be poison. He advised, generally, poison liquid deals damage over time, so we must try not to let it touch us. Hearing this, she raised her sword, her whole body glowing with a radiant aura. Don't worry, I also have the light attribute. This thing is useless against us. Light of Protection. The system displayed information about the Light of Protection skill. Effect. A divine light protects teammates, reducing poison damage by 20% and resisting attacks. Lu Chen was overjoyed to see this. Holy crap, boss, you have this skill too? He swung her sword confidently. Of course, it's not for nothing that I became invincible and reached level 75. If we work together, we can definitely defeat this guy. With that, the two of them charged forward simultaneously. Lu Chen rushed to the left. He shouted, the fire and ice. Leave them to me, boss. You just focus on handling the poison one. He immediately replied, no problem. She slashed fiercely at its remaining head. Go to hell. He charged forward to finish off its head. Even Lu Chen was confident that the plan would succeed, but unexpectedly, that guy Kadira suddenly attacked, launching a dark explosion orb. The skill orb's effect, upon hitting a target, would create an explosion, dealing 3,000 points of damage to the target and reducing their movement speed by 10%. That one move directly controlled He, making her unable to move. Lu Chen cried out in alarm, Boss, Kadira watched leisurely. Don't just focus on fighting the summoned beasts. I'm still here, you know. That taunting attitude infuriated him. Damn it. Lu Chen immediately rushed forward to block the skill effect impacting He Yi, calculating as he fought. These three heads just kept taking turns attacking, it was never ending. Fortunately, Ming Yu healed them in time, using Divine Heal, restoring 5% of her own and her teammates' health every second. She asked Ming Shu, Little Shu, can you hold on? Ming Shu, having just fired a 6-shot air arrow, quickly replied, It's okay, I can still manage. Someone, help me. At that moment, Lu Chen had to discuss a new plan. Boss, there's a gap between the attacks of this Cerberus's heads. We should circle the boss from the left and right and attack from both sides, then wait for the three-headed dog's attack to go on cooldown. Then we'll attack the third head at the same time. She agreed without hesitation. Okay. Right at that moment, Cerberus had just shot a fire beam, and the two immediately split up and ran. Kadira looked amused, timing the attack's cooldown. What a good idea, but it's a pity. Unexpectedly, all three heads prepared to launch their skills towards them. He sneered. It doesn't just know how to attack individually. Immediately, everyone unable to fight back scattered. Boss, run. Kadira laughed gleefully. Die, all of you. Then they saw Cerberus preparing to unleash its attack simultaneously again. Once again, a sudden musical note rang out, making him freeze. He saw Ming Yu take out a small harp, playing a melodious tune. Kadira was still scornful. How could a mere little priest possibly withstand this attack? But she calmly continued to play. Who says priests are just weaklings who only know how to shield others? As it turned out, when the Cerberus heard this music, it gave a huge yawn and finally couldn't help but fall asleep. Kadira was horrified. How could this be? But Lu Chen had already appeared behind him. Give me back Tan Yin's body. But then he heard the girl's gentle voice call out, Big brother, causing his heart to soften as he froze, Tan Yin. But as he turned, Kadira had already launched a dark orb at him. The rest of the team gasped and called out Lu Chen's name. Fortunately, he easily blocked the attack with his sword. Lu Chen's face darkened as he growled, just as expected from a subordinate of Linus. What else do you know besides sneak attacks? I'll say it again. Give me back Tan Yan's body now. His sword was pressed right against Kadira, but he just smiled leisurely. Fine, come and get it. This statement made him tense up. Kadira pressed his neck closer to the blade. What's the matter? You can't do it? Go on, strike me. He Yi quickly advised him, Lu Chen, whatever you do, don't fall for his trick. That's not Tan Yin, that's the boss. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, drawing his attention. He saw the three girls being attacked from behind by a horde of skeleton soldiers, making them cry out in alarm. Boss, Kadira warned, if you kill me, all these little toys of mine will disappear. So, what will it be? Lu Chen roared in fury. You old bastard, just die. He sneered threateningly. Do you dare to make a move? This body took a lot of effort to raise to this point. If it's gone, it can never be recovered. Lu Chen coldly reached out and grabbed Kadira by the throat. Did you really think you'd be safe just by hiding inside Tan Yen's body? He then used the high-level Soul Steal skill. After a target dies, it plunders the target's soul flame. The target's level can be stolen up to level 70. Lu Chen directly ripped Kadira's soul out of Tan Yen's body, causing him to howl out. How is this possible? Lu Chen explained with contempt. I was just playing along with you, and you actually believed it. You're just a specter without a body. To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a soul flame. Saying this, Lu Chen signaled for Ming Yue to act quickly. Without hesitation, she used the skill Holy Light Judgment. Its effect consumes all mana to deal 3,000 holy damage per second to dark creatures and silencing them for 5 seconds. The duration is 2 hours. The beam of holy light nearly obliterated Kadira's soul. No! He shrieked in agony. Impossible. You're just a lowly priest. How could you do this? Ming Yue smiled confidently. And why not? After all, your big sister here is the #1 priest of Rubing City. Even though I might be a bit squishy, I still have an ace up my sleeve. He warned with hatred, you all just wait. The day will come when Lord Linus's iron heel will raise this city to the ground. And with that, Kadira completely vanished, leaving behind only his curse. The system announced, congratulations, the party has obtained 1 awakening fragment. Congratulations, the party has obtained 1 awakening fragment. Congratulations, the party has obtained 3 dark gold tier equipment chests. Congratulations, each member of the party has been awarded 80,000 gold coins, 30,000 reputation points, and 30,000 experience points. Ming Shui exclaimed excitedly. Wow, we got so much. The system is being so generous, I leveled up 3 whole levels in the blink of an eye. He Yi walked over, calling out to him. Lu Chen only saw her calling out worriedly. Tan Ran, what's wrong with you? Ming Shu was also worried. Would Tan Ran be alright after the boss possessed her body? Was she even still Tan Ran? Afterwards, everyone waited for her to awaken. Tan Ran finally opened her eyes weakly. Brother? Lu Chen was overjoyed. That's great. You're awake. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? She struggled to sit up. I'm fine. A portion of the boss's power happened to supplement my soul. So, I'm very well right now. He felt lucky and broke into a smile. That's good then. Tan Ran, can you tell us what happened? The others exclaimed, that's great. You're finally back to normal. This is wonderful. Just then, the system made another announcement. That's amazing, senior, always doing big things on the quiet. Lu Chen laughed. Is the news that fast? But because your level is too low, your master servant contract with Tan Ran is officially dissolved. Tan Ran also stood up and said dejectedly, thank you everyone for helping me get the chance to awaken. The girls quickly waved their hands. It was nothing. Really, it's what we should have done. Then she turned to Lu Chen. Brother, can you take Tan Ran home? His expression was a little tense. Is that okay? Everyone split up and left. Late at night, the two of them arrived in front of Tan Ran's gate. You're home, Lu Chen said hesitantly. Well, I'll head back first. He thought, Tan Ran, to be able to see you again. I am truly so happy. Just as he was leaving, she quickly called out, Brother, you must come visit Tan Ran in the future. Often, definitely. Lu Chen replied firmly, definitely. With that, he turned and walked away decisively. Tan Ran, he thought, you have too many secrets, but I just hope you can continue to live and live happily. Late at night at Lu Chen's house, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up, startled. Yixin seemed to have just finished her shower when she called him. That's amazing, senior, always quietly doing big things like that. Lu Chen chuckled. Is the news that fast? She checked the information and read, a server-wide announcement? The official website is flooded with messages, the generals of the world. New expansion was triggered by the first level 80 player, Jian Chen Sha. It's hard not to know about it. He stood up and looked out the window. With this new update, things have gotten more interesting. The border region isn't as hard as it was before. I'm really looking forward to it. She also smiled knowingly. That's right, we can explore more maps and dungeons, too. Just thinking about it is exciting. Lu Chen gently reminded her. But don't get too excited. I'm the #1 on the porty. Heavenly ranking now, so you have to try harder too. She replied, both annoyed and teasingly. Right, you're #1. You're now the #1 on the server-wide Martial General ranking. Having been awake for a long time, Lu Chen couldn't help but yawn. What's all the fuss about? This attitude made Yixin feel helpless. You haven't even checked the details on the official website, have you? Did you know? Now, non-strategic players level 80 and above can learn the morale boost skill. Small group PKs can also improve leveling efficiency. Senior, but Lu Chen had already fallen asleep, leaving her still trying to call him. Senior. Hello? In a hazy space, Lu Chen vaguely saw someone. Where am I? This is Tianzong. He only saw the figure of Tan Ran, transforming before him. Her eyes looked at him with a cold, unfamiliar gaze. Then they changed, the whites turning black and her pupils a blood. He read as she lunged to attack him. Then the scene shifted back to her standing, casting a shadow on the water's surface. Lu Chen tried to reach out, his hand to Shinran, but she was surrounded by a cold, demonic aura, until the scene shattered, making him cry out, don't. Lu Chen screamed as the explosion obliterated everything. Shinran, a cold Shinran, charged forward to attack. The final horror finally jolted Lu Chen awake. He sat up in a panic from his stupor. Only then could Lu Chen finally breathe. This dream, just then his phone buzzed. Yihan had texted him. Senior, I still find Shinran very strange. She's clearly a human girl, yet she's involved with so many night spirits and dark forces. She's a complete mystery. You have to be careful not to be used by her. Anyway, I'm going to sleep now. Lu Chen stubbornly thought, Shinran wouldn't do that. That's right, dreams are the opposite of reality. It definitely won't happen. Returning to the garden at Shinran's small house, he came to visit again. Lu Chen stared blankly at the scene before him. Shinran was currently kneeling and tilling the soil. She wiped her sweat, and when she turned around, she saw him. Shinran was excited. Oh, you're here? Lu Chen also greeted her, Shinran. She was extremely enthusiastic. Hurry and come inside. The two of them went to sit by the garden together, and Lu Chen said shyly, I came here specifically to thank you. Time and time again, you've helped me in moments of crisis. This time, it's also thanks to you that I learned the Purple Dragon's War skill, which is the only legendary grade skill right now. Her expression darkened slightly, as if that was just what Tan Nian was supposed to do. Her words made him pause. He'd made up his mind about Tan Nian, he decided. As for Tan Nian's identity, he'd wait until she was ready to talk about it. He changed the subject. Are you still studying these herbs? Has your mother recovered yet? But she was strangely silent. Tan Nian's hand tightened on the chain around her thigh. Her lips pressed together so hard they nearly bled. Lu Chen looked at Tan Nian in astonishment. Did I say something wrong? Please don't cry. She bowed her head low. Mother. She passed away. Lu Chen was startled. How could that be? Tan Yen couldn't hold back her tears. Can you promise Tan Yen one more thing? Tan Yen still wants to become a priestess. A system notification popped up. You have an S-rank quest. Promise to help Tan Yen receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Do you accept? Lu Chen couldn't help but be confused. Tan Yen was related to the night spirits and possessed dark power. Why would she still want to be a priestess of the light attribute? Thinking he would refuse, she lowered her head in despair. As expected, Tan Yen was being too greedy. Lu Chen quickly said, Tan Yen, I'll go with you. He sighed heavily inside, trying to calmly assess the situation. So, during the day at the Church of Light, Lu Chen brought Tan Yen there. Since he had to let the Archbishop help Tan Yen anyway, but with his race, showing his face in a church was suicide, he had to think of another way. As expected, The soldiers at the gate stopped them. This is the Royal City Church. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. Lu Chen stated his identity. I am the adventurer from Frostfall City, Zhang Qian Chen Sha. I am the one who exposed the fake king. I have business with the Archbishop. The soldiers quickly checked the situation, then they immediately knelt. It turns out it's you. Sir, please come in. He was even more shocked. Was he really being allowed in? As they walked, the two soldiers explained, thanks to you defeating the fake king. Under the Archbishop's guidance, our Princess Karasen has been revived. That's right, you are the great savior of our Frostfall City, Lu Chen quickly said. It was nothing, it was also thanks to with my sister's help. As he said this, he suddenly noticed her freeze. The Archbishop, he turned to her with concern. Tan Ran, are you feeling unwell? You don't look so good. Her eyes were strangely vacant. I'm fine. Tan Ran said she was just a little nervous. Lu Chen reassured her. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. However, Tan Ran's expression only grew more tense. Understood. Two soldiers in front reported, Archbishop. The explorer Zhang Qian Chen Sha requests an audience. From behind, she looked at his back and softly called out to him. At this moment, they were granted an audience with Archbishop Anvis. He asked the young man, are you the brave one who rescued Princess Karen? Lu Chen bowed and said, that would be me. Inwardly, he was apprehensive. So this is the Archbishop? I can't see his level. He must be at least over level 100. The Archbishop smiled and praised him. Very good, a young hero. Lu Chen remained tense, thinking, I absolutely cannot let my guard down. Those 10 green-robed deacons are all level 95 dark gold tier bosses. With my current level, forget all of them, just one is enough to end me. Zhuangmo, the concealment item you made to hide my necrotic energy had better work. Of course, if he were here, he would definitely say, anything made by me, Zhuangmo, is guaranteed to be top quality. Anvis asked warmly, what brings you here on this trip? This old man will certainly do everything in his power to help. Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. This old man seems pretty nice. He then said, Your Eminence, the Archbishop, my sister, Tan Ran, is a devout believer in the power of light. She wishes to become a priestess, and I humbly ask that you perform the holy rite of baptism for her. The Archbishop agreed without hesitation. What is so difficult about that? The Lord always loves his faithful flock. I will perform the baptism for the young lady immediately. And so, Anvis walked over and placed his hand on her head, preparing for the rite. Lu Chen was overjoyed and said, This is great, Tan Ran. Congratulations on finally achieving your dream. But then a splash of blood made his voice catch in his throat. Lu Chen stared in disbelief as Tan Ran stabbed the Archbishop to death. It wasn't until he fell that everyone snapped out of their shock. The soldiers were the first to react. How dare you, you lunatic, assassinating the Archbishop. Seize her. The two of them quickly fought back against the soldiers. Tan Ran shouted, Don't interfere. I'm sorry, big brother, I used you. I can't drag you into this. Take this stone and go find Xu Wei. Hurry. She gripped the holy cross tightly and said, Leave me. Just go. Tan Ran fought back in agony. I'm sorry, big brother. Tan Ran had no other choice but to drag you into this mess. But just then, Lu Chen rushed forward to defend her, leaving her stunned. Big brother, why are you so foolish? Here, you'll be suppressed. You have to go. Lu Chen slashed down resolutely. How could I possibly abandon you? Since I was the one who brought you here, I will definitely get you out of this place alive. Tan Ran, with tears already streaming down her face, said, Okay, then let's escape together. Let's fight our way out together. The soldiers roared, just a couple of netherworld mongrels. That's all. At this point, Lu Chen could no longer hide it and unleashed his power. Someone saw it and yelled, Excellent, this guy is a night spirit. Now's our chance. Holy light slash. Tan Ran rushed forward to block, Big brother, be careful. Taking the hit, she immediately coughed up blood, causing him to panic. Tan Ran. A man holding a staff raised it. Stop struggling, you filthy dark creatures. In the presence of our Cathedral of Light, you have no choice but to die. As he spoke, a holy light, brilliant light shone down on them. Their prayers echoed everywhere. The holy light faded, the judgment was over. The holy light faded, the judgment was over. Tan Yan panted, pleading, Brother, you've done more than enough. You should go now. Let me cover your retreat. Of course, he refused. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just an attribute, suppression, that's all. Just then, the system popped up. Holy light incineration, the church's holy fire effect can burn away the dark power from the underworld, dealing 9,999 points of damage to the night spirit race and controlling the target. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and summoned, Come forth. He raised his sword high and cast the spell. In a flash, a monster emerged from the magic circle, terrifying the soldiers. Is that thing a dragon? Lu Chen's purple eyes glowed brightly as he forcefully commanded the monster to charge forward and attack. The soldiers were swept away like trash. Impossible. The dragon carved a bloody path out of the church, and he pulled Tan Yan along to escape. The soldiers desperately shouted orders, Guards, issue a citywide wanted notice, capture the one who assassinated the Archbishop. Meanwhile, the two of them had barely managed to escape the holy light. Immediately, appearing above their heads was a red notice. Damn it, there's a bounty on our heads. Lu Chen calculated as he fled while carrying her. We can't go back to the main city anymore. Right now, Tan Yan and I are two living targets. We'll take the back roads to the Blood Rain region to find Teat Vai. According to Tan Yen, Tuat Vai would definitely know something. Besides, no matter how powerful the church's forces are, they wouldn't dare to barge into the night spirit's territory. Lu Chen encouraged the severely injured girl in his arms. Tan Yen, hang in there. Once we reach the Blood Rain Legion, we'll be safe. However, her breathing was very faint, and he had noticed that. Tan Yen, hold on. Tuat Vai will definitely have a way to save you. She weakly advised, brother, you should hand me over. They're here to kill me. You saved Princess Kareem Sam, so they won't do anything to you. Lu Chen was displeased and retorted, how can you say something like that? No matter what, I will never abandon you. Tan Yen stared at him, stunned. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this mess. As Lu Chen dodged the holy light, he reassured her, I believe you must have your reasons, and I know you're not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Tan Yen decided to tell him, brother, I might not last much longer, so I'll tell you everything. The truth is, I originally came from the underworld, reincarnated as a human girl, but because of my identity, my mother was burned alive by the Archbishop. She's the one who created that monster. She still remembered the scene of her mother being captured by the Archbishop. Burn her to death? Burn this heretic to death, Tan Yen said through gritted teeth. So I can never forgive that Archbishop, but I really didn't know how to tell you all of this. I'm truly sorry. Lu Chen said in a low voice. This is not your fault. Everything is in the past now. The most important thing now is that we have to survive together. Suddenly, Lu Chen stopped. Someone was already waiting for them ahead. It's you. Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by a group of people. Thian Dao rubbed his chin, assessing them. A citywide manhunt with a reward of 1 million. Such a good opportunity. How could I possibly pass it up? Right? Zhang Qianchen. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Thian Dao, he thought warily. Damn it, why is this guy here? And are all the people who rush here such high-level players? Tan Yen weakly murmured. Her arm went limp. Lu Chen frantically called out to her. Shinran, Shinran. At the same time, Tian Dao had already raised his sword to attack him. Qian Kun heavy slash. Die. He quickly raised his sword to block the blow. Damn it, does it have to be right now? Just then, the system announced his Overlord slash effectively countered the attack, dealing 3,000 points of damage to the opponent and reducing the target's speed by 20%. Tian Dao, being knocked back, was naturally annoyed. This kid has gotten stronger, but Lu Chen only cared about the person in his arms. Shinran couldn't wait. He couldn't keep fighting like this. He quickly made a calculation, turned around, and raised his sword. And as soon as the demon's sword was plunged into the ground, it activated a magic circle, and a horde of skeleton soldiers rose from the earth. Tian Dao laughed confidently. I knew you'd use this move, but it's a pity my brother's levels aren't to be trifled with. After that, he destroyed 2 soldiers with a single move, but the skeletons kept charging forward to help Lu Chen escape. Just try to break through, then we'll talk. Tian Dao sneered as he watched. I'll give you a head start. Ahead, Lu Chen was running at full speed. Looking at the group behind him, he thought, as expected, it's hard to shake them. The way he's acting, it's like he's not afraid of me getting away. Then suddenly he felt something was off and stopped. Something's not right. Suddenly, Longxing descended from above his head. Where do you think you're going? Lu Chen gritted his teeth in realization, just as he'd suspected. Lu Chen easily blocked his attack with his sword, then angrily called them out. You two are really in this together. Longxing laughed maliciously. As expected of the renowned Luo Chen, even while carrying such a burden, your reactions are still so sharp. At that moment, Tian Dao's group also arrived, much to his annoyance. This is so troublesome. He even laughed and asked, why aren't you running anymore? Chen Kun heavy, slash. This time, you won't escape even if you grow wings. Lu Chen also noticed the person on his back groaning in pain. Shinran. Tian Dao's men threatened him. Qian Kun heavy slash. That young lady on your back doesn't seem that pretty. How about we help her relieve some of that suffering? Longxing taunted with a sneer. Everyone look, this is the renowned Luo Chen. Even he has fallen to this state. They all burst out laughing, mocking his predicament. Lu Chen growled, get out of the way. Longxing treated it as a joke. Get out of the way? Just try and break through this encirclement today. Suddenly, he froze and exclaimed in shock. What? He only heard Tian Dao shout a warning. Idiot, be careful. Before their eyes, several flashes of light appeared. And I'm telling you, Lu Chen directly caused a massive explosion in the area. Get out of the way. When the smoke and dust cleared, Longxing had been blasted into a rock wall. Tian Dao gave the order for his subordinates to charge forward. Stop him. They aggressively brandished their blades. Don't let him run. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he powerfully unleashed a Black Moon slash, sending all the minions flying. Tian Dao watched his subordinates get blown away, and his 2 eyes, he furiously charged forward. You're not getting away today. He easily blocked the attack. You think you can take my life with just a bunch of useless idiots like you? What a ridiculous joke. Tian Dao strained so hard that even his blade began to tremble. Don't be so arrogant. At the same time, the minions charged forward again. Go die. Kill him. Lu Chen once again summoned the Wind Shadow Shield to protect his back, then he furiously swung his arm. Get lost. Seeing his move neutralized, Tian Dao was stunned. What? Lu Chen powerfully used the Purgatory Slash of the 3 Realms skill to tear a path forward and charge through. The system explained, skill name, Purgatory Slash of the 3 Realms. Effect. Area of effect damage is increased by 30%. But Thian Dao jumped in front of him again, using God-slaying shield, which absorbs 30% of damage and lasts for 5 seconds. Lu Chen roared, "I told you to get lost." The blow was so powerful that the terrified Dame Dao was sent flying away. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck down, blowing them both away. Lu Chen held Tan Yen tightly and stabilized himself. He looked up to see 2 dragons and their dragon knights in the sky. One of them commanded his dragon and shouted, "Brothers, attack!" Lu Chen seemed to be at his limit, panting heavily, but the dragons flew in to attack him. Just as Lu Chen was about to raise his sword for a final stand, a volley of arrows shot out. The Dragon Knight was stunned by the sudden attack. What? It turned out Tuyet Vai and the Blood Rain Legion had arrived. The Blood Rain Legion, on command, launched an all-out assault on the Dragon Knights of the Church of Light. They immediately formed a protective path to Lu Chen. A few mages ran up to him. "Our apologies, my lord, we're late. It took some time to lock onto your coordinates." Lu Chen said urgently, "No need for explanations. Quickly, save Tan Yen. Use the best medicine. You must save her." They quickly vowed, "Rest assured, we are doing our best." Someone noticed his wounds. "My lord, you are also heavily injured. You must accept treatment too." Over here, Tian Dao felt something was wrong. Damn it, this battle was never something we could interfere in. That Dragon Knight is clearly targeting us. If Longxing Tianxia doesn't retreat now, we might be done for too. Retreat. At this moment, Shui was still attacking frantically, while the mages were busy healing Shinran with treatment spells. The healing spell's effect on the Night Elf race can reduce light attribute damage by 80%. Lu Chen wearily recalled what she had told him about Shinran, the vicious words that led to her mother's death. Burn this heretic to death. He also remembered the pain Shinran had to endure on her own. I really can't find a way to forgive the Grand Bishop, but I also truly don't know how to tell you all of this. I'm sorry. He tightened his grip on the hand holding her, speaking gently. You did nothing wrong, and you don't need to apologize. The ones at fault are those hypocrites pretending to be good. On the other side, the Dragon Knight was negotiating. Your Excellency Shu Wei of the Blood Martial Legion, our Holy Light Temple has no intention of starting a war. Please do not harbor the criminals who murdered the Grand Bishop. Hand them over. Hearing those words, Lu Chen also stood up. He drew everyone's attention. He gave some instructions and then walked towards the battle. I'm leaving Shinran to you. A mage quickly tried to stop Lu Chen, but it was too late. My lord, your wounds haven't healed yet. The Legion commander is up ahead. But he paid no mind, despite the urgent calls. Lord Lu Chen rushed onto the dusty battlefield, startling Shu Wei. As he dashed past her, she quickly called out, Zhan Xian Chen Sha, what are you doing? Get back here. Without letting Shu Wei finish, Lu Chen just charged forward, mustering his strength to leap up. A streak of light shot past the dragon. It was the charge skill, a second tier effect, charging into the sky at over 30% of his own speed. In an instant, Lu Chen appeared right next to the Dragon Knight, and with a single slash, he gravely wounded him, much to the Dragon Knight's astonishment. Lu Chen then lifted his leg and kicked, effortlessly sending his body flying. The Dragon Knight's body shot backwards, falling straight down onto the battlefield. It stunned everyone. He clutched his chest in pain and screamed, "Damn it, you damn undead." But his eyes. The Dragon Knight grew more and more terrified because Lu Chen showed no mercy, lunging down to run him through. He growled, "You're damn high priest." The Dragon Knight panicked, "Stop." But Lu Chen simply said softly, "He's dying." Then he kicked the man down and pulled out his sword. Lu Chen raised his sword again, ready to deliver the final, furious blow. But it seemed it was not his time to die. Just as the Dragon Knight thought he was finished, a brilliant golden shield of light blocked the sword's path. Lu Chen was surprised and heard someone shout, "Stop!" He angrily yelled. "Who?" A young woman emerged from the crowd of soldiers. "It is I, the sole heir to the throne of Icewind City, Princess Callison." Lu Chen sized her up for a moment, and then he pressed his sword closer to the Dragon Knight. And what if I say no? Callison's gaze was firm as she looked at him. Shiri Wei stepped forward and said, "Zhan Qian Chen Sha, the Blood Rain Legion will always be your strongest backer." But Callison let out a soft laugh. She spoke up, "Zhan Qian Chen Sha, you should think carefully. What will be the price to pay if you strike with that sword?" Her words made him pause. Hearing Callison, Lu Chen retorted, "A price? What price? I couldn't care less. All I know is that all of you who treat human lives like dirt deserve to die." But just as he was about to finish him off, she gave an order. "Guards, arrest Dragon Knight Herald immediately." The soldiers advanced upon hearing the command. Lu Chen was also a bit stunned. "What?" The Dragon Knight also cried out, "Your Highness, why? What has this humble servant done wrong?" Callison replied coldly, "Stop pretending. This princess has already investigated. You and the High Priest colluded together, using live human sacrifices to help Lin Na resurrect. That crime is punishable by death." Her words left him speechless. She ordered again, "Take him away, interrogate him rigorously." The Dragon Knight still tried to defend himself. "I've been framed, Your Highness. I've been framed. This humble servant has done nothing. It was all the High Priest doing. I'm innocent." After that, Callison approached to speak with him. "Zhan Qian Chen Sha, on behalf of Icewind City and the royal family, I offer my sincerest apologies for the crimes committed by our subordinates. From this moment on, Icewind City will officially rescind the arrest warrant for you and Shinran, and we will provide appropriate compensation to you both." Xu Wei was still suspicious. Why should we believe you? You're saying all this now, but who knows if it's just a trick to smooth things over. Callison bowed her head sincerely and replied, I apologize. I know that anything I say now is too late, but please give me a chance to explain. Zhang Qianshensha, you were the one who saved me in the past, and you also eliminated Ye Ling, the one who murdered my father, the king. I should have thanked you in person. But after I took over the court affairs in the royal city, I discovered that most of the palace staff were spies for Lin Na. I investigated relentlessly, and only later did I discover that the high priest had allied with the Dragon Knight Order, capturing citizens to use as sacrifices for Lin Na's resurrection. Shinran's mother was one of them. The royal city is riddled with spies. It has almost become an empty shell, corroded by Yi Ling. I am truly powerless to purge Lin Na's forces. Therefore, Jan Qianshensha, I have a difficult request to make. Could you stay and help me cleanse the royal city? Only someone with your integrity can command the royal city's army. I believe you can do it. Lu Chen cut her off. Please say no more, princess. He then turned to leave. I'm sorry. I don't want to get involved in this anymore. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll be taking my leave. Callan still wouldn't give up trying to persuade him. Aren't you willing, even for Shinran's sake? She is the monarch, the 10th Wind Chanter. Shinran is the one who betrayed Lin A 1,000 years ago. This truth left him horrified. What did you say? Kalin continued to explain. It seems you still don't know. 1,000 years ago, Shinran fought for the peace of Tianzong. She fought alongside me and Sophia of the Blood Rain Legion. Lu Chen turned and asked, is that true? Xu Wei also nodded. Shinran's appearance has changed, so I didn't recognize her at first, but a few days ago Shinran recovered her memories and told me her true identity. She just didn't want me to tell you. As these words were spoken, the space fell silent. Kalin gave a final reminder. Zhang Qianshensha, I will not force you, but Shinran once betrayed Lin Na, and he will absolutely not let her go. Now that the monarchs are about to return, at that time, no one on the entire Tianzong continent will be able to stay out of it. You should make your decisions soon. After saying that, she left. Let's go, her attendant called out. Your Highness. Only Lu Chen was left, deep in thought. Shinran is the 10th monarch. He turned back to look at her, still unconscious, and pondered as he gazed at Shinran's face. No wonder she's connected to so many night spirits, so that's also why she possesses dark power. But if she's a monarch, doesn't that make us enemies? No, that's not right. She already betrayed Lin Na. But why did she betray Lin Na? Suddenly, Shinran coughed up blood. The mages panicked. This is bad. Hurry back to the Legion. Lu Chen also watched with concern as they quickly returned to treat her. That night, in a bedroom of the Blood Rain Legion, Lu Chen asked worriedly, Lord Grai, how is her condition? The old man examined her, still not good. During the battle with the deacon of the church, she was struck by a very potent poison. The only reason she's still holding on to her last breath is entirely thanks to my magical power. She doesn't have much time left. Lu Chen choked up. Not much. Xu Wei pressed on. Lord Prophet, is there really no other way? Dora then spoke. There is one. Little Xu Wei, do you know the 100 Flowers Valley? She recognized it. The 100 Flowers Valley? Is that the valley full of flowers in the southern part of the continent? He explained. In the 100 Flowers Valley, there is an ice soul epiphyllum flower, which can cure 100 types of poison. If we can obtain this, we can definitely save Shinran. But, Lu Chen asked urgently, but what? Dora explained to him, the thing is, the 100 Flowers Valley is extremely dangerous. For the past 1,000 years, no one has ever left that place alive. What's even more terrifying is that the valley's master was once a great general, under Lin Na's command. With the Legion's current strength, going there is no different from seeking death. Shui Wei grabbed his collar. How can that be? My Blood Rain Legion can't even retrieve a single flower? He quickly explained, you're oversimplifying things. The problem isn't our military strength. Shinran has his special identity, and we are a neutral force. Whether it's Lin Na or humanity, it's not something we should rashly interfere with. Xu Wei's face darkened as she growled, are you saying that just because we don't want to anger Lin Na, we should just stand by and let Shinran die? Don't think I won't kill you just because you have more seniority. I think you've gone senile in your old age, you might as well go down. Why don't you go keep Lin Na company, Mingyu? Ri frantically defended himself. Please don't, Xiao Shuefei, calm down. This old man didn't mean it like that. That, she got even more upset. Then what do you mean? Lu Chen also looked at the person on the bed in anguish. Tanren Blai stammered and trembled. This old man. He was seen grabbing Tanren's wrist for a moment, then turned away. I'm leaving. Dai is right. We can't let the Blood Rain Legion take any more risks. It's enough for me to go to the 100 Flowers Valley alone. As everyone was arguing, someone walked in. How can you go alone? Yi Xin and the others entered. The Blood Rain Legion's position isn't suitable for a direct appearance. It's too dangerous for you to go solo, senior. It's better if a few of us form a team and go together. Lu Chen asked them in astonishment. Yi Xin, boss, and the rest of you, why are you here? He explained, before this, we were stuck in a dungeon, and we came here immediately after finishing. We didn't expect to run into each other on the way like this. We heard what you and Xu Wei said. Don't face things alone. If the whole group acts together, the chance of getting the flower will be much higher. Ming Shue chimed in, that's right. We let the boss fight alone for so long before. This time, we have to do it together no matter what. Ming Yue also said, if you want to refuse, you'll have to get past us first. Lu Chen was incredibly moved. Everyone. And so, he made his decision. During the day in the 100 Flowers Valley, the group arrived. According to the map Shui gave us, this must be the place. No wonder it's called the 100 Flowers Valley. So many fresh flowers, it doesn't look dangerous at all. Lu Chen raised his guard. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. We should still be careful just in case. Despite that, the girls were all chatting happily until he stepped on something. It was a stream of green energy that wrapped around them. The entire group was swept up by a whirlwind, thrown directly into a dark and deathly forest. Their landing wasn't very pleasant, this place. Lu Chen looked around. This is probably the real 100 Flowers Valley. Indeed. The system notification popped up. Your party has triggered the hidden adventure quest in the 100 Flowers Valley. Quest objective: defeat the 100 Valley King. Rewards: 1 awakening fragment, 1 elegant ice flower, a bonus of 10,000 levels, and 9,999 gold coins. He rubbed his chin, a little excited. A hidden quest, huh? I originally just planned to pick the flower and leave. Who knew there'd be a surprise like this? He speculated. We also got a fragment from the dungeon earlier. Now we just need to collect 2 more pieces to be able to open the new chapter of Tianzong. Yixin nodded. That's right. Then the different regions will be able to move freely between each other, and the entire server can progress the main quest together. It'll definitely be very interesting. Ming Xu was getting impatient. If that's the case, we should just find that boss directly and finish this quickly. Unexpectedly, she stepped on a spiderweb. The web acted like a trap, pulling Ming Shui up by her leg. Xiao Shui! Lu Chen reacted quickly, jumping up to slash the web holding her leg. The 2 of them fell to the ground at the same time. Ming Xu looked in horror at the monsters in front of them. He tightened his grip on his sword. Spiders. In front of them, the system displayed the information. Mountain Spider, level 80, 7 elite monster, skills. Venom, Spider Silk. Lu Chen shouted, "Get back." Just as they moved away, a rain of spider silk shot down. Lu Chen decisively slashed through it. Ming Yue's lightning slash was just as effective, cutting the silk threads. He quickly warned, "Be careful, these spiders can also spit poison." Ming Yue was speechless. "Great, we just got in and we're already facing high-level elites. They're really playing hardball. It's come to this." Then she raised her staff, casting Light's protection, and the sprayed spiderwebs disintegrated the moment they touched the light shield. Ming Yue said worriedly, "These spiders are not only numerous, but they're also hiding in the darkness, which puts us at a great disadvantage. We should retreat for now and find the boss's lair." Lu Chen advised while cutting down several spiders. "The enemy is in the shadows, while we're in the light. Escaping with our lives won't be easy." He glanced over, and just like that, Lu Chen dashed out from behind the light shield, startling everyone. "Are you insane?" Charging straight into the hornet's nest. But he shouted to Jiat, "Boss, I'm leaving the rear. To you too." Lu Chen effortlessly cut down the monsters, advancing straight into the enemy's den. He vaulted over the swarm of spiders, clashing with the monsters several times in the blink of an eye. Looking down from above, Lu Chen realized just how many there were. He yelled, "What's the point of skulking around? All of you, get out here and face me." Lu Chen effectively used his skill, Purgatory Slash of Karmic Fire. Purgatory Slash, with the added Karmic Fire effect, increased its kill efficiency by 30%. Lu Chen entered the monster's lair and faced the giant spider boss. It used its Heaven and Earth Net skill to trap him, an effect that could control all creatures within its range, while also dealing an additional 4,000 damage per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Lu Chen warned everyone to get back. Unexpectedly, flames suddenly erupted behind him. It was a skill from the monsters below, Meteor. A firelight rat launched a flaming rock, dealing 2,000 damage to the target. Seeing he was surrounded on both sides, Lu Chen said, "The Spider King is spitting poison too." Ming Yue cast Light Shield immediately. "I'm using Divine Protection Stage 2. Effect creates a protective shield for oneself and teammates, reducing incoming damage by 30%, lasting for 10 seconds. Lu Chen finally had a moment to breathe. "Thanks, Sis Ming Yue." Jiat, boss, you two go deal with the Spider King." Xiao Shou protects Sis Ming Yu. "Leave these stinky rats to me." Saying that, without hesitation, he charged forward. Yi Xin and Hang Yi didn't hesitate either, both rushing forward to attack. Yi Xin leaped up, slashing. As she yelled, "You damn spider, get a taste of the power of Fubing City's #1 ranger." Hang Yi also followed right behind her. Yi Xin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Nice one." But then she saw something. The spider was extending its poisonous fangs toward Hang Yi. "Watch out." Thankfully, she was saved by Yi Xin. "Thanks," she replied. "It was nothing." Hang Yi then reminded her, "We have to pin down this Spider King and not let it bother Lu Chen." Yi Xin nodded without hesitating. "No problem." On the other side, Lu Chen had just used Heavenly Illusion Slash to wipe out a whole horde of monsters. When his gaze was drawn to the most intense fluctuation of magical power, a fireball was gathering in the monster's paws. It was a Pow's rat larger than the others, the Firelight Rat King. Skill, Firelight Charge, Heavenly Punishment. Lu Chen gritted his teeth in annoyance. Son of a B times teach A, now the Rat King has shown up too. The Rat King charged, using Firelight Charge to surround him. Lu Chen calculated, the Firelight Rat's attacks are too dense, and now the Rat King is here too. Continuing this stalemate is not a good idea. He fought the Rat King while analyzing the situation, only to see the rat look slightly stunned. Lu Chen grinned provocatively. Hey, stinky rat, your granddaddy's over here. With that, he leaped up and smashed it on the head. After the hit, Lu Chen took off running again. Come on, come and get me, you stinky sewer rat. Ming Yue and the others were speechless. Huh, Boss John, can you? What the hell are you doing? Lu Chen explained nonchalantly. What else? I'm running. By now, the Rat King was enraged. It used its divine punishment skill, summoning lightning bolts that dealt 5,000 damage per second to its target. Just like that, a barrage of lightning relentlessly chased Lu Chen. He called out to the two women ahead. Boss, Yi Xin. The two girls understood his intention and jumped out. Got it. And just like that, the Rat King charged straight into a spiderweb. It was instantly wrapped up like a cocoon. Lu Chen deftly dodged the attack from the rat swarm. He pulled out a card. Now's our chance. It was a high-level sealing card, capable of sealing magical beasts level 100 and above. The brilliant golden card shone on the rat. Seal successful. Retrieving the card, he shied in relief. Good thing I spent a fortune on this sealing card. It finally came in handy. Lu Chen urged everyone. Not bad. While they're fighting each other, let's hurry and run. Their group quickly ran to safety. Ming Shui let out a sigh of relief. For a second there, I really thought Boss Zhang Gan had lost his mind. Who would have thought it was all part of a plan? Lu Chen put his hands on his hips and nodded. Fighting head-on was a losing battle, so we had to outsmart it. Spider silk is an electrical insulator, so it can resist the Rat King's lightning. That means these two magical beasts are probably natural enemies, so I figured we should let them fight each other while we reap the rewards. Yi Xin checked the notification log. Not bad. We killed a few small fries and still got this much gold. He was thrilled to have captured the Firelight Rat. It even dropped a paralysis ring. It's dark gold grade, with an effect that paralyzes enemies and interrupts their attacks. When colored illusion, the attributes of this ring aren't useful for me, so you should have it. Thanks for your help back there. Yi Xin happily accepted. Oh, no need to thank me. In that case, I'll gladly take it. Lu Chen was puzzled. When did those two get so close? Maybe it's because they fought side by side? Ming Shui said suspiciously. Oh, speaking of which, Boss Zhang Gan must have saved the world in a past life to have two beautiful guild leaders as his teammates like this. Ming Yue also chimed in with a reminder. Lu Chen, I'm friends with Wei, so don't you dare break her heart. He sighed. All right, that's enough, you two. Stop hitting me where it hurts. Yi Xin said, Boss, I have a theory. I suspect this 100-Flower Valley is related to the superclass main city. Perhaps this is one of the maps for the superclass main city. Otherwise, how could the monsters here be such high level? Yi Xin also thought it was reasonable. That's a possibility. If so, doesn't that mean we're getting an early preview of the new update? He became even more vigilant, but that also means the boss deep in this valley will be extremely difficult to handle. We have to be careful. Yi Xin nodded. Suddenly, a sound made Lu Chen focus. What was that? At night, deep within the 100-Flower Valley, Lu Chen shouted defensively. Who's there? A figure appeared before him. It was a flower fairy, level 100 plus. Its skills were deadly pollen, sharp thorns, and vines. The flower fairy sneered. Here to peek at the icy soul flower, are you? Yi noticed the flower on its chest. That pattern? It's the icy soul flower. Yi Xin guessed. Could it be that this is the boss? Lu Chen said pensively, not necessarily, but it definitely knows where the flower is. The flower fairy looked at them as if it had heard a joke. You think the likes of you are worthy of taking the flower? It whipped its vines toward them. Go to hell, system, giving them the info. Highly toxic pollen, level 100 plus, effect. The toxic pollen reduces the target's movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds. The rock shield reduces the target's damage by 70%. Yi said to the person beside her, Ming Yu, increase your defense, then cast Light Shield and Sacred Guardian quickly. After that, Yi Xin and Ming Shou both attacked to test its moves, but unexpectedly, the monster flower opened its mouth wide as if to devour them. Yi Xin stared in horror at its mouth, but she couldn't react in time. This is bad. Fortunately, Lu Chen managed to intervene just in time. He assessed the situation. This monster flower's moves are bizarre. Everyone be careful. Yi Xin replied sincerely. Thank you, senior. Suddenly, the flower fairy muttered, not bad for a moment. She laughed maliciously. But you're still too naive. With that, countless vines surrounded everyone, causing them to exclaim in shock, what? They watched as more and more vines sprouted, and the flower fairy stretched out her hand to spray pollen, become my nutrients. After that, her hand clenched tightly. A tangle of vines enveloped them. Vine cage, the flower fairy uses the cage to trap a target and releases a corrosive fluid, dealing 100% true damage to the target each second. The massive vines formed a ball-like shape. The flower fairy said confidently, no creature can escape my cage alive. All of them will perish in my corrosive fluid. Now you can slowly savor it. But right behind her, someone appeared, and she was horrified. She turned around. Impossible. Lu Chen was already right behind her. You want to use us as nutrients? He struck down with a Mingyu slash. Then we'll have to see if you can even digest us. Just then, Mingyu was seen leading everyone out. Sorry, your petty tricks aren't enough to break through my defenses. You should worry about yourself first. And only then did she realize He Yi was behind her. The flower fairy cried out in pain from the slash. Damn it, since when? Lu Chen explained casually. While you were casting your ultimate move, we used a skill to dodge it. Yi Xin, now. She quickly took out an item, the paralysis ring. A decisive bolt of electricity struck the flower fairy, and the paralyzing shock left her unable to move. At that moment, Lu Chen also pointed his sword at her and asked, Where's the icy frost Quinn flower? The flower fairy said with a tremble, Don't kill me, please follow me. So she led them down a narrow path deep inside the valley. Through this valley, they would arrive at their destination. Lu Chen scanned the surroundings. This place was indeed identical to the one marked on the map, but could it really be this simple? How could a level 100 monster be this weak? It wasn't until the flower fairy stopped. We've arrived, she pointed. The icy frost Quinn flower is over there. Mingshu gasped. It's so beautiful. It looks exactly like the intel from Shu Fei, so it must be the one. The flower fairy stood silently behind them, the vines on her body swaying gently. But Lu Chen suddenly leaned in close and asked, What are you trying to pull? He decisively struck her in the back, luring us into a trap here. Planning to activate a mechanism to trap us? I knew you were up to no good. Later when we pick the flower, we'll need to be extra careful. Yi pointed. Little Zhu, let's go over and pick it. But they didn't expect that Ming Shu, who was up ahead, seemed to be mesmerized. It's so beautiful. Lu Chen finally sensed something was wrong and quickly tried to stop her. This is bad. Little Shu, don't touch it. But it was too late. Ming Shu had already grabbed the flower. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from behind them. Lu Chen quickly pulled her away from the ice that had suddenly appeared. Countless ice lances rained down from above. A cold voice said, My nourishment has finally arrived. Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat, realizing from the very beginning the flower fairy was just bait, intentionally losing to us so the boss could use its pollen to bewitch everyone. Xiao Shua's level wasn't high, so she fell for the trick. The boss decisively sent down a spark. You're very smart, but farewell. A sea of fire crashed down, causing Yi Xin to scream in worry. Senior. After the inferno, the system announced that players Zhang Qian Chen Xia and Bei Mingyu had been defeated. Yi Xin couldn't believe it. How could you, Senior? The boss laughed. This is the power granted to me by Lord Lina. No one can escape my attacks. You're next. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hey, it's not that easy to kill me. Seeing him appear, everyone was overjoyed. Senior Lu Chen. The system explained, Your undying formation skill has been activated, instantly restoring full health. The boss became wary. How is that possible? Just a moment ago, you. Just then, a message from Ming Yue popped up. Sorry, boss. Sorry, everyone. I'm leaving the dungeon to you guys. The boss saw him and cursed with hatred. You despicable outsider. He drew his weapon. If that's the case, I'll get serious with you. Lu Chen leaped up to dodge the boss's attack, swinging his sword. You shouldn't underestimate your enemy. Surprisingly, when the sword struck, the boss's skin was completely unharmed. Lu Chen was also startled. Such strong defense. The boss sneered. Is that supposed to be strong? He swept another palm strike towards him, then followed up with another blow. The one who's underestimating their opponent is you. I am a subordinate of Lord Lina. I've slaughtered an entire human legion. Even Princess Kinnan's royal guards were no match for me, so what makes you think you are? Unexpectedly, Lu Chen mocked him back. Lord Lina, my ears are about to grow calluses from hearing that name so much. Can't a little subordinate like you survive without mentioning your big boss? The boss growled in fury. What did you say? He continued to shout taunts. I said, a subordinate like you, a little bro will always be a little bro. The demon immediately charged at Lu Chen. Go to hell. But he dodged and ordered, Yi Xin, now. She rushed in from above, shouting, Coming. Yi Xin unleashed a peerless shatter. The system explained, peerless shatter effectively breaks 60% of the enemy's defense with an additional 10% damage. After attacking, she immediately retreated to safety. And this time, the boss couldn't avoid being injured. How dare you sneak attack me while I was careless? He also attacked while he was distracted. It's not over yet. A brilliant blue sword arc swept past, ice coffin slash. Ming Yu also raised her staff and shouted, Battle Roar. It was a priest's skill, an effective support ability that increased each party member's mana by 10%. Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn to charge. It's my turn now. He unleashed a powerful purgatory slash, inflicting countless wounds with a 30% splash damage effect. Lu Chen quickly raised his sword in midair, forcefully knocking the boss back. Unexpectedly, countless ice shards rained down from above. He paused to check the situation, and suddenly, the boss had vanished from sight. Lu Chen's spirit tensed as he raised his guard, and the moment he spotted the boss, he cried out in alarm. Sister Ming Yu, be careful. The boss's target is the backline. He laughed loudly. Did you think only you guys know how to sneak attack? I can do it too. The boss used the skill Rage, preparing to take down Ming Yue. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen was furious. He quickly used his lightning summoning skill. The sky was immediately covered by dark clouds. Seeing this, the monster was stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen charged forward and attacked it directly. The boss was sent flying by Lu Chen's attack. and before fading away, it said, "You, a night spirit, dare to oppose me. Lady Lena will never forgive you." At the spot where it died, a frost jade flower bloomed. Lu Chen walked over and picked the flower, observing it. It turned out the boss's true form was this very frost jade flower. There was no time to waste. He had to quickly heal the Blood Rain Legion. At the same time, the system also announced congratulations to player Zhang Qi and Chen Che for completing the reward quest. 1-star Awakening Fragment, Frost, Jade Flower, plus 100,000 experience and plus 9,999 gold. Later, during the day, at the Blood Rain Legion's camp, Bree was feeding medicine to Shinran. Lu Chen anxiously watched over her. It wasn't until Shinran opened her eyes that he joyfully exclaimed, "Shinran, you're awake. Are you feeling any better? Does anywhere feel uncomfortable?" Shinran weakly nodded. "I'm fine, don't worry." Bride advised him, "The medicine has just taken effect. She needs to rest for a few more days to fully recover." Lu Chen understood. "That's a relief. You should get some good rest. In a few days, I'll come visit you again." But just as he was about to leave, Shinran sat up. "Wait a moment, isn't there anything you want to say?" Lu Chen hesitated. His heart was troubled. "Of course there was. I want to know why you are a monarch, and I also want to know your relationship with Lena. But right now," Lu Chen gave a hesitant smile. "I have so many things I want to say, but now is not the time. You just woke up. I can't." But just then Yishin walked in. "If now is not the time for you, then let me ask." He was startled to see her approach. Yishin asked directly, "Lord Prophet, what exactly is Shinran's identity? Can you tell me? I don't want to see my comrades get dragged into things like this anymore." Lu Chen quickly tried to stop her. "Yishin, this isn't the right time. Besides, I helped Shinran on my own free will." Yishin advised him. "Of course, I know that. We all helped Shinran from the bottom of our hearts, but we still need to understand the whole story. Otherwise, Shinran could get hurt again. Aren't you worried about her?" Lu Chen couldn't refute that. He had no choice but to ask Shinran. "Lord Windchanter, what do you think?" She smiled and said, "It's all right. Go ahead and tell them." So, the old man began to speak. "It seems that things have come to this point. There's no reason to hide it anymore. Shinran is indeed the 8th monarch, but years ago, she broke away due to her dissatisfaction with Lena's plot to rule Tianchang. Since then, Lena has relentlessly hunted her. In the end, she met a tragic death at Lena's hands. Afterwards, her soul entered the body of a human girl who is the current Shinran. Perhaps because she sensed Lena's return, her memories have also been gradually returning. For the sake of peace in Tianchang, she decided to help Princess Sophia restore her kingdom, which requires the demon-suppressing sword and the demon-suppressing stone. That is also the reason for Shinran's presence here. It's the real reason. She appeared at the demon-sealing tower to kill the high priest, not just to settle a personal grudge. Young man, I hope you don't blame her. If it weren't absolutely necessary, she would never have wanted to drag you into this. There." Tanran stopped him. "Sir, you don't have to speak up for me. It was my fault for dragging someone else into this. It was all my fault. I. But Lu Chen placed a hand on her head. "You silly girl. Have you been fighting all by yourself for this long? You're my little sister. How could I possibly blame you? I just want you to be safe." Tanran couldn't hold back her sobs. "Brother." Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, crying her heart out. "Brother, you're so good to me. What is Tanran supposed to do now?" He quickly comforted her. There. Go get back in bed and lie down. Now." The others in the room were also satisfied with this outcome. Suddenly, a fanfare rang out, catching everyone's attention. It was the sound of a bugle call. "Is something happening with the Legion today?" The old man walked ahead and said, "Young man, in the past I have invited you to swear fealty to Princess Sophia 3 times, and you refused each time, but now the time has come when you will be forced to." Lu Chen was confused. "What do you mean?" The old man didn't answer but led the way. "Come and see, and you will understand." From the tower's terrace, they could see countless citizens cheering, "Princess Sophia, long live the princess." The princess began her speech. "Everyone, for the longest time, the night spirits have seen us as a thorn in their side, while humans consider us demonic beasts. Only by building an undying empire will we finally have a place to belong. She was Princess Sophia. Now, a brave warrior has come forth for our sake, and reclaimed the demon-suppressing sword and the demon-suppressing stone. Therefore, I have decided that in 3 days, the Blood Rain Alliance will lead a grand army to attack the fortress in the Violet Forest, to completely eradicate the base of this Night Spirit Legion and begin a new chapter for the Violet Empire. The soldiers below solemnly declared, "We shall obey your highness's holy decree for the glory of the Violet Empire. For the glory of the Violet Empire." Sophia raised the sword high. "Good. I will use the demon-suppressing sword and the demon-suppressing stone to lay the foundation for the new empire." With that, a new storyline was activated, and the system sent a notification to everyone. "Attention all players, Team John Qian Chen Sha has triggered the large-scale storyline quest, Restoration of the Violet Empire. The Restoration Battle will officially begin at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. Players can participate in the battle against the Night Spirit faction and will receive honor points. The top 10 players with the highest honor points will have a chance to receive super-grade equipment, super-grade pets, and super-grade skill books." He was astonished. not expecting such a major quest to be triggered, and with Cheng Fu Bing also involved. Lu Chen now understood what B meant, so this was a situation where he had no choice. He had to fight whether he wanted to or not. Yi Xin reminded everyone, in that case, let's log off early and get some sleep. It's also a good time for Tan Ran to get some good rest. We'll do the quest together tomorrow at noon. He agreed, okay. The following afternoon, outside the fortress city. It was currently 2 p.m. outside the fortress, and Tian Dao was fighting a horde of skeleton soldiers. You brat, let's see if I can cut you down. Long Xing was right behind him. Brothers, charge. As long as we take down this wave of night spirit soldiers, everyone gets a reward of 10,000. They didn't know that Lu Chen was watching everything from behind a rock. Well now, this guy has been fighting for over 2 hours and still hasn't cleared out the minions. Forget the boss, they haven't even seen its shadow. Boss, what's the plan now? He checked the information and replied, the night spirit soldiers aren't strong, but there are a lot of them. Fighting like this now is not the right way. I've called on the guilds in the public channel to coordinate an attack. The Shu Yin Shan's side has already agreed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and a figure gradually appeared. The one who stepped out was none other than Ying Luan. At noon outside the Skull Castle, a few people were discussing. Ying Luan, why is he here? Do you even need to ask why? Isn't it obvious he's here for Jianqian Chen Sha, but it's not the time yet? Ying Luan laughed and said, Lu Chen, no, I should call you Jian Chen Sha now. After all, the grudge between us goes way back anyway. You surely don't mind me showing up early, do you? He calmed everyone down. Everyone, don't get agitated. In case he has some kind of trap, it wouldn't be good. Lu Chen nodded, I know. Yi Xin also walked over and said, what Shui Yi Fang said was right. He was a bit surprised by her appearance. Yi Xin. She came to his side and explained, right now, all the servers are busy playing the Ziluo Land National Restoration patch. Ying Luan, for you to come early, I'm afraid your target isn't just Jian Chen Cha alone, is it? This time, Tian Dao also had to side with Lu Chen. That's right, I don't care about the grudge between you two, but if you want to involve Ice Coffin City, that's a different story. Long Xing chimed in with a loud curse. I see you're trying to use a personal grudge to deal with our guilds in Ice Coffin City, right or not? Ying Luan said with disgust, get lost, you people aren't worthy of talking to me. What did you say? Tian Dao and his group immediately got angry. You arrogant bastard, acting like our Ice Coffin City has no one. Damn you, you think this young master is afraid of you? His subordinates quickly intervened. Boss, calm down. It won't be good if this starts a war. However, he just laughed contemptuously. Forget about Ice Coffin City. Even if all the guilds, big and small, were to join forces, they wouldn't be enough to defeat me. I'm asking you, Du Ba and Kuang Long, do you have the guts to declare war on me or not? Do you dare? Upon hearing this, those guys chickened out. Ying Luan swept his sword disdainfully. And you lot from Shu Yin Shan, you worthless women, you really think too highly of yourselves. These words truly infuriated Yi Xin, who snapped. What did you say? He continued his provocations. Oh, I almost forgot. Remember that guy Gujan Meng Hun in the spirit cave? I was the one who beat him half to death and stomped all over him, wasn't I? This time, even Lu Chen couldn't stand it anymore, and he decisively charged forward. You're asking to die. Unexpectedly, he managed to jump up and dodge the slash. Ying Luan's eyes turned red with excitement. Excellent. This is the exact sword strike I've been waiting for. If you, the strongest player in Ice Coffin City, are defeated, then I, Zhu Long, will bathe this Ice Coffin City in blood. Lu Chen was not intimidated. Try it if you've got the guts. With that, he parried one of his opponent's moves. Ying Luan quickly retracted his sword to block Lu Chen's attack. On the side, Tian Dao gritted his teeth, bathe Ice Coffin City in blood. I knew this damn bastard had no good intentions. He reminded Yi Xin, we should also hurry and gather our people. On one hand, we need to prevent a dungeon break, and on the other, we need to defend this place to avoid any mishaps. Currently, Ying Luan was relentlessly attacking him. I didn't expect you to grow so much in just a few months. Impressive. Let me give you a heads up first. This divine fire ring of mine is level 90 purple gold equipment. If you get one-shotted, I'll crush you just like I did Guji and Meng Hun. Sure enough, this move carried an immense pressure and a crimson blood aura, but Lu Chen neutralized that momentum with a single sword stroke, so all you can rely on is your equipment. That's all. Ying Luan cried out in shock as he was hit. Damn it, you're still relentless, and now you're trying to crush me? How did you get this power, you son of a bee? You're way too arrogant. With that, Lu Chen unleashed a single move that nearly knocked the weapon from his hands. Ying Luan furiously gathered his strength. Eat my sword. Veins bulged on his face as he roared. You, son of a bee. D. Instantly, a powerful, scorching strike thrust forward, a blazing thrust. But luckily, Lu Chen managed to parry the blow with his sword. The system announced, player Ying Luan has used the skill, Blazing Flame Pierce. You blocked and only received 879 points of damage. Without giving him a chance to react, Lu Chen unleashed Ice Strike. A skill that shatters the enemy's defense with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, dealing double damage to the enemy. Realizing he couldn't hold on much longer, Ying Luan broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Chen swung his sword for a heaven and earth strike, launching a bone-shattering blow combined with a horizontal slash from Ice Strike. However, he was only knocked back. Still not enough. My defense is higher than yours. The system immediately announced to the spectators, player Zhang Qianchen Sha's Ice Strike failed to hit the target. Zhang Qianchen Sha took 2,347 points of damage. Ying Luan received 3,411 points of damage. The soldiers were horrified. Are these two even human anymore? Ying Luan charged forward in a frenzy. Zhang Qianchen Sha, let's end this fight. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, swinging his sword, his eyes cold and detached. Meanwhile, his opponent charged on with bloodshot eyes, using fatal tenacity. Lu Chen leaped back out of attack range, when suddenly he felt the air blaze with heat, only to see Ying Luan's weapon glowing with a fiery red light, the effect of Infernal Flame Slash, which unleashes flames upon its target, dealing at least 3,000 points of damage per second. He laughed maniacally and leaped into the air. Defense? Can you even defend against this? Earth-shattering slash. The attack slammed down, shattering the very ground and sending the onlookers flying. Ying Luan stood tall amidst a sea of flames. He smiled confidently. Zhang Qianchen Sha, you thoroughly lost this time. Without another word, Ying Luan attacked again. Triggering a system announcement, player Ying Luan has used the skill Infernal Flame Slash, dealing you 3 consecutive instances of damage. He leaped up again. It's not over yet. From high above, he formed a blade of raging fire. Lu Chen stood his ground, bracing for impact. Tian Dao's men cried out in alarm. This is bad. That's Ying Luan's wide-area ultimate skill. Put up your defenses, now. Yet, Lu Chen remained strangely calm. Who said I've lost? His composure stunned Ying Luan, who saw him standing unharmed amidst the sea of flames. I was forged in the fires of hell. So what makes you think I'd be afraid of your fire? Impossible. Yi Xin was shocked. This power coming from her senior. It couldn't be. Yi confirmed her thought. It was the dark power from the underworld, the very thing Lu Chen got from that dungeon raid. Lu Chen advanced on him, sword in hand. You're not wrong. I really have grown a lot lately. I've been to the underworld, killed the monarch's underlings, and even fought against a dragon knight, and now you come looking for trouble at my door. I've been racking my brain, wondering why so much trouble finds its way to me. But I've figured it out now, just as the system announced that his purgatory sword had leveled up. Lu Chen's blade pulsed with killing intent as he advanced. Whether it's the monarch or a mortal enemy, I don't care. Whoever comes, I'll kill them. His sword cut a path, leaving a trail of a dense purple aura. Just as Lu Chen's sword approached, Wu Shen raised his own sword to block, shouting loudly, "What is this power?" He forcefully flicked his sword upward, making him startle and shout. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, bluntly stating, "The grace of the underworld, you are not worthy of understanding." Wu Shen gripped the sword in his hand tightly, flinching slightly before Lu Chen's sword, which was emitting a purple aura. He slammed his sword into the ground, and bursts of fire erupted from the ground. The system panel announced Fire Eruption. Effect unleashes multiple pillars of fire, each dealing 1,200 to 1,500 points of damage, along with a burning effect that lasts for 5 seconds. While a fierce flame was raging, Wu Shen leaped up with a determined expression. I told you, this little fire has no effect on me. Before Wu Shen could make a move, Lu Chen flicked his sword towards him, the blade slashing into his shoulder and drawing blood. Wu Shen gritted his teeth. Damn it, it seems this guy is even stronger than before. Before he could regain his composure, Lu Chen attacked again from below. A moment ago, you couldn't hit me, and you certainly can't now. Wu Shen angrily parried, sparks flying from the clash of their two swords. Nonsense, I let you have the first 3 moves back then. Yi and Yi Xin watched from a distance as the 2 streams of power, one of fire and one of purple lightning, clashed head-on. Yi Xin's eyes widened as she said, I can barely see anymore. Yi's face paled with worry. It seems he has completely mastered this power. Wu Shen's eyes glowed fiery red as he roared, I am the martial god. He leaped up, heading straight for Lu Chen with the skill Fire Dragon Break. The system panel announced, Fire Dragon Break. Effect explodes upon hitting the target, creating a sea of fire within a 3-meter radius, dealing 1,800 points of damage to targets within range. Before the flames could even reach him, Lu Chen created a protective barrier around himself. He teleported behind him, taunting relentlessly. Wu Shen, you're nothing more than a defeated foe at my hands. Wu Shen angrily spun around, yelling as he raised his sword to block, Shut up, I'll kill you. Lu Chen also unleashed a new skill, Universe Strike. Wu Shen had to kneel to withstand the immense power from him. Lu Chen coldly sneered. The equipment you were so proud of is now nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. He gritted his teeth, recalling the words of a passerby. Hey boy, look over here. Wu Shen raised his hand in a gesture of contempt at Lu Chen's image. He clenched his fist as he faced malicious online comments. Coward, you lost back then. Now you're just taking advantage of his weakness. If you've got guts, face him directly. Yeah, that's right. Basically, and his skills are inferior, wasn't Bamboo Shadow Chaos just a shady trick? Wu Shen was so furious he gritted his teeth. Lu Chen, I will definitely defeat you. His in-game character transformed into a demon, sprouting horns with veins popping all over his face. The system announced True Body of the Fire God. Effect, enters a berserk state. Fire damage increases by 100%, defense decreases by 30%, duration 15 seconds. Lu Chen raised his sword high in challenge. Whatever else you've got, bring it all out. He was startled and wondered, is he planning to use the purple dragon's roar? Yixin was just as surprised. No, Senior is holding back. The purple dragon's roar can only be used once a day. Using it now would be a disadvantage for the boss fight later. Seeing the intense aura flaring from both of them, Yi shouted, is Lu Chen planning to risk his life? Lu Chen bought. He prepared to charge with a few sword strikes, but Wu Shen was no slouch either, erupting in a blazing fire as the two streams of their power crashed right into each other. The collision of their powers caused a shocking explosion, and several other people fled in fear. After the powerful collision, both of them were drained of energy. Hang Yi wondered, so who won? Yixin watched with concern as both of them were down to a sliver of health. Lu Chen couldn't get back up, gritting his teeth. You've lost, Zhu Ying Luan. Yixin cheered with joy. Senior Hang Yi emotionally covered his mouth. Lu Chen. Wu Shen managed to stand up, declaring, I haven't lost yet. The bald guy ran over and announced in a panic, this is bad, boss. Luoshen capital city has brought people to Fubing City, saying they intend to surround and wipe out our Zhulong guild. Wu Shen was startled and asked, what? He gritted his teeth, thinking, what is she doing here? Wu Shen pointed his blade forward and shouted, Jie Chen Sha, our battle is not over yet. Someday, we will settle this once and for all. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, I think you're out of moves and just using this as an excuse to run away, aren't you? Hearing this, Wu Shen grew even more furious. Jie Chen Sha. He left with a declaration, just you wait, I'll make you kneel and repent before me. Lu Chen calmly replied, anytime you're ready. After he left, Lu Chen collapsed to his knees, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Senior Hang Yi and Yixin ran over to check on Lu Chen. She offered him a red and a blue potion. Quick, replenish your stats. He quickly chugged them down, and Yixin asked, Senior, isn't Luoshen capital city a member of the Hall of Fame? Lu Chen replied softly, yeah. She and Zhu Ying Luan have a lot of bad blood between them. I'll have to thank Dang Huang when I see her. Otherwise, even if Zhu Ying Luan had lost, a guild of his size wouldn't have let this go so easily. Long Xing Tianxia found it strange and asked, but why would Zhu Ying Luan attack our Fubing City guilds? We've always stayed out of each other's way. Ba Tian Dao chimed in with a frown, hell if I know. That guy's even more treacherous than I am. It's probably related to the game's new version. Hang Yi looked towards the nearby fortress and said in a grave tone, I think so too. First, the zones became interconnected, then came the server-wide quest. Perhaps Tianzong is planning some kind of major event. She shouted to everyone, listen up, we've dealt with the outside enemy, but the dungeon boss is the real threat. I know our guilds are normally competitors, but for now, I'm asking everyone to set aside their differences and clear this dungeon together. Let's break through this defensive line. Long Xing Tianxia and Ba Tian Dao exchanged a confused glance. Everyone standing below the castle raised their weapons and shouted in unison, charge. A system notification popped up. Congratulations to all players of Fubing City for breaking through the defensive line. Each player receives a reward of 10,000 experience points and 10,000 gold. Shi-san high-fived Xiao Gei in celebration. We did it. We actually did it. Lu Chen wiped the sweat from his face. Yeah. Let's rest for a bit and then continue the siege. Suddenly, a system notification announced that the dungeon was upgrading and entering Phase 2. Everyone was startled. Phase 2. A massive dragon appeared. It was a level 100 Earth Dragon of the Dragon Clan. Everyone raised their weapons, pointing them at the beast. A dragon. More dragons immediately charged out, and someone shouted to engage. Lu Chen yelled, Xiao Gui, Shi-san. We're going to clear a path on the front lines. Xiao Gui and Shi-san both agreed. No problem, charge, Lu Chen. Leaping forward to confront the dragon head-on, Ba Tian Dao slashed his sword across the dragon's body. Damn it, I can't believe it's from the Dragon Clan. How am I supposed to kill this thick-skinned beast? Longxing Tianxia gloated loudly. Ba Tian Dao, you're so weak, man. I don't care if it's an Earth Dragon or a Sky Dragon. Take them all down for this young master. Everyone immediately complied. Yes, young Master Long. He smirked, thinking, go on and fight. You guys can throw your lives away first and wear it down a bit for this young master. Lu Chen gave an order. Shi-san, Xiao Gui, attacked their napes. The two of them immediately followed. Got it, I'll take the lead. She swung her sword and slashed the dragon's neck, causing blood to spurt out. The system announced the Earth Dragon's roar. The Earth Dragon unleashes a sonic roar, dealing 2,000 points of damage per second to its target. He, riding on the dragon's back, said seriously, Ming Yue, give Lu Chen a shield. He has to tank the skill. The system announced divine protection, defense increased by 30%. Ming Yue raised her weapon, shield applied. Lu Chen, while facing the dragon, replied, thanks, Sister Ming Yu. He leaped up and slashed fiercely across the dragon's mouth. Ming Shu fired a volley of arrows from her bow. Nice one, boss. Just charge ahead and I'll cover you. Long Xing Tianxia lurked behind Lu Chen, waiting for this kid to draw aggro so he could steal the final blow, making the accumulated points his. Suddenly, Ba Tian Dao turned around when he noticed a weapon being thrust out, swinging his own sword to block it. Very clever, Long Xing Tianxia. What's so great about a sneak attack from behind? If you've got the guts, go fight the Earth Dragon. Long Xing Tianxia shouted angrily. Ba Tian Dao, stop pretending to be a good guy. Don't think. I don't know what you're up to. Before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by the dragon's tail. Xiaogi leaped up and scolded, "You idiot, even with internal disputes, you have to pick the right time. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you." Meanwhile, Lu Chen said, "Ignore them. Let's just focus on killing our enemy." He used his skill, Dragon's Piercing Trample, dealing 2,100 area of effect damage for 3 seconds. Lu Chen unleashed 3 strikes on the dragon: Sky, Illusion, and Slash. The 3 dragon forms vanished simultaneously. Lu Chen raised his weapon and shouted, "Attack! Breach the royal city." All weapons pointed at the closed city gate, and a wave of power caused it to shatter into 100 pieces. The powerful breaching force kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring everything. The soldiers inside shouted in fear, "Holy crap, help!" Xiaogi was startled and cursed. "Damn, what kind of boss is this? Are you for real?" The people inside scrambled to dodge the force. Their faces turned pale with fright as they screamed, "Run, the boss is here." Just by looking, you can tell it's not something we can handle. Before they could run, a sword blade slashed through, causing fresh blood to spill. Shi-san's eyes widened in surprise. "Holy crap, old Lu, this boss is ridiculously overpowered." Lu Chen froze. "Don't make any sudden moves for now. I can feel Yiling's aura." A red aura hovering in the sky began to glow brightly, and a large figure emerged, exuding a terrifying presence. "Foolish human adventurers, you wish to kill me?" Nu Feng, with a sharp gaze, raised his sword defiantly. "Then come, my sword will drink every last drop of your fresh blood, of yours." Iron Furnace War General, Nu Feng, an epic-grade boss. Lu Chen thought pensively, "An epic-grade boss is a tier above dark gold and violet gold grades. Even I might not be able to block one of his powerful attacks." He asked worriedly, "What do we do here? You're saying we should retreat first." Hearing this, everyone was surprised. "Retreat?" Lu Chen said, taunting Ba Tian Dao. "Someone hasn't been able to rake in any loot, so they must be getting antsy now." He gritted his teeth in anger, sneering, "You've already gotten plenty of loot from killing mobs. Shouldn't you leave this boss to us?" He calmly turned and walked away. "Suit yourself. We'll just get in line behind you." Ba Tian Dao sneered. "Ha, at least you know your place." He roared and raised his weapon, ready to charge. "Brothers, follow me and take down the boss," Xiaogi asked quietly. "Boss, are we just giving this boss to them?" Lu Chen simply replied, "We'll just watch quietly. Besides, with all those weapons aimed at Nu Feng, whether or not they can even take him down is still a question." He angrily turned back and swatted. "Where did this trash come from? How dare you be so arrogant with me?" Yixin was stunned. The boss is so strong, what a quick kill. Lu Chen thought to himself, he's strong, all right, but his mobility is questionable. Ba Tian Dao, still fearless, leaped into attack. "Isn't it just a night spirit? Watch me cut you down." Just as his sword drew near, Nu Feng raised a hand to block it and growled, "What did you say?" He violently threw Ba Tian Dao, sending him flying instantly. Foolish human. Nu Feng's entire body began to emit an incredibly terrifying dark red aura. He leaped into the air. "Your lives will be reincarnated in hell. Come, into the arms of the great night spirit." Lu Chen's group recoiled in fear. The boss is about to use his ultimate skill. "Get down, quick." Nu Feng unleashed a sword strike that created a massive explosion, sending Ba Tian Dao and his men flying. He forcefully threw his sword forward, and Ba Tian Dao's group watched with wide, terrified eyes as an even larger explosion with greater destructive power erupted. It was a powerful area of effect attack. Lu Chen raised his sword and declared, "Everyone, now it's our turn to enter the fray." As Lu Chen and Yixin charged forward, he shouted, "Yixin and I will go in first. You guys surround him from the rear." The rest of the group followed, no problem. She swung her sword and leaped, and he immediately used the skill Vermilion Edge. Despite this, Nu Feng remained composed, and in a flash, he vanished before the two of them in astonishment. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and thought, he's gone. Nu Feng suddenly appeared from behind, swinging his sword to slash. "Relying on you lot is far too naive." Yixin stood frozen on the ground, one shoulder injured and bleeding profusely. She broke into a crazed smile and asked defiantly, "Are you sure about that?" The system panel announced the activation of the demon arm ring, and Yixin unleashed 100 bolts of lightning aimed at Nu Feng. Lu Chen praised her as he slashed at him from behind, but Nu Feng instantly dodged the blow. "Great hit, Yixin." He couldn't help but wonder in surprise, why is the damage so low? Seeing this, Xiaogi rushed forward. "Boss, let me at him." He extended his weapon and jabbed it into Nu Feng's back. At the same time, Ming Shui fired off another dozen arrows, a chaotic arrow volley, but it still had no effect on him. Lu Chen stood frozen as he witnessed it. Ranged attacks are almost useless, and his physical defense has been pushed to its absolute limit. Nu Feng smirked contemptuously. "Humph, do you really think I'm a pushover?" He unleashed red and white beams of power, a War Shatter. The system announced, "War Shatter," executing a thunderous attack within a 5 jang radius, dealing 3 stacks of damage and inflicting a knockback effect. Lu Chen's body frantically fought against those rays of power, and even he found it difficult, thinking, this boss is probably just a stats monster. A single casual move has such terrifying power. Ming Yu stood behind him and called out to Lu Chen. Surprise, Lu Chen turned around to see Ming Yue slowly stepping forward to stop him. She approached Hang Yi, who was struggling to block Nu Feng's sword. "Let me." Lu Chen leaped up and swung his sword, intending to attack. Universal Absolution Slash. He unleashed a powerful slash from behind Nu Feng. His expression darkened. As expected, I have to rely on a critical skill to break his defense. Normal attacks are just like scratching an itch. Lu Chen stepped forward to face his cold crimson eyes. Nightmare Devour. The Nightmare Devour skill deals an additional 50% damage to the target and also has a suppression effect on undead-type enemies, reducing their defense by 10%. The two swords clashed, creating intense sparks. As they fought, Nu Feng sneered. A bunch of mediocre undead dare to oppose. Me? You don't know your place. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and retorted, when I cut you down, your soul will burn in the fires of purgatory forever. He showed no fear, only contempt. You're nothing but Lin Na's hunting dog. All of your companions have been slaughtered by me. Are you in a hurry to die too? Nu Feng slashed his sword down violently. You're courting death. Lu Chen quickly ran, hastily moving in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Nu Feng refused to let him go. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Lu Chen announced, Yi Xin, you guys, don't risk your lives, let me handle this. While running for his life, he silently analyzed in his head. The boss has high damage and a long range but is slow. I can win by relying on my mobility and burst damage. It's just that the purple dragon. Roar's charge-up time is too long. I can only use it at a crucial moment. First, I need to chip away at his health. Nu Feng laughed loudly and slashed powerfully. Ha ha. Are you scared now? Is that all you've got? Lu Chen turned back, aiming for his horn to strike. But less than 3 seconds later, Nu Feng swung his sword down hard to block his attack. Useless. The two swords ground against each other, creating sparks. Lu Chen looked on with a determined gaze. This fight isn't over yet. He stopped and called out, a purple aura surrounding him, the power of the monarch. Hearing this, Nu Feng's jaw dropped and asked, why do you possess the monarch's power? Lu Chen seemed to ignore him and rushed forward. Coincidentally, I'd like to know the answer too, but right now. He slashed powerfully at Nu Feng, but luckily he dodged it. First, I'll cut you down, then we'll talk. Nu Feng began to get serious, unleashing red bolts of energy that filled the sky. That's enough, brat. I'm done playing games with you. Wrath of the Earth. A system notification appeared. Wrath of the Earth. Effect. Deals 8,000 to 10,000 damage, applies a 5-second burn dealing 200 damage per second, and knocks back all targets within its range. Yi Xin shouted in fear. We're screwed. That's the boss's ultimate skill. Both Hang Yi and Ming Yue also watched anxiously, unable to look away. A powerful flame erupted around Nu Feng as he raised his sword high for an attack. A colossal wave of power shot out in all directions, as if it would tear apart both the earth and the sky. Hang Yi's face and Yi Xin's darkened visibly, sweat streaming down their faces. That's when, suddenly, a girl in knight's armor appeared, the weapon she held. On her hands was surrounded by a red and black aura. Seeing this, Lu Chen spoke in a low voice, you finally arrived. I thought I'd have to wait a little longer. Shinran affirmed with certainty. Don't worry, big brother. Shinran will absolutely not lose. He gently patted her head and called out excitedly. Eve, look over there. The girl on horseback approached. Nu Feng declared, Iron Furnace War General. Nu Feng, your attack on the Night Elf army of the Blood Rain Legion has been completely annihilated. Your army is gone, and Lu Gu Fortress is about to be breached. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and this princess might spare your life. Nu Feng couldn't believe his ears, stammering, my elite troops were wiped out. He angrily raised his sword and roared, Wind Chanter, it was you, wasn't it? Traitor of the temple, you're still willing to sell your life for these puny humans. What a disgrace to purgatory. Shinran simply replied softly, that filthy purgatory has nothing worth my attachment. There is no such thing as betrayal, nor is there any such thing as pride. In purgatory, the only law is life and death, and today, you must die. Nu Feng looked contemptuous, laughed loudly. Just you? Ha, years ago you were severely wounded by the combined forces of Lord Lin Anne and the other monarchs, and you think you're still the monarch whose name once struck fear across the land? She bluntly challenged, let's try and find out. Meanwhile, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to attack him from behind. The moment she finished speaking, Shinran aimed her weapon forward. He called out to Shinran,